Hey, good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm late. Hey, good morning, everybody. Whoops. Sorry. Who's in the building? Who wants to talk? I can't sleep and spring has sprung. Is it already fall back? What is it called? I was wondering how it got so late. I was like, I don't know. I ain't even doing my. Is it spring forward already? Hold on. I know I didn't miss that. Uh, what is it called? Daylight savings time. It was spring for it. Was that today? It was today. No wonder why. I'm like, how did it get to be 4 o'clock in the morning? What's up, Miss Candy girl? You are my world. How are you? You got your what is it, 1,000 subscribers? You be putting in work. You be doing all the shows. I be saying you. I need to start getting on my I be watching stuff. I'm not used to taking notes. And I just forget everything. Like I've watched Gross Point, which is kind of like it's a slow burn, I guess. And I've been watching. I'm up to episode 3 on what is it called, Beyond the Gates. But yeah, what else is going on? Did you see that hairdresser got charged? She drugged that little girl by her hair. We have a guest, uh, GJ. Oh, this is gonna be
Yeah,
a good night. What's
yeah.
going on? I knew I would find you in the recesses of the night, up late at night. Where you from again?
Michigan.
Michigan. Us
Yeah,
vampires. Be you, Candy.
yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the warm welcome here again.
Yes.
But yeah, I've been subscribing to you now, and I was just wondering when you're gonna do a live stream again. I like how you watch a lot of real celebrity housewives type stuff, you know. So
I was sick. I think I had COVID. I didn't have like cold symptoms. I might have had RSV. I don't know. I
yeah,
didn't
I
have.
had some sort of flu symptoms.
Yeah, I was sick for like damn near 2 weeks. It felt like I was just tired. My voice had went out, and I just felt like lethargic. My throat was acting weird. I don't know if I had a fever, but
Yeah,
yeah, I wasn't really feeling. I wasn't in the mood to record at all.
yeah. I remember the last time I had it, I was feeling really sick for about a week, and I couldn't eat beans specifically for about a month because I had beans the night before I got sick, and then I couldn't eat beans again for
Oof.
another month. And I actually haven't ate beans since. But yeah,
Let's see, that lady drug. Did you see where the hairdresser drugged the 15-year-old girl because she thought
mm,
she didn't receive payment for her services?
no, I didn't see that at all.
So there was this hairdresser. She's 18 years old, and apparently, she said the girl didn't pay, and I think the girl was 15, 14 or 15, and she said she was trying to leave without paying, but the payment was sent, but to a different cash app. Like her cash app was like, I don't know, like I love hair, but with like 3 R's, and they sent it to the one with like 2 R's, something stupid like that. So
Sounds like a
the video
scam.
went viral. Hmm.
Sounds like a scam, honestly.
Well, I mean, regardless, she drugged the girl back in her
Oh,
studio by her hair, and I think she cut the girl's hair out. Like she got a weave put in. So I read today
okay,
that she got
yeah.
charged, and I
So,
think
so
she
the
should be
girl,
charged.
So the girl was originally trying to scam this girl, is what I'm assuming, and the 15-year-olds were trying to scam her or her parent or something, and then once she found that out, she drugged the girl, the 15-year-old, into her studio and cut her hair,
Well,
is what I'm getting.
she wasn't trying to scam her. Her brother or somebody, whoever paid for it, sent the cash app
Okay.
to the wrong cash app. But the problem
Mm,
was that that's called kidnapping when you prevent somebody from leaving
yeah.
your
False,
establishment. I know
yeah. False
when you are in
imprisonment
school,
slash
yeah,
kidnapping, yeah.
when you're in
Yeah, so,
stores, they can't just like hold you hostage in there. They have to wait for the police. That's what
well,
she
if you
should have
could
done.
link the video, that'd help out a lot because this go either way. I'm personally an unbiased person to this type of situations, you know. Now, kidnapping a child, obviously, that's a very bad charge, and if she is corrupt of that, then that is she deserves whatever comes to her. Now, her brother or mother or whoever, whatever family member that set that up, obviously, it's not her fault. I'm assuming, but they could face some serious charges for that. And I'd like to
Yeah, I
see the
just got
link
charged today.
first because I don't want to like make any
Let's
speculations
say
on
even the
things
girl
that
was trying to like run out. The recourse isn't to drag her by her hair back into the establishment.
right.
The you call the police, but they also said that she had the girl's credit card information on file from when she booked the appointment. She could have just
Yep.
ran the
Yep.
cash through.
If they had her credit card information, they should definitely not have dragged her through the building or anything like that because that's when you should just let her go and report that to the police because that's you obviously you have her some way to identify the people that were setting something up for that, you know.
And she was on the phone with the girl's brother. I saw this on social media, and he was like, leave her alone. You better not. Blah 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 blah. So she had contact with the adults in the situation, and social media is kind of split. They're saying, "Oh, well, she
Yeah.
shouldn't have been trying to leave," and blah 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 blah. But she's a child, and like I said, when you
Yeah.
prevent someone from leaving your
100%.
establishment, it's false imprisonment, kidnapping.
100%. And
That's
especially when it's a child because they don't really understand. Personally, I when I was a kid, I have stolen from stores, and when I was, I did try to escape. But so when you're a child, I can understand that. But at the same time, you do have to realize that if someone of an authority presence does say that you have committed these crimes, you do have to kind of. And when you're a child, you don't realize this, but if you are accused of committing these crimes and you know you're not guilty of it, you have to kind of stay and talk to the police. So I'd still have to look at the video of what you're talking about, but you
I'm
do have
trying to
to. It is,
pull it up now.
but obviously when it is a kid, it is a very obviously if it's a kid that's being accused of these crimes, she's going to want to run, which is completely understandable. I understand that.
So
Now, do I think she should be accused of these crimes is whether she knowingly did or not. And either way, it's not going to be a serious inflection on her record, you know?
it was only $150. You have the brother on the phone saying, "I paid you. I paid you." Um, Cooler head should have prevailed, I guess, and figured out what happened. If they're saying that they paid you,
And it was only 150,
yeah.
so that
So
was
now
only a
she,
misdemeanor.
yeah. But
So,
social media
but
is split.
when you're a kid, that seems like a lot to you, though, you know? So I could see why she would feel that way to, you know. I'd have to see the video and what everything that went down, but yeah, obviously if you're a kid and the police aren't very nice when it comes to that situation. They're going to treat you like a criminal no matter your age. So,
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up on my laptop. It's loading.
oh,
Everything wants to
also,
update.
yeah, it's very slow with YouTube. I did see a video earlier though of this guy that very sad situation where he stole a vehicle and a kid was in the car and he may or may have not known. that there was a kid in the car, but they got in a wreck at 60 miles per hour, and he escaped. And he claims that he didn't know there was a kid in the car, but at the same time, you would know if there's a kid in the car, you know. But she was a very silent kid, but at the same time, when you're facing that, he did turn himself in 9 months later. But at the same time, when you're facing those kinds of charges, it's like,
Did she die?
no, she didn't die. She was perfectly fine, supposedly, because her mom wanted to take her back to the house, and they just told her keep a close eye on her. Personally, I don't know why the mom took her back, because I would have sent if my 1 year old daughter got in a car crash 60 miles per hour, I would have sent her to the hospital. But she took her back to the house, and 9 months later, the guy turned himself in and got faced actually with not that many bad charges, only like 4 charges, which they could have hit him with a lot worse, which is surprising to me. Yeah, it was a very terrible situation.
Shit, if he got away for 9 months, he could have got away from, just got away with it, period.
Yeah, he
Or they
he was
knew it was.
I believe he was trying to do the best he could, but he blamed it on some mental health issues, which was bullshit, but at the same time I
Yeah.
do believe him to a certain degree. But you can't uh, a 1 year old child comes first before mental health issues. You can't when it deals if you just stole a car and blamed it on mental health issues, that'd be fine. But when it comes to like having a 1 year old child that you got in a 60 mile per hour accident in, that's gonna not look good on paper.
I'm
That's
sorry,
be
but mental
surprising.
health is not an excuse for stealing cars. It's just not.
No, no, 100% not. But even from a lawyer's perspective, it could be, but not when you have a child in that car, which was obviously he knew he had a child in that car.
So
That's
what
my
did he
main
just
thing.
leave the car? He just left the car with the child, or put the child out. What happened?
He took the car with the child and he got in a crash at 60 miles per hour, and then he ran out of the car, got away, and was on the run for 9 months. But he turned himself in. But still, you have a child in the car. That's not a good look on paper. Like that's and he faced up to like 5 years,
Kidnapping.
which is surprising because
Well, that's what
it could have been a
happens
lot
when you
more.
steal cars. Um, 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 um. Find my thing. I wanted to talk to you about. I actually wanted to talk to you one day. What was Trump doing that day? What has Trump not done? I'm trying to sign into my stream.
Well, I know there's a lot of that Doge thing that was going on.
What do they want to do? What are they trying to do with those?
So they looked into a lot of paperwork and stuff, and there's a lot of government spending that's not going to where it could be, and there is basically government wasting to where a lot of people are getting paid to where they shouldn't be getting paid, and there's a lot of federal workers that are getting fired. Uh,
We know
where
that
is
part, but what is he doing? Like, so what? What is the plan? Like, okay, I thought it was like a 90-day freeze on like paying federal monies and like what is the plan here? Like I see everybody like not the Canada saying they're going to shut our electric off. They're not going to.
Canada doesn't have the ability to do that. We contain our electrical. Canada thinks they have power, but they don't. So that's just empty threats from Canada, basically.
But then you have a lot of people. Like, what about the nuclear? Was it a submarine or a navy ship? They
Yeah,
they were was it Norway that refused to refuel it?
probably. But it's all from when it comes to the EU, European Union, that's all empty threats. America has that under complete control. So whatever the European Union is declaring they're gonna do is not truth at all because they don't have the balls or the financial ability to do it at all. So whatever threats are coming from the European Union or Canada, they don't have the balls to do it, basically. So you don't have to worry about that. It's all empty threats, basically.
Are they really empty though? Can we? People are gonna. So what? Okay, so Zelensky, right?
Yeah,
When he
he's
leaves
a
the White
clown.
House, you think he's a clown? See, I don't know. When he leaves
He's
the
a
White
dancing
House,
clown.
he
He's a
leaves the White
dancing
House,
clown.
right? And then
Yeah.
he goes over to Europe, and he has the support of basically like the UK and everyone else over there.
hmm
So is that going to help him?
the European Union does not have the power to stop Putin, basically. I mean, they kind of can fund that to prevent it from the European Union, America, I'll say this. The America, we make up 90% of NATO's military funding and 90% over 90% of NATO's military power. So when the European Union says they're gonna do something, it's basically on the backing of America, which America through Trump's regime, it doesn't seem like Trump wants to. He has a very good relationship with Putin and Russia, to where basically my uncle actually I talked to her. I was in Maryland for a few weeks, and he married this Jewish Russian girl from Azerbaijan, and she's saying the same thing. European Union doesn't have any ability to stop Putin. He's basically making Zelensky, this dancing clown, is making empty threats and trying to gain this power that he doesn't have anymore since Biden is not in control. So America's not funding it anymore, which we shouldn't. And so he's trying to basically claim on this power that he doesn't have anymore.
So what's next for Ukraine? So like, okay, if Europe helps him, whoops, what happened? Still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't see you. Let me see.
It might have been because I had a black and mild on stream. Maybe that's not allowed.
I smoke cigarettes. Hold on. Let me see what is going on. Style, recording, scenes, media assets. Where did you go? All right, I have to do it on my computer. Hold on, one second. We can still talk though. Don't let me. A mess. A middle of the night mess. And I have to make a cigarette run too. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if the audience can. One second. All right, now. All right, there you go. Okay, we're
Go
back.
on, if you can hear me.
Yeah. What happened? So I need to blow dry my hair real quick. So if you want, so what is next for Ukraine? What does Trump wants them to what? He wants us to have their
Ceasefire.
minerals.
Yeah.
So basically,
Trump
like, just give up the war.
Trump wants a ceasefire, which means basically declare peace. Russia keeps the land that they have already taken from Ukraine, and
Hmm.
Ukraine has land that they are not in control of now, or they have the control of the land that they are in control of now, which basically they mean it means they lose land. but America gains the minerals that Ukraine has in their because Ukraine is full of resources like oil and gems that America wants to basically keep because we've been funding them for so long. So we're basically buying them of land, and Russia gets to keep the land that they've taken through military power.
And Ukraine doesn't want to do that.
No, well, Ukraine generally does, but Zelensky does not. The
Oh, the
prime
people
minister or
do.
president. The people generally do want to have ceasefire.
And they're okay giving up the land that they already lost thus far.
Yes,
So that would
because
just end everything.
basically, and this is what my uncle's wife was telling me is basically that they took a vote back in 2014 that majority of the Russians in Ukraine wanted to already join the Russian Federation and leave Ukraine, but the Ukrainian president Zelensky didn't want to do that. And now that Russia has taken over the land that the Russian Ukrainians were already willing to give up, Zelensky basically just wants more control and more power that he is not able to afford right now.
So he just needs to go with the ceasefire. So why is the UK backing him? What do they want? What do
Because
they get out of it?
they basically just hate Russia. They've had hate for Russia since World War One, before World War One, and they've had a huge hatred towards the Russian people since before World War One. Well, the at least the politicians, not the people, but the politicians. And so they basically just hate Russians and want to keep going to war and killing more Russians, as many Russians as they can.
Sounds treacherous.
Yeah, it's very treacherous. It's actually an international crime, but no one will charge them for it because they are the UK.
All right, I'm getting ready to blow dry my hair real quick. Trent, Candy, what's up, guys? Why are y'all up? It was just 2 o'clock in the morning. Now it's 4. With Trump said he wanted to get rid of daylight savings time. I agree with that. I think it should stay how it is now. Insomnia. Well, come on up, friend. Come talk some shit.
Yeah,
This
I
is
would
our friend.
encourage people to come on and debate me or whoever else they want because I have a lot of controversial opinions if they want to debate me. So, or just to have a friendly
Ooh.
conversation.
Ooh, challenge. I'm gonna put my thing on mute. Well, is this loud?
As long as I can have my black and mild in here, I don't know if that's allowed on YouTube or not. But yeah, basically, if any of you other guys on this stream have any opinions that you want to share and display, I'd be willing to, you know, talk about it.
Hey everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey Trent, I'm
It's
gonna finish
going.
my hair, but this is Gigi. Gigi, this is our good friend Trent. He is a great one of
Yeah,
our great debaters.
good, good.
What are the topics for tonight?
So I have Real Housewives of Atlanta for tomorrow, which I'm not excited about. I've been watching Gross Point, Beyond the Gates. I'm only on episode 3. The hairdresser that got locked up. I looked into Drewski. We can talk about that, which is just give me a few minutes. But Gigi, he likes to talk about world affairs. He knows a lot of things about a lot of things. But if you just give me like a minute to finish this section of my hair, I'll be right with you.
Yeah, I'll be willing to whatever you guys are talking about either. I know a little bit about Drewski, so if you want to talk about that, that'd probably be more my
Inform me,
thing.
because I only got like the Cliff Notes version. Like this, he was like R-wording somebody in the butt, or no?
Who was?
Drewski, was he the top or the bottom? I know there's something about butt sex involving him.
I don't know anything about that. It could be I don't know. I haven't read anything about that or seen anything. Maybe I should look into that. What'd you
Yeah, he
hear?
was at a
I
dirty
guess
party.
I'll look it up.
There's an indictment against him.
Oh, is there really?
Yeah, it just dropped today.
Holy shit. Let me look that up real quick.
Yeah, because I need the deets.
That's
I keep hearing, but it's like a people are like reading the court documents and it's like 100 pages long. So I keep like finding
that's
other things
fucking
to do.
that's insane. If that's scheduled, I can't see anything about it. I doubt Drewski has indictments on it. I can't. Is there like a certain like thing I can look up?
Uh, Type in keywords: Drewski, Diddy, Jaguar.
There's a YouTube video I think I can see. 1 second. Oh, that's not till looks like it's yeah, I don't think he's going through any indictments that I can see, unless it's like very undisclosed. I
Maybe
wasn't
because the
at
news is
one.
so fresh.
Oh, it's in French.
No, I'm saying it's fresh. Like people just started
Oh, it's fresh.
reporting it a
Yeah,
couple hours
maybe.
ago.
Yeah. Was it on Twitter, Instagram, or something?
It's on Twitter. It's on YouTube. I've seen at least 3 videos of it. Like people are reading the indictment, but it's so long. Like I've only and it involves so many people. It involves him. It involves Diddy. It involves like 12 people.
Let me see if I can get on that then. I deleted Twitter a while ago though, so I'll have to see if I can get back on there. Uh, I know there was like
What else were y'all talking about?
just like some shit about Trump and Zelensky and shit.
I'm back. What I miss? I
What
love
did
this
you
haircut.
hear about Drewski? Because I only got like the briefs about it.
Well, I just saw that he was named in one of Diddy's lawsuits. That's all.
Yeah, like I think in Mim's channel, he was reading one of the indictment documents that Diddy was playing with himself while watching Drewski R-word somebody in the butt.
So it's a guy or a girl?
It was a girl that he was doing,
Yeah.
but why does that matter?
Well, you said but it doesn't matter. I'm just saying. My like when
I
is
guess.
it going to be enough? Like why?
You're saying it's a takedown?
Yes. Like why didn't you come out before with this?
I would believe so as well.
Like why? You could have been
I'm
said
i
something.
I'm gonna paste this in chat if you wanna play. Oh, it doesn't. Maybe I can post it on YouTube. If you want to look in Shane Gillis, he had a. Okay, it doesn't look like I can post it. But
Did I
Shane Gillis,
tell you
funny white
banned in the
comedian,
chat? I
Irish
think I
comedian.
told you blocked. Let me see. I want to tell who's blocked. I think somebody blocked you from before. Wait, let's guess.
Yeah, I
We
try to
can
post
pull
it in
up.
chat, but
There's no I don't see anybody who's banned.
it says Black Hills Honey Badger 100 grain plus P. I don't know what that means. I tried to post a link.
What is it? What is it to? What's the Black Hills
It's
thing?
Shane Gillis Drewski podcast.
Hmm.
Shane Gillis is basically just a white comedian who him and his friend Matt interviewed him about this stuff, and Drewski was kind of like off putted by like some of these questions that they were asking him, and basically people in the comment sections were saying like it was kind of weird. No one had any suspicions about Drewski being part of the Diddy parties until he was like kind of defensive about the questions that were being asked. That's all. That's all I could find.
Ooh, so he's incriminating himself.
Or
He's
maybe
not
like
incriminating
that's
himself, but
weird to be asking
he
me
is
about shit that
acting
I'm not
weird about
involved
it.
in.
There's nothing incriminating that he said, but it was weird the answers that he was giving, I guess, like the way he was acting.
Let me
It's
look
not
it up.
incriminating though.
Where's the chat? The private chat. Hold on, private chat. All right,
I
let me
thought it
look
was
In
at.
my
interesting
opinion,
his
I'm
sudden
pulling
rise
it
to
up.
stardom. I think he might have kissed the ring.
Why would he need Diddy though? Like he forged his own path.
I don't think
That's
he
what you
does.
thought, but
I think Drewski is his own. I don't think Drewski is really part of it, but it's just like accusations at this point in time. I don't think Drewski actually had any part of it because he was kind of
Is
young in the
Tony
game.
Busby the lawyer?
But I don't know. I can't say. I never went to Diddy parties.
No, the lawyer that's pursuing all of the charges.
well, they're charging Jaguar too. They said she's involved in it too. So the
Ooh,
tables have turned.
I saw that. The Diddler saga never ends. Like, when is it going to stop? When? Okay, so I'm looking at Black Hills.
Don't look at
I'm
Black Pills.
Black Hills. Should I just search Black Hills Drewski?
No, look at a Shane Gillis Drewski podcast. Shane Gillis, Shane, and then Gillis. The Diddler saga never ends.
I have to read. I have to see what Jaguar is accused of, because for the life of me, I want to know, like, how does she know? How does she know all of this stuff?
Who is
exactly.
who is Jaguar, if you don't mind me asking?
Jaguar Wright is.
She's a prophetess in our community.
She was a black sing. Well, she is a black soul singer, but she kind of like lost her mind. I don't know how, under what circumstances. All right, now let me hold on. No, this is only a 40-second, a 45-second clip. Hold on.
She in recent times like had a claim to fame on YouTube and Twitter, trying to I guess paint herself as an activist against seedy underbellies in the industry and people taking advantage of people. And now all of a sudden she's being named as a person who's involved in that too.
She
Oh
had a
wow.
lot of inside tea too.
She was
Yeah,
Like,
almost
named
like she was like a first
Onion.
like a secondhand witness for most of this stuff, which was
Oh,
kind of interesting. And now we're
yeah,
trying to
it's
was
see
she
her
on an
fucking
name on
weird.
it.
indictment or something? Was she on an indictment?
She's listed on this indictment, yeah.
This is really recent, but a lot of people, like, she was on Pierce Morgan. She knows a lot, allegedly, a lot of things about a lot of things, like with these parties and in the industry, and all the bad stuff that happens in the industry.
And she
Do you
took
guys
a
know
I
who
said,
Mr.
took a bath.
Mr. Let Go is?
Hmm. I don't think
That's
so.
that's that's all who I can find on this. Yeah, yeah. Here it is. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. I don't know where Trent
Was this
was
black
it? I don't know where he went.
guy there doing an MLK speech? If you're a brother in America, he really That guy set us back right there. He's like, we will have Panama one day.
Yeah, well, you don't do it. You
Sorry.
don't. Yeah. You're not allowed to do it.
Yeah,
That
we're
guy
allowed.
just let's just leave that
Comes
alone,
back.
man.
We're
Let's
allowed to
leave it
do it
alone,
again.
bro.
That's how we both naturally talk. Could I get chicken bowl with rice?
Yeah,
That's just how we talk normally.
They're not really saying anything.
No. Shane Gillis is funny though. You should check him out. Where'd Trent go?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about Drewski, but like, I don't know. There's so much bull, like how Richie was saying. There's so much like random nonsense when it comes to like
Yeah.
certain people, like Jay-Z,
Yeah.
that you don't know what to pay attention to and what to actually ignore at the same time.
Jay-Z does have a lot of dirt on him. Now, the recent allegations, I don't know if they're true or not. I'm not gonna say, but I know Jay-Z for sure
Yeah,
does
we
have a
all
lot of dirt on
definitely
him.
have dirt on us. Like we
You
all
know,
have a
Jay,
past, and he's had
hold on.
more
You know,
access than we
Jay-Z.
have.
You know,
I think
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z has a lot bigger of a past on him, though.
Yeah, he's had way more access than the average Joe. So I'm sure there's things out there, but at the same time, we don't know what to ignore either.
I mean, the
Because we
whole Tupac thing, the whole Tupac thing,
what he
What
did to
does that do
Tupac?
with Jay-Z?
He
and
R-worded
he has
Tupac.
some. I don't know about that because I think that's Suge Knight that did that, right? But I
Oops.
think Jay-Z had some saying just as P. Diddy did in the the unaliving, I guess, of Tupac. I don't know what I can say on YouTube, but Jay-Z and P. Diddy kind of had a coalition against Tupac to where they kind of, did their thing.
That's interesting because his wife had role in Aaliyah's unaliving too. I'm pretty sure. So that's an interesting
And
family dynamic.
yeah.
I'm gonna let y'all ride for right now. Let's see. Well, I'm trying to find this Drewski lawsuit.
Well, Suge Knight was the person that obviously took blame, and he's in prison now. Obviously, he didn't take blame for the Tupac thing, but he was in prison for something else. But Suge Knight is currently the person that's taking responsibility for the whole Tupac debacle. But P. Diddy and Jay-Z had some sort of involvement in the killing of Tupac.
Jay-Z has
I mean,
never been in that.
yeah, but, I mean, Diddy definitely did something to Notorious B.I.G., but
You don't
Tupac,
think
I don't.
Jay-Z did?
No.
It's hard to say. I mean,
I mean, there's a
I don't
lot
know.
of
A lot of what?
I
I
can't say
mean,
he did or didn't, but
there's a lot of
Oh,
allegations of why he would have done that, There's a lot of I don't want to say here, it's a lot of speculation, but there's a lot of homosexual things that
no,
went on in the backgrounds that could have led to
not
that.
with Jay-Z. I don't even see. Let me look on my iPhone. It's not my computer. I don't see anything about the lawsuit with Drewski and Diddy. Let me look on my iPhone.
Yeah, I can't find anything either. It's probably just like little allegations that
We could
it's
watch
not hard
men's
to
I'm,
make
videos.
no.
Yeah.
yeah, I would say Mims has a comprehensive video, and so does Chronicle Speaks.
Okay.
I tried
Channel the
watching both of
lawsuit.
them, but the indictment was so long because there's like 12 people on there that I don't even know. But this lady, she like apparently got passed around by 100 different people, and now she's finally deciding to say something.
So 100 people had her. I'm on Tasha K's. She has it. So let me see. Drewski, Odell.
Oh yeah, Odell Beckham, he's on there too.
Heard about that, I think.
But it's just YouTubers that have it.
Isn't that weird? Like only the select few YouTubers of it.
Yeah,
I'm
because
trying
I
to see the
want to see
history.
it. Tony Busby is involved in it. It says Jaguar White Drewski, Odell Beckham exposed in shocking news. But this is all on YouTube. Let me see. Let's watch it. There's nothing he can do. Who is this? The IE.
Yeah, a lot of YouTubers you have to be careful because they're just trying to get
I mean, they
clicks.
have court records from somebody, but I don't know where they got them from.
I know, right? Like they're reading these court records, but if they have access to them, how come like they're the only three in
It
the
should
whole
be
world?
public record, you know?
Right.
Let me see. This is the IE network. Check. Did you see the thing with Dr. Umar and Drewski and he's cussing out him for being with a white girl?
That'd be
Oh
more
my
interesting.
god. It baffles me how Dr. Umar has so much like clout. Like I never thought people.
Do you
I never
guys do you
knew
guys
so
like
many people
Dr.
took him
Umar?
seriously. I
Do you
don't.
guys
I
like
never knew
Dr.
so
Umar?
many people. I never knew so many people took him seriously.
Oh, shit.
Personally, I like Dr. Umar. I wouldn't take him seriously, but I like him a lot.
All right, this is the one I found on.
Scientists could hear other people inside the home and tried to listen to understand what was happening.
I'm going to restart my computer. I don't know why it's lagging, but I'll try this one more time.
He replied, "There's nothing he can do." Scientists could hear other people inside the home and tried to listen to understand what was happening, which included a woman's scream. Eventually, plaintiffs observed several individuals gathered around a bed while defendants Gonzalez and Valdez stood out of guard. Plaintiffs observed defendants Jaguar and Helena enter the residence. Defendant Jaguar told plaintiffs, "He wants something you have. If I were you, I'd figure out what it is really fast." The defendant was referring to as believing.
What she said, Daddy?
He wants something you have. If I were you, I'd figure out what it really is fast. Child. Shortly after defendant Drewski appeared wearing a vest and shorts, and he engaged in conversation with plaintiffs. Plaintiffs tried to appeal to defendant by talking about the music industry, and defendant instructed plaintiffs that they should cooperate. Plaintiffs described what they observed during the assault of plaintiff Parham after this interaction with defendant Drewski. Plaintiffs observed plaintiff Parham having an IUD, trigger warning, forcibly placed in her vagina by defendants KK with the assistance of defendant Brandy.
KK's
Plaintiffs
Christina
heard
Corum.
defendant KK make a remark about how plaintiff Jane Doe would not need an IUD because of her age. She would not need an IUD because of her age.
Wow.
While hearing plaintiff Parham scream in agony during the forced IUD insertion, plaintiff Jane Doe yelled, "Stop hurting her!" Plaintiffs observed defendant Shane place a pillow over plaintiff Parham's face, suffocating her, and plaintiff Jane Doe yelled for them to stop. Or that she would die. Plaintiff Jane Doe believes plaintiff Parham did lose consciousness because she became limp and unresponsive. Defendant Diddy instructed defendant Valdez to shut her up. Defendant Valdez hit plaintiff Jane Doe with the handle of his firearm. Plaintiff Jane Doe witnessed plaintiff Parham being assaulted by the remote. And when he tried to say something, plaintiff was told to shut up or they would put the remote in him next.
Does he say Daddy?
Plaintiff John Doe believes he heard.
All right, I'm going to stop this right here because
This sounds like a fan fiction novel.
First of all, I heard these same allegations, minus Drewski and Odell Beckham Jr. When this Diddy thing first happened, I was reading something. They were, what do they call them, blind items. I'll see if I can find them again. And the same exact story was told in a blind item, and supposedly regarding Diddy. Now, as a woman with an IUD in me currently, you cannot just put in an IUD in someone's bedroom. An IUD, the way they put it in is something like an abobo. Like they have to open your cervix and put it up there. So you can't just stick in an IUD. It's not like what did they used to have? Those little cups that you put up there or whatever. The IUD goes inside of your cervix into your womb and it sits up there, and it's a contraption, and you have to get it out the same way like an abobo. So that's not something that you can just put in somebody, and even more, let's say that you were depraved enough to try to do that. It doesn't work immediately either. Like it takes, because your cervix is still open. So it takes like a week. They tell you I think it's like a week or two before it's effective. So this is nonsense. I don't even need to hear the rest. And I heard, like I said, I heard the same allegation.
It sounds pretty insane, but from the other things I've heard about, it seems a pretty forceful thing to do. It seems like pretty, it seems like something of what they're being alleged of would be something that they would do,
Not only that, that's just a random group of people too. What is Odell Beckham and Jaguar and Drewski and Diddy all being in the same place at the same time? What are the odds?
I mean, I don't think Odell and Drewski are involved. I think it's more of like I don't know who this allegation is. I doubt it's like all of them in the same room. It's probably just either P. Diddy or.
This whole thing did not happen. Just on the mere fact of that's not how IUDs work, and that's not how you put them in. Number one,
you don't believe the Jaguar saying he wants something you got?
I heard the same story, and it was like a year ago, and Odell and Drewski were not a part of it, and it's just nonsense. And the fact that we can't even find it on the internet is even more nonsense. I wish people would do more due diligence in their reporting.
Yeah, for sure.
This
isn't Dr. Umar though. Who is this?
I know. I'm laughing about the remote control and like them.
That's wild. I feel like a man made that up. A woman wouldn't make that. Oh well, maybe a woman who never had an IUD made that up. But I actually have
just some guy that made it up.
Yeah, because that's not how they work. I'm going to go back on mute for a second. For a couple seconds.
What were you saying about Dr. Umar, though? Because this isn't Dr. Umar.
Oh, so Dr. Umar, all right, let me show you. He's pro-black.
Yeah, I know.
Dr.
Umar is.
Dating.
I like Dr. Umar personally.
Why? What do you like about him?
I just like some of the things he says. I like I'm not gonna get too crazy, but some of the things he says I think they're pretty helpful.
All right, let's put this one.
Where'd Trent go?
I don't know. Maybe he'll come back. Oh.
Stop thirsting for the white vagina.
Hey, there's some good white pink coochie out here, man. I'm trying to convince you on it.
I need you to deal with the consciousness, Drewski. Stay with me.
I don't want to have sex with anybody at all.
I'm cool with a little creamer in my coffee.
Then you left, I'ma f you up.
A man building an empire cannot do it with a hood rat. Shout out to my brother Drewski. had a good episode today.
So he worried about
Who
policing
could have
other
been
people's
loved?
dicks instead of
Hit me
Yeah.
with
watching his own daughter.
bunnies.
I saw a
I had a
better clip.
sand bunny and a rice bunny and a snow bunny. Hit me with a couple bunnies.
I think he's pretty funny, to be honest. I don't know if I'd
But you
agree
did
with him,
have
but I
some
think he's
system.
pretty funny.
No.
It's funny because I don't know, like,
On the
if
Drewski
they're
show.
joking or not. Like, I think Umar is dead ass serious, but Drewski, let's see, right here.
You guys know who Charleston White is?
Oh yeah, isn't he in jail right now?
No, he's out on bond. It was from the same aggravated assault that he had before. He's out on bond still.
She got like 2 meatballs.
Make sure you click the link to download the app. Thank you, SeatGeek.
Hey, Suasion, how you doing there?
This is
Good
Dr.
to see
Umar.
you. All right, all right. Dr. Umar.
Dr. Umar.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What's your ethnicity, young lady?
I'm Chinese.
Why are you interested in my brother Drewski?
He a funny ass dude.
Okay.
See some of his videos?
Okay.
Funny. I think he's genuine. I think
Okay.
he's straight up.
That's real.
But you want to be more than a fan. You want to be his queen. What are you bringing to the table that can
What am I
support
bringing
his
to the
team?
table? I was making fried rice for the whole goddamn team.
All right. What else can you
So-
do? You got the food. What else?
Everything else. Anything
What
else?
else? What else?
A wild card.
What else?
How
you
could
got to
you
give me
afford-
what else?
Listen, you go to Asia, don't you need a translator?
But he's not going to be living in Asia all the time. He'll
That's what I'm
visit.
saying, you'll visit.
You can hire a
But
translator.
once
You
you-
want to
what-
be the wifey. What skills do you have to be the wifey?
She really didn't have any answers. She said, I'm a good cook. Okay, what else can you do besides cook?
Who is this doctor? Where did they get this doctor from? Because everything I say, he ain't
New York.
even think it's fucking like English or something. I don't know what it is. We're not speaking the same lingo. Okay. What the fuck was that?
Say
All right,
food,
I'm a
what
good,
else?
first of all, I'm a good massager.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm big Chinese. Hey, I'm a
don't
good
forget,
massager.
Don't forget,
But-
you done had an Asian massage or two before.
Yes, sir.
You
But
know,
I got it in China.
Hey, hold on, don't
I
count
had
it
one
out.
it was a clean one. Though. It was clean.
Yeah, it was- yeah.
No happy endings.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
listen,
yo.
But you had one.
important question for you.
Yeah.
As a Chinese American young lady,
Mhm.
why do you want to be the wife to a black man?
Because why not?
No, tell me why. The
Oh,
black man is the most ostracized. He's the most persecuted.
Okay.
He's the most maligned American in this country. As a Chinese woman, how can you help a
You got
black
big
Throw
fulfill
that
his
in.
dream and his destiny?
Listen, because of everything you just said right now, they
Tell me
don't
more.
Pause it
listen.
here.
As a person, Chinese person,
Yes.
low key be like put up on a pedestal a little bit.
Okay.
He with like the the example type shit. I think if that's the case, why can't they be the same?
For me,
Mhm.
respectfully,
Mhm.
I don't want to see him with anything other than a black woman.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong right there.
Can you pause it here?
I think you mix it up, you get best of both worlds. I'm saying that Chinese and
Richie.
black, that's the best. Black and Chinese, come on. Black and yellow. You ever heard the song? Black and yellow, black and yellow, black. Come on, I ain't crazy. Please, what is he on?
I would never co-sign a black man being with anything other than a black woman.
Well, first of all, I think both sides very similar situations.
Okay.
You may think it's very different, but it's very similar.
You think it's similar?
I think it's similar.
So you
Miss
think the
Richie, can you pause
Chinese
it here?
American man has a similar struggle to the black American man?
Richie?
I say similar.
I know you're not going to tell me your Asian family is not racist. I'm
Richie,
sure.
Richie,
you
can
know
you
that
pause
they
it here?
hold
Oh no, I know.
Okay.
They
So
definitely
how
got
will
some
you deal with that if
stereotypes.
you have mixed race children?
I will say though, my parents, they trained because all my best
Biracial.
friends.
Answer my question. How will you deal with the racism from your Asian family towards your Blasian children?
Well, I'm not to drop them.
Thank you for coming in.
But everything I say, it just seems like going one ear out the other. He don't give a f. I was like, okay, like shit. I mean, what you want me to do? Become Jesus or something? Yo, what the f? I got set up.
What?
Who you talk to? He came in. He was like, your parents, basically saying your parents racist. I'm like, hold on.
Oh, he did the racist shit to you too. Me too.
Oh, he definitely did. Umar, bro, dog, Umar, where the f you come from? Out of nowhere, looking me up by my sleep to do this shit, asking me all these federal ass questions. This is crazy as hell. Oh no, this is crazy. That's a setup.
And you going for one queen, not two.
I'm going for one.
Monogamy.
No.
All
I'm
right,
not doing
all right. No
monogamous.
polygyny.
No.
All right, I know you lying,
Not
but it's all
multiple.
good.
No. I really won't. I won't. when I find that one, I'm settling down, man. I'm
Okay,
done.
okay.
I'm done.
I can respect that.
I think he's trying to f Juicy.
No, maybe.
I think you trying to f Juicy. She ain't saying nothing else about nothing else other than Chinese stuff. That's it. I think you want to date him. I don't know, man. Might be gay.
Black Queen.
Good evening, Empress. How are you? What's that name, young lady?
Nugget.
Good.
What can you bring to his table as his queen? What skills, talents, attributes,
Show
interests?
him what you be doing. Yeah. Show him what
Okay,
you do.
okay,
That's what I said.
okay. You in the gymnastics? All
That's
right.
what I said.
All right, flexible. All right,
Yeah.
Sister Nugget. Away from the physical, what can you do to help him build his
What the
empire?
hell?
Right?
Sit back down. I got
You got a black man building an empire. How can you support that as his wife? Talk to me about what you bring into the table.
You know, I can listen to his ideas,
Okay.
you know, see what, you know.
Okay.
I felt that she overly relied on the sensual and the physical to the detriment of the intellectual.
What's your background? What's your professional background? What have you done? Give me your work resume, college resume. Talk to me, career resume.
I don't know what was going on. He was just asking me a lot of questions. I don't know. He took me fast. I'm a massage.
You're a massage therapist. Okay. What else? So you just do the freak off stuff. That's what you're telling me?
No, she don't do no freak off.
Okay, we don't do the freak. Okay.
No.
It's more than sensual.
Yeah, more than.
Okay, I got you. Talk to me about the non-sensual assets you bring to the relationship.
I dance. I'm an entertainer. Like,
Okay, you still dealing in the sensual though. Give me the non-sensual.
No, she entertains. She entertains.
Okay.
I twerk.
He'll be pleased physically. I got you.
Yeah.
But a relationship is only 25% physical intimacy. What about the other 75%? What kind of mother will you be?
I'm a good mother.
Okay. Do you want more children?
You got kids already?
Do you have children already? How many?
3.
How many baby dads?
2.
Have you ever been
She
married?
had 3 kids.
No.
Okay. Do you want more children?
You got 3 kids.
So you got 3. How many more you want? Nugget. How many more babies?
Huh?
How many more babies you want?
If Drewski want kids.
If Drewski,
I
do
didn't
you
know
want
you
some
had
children?
3. Yeah.
What kind of business you going to bring to the table? How do you want him to expand?
I do teeth whitening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, my little baby, she a dentist.
Thanks for coming in, Mama. Great job.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right, Nugget. Work on that, not just the
Nugget,
sensual. All
We're
right.
gonna work on more.
All right, Nugget.
I didn't know you had 3 kids.
What we didn't really have our own one-on-one time to talk. And
Don't start massaging me.
He don't mind being a
Don't start massaging me.
stepdad.
Now
That's
you
a
didn't
good
tell
thing.
me you had 3 kids.
What's wrong? Is that a
Nothing wrong with the
Condoms.
No, they're not my kind. Why are you still talking?
Too much
about
information.
No, you're right. All right, there's somebody.
That's what me and do.
All right, yeah.
I need to know what your vulnerability is.
Drewski accepted the fact of me having kids, and he said he'll be a stepdad. So it may work out like I wanted to.
To the bedroom.
So there was a clip with him, and there was this white girl on there. Well, I don't think she was white. I think she might have been like not Anglo-Saxon white, but white presenting. And she had said that like he was like rolling on him about, you know, the interracial stuff or whatever. And at the end of it, like when she was talking to her friend, she was like, yeah, this nigga, this, that, and the third. And we was all like, whoa, like, Trent, how do you feel about like interracial dating? Like, oh, Dr. Umar is just dead set against it. Like, what do you think?
Who? That's a loaded question. I hate Whitey. No, let me see. You know,
I think
I know
that,
what you think. You've never done it, so I kind of got an idea of your opinion.
what do you think my opinion is?
You're dead set against it.
No, I'm not dead set against it because people can love who they want to love, really. Like black, white, gay, straight, whatever. But what I find is like a thing now is we get these black men who are with white women, and in extreme cases they get killed. and the families want us to march and do the GoFundMe and and protest. But then it's like a play, like out of a handbook. Somebody goes digging in the DMs and they find all these anti-black women posts. Like the last guy who got killed by his girlfriend was saying, I would fuck a dog before I fuck a black bitch. And before that even came to fruition, I told all the black women that were in the comments, I was like, black women stand down. There is a certain thing that comes along for black men dating white women, and it goes back to Jim Crow, where you would get like lynched for dating white women, and I feel like those attitudes are still there. So, and I see it all the time, even with people I saw on a podcast, and they were joking around, and the girl, she had a black boyfriend, and she said something like, "I'm going to call the cops," and he was like, "What? You in here messing with me?" or something like that, and she was like, "Yeah, but who do you think they'll believe when they come?" And they get into these relationships with certain white women, and they know that they might not necessarily consider them racist, but they know that they're problematic or whatever. But this is the don't come crying to us when the shit don't work out is what is the bottom line. Like, because
my main thing is just it's weird for anybody who exclusively dates another race that's not theirs. Like ever since you've been an adult, you've only dated that race and not your own. I'm gonna be thinking exactly. Yeah, it's something. It's something rooted in it. So I'm gonna be just not on board with it at all. Even if somebody wants to date me,
rooted in what?
He's saying that's a fetish. Like they're basically like they're getting a kink off. They're using you for their kink.
It might be deeper than that, like self-hate. I don't know what it is.
Right. There's exactly. It's like it doesn't. It's not an excuse. Because if you let's be real, like if you're black or you're white, the proximity is usually your own race. So it's possible to date outside your race, but not every fucking time you've ever dated. That means you're seeking it out for some nefarious reason. So like if somebody's talking to me and they're not black, and I notice that all their exes look just like me, I'm just gonna block your number because I don't know what's going on, but I don't want to find out. I don't want to wake up and you skinned me alive and you're wearing a meat suit or something, some get out situation. That's my. I can't really like
you and get away with it. Like how many times have we seen that?
Exactly. So I look for red flags, and if I spot one, I don't ignore it.
I think it's beautiful when it's when we like I see an interracial couple that really doesn't look problematic and they look like they're in love or whatever. I think that's a beautiful thing. But then like there's a flip side to that. There's some that aren't so hunky dory, as Kathy would say.
I think most aren't actually. I would take a counterpoint. I think most aren't what they look like on the outside.
Right, exactly. Because they probably look hunky dory on the outside, and the inside, like she's plotting to unalive him, or he's probably like telling her that if she leaves him, he's gonna unalive himself. It's all kind of crazy stuff going on with them.
Well, personally, what I've seen as a white guy is white women generally they like the power that they have when they have with black men, and same vice versa when white men. Some of my friends they get with black women, they like the power that they have. It's kind of like a weird power thing that they kind of think they got going on. It's
yeah, we're very aware of that. We have that in our community too. Whenever somebody is like a light-skinned black person, they have the perceived proximity to whiteness, and their darker counterparts usually have like a lesser power dynamic, and we know exactly what you mean.
It's a weird thing that happens, which should be discouraged heavily. I mean, obviously, if people love one another, that's a whole other thing, But it's very rare that it's like actually out of love, is what I would.
I'll explain it to you.
Dynamic of the the white guy that gets with the black woman? Like, what kind? Because me as a light skinned woman, black woman, I like dark skinned black men. I wouldn't say, I don't know. Do I have a power? Do I have power over them?
You're the exception, not the rule. But like, I'll give you an example. Like how Karen Huger said that she went to the Black Caucus, even though she was divorced and had kids, and knew she was that a dark skinned black man was going to save her, put her in his mansion, adopt her son, and take care of her, because she has like a way to kind of she can do that. She has that privilege. Like my mom did the same thing. She was divorced. She had two kids. She found a dark skinned black man, my dad, to take her, buy her a house, cash, no mortgage, and she could whip him. She could make him do whatever he want, like things that he normally wouldn't do, because she had a power dynamic over him. A lot of
Okay.
black
I do
people,
have that
a lot of
with a couple
yeah, a lot
guys.
of black people feel like inferior or submissive to white or close to white, and a lot of people will exploit that power over them, and they specifically seek out black people so that they can exploit the power that they have over them. Just like the girl was saying, like I can call the cops on you at any time. I have
Right.
that leverage.
Gigi, so what were you saying about your white guy friends with when they date black women? What kind of power do they you think they yield?
Well, obviously, it's different from the dynamic of white women and white men, but generally, when they date black women, it's out of the black women usually have an inferiority complex to them,
Hmm.
where they kind of want to be, controlled to a certain degree, and it's I don't know, it's a weird dynamic that kind of like makes everyone uncomfortable, but they're both cool with it.
Right.
It's just I don't know, it's a very strange dynamic to rather a lot of like most of my white friends date white women, including
Right.
myself, So, and it's a very, and it works out that way a lot better to where, vice versa. And it's just a very weird dynamic when not all, but the majority it's that way. It's a weird dynamic that it's kind of a power dynamic that comes with it.
Hmm. I never looked at it from that aspect, but
People
I did see
probably
like,
don't. They probably won't
hmm.
expose it to you, Richie, because you're people like that. People like that probably wouldn't expose that part of their relationship to you, because you're probably more outspoken. You probably be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
I did see like an extreme case, like this white, and they were poor too, and he was like calling the girl. He didn't call her a slave. I think he called her his bed wench, and like he was just like
Oh
hitting
my
all of it.
god!
He was just saying all this like racial shit, and she was just like, okay, like she was just like chilling. So I
You
don't
should go
know.
back and watch. You should go back and watch the reunion of season 3 of Potomac, when Robin said that Chris Bassett told Candace, "Bitch, you need to shut the fuck up." And Candace was like, "Oh, I like that he talks to me like that. It humbles me." And they were
Oh,
like, nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever talks about their interracial dynamic and how she admits that she likes to be abused by her white husband.
do you
Creepy as
think that
fuck.
she's at home? Do you think that Chris is a different person when they get home, like behind closed doors?
Absolutely. I even heard like let me go for a walk because I'm like fucking wired. Maybe if I walk then I'll get sleepy. Oh sorry. Yeah, I've seen like I've seen people like on YouTube discuss like how you ever notice that whenever they get in arguments, he'll do stuff like pick her up and move her around because she's smaller and petite.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people find that kind of weird. Like they're like that's kind of like an indication of he probably throws her around. Like I'm in front of the camera now, so I'm gonna pick you up and place you down. But when we're at home, he's throwing her through the walls and shit. Because
I
think
want
about it,
Candace
like
to come
why?
back. I want Candace to come back so bad because I just want to
Wait,
see
why do
what's
you
going
want?
on. I need to
I
see
can't
what's going
stand
on
her.
in that house with the baby. I want her to come back because I want her to be mad at Wendy for being friends with Giselle because you know, she's already like. Did you see the fake Mia leaving the show thing?
What do you mean?
Mia, they had a fake statement. Mia supposedly leaving Potomac.
Who had a fake statement?
They had a fake
Fuck, it's
statement
cold out
going
here.
on.
Wait, who had a statement?
They had a statement going around from Mia saying she was leaving the show.
Who was they?
It was on Twitter.
Oh no, I didn't see it. But if she leaves, I mean, who are they gonna have?
That's what I was saying. We
Cause
already
she
are
kind of,
down.
she kind of caused all the drama this entire season because they won't let they won't let Giselle like do too much. So if she's not there, then it's gonna be a boring, stale ass show.
Yeah.
But Chris Bassett, he's an example of what I meant because remember he's been divorced twice, and both of his ex-wives were black. Like he's an example of I side eye somebody who specifically only dates black people and they're not black. That's just a little weird.
Is it what is his other baby mom? She's Hispanic, right? Or is she black?
She's black. I don't know if she speaks Spanish, but his all his kids are black.
Oh,
So
I
he
thought she was
definitely doesn't have.
Hispanic.
Yeah, I remember when the kids were at the house. None of his kids are white. They're all so
No, I know the other one was Hispanic.
probably
What is
Hispanic. Like I'm
it?
Hispanic. You know, I'm Puerto Rican, so but I'm black. I don't know. She might be Hispanic like me.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I side eyed that. It's just it's I don't know. I just don't
Well,
I
you
don't
know,
trust
like
them. But
with white people, like white women, like certain white women aren't appealing to like regular white men, so they go after black men. Like I'll just say fat or like plump white women with fat butts, maybe. You know, white men don't
you're
particularly like that.
saying you're saying black men are picking up the throwbacks, the scraps of their community.
Yes, they absolutely are.
Usually, what happens, yeah.
Unless they're like basketball players or something. Absolutely.
Well, yeah,
You
there's no
know
Yeah.
it's
question. We're all in
true.
agreement. We're all in agreement on that. That's an epidemic. It's a sad. It's really sad and it's pathetic too. But yeah.
Yeah. A lot of Jamaicans like that too. Specifically Jamaican.
Well, I don't. With the Jamaicans, I don't blame them for doing it because there's not a lot of white women in Jamaica. Like I had a
Well, it's
friend.
also
It's all fluid.
white women in America, doesn't matter your size or your income levels. It's you can marry them and they'll get citizenship status and they'll be able to make a higher income once they come to America.
I mean, they can do that with any American. Though. It doesn't have to be a white American. But I think when you come from a
Yeah.
country where there's no, because I have a friend. He's from Germany, and he got here. All of his wives were black, and he was like, I had a problem. He was like, I specifically told myself when I was younger because I was watching TV and I kept seeing Sanaa Lathan and Nia Long, and I knew that these women all lived in America. I told myself when I grew up I would get a job where I would have to work, where I could get to work in America just so I could find them. So I did exactly that. I grew up, moved to America, and I married 3 black women. And then after like being in America for a while and being used to a diverse country, I got over that obsession. But he was like, for some reason, when you're like in a country where you can see other races through a TV screen, but you leave your house and there's not any around, it causes like an obsession, he says. He says like that's why like a lot of black women go to Europe and get married like in 30 days because a lot of those countries just don't have any black women and the European men are just like stunned. So I'm thinking it could possibly work in the inverse where if you're like from Jamaica or Haiti or something, you just never see these women except for through TV, you might just be more motivated to marry them regardless of what they look like. Because even he said
Same with
he was like, my wives, they were ugly. He was like, I didn't even know they were unattractive. He was like, but now that I'm used to seeing black women, I'm realizing that I was married to unattractive women, but I couldn't tell. I was just so obsessed with the idea of getting to America and marrying a black woman that I was marrying the throwbacks. But now I'm just kind of over the freshness of it. But I'm thinking maybe that might be similar to the Jamaican thing, or it could be something else. I don't know.
It's probably very similar because I worked with a lot of illegal Mexicans when I was working construction, and they would love to like their biggest dream of theirs was to marry some like white woman, just like any white woman that they could find. And it's just because they're so used to like just Mexican women, and they'd get here and they could like find all these white women that would just immediately jump on them and get them citizenship status, and it's just that's immediately who they would just gravitate towards.
Hey, Richie, you know Tasha K's stepdad is Mexican, right?
No, I
Yeah,
stepdad.
she was telling because she has that advice show. So this lady was calling in saying, "Do you have any love advice? I've been single for like 8 years." She was like, "Marry a Mexican." And she was like, "These Mexicans come over here and they will marry any American. Like they're not used to seeing black women. So if you go find one, they'll marry you instantly and give you their whole check. They will go to work every day and pay all your bills." She was like, "My mom
Wow.
married a Mexican guy. He gave her every check every week. He died. She married another Mexican guy, and she's back to the same routine. They work,
Oh
they
wow.
work 7 days a week, and their culture, they give the wife the whole paycheck." She was
Oh
like, "You'll never
wow.
be lonely. You'll never be
They'll get
lonely if you
they'll
can find
get
a Mexican."
they'll get paid in cash, and they'll go to the United States Postal Service and put all their cash or majority of their cash in an envelope, and they'll send it back to their families. Is what they do.
Yeah, but if you make
Wow.
them, if you become their
You
family, then it
marry
goes
me,
straight to
you
the
better give
house.
me that motherfucking check. I'm your family.
Right, yeah. So yeah, he's right about that. Mexicans, like they'll even tell you, they're like, yeah, like there's like I have Mexican friends, they're like, there's two different kinds of Mexican men. There's Mexican men who will only date Mexican women because that's what they're used to in Mexico. And there's Mexican
Mhm.
men who will date anything but a Mexican woman because that's all they see in Mexico. So I was like, oh, that makes sense. Because Mexico's not a diverse country. So like if you come to a country like this where you have options, you're just like, fuck that. I'm just not gonna if I wanted a Mexican, I would have stayed in Mexico.
Oh man, that's
So
funny,
he's right
Tasha
on
K.
the. I know, like picturing her with a Mexican stepdad. That's fucking hilarious.
Listen, I used to do Uber, and I used to get mad at the drivers because I started a drivers group, and they were taking. We used to make like a lot of money, but then you have like the immigrants coming in, and they're taking rides for like $4 and like $12 airport rides, and I used to say like, why are y'all taking such little money? Like we should be getting like at least $50 to leave the airport. Like y'all fucking everything up. And this was an African guy I was talking to. He was like, even if it's $20 for me to send home to my country is a lot of money. But I was like, you have to live here. You have to pay for your car here. You have to pay for gas and you know stuff here in America. Like that doesn't make
Right.
it's not sustainable.
It's a different culture though. They're completely focused on their family. They don't really The only thing they're here for when they're focusing on stuff, in my experience, 'cause I was working in construction, we would always get like a 24 pack of Modelo's and some carne asada, like some steak and some tomato sauce. That's all they would buy. That's their entire expense.
Yeah, they make it sustainable. Like you think what you
Yeah.
think is not sustainable is not the same to their idea.
Yeah. Most of their paycheck goes to beer, is what I've seen. They love Modelo's.
And the thing about Mexicans, they're not like Americans. Like Americans, if they get drunk or high, they can't come to work the next day. Mexicans are
Yeah.
immune to hangovers. They're
Yeah.
immune to. I
Well, yeah.
mean, they can party
Well,
all night and then be fresh like nothing.
Americans love to go to bars and like drink liquor and stuff. Mexicans don't drink liquor. They drink straight beer and they take their time. They just drink beer and they just eat a lot of food. And so that like is what helps them through it.
Shit,
They don't drink liquor.
I've seen Mexicans snort a whole fucking 8 ball of coke, can't go to sleep, because they're high all night and drunk and still go to
Oh
work
my
then the next
god.
day
Yeah,
like nothing. Like it's just immune. Like they're just immune to it.
yeah. I mean that's their whole life, so yeah, it's a lot different from Americans. Yeah,
Like Trump talking about building a wall, like he does not realize like how much of their workforce really does sustain the country because no American can do that shit. Like that's just what it is.
Was it the Cuban president that came out and said cocaine wasn't that bad? You know, like was it Cuba? It wasn't Mexico because they have a woman president. But I think it was a Cuban president that was saying like cocaine's not that bad. Like you know, we shouldn't
Oh, I
criminalize
think
it.
it was the Colombian. I think.
Colombia. So there you go.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, when something is like illegal, they stigmatize it, but when they legalize it, because before, remember we were in school, they used to have those commercials like "Don't smoke weed, you'll die." But now that it's legal, they're like, "Oh, it's just a little bit of weed. It's not like a hard drug." I mean, once upon a time, cocaine was legal. That's what Coca-Cola was made out of, and I'm pretty sure they made it seem like not a big deal when it was legal. Now it's
Was
illegal. It's,
it
it's
really made out
considered
of
a hard drug.
yep. Same
Yeah,
with
that's why it was
heroin,
called Coca-Cola.
morphine.
Yeah, they used to sell it at the drugstore, like next to NyQuil. It used to be a drug beverage, but then after they took the drugs out of it, it just became, a soft drink. But the flavor of
Yeah,
Coca-Cola is supposed to match the original flavor that was based off of the cocaine leaf. That taste is supposed to be what cocaine tastes like. So everybody who loves Coca-Cola probably could easily become addicted to cocaine because that recipe is based off when it was made from cocaine.
well, the caffeine, which is obviously in Coca-Cola, caffeine and cocaine are made from the same plant. Caffeine, cocaine, and uh, something else. Any other stimulant, basically. It comes from the cocoa plant. So, chocolate, caffeine, and cocaine all come from the same plant.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if it's legal over in Colombia, which it is, of course he's gonna have the mindset that it's not that big a deal. The same way we have it about our drugs that are legal. Like we don't think tobacco or cannabis is a big deal because you can buy it at the
Yeah.
store.
Yeah. Thing with Mexicans too, I talked to about is when one of their crew they would smoke marijuana, it was like a big deal to them. They would not want them to do that, but they'd be fine with them drinking hella beer or cocaine or whatever.
Oh yeah, because marijuana is still considered bad in their culture.
Yeah. A lot of the cartel members too, if you grow your weed personally, they'll come up to you. Like I had a little Mexican guy, he was like 5'3", he was a really funny guy. They called him El Diablo. He said he tried to grow personal marijuana plants in his just his backyard, and the cartel came up to him, held a gun to his head, and said, "Don't do this. Like burn your plants down now, or we will shoot you." And he had to burn his plants down because that's how a lot of them also make their money.
Yeah, that's how they make the money. They said the cartel will harass you for any fucking reason.
Yeah,
I watched this thing about Pepsi and Coca Cola and how come black people prefer Pepsi to Coke because back I guess in the civil rights movement, um, Pepsi was the first brand to market to black people. So a lot of black people started drinking it, which made a lot of white people angry. So they ended that campaign, and they showed like a lot of the commercials and stuff. It was a lot of black people drinking Pepsi. But then as soon as they ended it, like they got all this heat, because they didn't want black people to seem like uppity, I guess. But as soon as they ended it, Coke did the same thing because they made a lot of money doing it. But I guess through pressures from other people, they stopped. But as soon as they stopped, Coke adopted the same like marketing strategy. So, in case you were wondering why, a lot of black people
also
prefer Pepsi.
Pepsi just tastes better generally, but
It does.
It does. It does. The only
I don't
thing
know
Coke
what it
had over
is, but it
Pepsi was
does.
what? Yeah, the only thing Coke had over Pepsi was Sprite. But since they redid the Sierra Mist recipe, I think
yeah,
I think Pepsi Sierra Mist is beating Sprite now. Like I don't know how
yeah.
Coke is even in business.
Well, now it's called like Starry, I think, because there was this chick that was named Sierra Mist, and the Sierra Mist company tried to sue her over the name, and she won and made a lot of money off of it. So they had to change their name to Starry.
Oh wow. Yeah. But Coca-Cola is still huge in Mexico.
You said what?
Coca-Cola is still really big in Mexico. But I
Oh
don't like.
yeah.
Have you ever had Mexican Coke? It's Mexican Coke is made with the syrup from sugar cane instead of the syrup from corn.
Well,
And
yeah,
I don't like the
it's supposed to be
I don't like
cane
the way it
sugar,
tastes.
but supposedly they changed it to synthesized sugars, what we used, high fructose corn syrup and the fake sugar, whatever. So now it's not like that, but there's small communities in Mexico that still like they religiously
No,
drink
everywhere in Mexico, yeah,
Coca-Cola.
they still have the cane sugar recipe. They don't have the corn, but I don't like I just don't like the flavor.
Yeah, I've
But
never had
like,
it, so I can't say.
oh really? They released it like for a limited time in the United States, and I
Did they
tried it
really?
again, and I was like, yeah, just like when I was in Mexico, I don't like the way it tastes. It tastes like Kool-Aid. It tastes like carbonated Kool-Aid. I don't know.
Really? Like Kool-Aid?
I don't know. Something about the sweetener just made it seem like it was homemade and not a official
Yeah.
brand. I don't know. Something in my brain just I don't know.
I don't know. I've never had it, but I feel like the pure sugar cane probably tastes better just because it's probably more addictive, honestly.
It wasn't for me. Maybe because I identify the corn syrup with Coke, not.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Mexico as a whole, they just use what we use now. I don't think they really make it out of pure sugar cane anymore, like they did back
Yeah,
in the
it's not
day.
economical because I think they grow more
No.
corn than anything, just like we do too.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense.
Especially now. Especially now, because I think Trump put some tariffs, so they're growing more corn now, and they actually made it like illegal to buy American corn.
Yeah, no, corn is like huge in Mexico. Like you know how you have like flour tortillas here in
Yeah.
Mexico, nobody uses flour tortillas.
Yeah.
All their
Yeah, they all
tortillas
use
are
corn.
corn. And
Even when
yeah,
I go in a Mexican restaurant, I'll ask for some corn tortillas, and they'll give me flour because I'm white. So like even when I ask personally for I want corn, even when I'm with a bunch of Mexicans, they'll just give me flour immediately. They don't even take it into consideration that I asked for corn.
yeah, it's like an acquired taste. When I was younger, I used to think it was nasty, but now I prefer it because it like I don't know adds more flavor to the taco.
It has a
Yeah.
better texture to it too.
What?
Yeah, the corn tortilla over the flour tortilla.
I hate corn tortilla. I only like white corn hard. I like hard white corn tacos, but for the
That's really
soft
specific,
tacos,
Richie.
I don't like. I hate corn tortillas. They're so like I don't like them.
Don't go to Mexico. That's the only kind of tortillas they have.
I'd rather have a crispy taco anyway.
Oh, same here, same here. I mean, I don't eat wheat at all now because I have celiac disease, so I can't eat a flour tortilla, but I still prefer the crunchy ones.
Is that a
Yeah.
thing with celiac disease? You can't eat flour?
Yeah, you can't eat anything that's wheat related.
What is celiac disease? That's what it is. You can't eat flour.
Yeah, basically are allergic to the wheat.
Hmm. How did you figure out that you were had that?
I kind of always knew because flours and everything. Like if I want a donut, a cookie, a taco, there's just so many things that everything has wheat in it. Like if you have breakfast, a biscuit. If you go to McDonald's, everything's a breakfast sandwich, subs, pizza. And whenever I would eat, I would always get really, really uncomfortable and bloated, like I want to throw up, and I would get really bad like diarrhea, and like I had a lot of like bad reactions to it. And so I used to, when I was like 20, I worked at this health food restaurant that was like really big on like gluten-free stuff. And this guy, he was like, I ordered this gluten-free, and y'all put they had like a flour tortilla, but it was crispy, and they put it on his salad. So I took it to the kitchen. I was like, hey, they said they needed it gluten-free, and I put the thing on it. So they took it off. They handed it right back to me. And it had the dust still on it, like the crumbs. He was like, I can't eat this because I have celiac disease and there's crumbs on it. And I was like, what is celiac disease? So he was like, if I eat this, this will happen to me. And I was like thinking to myself, damn, that happens to me when I eat that too.
Yeah,
so
I got that.
I was like, I must have that shit too. But I was like, fuck it. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I'm going to keep eating what I want to fucking eat. Then, basically, long story short, last year my doctor told me I had to stop or I'll die. So I was like, fuck it, damn.
Oh, wow.
I was like, am I really here for a short time or not? Let me think.
Is it something that you can take an EpiPen for?
No, it's like an autoimmune thing. So like my immune system will it's not. It's my immune system will react to it, and you can't. There's really no cure for it. There's no remedies or anything. The only option right now is just go cold turkey, not eating anything with wheat in it.
Damn.
So can you like chips, like a lot of majority of chips, or?
Yeah, there's no chip I can't have except for sun chips.
Okay. Like
That
you can
must
have
keep you like
Doritos and
really
stuff.
skinny though.
Say it again.
I said that must keep you really skinny.
I mean, it's only been since January, but yeah, you're right. I did lose 10 pounds. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna lose a lot of weight by the end of the year. Damn.
Because you can't eat pizza, you can't eat
pasta. I can't have pasta.
right, carbs
Anything that's
basically.
delicious. But really, the worst part is when I used to eat that stuff. I used to associate like the full sensation in my stomach with knowing when to stop eating. But when you don't eat anything with wheat, you never feel full. So like if I eat an hour later, I'll think I'm starving. But I have to remind myself you just ate. And if you buy more food, it's a waste of money. So I have to like tell myself like you're not hungry.
Is that what that is? Because I have to take my Mounjaro, whatever, and sometimes I try to like watch what I eat or whatever, and when I don't eat any carbs or I feel so hungry, like I don't feel like you said, I feel like I just ate. Like why am I hungry? Like
I know sometimes I get like a headache. Like damn, I'm so starving. I'm like I know I'm not. I know I'm not starving. But yeah,
because you literally just ate. Like it's crazy.
It is. It's miserable too, but I'm assuming
It
I'll get
is,
used to it one day.
is. Like I'll make a good dinner and get in the bed and try to watch my shows, but then I start getting hungry. I'm like, I just fucking ate.
It'll wake me up out of my sleep too. I'll be like, fuck, I'm like starving.
Me too. Oh my God. Especially in the morning, like I like to get 8 hours of sleep. I like to get my sleep. And it'll wake me up like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll be so mad. Like I literally have to go downstairs and I bought raisin toast so I wouldn't have to eat anything like like last night's dinner, something light just to put on my stomach so it wouldn't be fucking growling.
Yeah, I try to like buy stuff like craisins and like popcorn, like I pop a bag of popcorn and stuff. But it's like I feel like insatiable, like nothing really cures the hunger pain. So I'm just like, fuck it. Let me just lay down until I fall
That's
back to
so
sleep.
crazy. I'm experiencing the same thing. I don't know if I'm silly. I don't feel sick when I eat that, but
well, ignorance is bliss. Don't go to the doctor and find out. It's like a curse knowing shit. Like knowledge is like a curse. Ruins your fucking life.
Do you ever go on Threads?
Threads. Remind me what that is.
Threads is like the Reddit version, Instagram's version of Reddit.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't have Instagram, so no.
I actually like it because I mean you can post pictures or whatever, but it's really not about that. It's just people writing stories or just talking about stuff. And I've been seeing lately, like, a couple of people were saying, like, they just found out they had ADHD and they just taking their medicine and they wanted, like, one guy was like, he, like, literally cried because he didn't know his brain could function that way. And they were, like, naming all of he was like, why didn't you guys tell me, like, when your brain tells you something to do, like, you can just do it. Like, this is, like, such an amazing feeling. And I was like, I feel that. Like, maybe I have ADHD too, because, like,
I did
I
that.
got anxiety or whatever, but, and they say
I
that a
got some
lot of doctors.
ADHD. I got medicated for ADHD, but for me, I didn't. I mean, the first moment I was like, "Oh, this is cool. I can focus on a task," but then it kind of felt like I was in prison. You know, I kind of like being scatterbrained, low key, so I just gave it up. I was like, you know, I'm meant to be like this. Fuck it.
What do you mean in prison? Like, what do you mean?
It just felt awkward, like actually sticking to a task until it was finished. Because I'm used to like doing 1/3 of the task today, you know, another third of the task tomorrow, and by the end of the week it might get done, even though I could have did it in an hour.
Right.
But that's my routine. Shit. It's just so it felt really unfucking natural. So I wasn't about that life. You know, I was like, oh, this is so cool. I can accomplish shit. But then I was like, nah, it's just not me.
So you experienced the same kind of thing.
Yeah, and I was just as excited as they were initially, but nah, it ain't for me. This is who I'm supposed to be, so fuck it. If it's as unproductive as I am, oh well.
Me too. But they were saying it gets conflated with anxiety, ADHD. It's a lot of like overlap to symptoms or whatever. I'm like, do I have ADHD? Because I can't get shit done. I'm always late. You know, all the symptoms they were naming. I was like, this sounds like me.
Yeah, it probably is, but fuck it. Like, we grown now, shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm 45 years old. I don't even
And when
any
I
more
had,
medications.
I sold the rest of my medications when I decided to stop taking them.
They go for, what do you get, Addies?
Yeah, I got Addies.
Yeah, people like those. But we won't talk about that, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we don't do. Yeah, don't be flagging nobody's shit. What you was talking about Roa though?
Are you excited for it? How do you feel about what we see?
I'm not excited about it at all. I'm
What
really
about
not.
Shamia? Like this transformation of Shamia.
I do not
She
like
just this
Shamia at
boss
all.
bitch now. She's so
Anybody?
tacky.
Oh wait, what? Oh, you meant like her fashion transformation?
No, just as a person. Like, even now,
Okay,
like,
I
she's
agree.
supposed to be this, like, this really rich girl. Like, even on Confessional, she was like, yeah, if you take me to the bar and try to get me the cheapest tequila, I'll just throw it away and get the most expensive one. And she doesn't even know how to be rich. Like, just chill.
Oh my
Like,
god.
let us see for ourselves. Like, I hate people who toot their own fucking horns. And why weren't you telling us this before? Like, why? Like, oh my god, she just irks my soul.
You just changed my opinion. I might like her now. I love people like that. That's what got me watching Rolla in the first place. When I first saw Sheree, and she was like, "I got all these personal assistants. Evander Holyfield's daughter's my assistant. You know, I'm starting a fashion line." I was like, this is a bullshit bitch. She ain't got no fashion line. But I gotta keep watching it. She's trying to build a house that never got built. I'm all about delusional, like out of their element, fake rich bitches. Like, I don't need real money. I don't need real opulence. I need bitches who are new money, delusional like Karen Huger with them whack ass wigs.
I don't think Shamia's delusion. I don't think it's delusion either. I just don't think it's cute. I don't think she's
You think
cute.
she'll let MR?
Yeah. Yes, because why? You have so much more than Portia. probably are so much. Well, Portia, for all of the bad things people say about her, she is charismatic. She's Portia.
Yeah.
There's something
But
about Portia.
yeah, but anybody who would volunteer to sign up to be Portia's lackey, I'm gonna be like, why do we want to watch you now?
That's what I'm saying. Like, why did you spend so much time playing that role just to be on the show? Just to what? Like, why are you bowing down to Portia? It's obvious to me Portia was trying to emulate your life and what you have
Right,
going on and couldn't. She just tried to snatch that woman's
right.
husband and make a life. Like, did she really think that was going to work out? What Portia did? Did she
Portia's
really
like me.
think that?
She's here for a good time, not a long time. She don't know. I might be dead next year, so let me go ahead and ball out right now. Shit, you
So
never know.
did you hear Portia say that the wedding was held up because Simon wouldn't hand over his financials?
You
She was
mean
on
she held
the
the wedding up?
yeah, and the prenup didn't get signed until the day of the wedding. I
Oh,
want to
so
credit.
Portia's just like Todd.
What'd you say?
Portia's just like Todd Tucker.
Well,
He ain't
she
signed his shit
wanted
to
his
20 minutes
financial
before.
statements. Wasn't Todd protesting signing the prenup?
Yeah, he's like, I'm not gonna sign it, and she was like, all right, I'll cancel the wedding right now with all these people here. I don't give a fuck. Sign. You got an ultimatum. Sign it or take your ass back to New York. And he was like, fuck. She means business.
There's more than one way to drain candy, and I feel like that's what he's doing now. Aren't they getting sued now for unpaid rent?
Yeah, because he's been stashing them with the rent money somewhere else. That girl
Yep.
was not lying when she said he always finds himself in better positions. He likes to swerve. He's a hustler. This woman's trying to tell you, and you getting mad at her. Oh well, I mean,
Y'all
Candy get what she
shamed that
deserved at this point.
lady. She was like, "Shout out to Todd." I remember that.
Yeah,
Those were the
like,
good old days of Atlanta.
but you got a stranger from New York. You got your mama. You got everybody telling you the same goddamn thing, and now you want to marry this nigga for what? His height and his genetics? I didn't get it, but whatever.
I feel like because he was like a flunky. He's like some women like it. I had my I had like a little flunky stage where I liked guys that were like, so I had a different life before. I wish I had a Patreon. Hold on, let me just use the restroom. All right, my bad. So I had a different life. I look so cute. I have a lot of hair, don't I?
Yeah, you have nice hair too.
Thank you. I wish it would
Ready to
stay
go?
like
No
this.
goddamn where. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
I need some cigarettes. We're going to 7-Eleven. It's around the corner.
Oh wait, you actually are going somewhere?
Yes.
I forgot you up north where stuff is open.
Yeah, South Philly. I'm right on like off of the main street, which is Broad Street.
Oh, like you stay in the city?
Mm-hmm. South Philly is like downtown is like maybe like 10 blocks away. Like I can walk downtown. I'll show you when I get outside.
Is
But
it cold?
yeah, I had a different life before. I wanted to be like a female. I wanted to be like a female Nino Brown, if you will.
Oh my
Um,
god.
yeah. So I always had like dudes in my face trying to get stuff from me, but I had like this phase where I was like, I wanted like not a subservient man, but like a beta man, like a man that just does what the fuck I tell him to do. Like I was like really on some boss type of time, like it's my way or the fucking highway. So
Okay, nothing wrong with
why
that.
are we talking? Why did I bring that up? What were we talking about? Candy and Todd. Oh,
We were talking
so
about
Todd.
Shamia and Portia
I was
and all
talking
that.
about
Yeah.
Todd and why she married him. It is probably because he plays that role. Like he basically, at first, I don't know what they're going through now, but he does everything she says, gives her everything she wants. He stays at home with the kids. Like he just plays that role. He plays. That's what I see in it from like just personal experience. Like he's
Yeah, he's playing
playing
a
that
role like an
role.
actor. He's playing a role like
Yeah.
an actor. Just ask Kelly Clarkson and Mary J. Blige and Sherry Shepherd. Because the way he be posting them pictures about being a stay-at-home dad, he does that shit to like build a case against her, so he can contest that prenup.
I totally agree. I
Yeah,
totally
like
fucking agree.
I don't see him as being, because he was never like excited to have no kids. Like he just had
No,
Caleb by chance, and so for him to be
he
all
ain't no
excited to be around
damn
the kids,
kids. He wanted to keep
I
it,
just
as Wendy would say, zipping it and zoing it, and just Bonnie and Clyde running it up together. Conquering the world. And she sat his ass down with the kids, made him. You know how guys are gonna girl pregnant just to sit her ass down. That's what she did to him.
and he saw it coming, because when they first got married, remember she was like, he went to LA and he won't come home. We haven't had sex since we got married.
Oh
He already knew
yeah,
what her plans was.
he knows how to
Oh,
swerve. He said, "You
yo,
want me to come home? Open that motherfucking pocketbook, bitch. Open up the old lady bag.
exactly. Because that
Oh,
same
buy me a
season, she
tractor
bought him a new
trailer.
car.
Yeah, all of that. He wanted to. If you want me to sit home with these kids, it's going to cost you."
And then being sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what Gabor or Mims, one of them said, the rent was only like 2,000 a month or something. So this is like they've
Oh
never paid
wow.
rent since they opened.
Oh, so he's definitely embezzle. That's him.
Exactly. 20,000%. Oh my god. I mean, I like when I'm vindicated, because I've been waiting since they got married for it to come out.
She's not gonna let us know. So if the rent is only 2,000 and they owe 140, that is 7. Let's see, 2,000. So that's like 70 months. So that's like
Since the day they
years.
opened. Yeah.
So he's been Ty. That's the only way you can steal 2,000. I guess 2,000 at a time. Maybe it's taxes and not rent. No, that's the back rent. That's
Yeah.
crazy to me.
Because the IRS ain't gonna sue you. The IRS is gonna shut their shit down.
Right. But they said
And I think Candy think, because she keep a goon squad around her at all times, that they so many eyes on Todd that he can't be doing nothing slick. But them people that be around her, they're not really all that fucking. They ain't that goddamn clever. Don Juan and Carmen and whoever else.
Hello.
You can hear me?
On StreamYard right now, but they wait. Let me turn my Wi-Fi off. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Can you hear me? Papa, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think she probably feel like because she keeps so many people around her at all times that there's no way he can be doing anything. But like, I don't think her employees are that fucking clever. Number one, like Don Juan and all them, I just feel like they just some random people that she just gave positions to. Whenever I see Don Juan and Carmen, them, they don't give me like, people that you can't get over on.
Yeah, and I think they're totally. I think Carmen would totally fuck Todd if she got something out of it. I never like cared for Carmen, especially when Mama Joy said she was wearing Candy's old weaves. Um, remember that when they were about to fight at the wedding store?
Yeah. She want everything Candy got. She just
Yeah.
like she have her old hair. Now she wants her. She can have his little ass.
Oh man, those were the days. Like, I don't know if they could bring it back. I'm not confident in this cast at all. Like, I don't care about the girl Britt. She used to be one of Rick Ross's concubines. Who else is on there? The basketball player's wife. She might be. At least she, is somebody. I guess. Portia lying ass. Portia is just rewritten history. Like, I was watching a little bit of her press tour. I really think that they need to bring the old girls, the old guard, as I like to say, back. Like, bring the original
Well,
cast
yeah.
back. Not
Let's be
the
real.
original.
To be honest, the show went downhill after they let Candy fire Phaedra. Like you had a
Yes.
whole season blow up, and we didn't get to see y'all confront each other the next season. The show just went every which direction after that. They don't even know what the show is about because
If
of
Candy
that.
can't make the show, she's not as Carlos would say, a force multiplier. She's just like not
At all.
at all. I think they need to bring. I wish people say it won't happen, but I wish it could be Nene, Kim, Phaedra, Sheree, Candy, Kenya, and Cynthia. Who
You
else?
don't think Phaedra needs to be on there to confront Candy?
Yeah, I said Phaedra.
No, you didn't.
I thought I did. Like
Oh,
all
okay. So we in
Nene,
agreement then.
Kim, Phaedra, Candy, Sheree, Kenya, Cynthia. Are there any rookie of the years? Like any of the new girl? No, Marlo. Maybe as a
My thing
friend.
is, I don't mind Marlo because my thing is with Kim and Nene, they just they they be trying so hard to be somebody else. So it's like they'll be on the show not giving us Nene or Kim. They be on the show trying to give us somebody else. Like I
Yeah.
don't know if Kim just start smoking cigarettes again or something, but she just isn't Kim. But Sheree and Marlo are the same people they've been since season one. And a lot of people think that's a bad thing that they haven't matured at all, but I don't mind them not maturing. I know what I'm gonna get
Right.
when it
That's
don't.
what makes it good.
Yes, 10,000%. If we can get Nene to stop trying to act like she from Beverly Hills and just, I think if she, because remember when she said she put the blonde wig on and she became Kim, and she was like, "Papa, can
No,
I
I
buy
don't remember she said that.
She might have been
No.
some truth to that. Take the fucking blonde wig off, and maybe you'll turn back to the old you. Because this shit is aggravating. She act like that shit growing out of her scalp or something, and she just be really trying to be something else.
She really turned into. Can Nene go back to Nene that we all know and love? That's my question. That's what it all hinges upon because she just turned into a different fucking person.
And Kim
Once she
too, she
got
trying to
like,
act like she wasn't an escort. Like nobody even had a problem with her being an escort. When we saw her walk off the lot with a cash Escalade, we were like, "That's that bitch." Like nobody was mad at that.
Like more of this, please.
Yeah.
Like y'all can hate that bitch all y'all want to, but Mama just walked off the lot with a. She said, "Big Papa, can I get a Escalade?" And it happened.
And it never got repossessed. It never got returned.
Right, like he never wanted his Escalade back.
He never wanted his ring back. He gave her a ring. She pawned the ring and got the ring for Croy.
Is he still alive? Poor Croy.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Oh my God.
Somebody asked Nene in the interview if he was still alive, and she was like, "Yeah, I saw him in Atlanta recently."
I don't
That'll be
know.
perfect. Like if she gets back with Papa because her and Croy divorced, they need to put her back on the show with Papa.
That would have been prime TV. Like seeing Kim and Corey go through all that bullshit. Like and Sheree coming in and out. Portia talking about your whole daughter. Like we need that.
They need to get Carlos King back over there. I think because whoever is in charge, like the showrunner, they don't know what we want to see.
No, it's been downhill since Carlos left. They need to make Carlo doesn't know what he's doing over there on like
You don't.
Country is a disaster. I don't know.
I gotta give him his credit though. He was there at the beginning of Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, and that was Prime TV. And he was there when he was there when he did his interview. When he interviewed Jocelyn Hernandez, he was like, "Remember when I met you at the interview and I told Mona like we need to get her?" And she was like, "Yeah, I was wearing that green Versace." And he was like, "Yeah, he was there for the first 3 seasons of Love and Hip Hop Atlanta."
I did not fucking know that. That's why it was gold.
So he's gold on certain networks.
What do you think it is?
Damn, I can't even tell you. I cannot tell you.
Because this new guy. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know because Mona Scott, she hasn't like been right either. She got like I don't know. She did okay with the Escape show, but that show could have been better if Carlos was there. If it was like the dynamic duo, Mona Scott and Carlos King.
Yeah. So he needs like supporting cast basically.
Yeah, he can't be left with all the executive decisions on his own.
Yeah. And the thing with Carlos, like the whole Phaedra lie thing, I don't think it's a lie. And I will defend this to the end. Was she warned Portia to be careful of Candy? Because think about
that wasn't a lie. That wasn't a lie at all because when they was in Hawaii and she had
that's
those text
why I fuck
messages.
with you, Trent, because we be on the same page. And
I'm like, nobody watching the same show I'm watching.
I remember when you first, not to cut you off, but I remember when you first started coming on the Boys channel, everybody hated you, like, oh my God, here you come. I was like, come on, Trent, come. They did the same thing to me. But they're not watching this. A lot of people do that whole group thing where they can't think for their fucking selves, or they need other people to tell them what to think. And I hate it. And it's like, are we not watching the same thing? Like, they told you themselves that Portia was wanted to eat her until she came. Hold on.
Right. And then when she said she said in Hawaii, she said you wanted to go home with my friend and her husband that night too. You freak. You know you a freak hole. You better watch out. And then right after she said that, Tiny and T.I. had them accusations about them drugging and raping people.
Oh
so I was like, and then the fact that Candy know that they was paying Black China over there to come over there and do freak offs. They know that they was drugging young underage hoes over freak offs. And then she warned Portia that you must not be scared of being raped because why did you want to go over there with them? So hanging out with Candy is dangerous. Hanging out with Candy is dangerous. I mean, it's not. I mean, it is what it is.
You might end up. Listen, but T.I.
You wouldn't be that mad over a lie either.
Exactly. T.I. and Tiny were accused of giving the girls ecstasy as soon as they come into the the house. If you didn't want to take it, that was cool. You gotta go. But to come in here,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta take ecstasy. The girl said he put his toe in her vagina. The other girl said she had to go to the hospital because she sucked on him for so long that her throat swelled up.
Oh my god.
So I say all that to say, Candy has always led with sex. And I'm going to always say the example of when she had a play about slavery and wanted all of the women to wear vibrated panties and have the other husbands control their panties to watch her show about her play about slavery. If that ain't some freak shit, I don't know what is. Everything with Candy, I remember she said she stuffed sugar up her pussy to make it taste good. When mama, all you need to do is get some pineapple or something. Sugar will give you a yeast infection. First of all you need to do is eat some pineapple and fruit if you want the shit to taste good. But you want some fruit
But
shit.
no, Richie, they was having a Mother's Day brunch too. Why can't we just have a Mother's Day brunch without you talking about eating pussy? Like, she's predatory as fuck. Like, I'm glad I ain't bring my mama around here. What the fuck? Even Nene in her cutaway, she was like, "Oh my god, the thought of my mom using a dildo. Like, why did you put that thought in my head? That's not what I came here for." And she got real defensive about it. She was like, "Well, bitch, you used to be a stripper. Who the fuck cares, bitch? You keep talking about dildos out of nowhere. Nobody's bringing it up but you."
Like, why would you get mad? Because don't nobody want to play with your dildos. Oh my god.
And that vibrated panty thing.
I'm all loud. He said, "Oh my god."
But you loud, but you telling the truth. Why you gotta force somebody to play with your dildo? Shit, it applies regardless. But yeah, you
and
can't
why are
tell
you
that
so
she's
mad
not
about
predatory.
it?
She got so mad because she knew the shit was true, and she was like, people was calling me Bill Cosby. Yeah, bitch, they should. Like, I don't know why you think you should be allowed to do this shit and nobody can talk about it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, and it's true, Candy. Like, she do need to be careful around you.
That's what when they said that they accused you of being a rapist. No, she didn't. She said you need to watch out because you might get drugged. So that's not saying that you raped anybody. That's all she said, and that was a pretty fair warning. I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with the warning.
You
I
are
probably
like
would have said
reading
the
my
same.
mind. Because I said,
I might
if
have
y'all take
laughed
the
when I said it
salacious,
to make it light, but
I said, if y'all take the salaciousness out of it, the whole raping while, being drugged and raped, like that sounds really bad when you say it like that. But if you really hear what she's saying, it's be careful when you're around them because you might find yourself in a situation where, legs to the moon, like they said they live their party lifestyle. Like, I don't see what was so wrong about what you said.
And then Portia was standing on business when she said y'all house is the international house of hoes. But when Twitter started getting involved, she wanted to backtrack and act like, "Oh no, I was manipulated by Phaedra." I wish Portia would have stayed on business. Like, bitch, I said what the fuck I said, and it is what it is. Like, I wish she would have just. I wish the both of them would have stood their ground against her, because she act like she's some kind of fucking Suge Knight of Atlanta, and everybody got a cower before her. I don't like that shit at all.
No, I hated
I was
it.
so fucking happy.
What Phaedra said, it was a warning, and it was a fair warning at that.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy how I didn't see anybody agreeing with what you're saying until just now. I could not find anybody on the internet who was like, "Well, I mean, it's a fair warning." Everybody's like, "Oh, she's rich and she's a boss, so we love her." Like, she can be rich and a boss just like Jeffrey Epstein was. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, Donald Trump is a rich boss and he grabbing them by the pussy.
The girl larger curve, she would argue me down. She won't even let me get it out. Like, she just over talk me when I try to say it. Like, but it's true.
It is, and then even Kenya at one point was like, "You wouldn't get that mad if it wasn't true." Why don't Kenya feel that applies to to Candy? Because you said that about Phaedra. You said it wouldn't.
Why, if it's not true, why are you so fucking mad about it? I
Shaking, you
don't
want
do
to choke
drugs.
people.
When Candy was crying, right? Remember, she was like, "I don't do drugs. I've never done any drugs." She did not say nothing about the sex dungeon or anything else. If recollection serves me
It
right.
was pissing me off. She's so calculated. She know what she be saying because she say stuff that don't apply. Like you snorting a line of coke and you dropping something in somebody's drink are two fucking different things, bitch. What the fuck did you not being being high have to do with you drugging somebody or you being around
Everybody
people?
knows I don't do anything that has to do with drugs. Why would you say that about me,
You
girl?
definitely do because you hang around people who be high as fuck. So that's you being around drugs
I feel
and
like it's
people
even
don't be
worse
thinking
that you're sober doing this to people and taking advantage of people, and you're the only so. I don't trust people like that.
I ain't
Everybody
even
else
think
is
about that,
high.
Richie. Oh my god.
Everybody else
That
is
was
high,
the
and
point.
you the sober one. Just like when
I
they
didn't
went
even
on the
think about
thing
that.
with what's his name, the stripper. What was the stripper's name?
Which
When they
one, the
went on the
phaser
trip,
stripper
Candy. I
or
think Candy was the only one that didn't drink.
oh Bolo?
Yeah, Bolo.
And was still just as loose as everybody else. Now tell me how that's normal.
Wait, say that. Say it again.
I said she was just as loose as everybody else. Explain to me how that's normal.
I
You
think
the
that's
only
even
one that's
worse. Like
sober.
I said,
And
that's
you know
even
what?
motherfucking worse.
I was so fucking happy when Johnny got that settlement from that lawsuit from her.
He did get the settlement.
Yeah, he threw a party on Instagram and everything. She had
Oh
to settle
shit.
out of court because her lawyer was like, he has too much against you and you're gonna waste your money trying to go against him. So you might as well just settle. So she offered him a
Cause
settlement.
she didn't pay him, right?
The thing about her that I didn't like with Johnny, I didn't like how she did him because picture this. Okay, stay with me with this while I cook. Okay, so
Okay, I'm gonna let you cook.
let's say somebody fires you from your position and
Mm.
they don't give you no reason for why you got fired, and so you post on Instagram, "This is a fake bitch." That's normal, right? Nobody wants to be fired without a write-up, without a coaching, without anything. It's out of the blue. Don Juan tells you you're fired. That's normal. Like anybody would feel kind of some type of way about that. Are you with me,
Right.
or am I on my own with that? Okay,
You're right.
so
Right.
so then your old boss calls you and says, "Hey, I want to hire you, but as a 1099 and not a W-2 to do this one
Mm.
event with me. You want to do it?
Shade.
Oh, and by the way, can you sign this release so that you can be taped for Bravo because we might be filming that day?" I'm already kind of suspicious. So now you confront me with the camera there saying, "Well, you know that you agreed to get paid what you got paid. So you set me up to come here so I can admit that I agreed to the low pay I got. This is all a fucking setup."
Yep.
And the reason I got
I'm with
fired,
you.
even though you didn't tell me the reason I got fired, but now it's clear the reason I got fired is because I was asking the other employees how much they was making, and it got back to you, and that's why you told Don Juan to fire me because you saw I was trying to build a case against you, so you tried to
She's a
fire me,
dirty,
and
dirty
then you set
girl.
me up. Yeah, she real fucking calculated. I was like, I'm watching this. I'm like, oh, okay, Candy, you think you slick, but none of this is a coincidence. There's no way you just fired that man, and now he's working for you as a contract position, and he's mic'd up. He's mic'd up for Bravo. None of this
Hold
makes
on one
sense. None
second,
of this
sir.
is.
Can I get 2 Newport 100 sulfate? All right, I'm listening.
So yeah, and then when she was friends with Phaedra too, and she was like, "Oh, see, Phaedra, you like to get your get back. I already know how you are." That means when you was friends with Phaedra, you knew what she was doing. You knew she was a crook. You know she was slick because she's just like you, birds of a feather. Candy's just as calculated as Phaedra is. And I didn't like how she tried to do Johnny, and it was fucked up that she was underpaying that man and then tried to get him, thinking that was gonna help her, getting him to admit that he agreed to it. Bitch, you should admit that was fucked up.
Yeah.
At that point, I just always knew she was slick. I just never trusted her.
It's supposed to be buy one get one $1 or something like
Razor deal like you went to the
that.
this all candies.
No, I like these, but it's supposed to be buy one get one for $1.
Not,
Hmm.
not.
Is it buy one get one for $1? Let me see how much is it. So it would be $3.69. $4. $4. No, you can take them off. Okay, ready?
You need that back?
Yes, please. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah.
My bad. Like we talking on the damn phone. Hello.
But yeah, why was we talking shit about Candy again? What started that? Oh, because we was like we Phaedra didn't lie and
How
Carlos
she
didn't lie.
banished Phaedra from from Atlanta Housewives? How she's part of the demise of the show because of this
Absolutely.
alleged lie that to me wasn't so far fetched.
And I hated that Andy went along with it too. Like he act like he her puppet.
I mean, I guess because she threatened to leave, and I don't
No,
know.
I meant like at the reunion when she was like, "See, this is why I said Phaedra pulls your strings." It's like, why y'all trying to build a case against Phaedra when Portia was the one coming after you?
Yeah, okay. And the portrait just sat up there and cried, like she didn't know anything. Like she was just so innocent. Phaedra, you lied to me. How could you? Remember that whole scene?
Like, we gonna sit here and pretend like this didn't originate from her saying that you fucked Block and you had to get back at her? That had nothing to do with Phaedra, because Phaedra never dated Block. Like, what? So how did Phaedra set you up to lie against this girl when you was just trying to get revenge for your own situation?
Portia is such an articulate liar, a skillful liar. What kind of a liar is she? Adept,
Conniving.
adroit. She's good at it, boy. Cause she's like convincing. Like every time she beat somebody's ass, they like coddle her. Remember when she beat up Kenya and everybody was like,
The
flocked,
whole
even though
cast,
Kenya
man.
deserved that shit, but everyone had like flocked, like came to Portia's rescue. Like when she had that breakdown, like, oh my god, I don't believe I just did that. I don't believe it. Like
We do not agree that Kenya deserved it, by the way.
what'd you say?
We do not agree that Kenya deserves any of that, by the way.
I do.
You sitting here calling me a slut from the 90s and saying I got a corroded pussy? Bitch, shut your whole ass up. That's all. I don't see any other way Kenya should have responded. No, he was like, no, he was like, your vagina's so rotten, no man will claim you. And then Andy said, "Did you want to respond?" And she said, "Well, that's why you was cheating on Cordell, but tried to play an innocent housewife." And she's like, "What?" And then Andy said, "She said you cheated on Cordell." And so she's like, hold on, you're a slut from the 90s. And she was like, listen, ho, I'm talking right now. Shut your whole ass up.
She put the t-shirt in her face and put the bullhorn in her face.
She told her one or two times, and you kept trying to talk over me. No, you talk your shit, I'm gonna talk my shit. Wait your fucking turn. And you jumped on me because I was just about to spill the tea about who you was fucking while you was married to Cordell.
And she said, do it one more time and watch what the fuck happens. So she gave her fair warning and she did it again. And
who is fair to warn me? I'm a grown ass bitch.
Like I said, do put that shit in my face again and watch what happens to you.
I don't think it was about the scepter. I think Kenya was about to spill some tea.
Kenya whole thing, let me make this point. Kenya whole thing was as soon as Portia did that, she was like, now you're fired. Like, so her whole thing of provoking her was to try to get her fired. She knew what she was doing.
I don't think she provoked her. I thought that Portia was trying to talk over her because she didn't want Kenya to finish the story. And she was just about to tell who Portia was fucking.
So she could talk over Portia. Come on. She
Yeah,
planned that.
Marsha was yelling over her, so I'm gonna yell over you. Like if you're gonna keep
Nah,
trying to
nah,
talk
nah,
over
nah,
me,
nah.
imagine if it was you and Callie and you had a bullhorn. You would use your bullhorn.
That would mean, what do they call it? That's premeditated. That would mean that I said, all right, I'm gonna come on the live today, and if once Callie starts talking over me, I'm gonna pull this motherfucking bullhorn out, and blah 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 blah. That was premeditated. That was
Wise. That was smart. That was
I'm
resourceful.
whatever
That
you
was
want to call it.
resourceful and
I feel
smart.
like she
I
deserved
would
it,
appreciate it.
just like I feel like Candace deserved her ass whooping.
The thing about Candace ass whooping is people was on Twitter acting all divisive. I don't think anybody felt like Candace didn't deserve an ass whooping. But we can
A lot
deserve
of people didn't.
we can agree that she deserved the ass whooping and agree that Monique is unhinged at the same fucking time.
Yeah,
But Monique
yeah.
fans would not admit that.
That's why I
Monique fans
fuck
did
with
not.
you.
That's why I started regularly coming to Gabor's panels. I'm like, Gabor got some actual like thinkers on his panel because these people act like two things can't be true at the same fucking time. Like, that bitch is out of her rabbit ass mind, and Candace did her ass drugged a long time ago.
I really stopped liking Monique. I was like on the fence with her because to me it was like, all right, so with Candace, I always felt like, bitch, stand it. You know, folk, you don't need to say what you mean what you say, and stand firm in your word while you walking in your talk. Bitch, stand on what you say. Like, you said these things, stand on it. Like, I don't respect a bitch that can't do that. And I love a bitch. I love a mean bitch that can just say what she mean and mean what she say. So it's not that I hate Candace so much because I'm here for. I was one of the first people that said that Candace, y'all all keep trying to clown Candace because her mom, quote unquote, takes care of her, but at the same time, you praise people like Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton, and all the other like rich white kids who parents gave them everything that they have, or parents who still take care of them. They have businesses and stuff now, but like that's what you call generational wealth. Most of y'all parents probably kicked y'all out the day you turned 18. We see that a lot in the black community. So I think it's a blessing that Candace's mom still can, you know, do what she does for her daughter. Like, I don't understand why the black community thinks that's like shade or something bad. I think that's
Well, I'm in the black community. And the thing that why I say I wasn't mad she got an ass whooped was because the comments that she made, like when she said, I grew up in a country club, I didn't grow up in the hood. Like she kept trying to weaponize the fact like she was better than certain people. And she was directing certain comments like that towards Monique. So I'm like, okay, you keep trying stuff. And then she kept acting like she was rah-rah too. Like when she jumped in Mia's face and was like, watch your mouth. Your mama's low budget, watch your mouth. Don't tell nobody to watch their mouth. Because that means, you know, I'll pop you. You know, like she would say certain things like she was about it. So it's like, ma'am, you can't be at the balls of your feet.
I was on the fence with her
People. Like, you got to play the role. If you're not about that life, you got to be like Dr. G, talk your shit, but be running backwards. You know.
And they talking about Dr. G wasn't running. Yes, he was. Did you see?
Yeah, they said he was getting ready. I'm like, getting ready? You should have been ready, but if you arguing back and forth with a nigga, you need to be all ready right now. They ain't no running backwards to get ready. Wait, Richie, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. I still can't hear you.
Hold on.
I can hear you now.
Shit, hold on. My phone might be the way I have it might be pressing buttons. I said that when I used to take my daughter we used to take self-defense classes together. And when you're getting ready, quote unquote ready, you get into a ready stance. Like getting ready does not entail running fucking backwards. Like
He was taking long strides too.
yeah, like he was running the fuck away. That man was coming at him full force, and that's okay.
All right.
But he said he wasn't fucking running. Did you see what I had put up? I had posted the friend zone with Dustin breaking down what happened, and he basically said what I'm saying. It Dr. G was being mad disrespectful because King did not approach him in the headspace of being disrespectful. It was like he didn't start off that way. But Dr. G was grandstanding and showing off because thought he had his boys there or whatever. A whole other, just being disrespectful. Even saying who doesn't even watch the show. I don't know if you're familiar with the Friends. It's a podcast with Dustin.
No, I'm not familiar.
Well, you know who Dustin Ross is, though, right?
Who was that?
He's on Carlos' page a lot. The light skinned guy with the bald head.
No, I don't think I know.
Well, if you get a chance, listen to. I posted it. It's a friend zone breakdown. I'm pretty sure you've seen Dustin before. You
Maybe
just
I
don't
probably gotta
know.
see him again. Yeah.
But he has he's really smart and intellectual intelligence, emotional intelligence.
You can detect the emotion of fear.
What'd you say?
He can detect the emotion of fear that Dr. G had. And there's nothing wrong with being an old ass man, being scared of a younger man with a more fit body. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But you can't be running from a nigga and then talking all that shit to Sweet Tea across the table either, like you about to get up and choke her.
Yeah, and that's another thing I be saying, like, y'all, Gabor, you talking about you would have pressed charges too. That surprises me coming from Gabor with as much shit as he talk about fighting and all the shit he talk, but still, you rather pick a fight with King and press charges because you rather fight women. Like
Right,
that's
yeah. You got a history of it and you stand on that shit. You like Chris Brown, you ain't changed.
No. You rather fight girls. And that's why it was so disturbing to you that you almost got your ass whooped. When you got home and sat down and thought about that shit, you said, oh shit, I just almost got my ass beat on national TV.
And Sweet Tea knew he was gonna get his ass whooped too. That's why she had to go in and help him. She knew there was
And that
no
seemed
way
like
he
it
was
made
gonna be
him
able to make it.
madder. It
Yeah,
feel
it
like
did.
to me, it made him madder when she said he wasn't gonna do nothing. I got combat training or whatever. It seemed like it made him madder to know that his girlfriend would have his wife would have had to help him beat King up.
I'm with you. I clocked that too.
I don't know. How do you feel about what Heavenly said?
Oh, I don't know what happened to say. Oh, about the punks?
Yeah, she said not bitch men. What she say? When a man, what she say? I'm trying to think exactly what she said. When somebody insults your wife, a real man, not a soft man, not a gay man, not a bitch man, but a real man, he would defend his wife.
Richie, I'm so scared to walk back home because, like, at the end of my block, there's two men who I've never seen before, so I'm like scared to go in that direction. I've been walking in circles for like 20 minutes.
Can you go like the opposite way, or are they like in the way of you actually going where you need to go?
I guess I could make a really long ass scenic route, but if you hear stabbing, I don't know what to do. I don't know if you can just deliver the message to the next panel that I'm dead.
I'll stay on with you. I'm out. Look, I'm out here in the trenches too.
But yeah, what was he saying about Heavenly?
What time zone are you in? Where are you? What state are you in?
I'm in Florida, so we're in the same time zone. I'm wondering when the sun gonna come up because it's like less dark, but it's not. I don't see a sunrise yet.
It's 6 o'clock, so maybe 7. It should be up sooner. Usually you come up. I don't know. It's really 5 o'clock, right? So the sun might not come up to like I don't know.
But Heavenly, that was really Heavenly. It's
Do you
crazy.
like
Like once you
Heavenly?
get to I'll say this: when you get to a certain status, you really shouldn't be on social media talking because it's anything that you cancel. You should have a team that you
No.
run your posts by
Yeah,
before you post it.
I
So
agree.
for them to act like they're so educated because they got these degrees, that don't make you smart.
I feel like Heavenly's been bit by the popular bug. She's never been popular in her life, and now she's like looking better. She's quote unquote getting snatched, or glowing up. She's got better hair. She's got some good work done. She's losing weight. She looks nice for the most part. Did you peep how like now she's dressing like Phaedra, like extra sexy?
uh, is she? Oh my God, I hope not. Something I don't know.
Like,
There's something sexy about being a woman of a certain age and being more demure and being okay with
yeah,
that. But like trying to keep
yeah.
up with the IG threats, that's just it makes you look desperate.
If you look at her evolution, even just through this season, she's getting more and more like sexier, and I think that was her like part of her obsession with Phaedra. Like all the girls, you see how like Erica Jane made all the girls turn up their fashions on Beverly Hills. Like Beverly Hills wasn't all about fashions until Erica Jane came,
That is true.
and I feel like Phaedra has awakened something. Look at how all the girls dress for the reunion. It's like even though like there are a lot of misses, but the fact that they're just trying to go so extra, I think that's a testament to Phaedra.
I'm with you on that too. Because for the longest time, I used to get so angry every time I would see that show. Like these women have been on TV for so long and they still ain't decided to like step their shit up.
Nope.
Hopefully they'll try to step their houses up too because low key like their houses be pissing me off. They look like they're from the '80s, kind of like Karen's first house was.
Well, we'll have to see. Well, Jackie got a whole brand new house, and Toya.
Oh, Toy always
You
had a
know
new
what
house.
else was pissing me off a little bit too? Like I was seeing a couple of content or YouTubers. They were talking shit about like the last episode about Phaedra, not Phaedra, Toya, the way she was dressed at home with Eugene. When she had that dress on when she was frying bacon.
Yeah, with her ass like all high and out.
But like I remember when I was in college, one of my girlfriends, she was like, when you at home with your, boyfriend or whatever, like you should walk around in a sexy robe with no panties on, and you should always be like sexy for your man all the time. So people wonder, well, people don't wonder, but if people, in case people were wondering why Eugene always got a smile on his face and he worked like a dog to please Toya, that's why. Like she knows how to keep her man happy. You walk around the house in slutty clothes, just frying bacon. Yeah, this is what I'm wearing, to fry bacon. Like that's how you keep your man, girl. You cook him his food, and she probably couldn't walk around in her lingerie, but that's probably how she walk around the house when the kids ain't home.
Yeah, and
But
she
like
also married a flunky like Todd, like on Candy did with Todd too.
is he a
Because
flunky?
Eugene,
He's a doctor.
he's a doctor, but he ain't never fucked on nothing like Toya, before he got his money.
She's his prize,
Yeah.
and she turned him out, and I love it. I'm here for it. Black love.
See, I knew you wasn't about the whole love who you want to love. I knew you was against interracial.
No, I'm not gonna say like I'm against that shit because I'm not. But like I'm here for the black girls getting with the white boys because niggas they treat us like dogs. Like they don't give a
But
fuck
the
about
white
black
men do
women.
too. The white men do too.
No.
And when Gigi said that, that shocked me because I have white friends, and they've said that they'll say like, yeah, I date black girls because they know I look better than them, they know I am better than them, and they treat me like a
Oh.
king. Yeah, they say that shit, and then you see them in public around other people, and they're like, hey dear, I love my sweetie, but they talk to them women, they call them all kind of monkeys and everything. They really do.
Oh.
Oh yes.
Damn.
That's why when
We
Nick at
gotta
Night was
have that
exposing that one girl.
conversation.
Oh yes, when Gigi said that, I was like, man, he's like telling his the secrets from his race. Like I can't believe he was exposing them, but they really are like
No,
that.
Gigi got up here the first time he came up on the panel. He was just like kicking some real shit. We was talking about like we were just talking about a lot of stuff. Like with he was explaining to us like the stuff in politics that we didn't know, just filling in the blanks on certain things and just like shit like he was saying tonight. Like and he was really spilling tea. Like just about he don't watch Housewives or nothing like that, but he got some shit to talk about. But he just don't be trying to offend nobody or how black people are. They want to get offended by shit. He just don't be trying to make anybody mad, I guess.
But I like that he wasn't politically correct because Gabor talks his shit, but then sometimes he'll try to like be politically correct even on Patreon. I was shocked that he was like, yeah, they date black women for the inferiority complex that black women be having, and they exploit it. I'm like, yeah, because I've had white friends bold enough to tell me that to my face, and I'm like,
I
okay,
never
first of all, we're
even
not friends
thought
no
about
more.
that.
It's
The power
gross.
dynamic with white men and black women. That never even crossed my mind.
They be doing slave play and everything. They be doing race play and slave play in the bedroom. Like you'd be surprised. Like Serena Williams probably does that. When it was exposed, when she told people that she asked him to call her, and then when he didn't, she saw him again and was like, "Why didn't you call me?" And was basically begging that man to talk to her. And then
I
she did
didn't
a
know
Beauty
that.
and the Beast. Yeah, and then she did a Beauty and the Beast theme wedding. I was like, "Wait, are you the Beast? Like, is he Belle and you're the Beast? Like, because they do
I
that.
did
Like,
not know
interracial.
this.
I was like, you're Serena fucking Williams. You're like one of the baddest bitches, even if you wasn't rich. Like, what do you? Why would you
So
beg a
that's
white
why
man who
she's
looked like that?
bleaching.
That's why she bleaching. That's why she was with Common and Drake before. She's color struck and she has an inferiority complex. But I mean, I get why she has
Yeah.
an inferiority complex because people did dog her out when she had the beads.
Yeah.
And when you get your feelings hurt as a child, sometimes you stay stuck in that. It's hard to grow out of stuff when it happens to you as a child,
Yeah.
even
That
though we may
childhood
think it was a long time ago. But
No,
yeah, she
childhood
definitely has an
wounds are
inferiority
deep.
complex. Yeah, but I mean, god damn, like damn, Serena, like get therapy or something. Because if you got two kids and they watching they daddy call you all kind of monkeys and beasts in the house, yep, I'll change the subject. Like I get kind of irritated because I've heard white men tell me like every black woman I date lets me do that to them. I'm like, oh shit,
Really?
like you'd be shocked how
Like call
common it
them
is. You would be
monkeys?
shocked.
Wow.
And be married to them and have kids. So I'm like, wait, they're doing it in front of the kids too?
Like, wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out, should I eat my leftover soul food or should I just eat some popcorn right now? If I eat the soul food, I'll probably go to sleep. Well, I'm gonna just eat popcorn for right now.
You better eat. What kind of soul food is it?
I got 2 fried chicken wings and 2 grilled chicken wings, yams, mac, and greens.
Oh, that sounds so good for the morning time. I like food like that in the morning. I like
Right.
that kind of food in the morning. And then sometimes like before my celiac disease thing, I would eat like waffles in the middle of the night. I don't know. I like them in reverse.
I
I
used to
like the
have this one
traditional way.
friend, my Jamaican. He would come over. We would be up all night just like this. We would take breaks in between, and we would like. He just liked fried French fries made from like potatoes. So we would be up just like frying all these French fries, like from cutting up potatoes. He would cut them up, and we'd just be eating fucking French fries.
Hey, them kind of cravings be coming at this time of the morning.
Yeah, especially for a long night of You know.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go with the popcorn for right now.
It's
And then when
regular
I'm ready
popcorn
to
or
go to
kettle corn?
sleep. No, they only had Act 2 popcorn. I like the Skinny Girl popcorn. It's so good.
Yeah, that's the
But I
kind I was
put
talking
butter
about when I
on it.
said I bought a bunch of popcorn. The skinny girl is kind of like my new thing. I don't know why. The salt, it's like the perfect amount of salt or something.
Right? It's salty, right? And then my greedy ass, I had to stop with this, but I melt butter and pour it on the top of it. So it's just so extra good. But they only had
Please
Act
don't give me
2.
no bad habits. Don't give me no new, no,
Oh, you
no new
gotta try
habits.
it once. And I'm gonna tell you a trick. Let the butter get brown a little bit because it makes its own kind of salt. That's the salt. If you use salted butter, that's the salt separated from the butter, and just let it get brown and pour it on top. Oh my god, it's so good. That's why I'm like, I want popcorn.
Okay,
One of
now I
my
understand the craving.
girlfriends, she puts Parmesan cheese on her popcorn.
That might be good too.
I think she said it might be a little healthy. I don't know how, but she's like really well. She's a lot healthier than me. Like she does like the South Beach diet and shit like that.
Mm. I usually try to go for flavor over health.
I'm not gonna make my butter popcorn. I'm gonna eat this when I'm ready to go to bed. So I know it's gonna make me go to sleep. I'm surprised Callie didn't come on because she be up waiting
I'm
for the market
surprised
to
too.
open now.
I'm surprised she didn't come on because Gabor, his live kind of left me wanting more. So I was like, oh, thank God Richie's on. I thought Kelly was going to come over here feeling the same way I felt.
When I was doing like my hair, I was in the shower and I was trying to make because it said I needed to make like to get monetized, you gotta make like shorts and all kinds of shit. So I was trying to make my videos. That's what was taking me so long. Cut some of my hair videos into shorts.
Oh, those
So
videos were from, those are recent videos? I saw them. I didn't know. I thought they might have been from like earlier in the week.
no, they were from today as I was doing my hair, like the stuff I was using and stuff. So I was doing that, and it was taking me so long. And then Gabor went on. I was like, good, that'll give me enough time to do, what I went and got my soul food and that kind of shit. But I didn't expect him to be on that long. I wasn't going to come
You
on, but I
never
was like,
know.
why not? I know somebody will be
You
up.
never know. You never know with Gabor. It could be 30 minutes. It could be 5-6 hours.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that before his channel got deleted, he had 14,000 subs, but he only has like 50 people willing to subscribe to his Patreon. I was really shocked about that.
Well, I only subscribe to it because I'm on the panel. If that wasn't the case, I probably wouldn't subscribe. Only because I have like a rule now that I'm not paying for any more.
Subscriptions? Yeah, I got like
Yeah,
1,000 subs already. Like
it's too much.
everything.
Because
It
my
is,
cable bill
yeah.
is $400. Seriously.
You got cable?
Yes, I have Xfinity, and it's
Oh my god!
$400. And
I haven't had cable in so
so
long.
the house I live in, my mom died in 2009, and I had like a nice little, well, not little, I had an apartment, me and my daughter, near like the stadiums down here in Philly. But when she died, my dad, I remember like when everybody went home from the funeral and everything, I just remember him like crying in his bed, like alone. So, and this house is a big house. So me and my daughter decided, I decided me and my daughter to move here home so he wouldn't be alone. But then he went and got a girlfriend, which I think, she was around a lot sooner than anyway. He got a girlfriend, so he doesn't live with her technically, but he's always there. So this is kind of like my house. This is the downstairs kitchen and stuff. So I'm always here. My daughter, she's in college. She's working on her master's. So I'm like here alone most of the time. So what I say all that to say, we have Xfinity and we have cable in like 6 rooms. And I was like, let's get cable. Let's get the YouTube cable. It's only $80 plus whatever channels you want, like HBO and stuff. You pay extra because my sister has it. She lives in Chicago, and he's like, "No, I don't want all that scrolling." And I was like, "Oh my god!" So he doesn't want to change it. It's his house technically, but he wants to
He's
pay
stuck in
it.
his ways.
So, yeah. But yeah, Atlanta, I'm just hoping for the best, but prepared for the worst.
Yeah, I'm kind of numb to it. I don't have any expectations, and I'm just so confused by how they have 20 different people on there.
I just don't care
Cynthia
about
even
none of these
said,
girls.
but Cynthia said that Phaedra came and they only had a week and a half left of taping. Why did y'all even bring her here for? How many episodes do you think that's gonna make?
So that had to be around the time that Kenya pulled her stunt.
And if that's the case, then Kenya's there basically the whole season.
I guess
If
they
Phaedra
cut her
came
out
the
of
last week
it.
and a half, but
They
for a
must have
week and a
cut
half
her
of
out of a
taping, how
lot.
many episodes do you think that's gonna be?
I don't know. They probably cut her out of a lot, which is corny
No,
because
I'm saying if Phaedra only taped the last week and a half, how many episodes do you think that's gonna be? They can make with it. They can make out of a week and a half of taping.
they could do wonderful things. Who knows? They could probably turn it into like a whole season,
Yeah, you're right
if
because
enough shit popped
they
off.
paused taping. They paused taping when they fired Kenya, so you're right. They probably paused
Oh, you
taping, and
did.
yeah, that's why.
Because
Because
look,
remember,
right?
they've been off the air for like almost a year and a half.
Look, when they do girls trip, they only there for 7 to 10 days, and they do the whole season of that. So a lot can happen in a week.
Yeah, you're right. That makes me even less excited for the show. Then, if it's gonna be like a cut and paste, try to erase Kenya, paste some other bullshit in there. They drug Cynthia in the last 3 weeks, drug Phaedra in after that for the last 5 days. Like, what the fuck?
But that's you
Like,
see
y'all
when
really
I
don't like
say
Kenya.
Kenya deserves to get her ass beat. This is the shit I'm talking about. Like, what? Why did you have to take it that far, Kenya? Luckily, you didn't get your ass beat this time. You just got sued and fired or whatever, almost sued and fired. But you be taking shit too far.
Well, Portia defended her in the Sherry Shepherd show. She was on Kenya's side.
Oh, Sherry Shepherd. Remind me to get on her. So what did Portia say?
Because when Kenya said the girl was talking shit to me and I reported it to HR and they said, oh fucking well, deal with it. I went and dealt with it. So Portia was like, yeah, she was talking real greasy to Portia. She was talking real greasy to Kenya. She was saying some like threatening type shit. So Kenya did what she had to do. So
I
she
believe
seemed like
it.
she was like, if HR don't want to handle it, don't get mad at me when I handle it. Like y'all told me to handle it. So how
Oh,
am I
Kenya
fired
went
now?
to HR first.
Yeah, Kenya
That's what
went
you
to
said?
HR after the girl. The girl said something like, according to Kenya was on Tamara Hall. She said the girl threatened her with a pow pow, and
I
Portia
believe it.
basically corroborated, saying, yeah, the girl was saying some threatening type shit to Kenya, and Kenya went to HR, and HR was like, oh fucking well, we ain't doing nothing, handle it yourself. So when Kenya handles it, how is she then terminated? Like I would think that's a
Even
lawsuit.
Kenya took up for Kenya too.
Well, she got to. She ain't got no more friends from the show.
Yeah. But
The only
I
person
feel
she
like
really fucked with is Kenya.
Candy. I feel like Candy has always wanted Kenya. Like wanted her. like the way she wanted Portia
I can see
to eat her.
that. I can see that.
Cause she always had this like softness
She did.
or
Even when she was trying to be like a diehard friend with Phaedra, and Phaedra was beefing with her, she still maintained real softness with Candy. With Candy, and when I'm with Kenya, and when Kenya was flicking that fan in Candy face, she didn't go off at one time.
see, I be knowing.
I see the same shit she be saying. Like me and you, nothing get past us. Like I be peeping. I tell people like nothing gets past me. But you still think like that's too far? Like, I mean, if I'm on a show with somebody talking shit to me and I know you used to be an escort, I'm sorry, that's just you asking for it.
Yes, like she literally, she used to be one of Rick Ross's girls. Like she ain't nobody to be. That's why I'm saying I'm not excited about this case at all because I don't know who the other girls, but just her being up there acting like so grandiose, like you weren't one of his fucking Jezebels. Like, come on.
And it's a
It's just
known fact because like all of them are hoes. Like everybody except for Candy, she was fucking for free, and that's why she got dated under her tax bracket. But everybody else, everybody else done did some hoeing. Like when Phaedra said that Kenya was in a Dubai date book, I believe it. I believe that Bentley or whatever she got was paid by somebody in Middle East Africa. They all hoe, but we can't prove it. But if if it's a known fact that she was a part of a harem, keep your don't talk so much. Maybe not. Maybe don't even join the show.
right.
Because your feelings don't get hurt.
What the fuck was I going to say?
You're not excited about the show. These a bunch of hoes.
Yeah, I'm not excited. I'm just not excited about these girls. I don't care about their lives because it's fake.
It's very Instagrammy too.
Yes, it's nothing aspirational.
Mm-mm.
This isn't the way to go. I know they want a younger audience, but
Why do they want a younger audience? Nobody in Generation Z or A give a fuck about Bravo. That's our generation's network. That's so stupid.
well, I listened to the Brav Bros podcast, and they were saying how like those shows like Southern Charm and all those shows, they get like millions of viewers. Like, so
Oh,
that's
so I'm
why.
wrong. Bravo do get young. Okay. So Bravo does have a young audience. I didn't know that.
Yeah, with those white shows. And even like with New York, I think that's what they were trying to. That's why they ushered in like a newer, younger cast. They thought that they would probably do the same. But Housewives, you have to be a certain age to be a housewife, first of all, and like an
How
established
old do
one
you
at
gotta
that.
be? Because Kim,
Like,
Portia, Candace, and Ashley were in their 20s when they started.
okay, well, we don't see too many rich housewives. Um,
And they were
like,
hoes too. If you think about it, Kim was 29 and she was a hoe. So I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
yeah, but I think like, so what I always say is we're all growing up at the same rate in the same time and space. So like we've built connections with these characters. Um,
And they just like fuck us.
yeah,
We're going through the youth. Yeah, I don't
like
appreciate that shit
we're
either.
your
We
target
built your
audience, and we
network.
don't want to see this.
We done built your network, and we don't get no gratitude at all. Just fuck us,
It's like
fire
the
Kenya.
CW and the CW network, and what was the other black network that's now Paramount, Viacom? It was the CW. What's all the black? Where all the black shows were on? Like Moesha.
That's UPN, but aren't they on? That's CW now.
Yeah, but Viacom. They ultimately became Viacom and Paramount. Like, so they built their networks. They always do that. Look at Tubi. Fox owns Tubi. People used to clown Tubi when it first came out. All these independent black movies, but like a lot of black people love that shit. Like I would go in like people's houses and they would be watching like the Tubi movies. Um, and now,
Tubi made a lot of people millionaires.
like who? Like the actors or the producers?
The producers, like I was watching some people on YouTube. They were like, "Yeah, on Tubi, like I made a shitty ass movie, and in 3 months I made $1 million off of it." I was like,
I
"Damn."
believe it. The black community was locked in with Tubi. Like a lot of people was clowning it, but they didn't understand what was going on. Like it's the same thing like that happened with the CW. Like ultimately Viacom, um, like it became a part of MTV Viacom because MTV used to be all about rock and roll and stuff. Then they started like with the real world and stuff. But then the CW and UPN, I forget which one was Viacom and Paramount, or they all might be intertwined. And that's when they got like Love and Hip Hop and marriage counseling or whatever it's called, couples
Oh, and
counseling,
Marriage Boot Camp and all that.
marriage boot camp, and the black shows. They use us to build their networks, and the same thing happened with Tubi. Like the NFL, not the NFL, the Super Bowl was streaming on Tubi. Fox owns Tubi. I don't know if they owned it the whole time, but they own it. They loud and proud about it now.
But
And
Fox
Tubi has
has
real
a history
movies.
of that. Yeah, they
Yeah.
do now. Fox has a history of that though, because I didn't know. Because when I grew up, when I was growing up, Martin was already over, and I was just watching the reruns. I didn't know that Martin and In Living Color, they built Fox Network. They aired on Fox first, and then they turned into an all-white network with white shows. I didn't know that because when I grew up, I was watching the reruns of Martin on the WB.
I was there for all of that shit. I used to watch Martin, my whole family. Sunday dinner, we used to all watch Martin together. And I don't know if the Cosby Show was on Fox. We used to all watch the Cosby Show, A Different World, like all the black shows. We sit down and eat together and watch the
Family
shows. And
Matters.
then, yeah, all of that. Especially, yeah, Family Matters. What's the other one? Rock. My dad used to love that show.
And then I remember in like the 2010s, the CW did not have a single black show. They had one black show left because they called Top Model the last black show that they had. But then, like if you want to call that a black show, because Tyra pissed me off when she was like, "I'm making a way for girls who can't get in the industry, girls from the hood." I'm like, bitch, you always have one or two black girls on there. All the white girls out there.
And you keep
They all, no, no,
her, stop.
yeah, right. All the white girls, they already have privilege. You think because you got two black girls on the season that you changing the fashion industry? Bitch, those always two black girls in the runway. Remember you and Naomi? That ain't new.
Mm-hmm. Tyra. She look
Like if it was a real nigga, so don't she would look horrible now?
For a second in Wendy Williams' chair. Sherry, what happened to that fucking baby? Are you still paying
The one
child
she
support
always,
for that baby?
the one she always talk about, like she raising him or something. She talk about that baby every other episode. Every time I see a clip of her, she talk about her son. I'm like, bitch,
Really?
don't act like you really. Oh my god,
In
yeah.
2025?
Hmm?
She didn't want nothing to do with that baby. Like she talks about him like in 2025.
Oh yes. The last clip when she was talking to Portia, she was talking about her son. She was like, "Oh, how is Pilar? Because I know my son Jeffrey. He be giving me hell. He always be like, Mama this, Mama that. Is their daughter the
Oh,
same way? Every
she
time she
talks
asks,
to Jeffrey now?
she makes it seem like she lives with him every day and raises him. Every time she has a guest and they have kids, she always talk about their kids and compares them to her son. And I'm like, bitch, you don't have that son. That's why you pay child support. Why is you lying? But it's fine. You got an image to upkeep, so do you.
Yeah, because I remember when she wanted no parts of Jeffrey.
And I would have stood on that. I would have stood on business because nobody was against her. Like that boy has none of your DNA. What the fuck? Not only does he have none of your DNA, he has that nigga's DNA who scammed you. So why would you want to like what the fuck? I just don't understand. And you heard about Journey Smollett, right?
Yeah, her dude wants alimony.
No, he already has alimony. He wants to reopen the divorce case to get more because he don't think it's enough. He said he just found out that she has a retirement plan with all her residuals from hanging with
Oh,
Mr. Cooper and Full House. And he said, well, if she had that when we got married, then that's mine too.
wow. I thought he gets like half of what she made after they got married. Because I read something that said she had that since she was 3.
Exactly. So like, how do you feel entitled to man? These niggas something else. And he gets $7,000 a month in child support in addition to spousal support. But you got
What?
goofy ass bitches like Stacy talking about, well, I don't need child support. Like,
Stacy. Oh,
of course
Stacy.
you don't need spousal support, just like this nigga don't need none either, but he's still getting it. Shit. Like, what the fuck?
I did
You
not
don't
know
marry
she
the
was
fucking. What's up?
paying. I did not know she was paying that much money for that.
Oh my god, yeah, it's embarrassing. It's really fucking embarrassing. And Stacy's even more embarrassing because you don't marry the chairman of Audi to not get. That's usually a lick. That's kind of the whole point. You could, you know,
Yeah.
he ain't the best looking motherfucker out there. So like, what are you doing?
You don't think
You
she got
fucking
a
up the
good
damn
setup? I think Stacy is way more calculated than people think. I think she's playing into that
game.
stupid role, the dingy role. But
I don't know if she opted to not get child support and you got a whole child.
I think like with even in my own experience, I don't know why my eyes are so red. My own experience, when you go ask a man for child support, it's like the end of the world to them. Like they just even look at the guy who's the basketball player. What's his name? Anthony Edwards. His whole child support thing. So I think like when women ask for child support from their man, especially like from a white man, that's probably like an insult to him because it's like a black thing, really. Like having to get child support because you don't
That's
take
what
care of
he probably
your.
told her. Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck.
Wait, what you say?
He probably told her goofy ass that, like, oh, don't insult me. I'm not black. I'm gonna take care of
Right.
Arabella. Like, oh yeah, I know you will, because it's gonna be
Well,
court ordered.
but he probably gave her. They probably had a deal. I remember my baby mom was like, "Take me off child support. I will give you $1,000 a month. Just take me off this shit." I was like, "All right." He was like, "Please," like he begged me. He was like, "The minute if I don't pay you, then you can just put me right back on. Just take it off." It was messing up something in his life. I forget what it was.
You know,
Um,
you are right. With child support, you can always go back and get on it, so it's really not that big a deal.
yeah. But I think he was embarrassed that child support had sent papers to his job because he's like a coach, a basketball coach. Hold on. Yeah, I think he was embarrassed by that, but also there was something else going on, like because they had like what do you call it when they not a sanction, but when they were garnishing his wages. Um, I don't know. He just begged me to take it off, and I did. He just gave me what he should have been giving me, well, a little bit more, but that's all you had to do from the fucking beginning is take care of your kid. But back to Stacy, I think they probably worked something out where I'll just give it to you in alimony or whatever you need for her. Just tell me, or you should be able to cover it with alimony and everything.
I need another season of Stacey. I need a confirmation if she's really stupid or if she's just calculated.
I think she's very calculated. Even like that's what I was saying. Like leave everybody. I hate how everybody's like, oh, fire this one, fire that one, get rid of this one. I think we are partially where we are because everyone thinks they're producers, and the
Oh
fucking
my god! And
producers
casting,
are
yeah. listening
The
to the goofy
producers
ass
are
shit.
listening to y'all dumbasses, and we are where we are now because they listening to y'all. They don't know shit. Like they should have never canceled Roni. So what? Ramona is problematic. Why would you put Ebony K. Williams, blackity, super blackity, power for the people, Malcolm X ass on that cast? That was like
Malcolm X got a baby from a white man.
oh God. Did she finally get her baby?
Yeah, from a whole cracker, but you know, like
Oh
the boy said, the
wow. I
ones that
didn't
be
know she
talking
had the
black, you gotta
baby.
watch out for them. I
I
might
did
be
not
wrong, but
know.
I heard somebody talking shit about having a baby from a white man. I haven't seen the child, so I could be wrong.
I thought she was dating a white man. I didn't think that would be so far fetched.
Exactly. Oh yeah, she did date a white man on the show. Well, I really would have preferred this season to have had Nneka instead of Jassy, or hell, even instead of Kiana.
Yeah.
I mean, she came with it. She was like, "Your mama's a witch." Like she came with it. She wasn't backing down. She was shaking tables. She
That's
was.
what I was saying about Wendy. Because now, look at this Wendy that we have now. She thinks she has arrived. And like I
She
was
thinks she's
trying
a
to say,
producer too. She getting bitches fired. Like that really boosted her ego, and she got somebody off the cast. But this whole
I didn't
birthday
like
party with
that.
Eddie's family there. Oh my God! If Nneka could have been on the cast when they had this birthday party and Eddie's sisters finally showed up, this would have been the best season of. Instead, it was a kind of a lame season.
But there might be hope for NECA yet because I don't know what this thing with Mia is, where she said they like literally. I'll read the statement to you. Hold on.
Yeah, let me hear it.
Let me get my other phone. All right, let's see. All right. Okay. It says Mia. This is on Twitter. Mia Thornton announces RHOP exits, stepping back to ensure my family and I are in the best place possible. Then there's a picture of Mia, and it says, after much reflection, I have made the difficult decision to step away from the Real Housewives of Potomac. This journey has been one filled with incredible experiences, personal growth, and, of course, its fair share of challenges. However, at this time, my focus needs to be on my family and my mental well being. As a mother and businesswoman, I have always prioritized taking care of those I love. And right now, that means stepping back to ensure that my family and I are in the best place possible. This is not a goodbye forever, just a necessary pause to realign and focus on what truly matters. I am beyond grateful for the support of the fans, my fellow cast members, and everyone who has been a part of this journey. Thank you for allowing me to share my life with you. I look forward to what the future holds and will always be cheering on my RHOP family. With love and gratitude, Mia.
If that is her, I mean, she lies so much. I won't be surprised if she right back at the damn center or the flute next year.
Let me see.
It's a shame you really can't take nothing she says seriously. But at the same time, I mean, she did what she did. She was there for a few seasons doing nothing but causing chaos, and the chaos was created. On to the next. I just don't like whoever's in charge of casting for that show because that made no sense. Jassy and Kay, that was not that was a waste of or whatever check
Isn't
they
that
got.
guy, Eric? What's his name? Eric Fuller?
Who, the producer?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's solely in charge of casting, but he's not good at it at all. I mean, that season where they had when Mia threw the drink at Wendy, that was a good season because they had the crossover with Peter Thomas. I don't know why, but that kind of low-key excited me just a little bit, even though I'm not even a Peter fan. But they went to Miami and went to Bar One. It's like a Bravo crossover. But other than that, I'm not really. I liked when they brought NECA because I wanted to see two Evos on there and see how the dynamic was going to be. But this season was a fucking flop. To get rid of Robin because she's friends with Giselle and then force Wendy to be friends with Giselle, that makes no fucking sense. It's like you want her to have a friend, but you want to pick the friend.
And they don't like each other.
Mm-mm. And they're like, well, Giselle don't like Wendy, but Wendy wants to be Giselle, so there's that.
Yeah. But she's always taking little shots at Giselle too at the same time. So she wants to be
She's
her. Like
jealous.
I said the same thing, and Gabor said if Giselle was to say something bad, she would be colorist and all that other bullshit. But Wendy wanted to be in that circle or Giselle's friend so bad just so she can play mean girl. That's
Just so
all
she
she
can play mean
did.
girl. Right, make those little slick comments about everybody. Like even Ashley
Everybody.
boyfriend wasn't off limits. Everybody had to get a nasty comment from her. Everybody.
I didn't like that Jack Harlow shit.
It was just so And then the fact that she was just like, well, you talk about my husband all the time. No, she doesn't. Like you've been on the show for
Exactly. What
5
are you
years and
talking
you had to
about?
you were like grasping at straws and you've been on the show with this woman for 5 years and that's the best thing that's the best you can come up with. Oh, that would not be worried about your husband.
Ain't nobody worried about any but you. And the white girls who like,
oh yeah, she be acting like those rumors be just like you said the rumor about Candy wasn't far fetched. She be acting like somebody lying on Eddie. He was following those women on Instagram. He did get caught with following them. He probably do be tricking off on white women. Like these aren't like nobody's slandering him. This is real shit that's happening.
right. And I didn't like with the whole NECA thing. Like I was trying to say on Gabor channel, but the Africans start getting mad at me and calling me colorist. But why can't we talk about what the problem is over in Wendy's village or hometown or whatever you want to call it? Every time we try to talk about it, y'all like to say she addressed it, but no, she didn't. She shuts it down. She literally said we don't talk about it. Like it's taboo to talk about, and it's disrespectful to have this conversation. Like when Ashley brought it up on the show, like that was such she was so offended by actually doing that, but you and everybody else's business. Like everybody
And
else's
it's
business.
crazy because colorism is taboo in America. But if Giselle would have been like, "Oh, we don't talk about that because it's taboo," that wouldn't, she wouldn't have had that privilege to say that. But you can dictate what you want to talk about because it's taboo. Like
As
we can
Candace
all use
said,
that word taboo.
she's white adjacent. Giselle is not white adjacent, Candace.
First of all, don't stick your finger at me talking about with your white looking ass. See, that's like an aggressive speech. I don't know. Like you need to get drug again.
Yeah,
Candace needs
that
to
was
realize she's just not that girl. Like you're not Ratata, so just stop it. And neither is Wendy. Like when Mia was like, Wendy, I'm warning you, you got one more fucking time. And Wendy kept talking and she got her ass doused with a drink. We now all see, America sees that you're not about it. So please sit the fuck
no.
down. But you
You
sitting
let
here
that girl
bucking up.
put a drink in your face and banish you from the trip, and nobody got up to see if you were okay.
Well, it's hard to get up to see if you're okay if you still bucking up after the fact, asking to get popped by the purse now. Like you and Candace, like y'all need to like pick one role and stick to it. Like I'm an academic and I'm not into altercations. If you would have played that role, then somebody could have like checked on you. But you jumping up, screaming and hollering, you lucky I don't beat your ass. Like girl, then just do it. Either beat her ass or sit down and cry. You can't say I'm lucky and when you're 2 feet in front of me. Like nobody stopped her from swinging the purse. So why didn't you swing? Why didn't you swing something? Like what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, like beat it now. Say something, do something. You just let this girl throw the drink in your face. Was
That was so
Candace
annoying.
sitting right there? Wasn't Candace sitting right there when she did it?
But Candace
Oh,
ain't
the
gonna
sun
fight
is
either.
coming
That's why
up.
they both need to stop the bullshit.
The sun is coming up. So it's 7
Oh,
o'clock.
is it? Let me see.
Did you
I
get in
can't
your
see it
building
from where I'm at.
safely?
I am, and I don't see the sun yet. Maybe from direction I'm looking at.
Well, I didn't see
Hmm.
the sun, the daylight coming up. That's the window behind me.
Yeah. I was getting nervous too because when I was walking, cars kept like slowing down to stare at me, and I was like, "What the fuck?" But then I forgot, like I was walking with my drawers on. I didn't have no pants on. People probably thought I was a streetwalker.
Like, what
Yeah,
kind
I
of
had flip
drawers?
flops, like
Like
loose fitting drawers
boxers?
where everything was, yeah, like everything was swinging, and I just completely forgot. But like this one car kept like circling the block to look at me over and over again. I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" I'm like, "Oh,
He probably thought you
that's
was working.
I know. I look like one of the working girls because there was no reason for me to be out like that."
You said you like your whole couture.
So, but sometimes I'll be doing it so often I'll be forgetting. I'll be doing it unintentionally.
People be looking at me crazy when I go to the store in the middle of the night.
Wait, why was we
So,
talking about them get? Oh, we was talking about the cast. Okay. I was like,
oh
why were we
what?
talking about Candace? We was talking about Candace and Wendy. Oh, Wendy having slick mouths and talking about everybody. Yeah, like bitch, play a role. Either be a meek, mild bitch or a ratata, but you can't be both.
I have 4 degrees. What happened to that one day?
Oh, I think she's trying to be like Giselle because Giselle's very aggressive and blunt, but she totes a really fine line where she doesn't
Yeah.
act like she's going to fight anybody, but she still tries people. And Wendy doesn't hasn't mastered that art. With her, it's just awkward and weird and just too much. But
Giselle is
she's not.
like
That's not
really
her.
non-confrontational. She doesn't, like Gabor said, she's never even called anyone a bitch. Like she was the first lady of a church, so she's not really confrontational. She doesn't. I forget what it was they were going back and forth about, but
What are you
the
talking
argument.
about? Q said that he lives in the DMV area, and she used to be in the parking lot of the church fighting.
Oh, but on the show,
I don't
like,
know how true that is.
but on the show, she doesn't like argue with people or like raise her voice, or she doesn't call anyone out their name on the show. Like even in the
Giselle is
moments when
very
she
aware that she's in charge. Like she's aware that like none of them are on her level.
did. So you think it's a class thing? Like I will not dig. Like Mariah said, I will not get off my chariot and throw tomatoes with you.
Kind of, but not like in a snobby way. Just in a, I just have a kind of swag about me. Like I have a swag that y'all don't match. Like I don't really have to get angry because y'all kind of just don't match me.
Like when Mia called her daughters whores, she didn't. Like I feel like she got her back at the reunion. That gang up that was orchestrated.
Yeah, I agree with Gabor when he said that she doesn't know how to like react in the moment.
No,
She has a delayed response.
that's where Robin came in at.
Yeah, that really was her muscle. I don't mean like in a physical way, but I mean like even her in her mouthpiece too.
I don't want Robin back. I don't know. Would you rather have Robin or Candace back?
I absolutely love Robin, so I never wanted her to leave.
I didn't like. I think Robin. I didn't like that Robin was lying so much about her life.
When did she lie?
Like not really sharing what's going on with Juan, pretending like he's at Denellery with this girl he works with. Um, the fake marriage. Like she was supposed to get married in
You said
Jamaica.
a fake marriage.
Weren't they supposed to get
They
married
are
together in
married.
Jamaica, and they did it on like the bridge instead?
Yeah, because she couldn't get Juan to go to Jamaica. He kept looking for excuses not to get married. So she was like, "Well, we're gonna get married down the street." What's your excuse now? That's the only way she could get him to do it.
But she
In
was
my
lying
mind.
about their relationship. Like, he doesn't fuck with you, Robin.
At all.
At all.
But I don't think she had to be honest about that because Juan was honest about it. Juan was like, I'm not going to any reunions with you. And then he was like rolling the window up in her face. And then he was like, take this fucking mic off. Well, we got the picture.
I think what really pissed Bravo off was at the time, whatever was happening, she put it behind the paywall. Like, I remember she was
She
gonna
didn't
watch
put that behind the paywall though. The blogs
Remind me
released
what
that
happened, because I don't
information.
remember what happened. What happened? Remind me what happened.
The season had already ended. We had watched the whole season, and then the blogs released the information. So they were asking Robin, "Can you tell us what happened?" And she was like, "Yeah, for a fee." Like, and there's nothing wrong with that because even Andy asked Ebony K. Williams, and Ebony K. Williams said, "I did the same damn thing. I'm sorry, Andy, but I'm all about my money."
But you on this show.
But the show was already done wrapping. Like, I can't dictate when the blogs spill my business.
But you
It's
lied
out
to us
now.
and told us everything was cool.
It was cool with her. She lets that man cheat in peace. Y'all be interpreting the shit the way y'all want to interpret it, but I never told y'all he wasn't a cheater. I just told y'all, that everything's cool. That could mean a million things.
Yeah, everything's cool. We're getting married. I don't know. It just felt like she was withholding
She
and
still lies
not
about that
being.
to this day. If you watch regionally shady podcasts, they bring up Juan every single episode of their podcast, like he really is involved with Robin or something. That's the worst part of the podcast. I'm like, oh my god, they still with this Juan bullshit. If she was still on Potomac, they would be dragging her ass for that shit. Like, ma'am, nobody believes you on Juan.
That's
And the
why we
fact that
don't
y'all
need to
actually
do
built
that.
a house together, the fact that y'all built a house together, like Kiana was about to do with Greg, that's really disappointing. My thing about Bravo is I hate that they make it about the fucking husbands. I hate that they brought Kay on the show and made Greg her storyline, and it was cringy. When Robin was on the show, I loved Robin before they started making Juan her storyline. When Atlanta came out, my favorite reunion was season 4 when they was talking about Neverland. Season 5, they started bringing the husbands to the reunion, and Todd and Peter kept wanting to have moments. Apollo kept wanting to have a moment. The show went downhill when they kept featuring the husbands, giving them their own interviews scenes. Like, it's called Housewives. We only want to see the wives. We don't want to see who they're dating. I don't. Like, that just because a lot of them
I
be
think
in some cringy ass relationships, i.e., Robin. Before they
I
kept
think
focusing on one, I liked her.
I think just because of the Jersey husbands, they were like always like right there with their wives in the mess. So maybe they were trying
And
to
tough
like
story. Yeah, the Jersey Husbands did help their show. I actually like that. They were like always in the shit.
always.
Sorry. But yeah, I guess you're right. It did work sometimes, but you got to realize when it's not working. Because like with Juan, it
Right.
didn't work. But I like Robin because like she's the only one who activated Karen. If Robin wasn't there, Karen wasn't being funny. Like when Robin would confront her about the house, then she's like, "Oh no, bitch, you're lying. I'm gonna deliver a pizza to your house." Then she confronted her about the tax issues. Then she chased her through the Black Caucus and was like, "Liar!" Like she was giving Karen the business, and y'all were like, "This woman's boring." I'm like, "Boring where?" I'm like on the floor crying, laughing. Y'all just don't like the bitch because she look white. Like, let's just keep it real. Like she's bringing a whole lot to this show. I'm cracking the fuck up. She's antagonizing Karen more than any. Her and Ashley
She bring
was
a
sticking
whole
it
lot,
to Karen.
girl. I wouldn't say she bring a whole lot.
That was my favorite part of the show was seeing her going back and forth with Karen, her going back and forth with Ashley, Ashley going back and forth with Karen, Giselle going back and forth with Karen, and then occasionally Sharice saying something funny every once in a while, but Sharice didn't really bring that much. But Ashley, Robin, and Giselle and Karen, that sparring, that was the show for me. Really, it could have just been them four, and then maybe Katie every once in a while. I didn't really need that was the show for me, but I realized everybody don't think like I think because they were saying that Robin was boring. I was like, huh? That's the only
I
reason I'm
mean,
watching.
I feel like at a certain point, Robin, I don't know. It was, I don't know. But like you saying, basically what you're saying is what I'm saying about Atlanta is like the core cast. Like, leave it at that. Like, you bring all these new people, and it just doesn't work. Or the new people, they always want to come for the HBICs or the queens, whether you think it's Karen, whether you think it's Giselle. Like, even look at, going back to Wendy, look what Wendy did. Like, what Karen said about Wendy was right. Like, she's not to be trusted. What else did she say? That she's self-serving. So you have Stacy, whom Stacy, first of all, you effed up when you spilled all Karen's tea to Mia of all people because you were mad because Mia was, because you didn't like the way, what was it? She didn't like the way that Mia, hey Elmer Show, we're talking about all the house, we're talking about a lot of stuff, Elmer Show, but right now we're talking about Wendy. We're talking about Potomac in Atlanta. I was saying that Wendy is, look how, so Stacy blew up her relationship with Karen to tell you, Wendy, that Karen was talking shit about you, and in turn, Wendy skewered you at the reunion. And what Karen told you was actually right about Wendy. And you probably regret that. That's probably why you wanted to give Karen some grace at the reunion or whatever, but it was too late. You already did what you did. And I don't have respect for the girls who are sitting up here talking about Karen is, Karen that, she's a drunk, she's this, she's that, she's a, she's a hoe, she's a freak. Like, well, after the fact, when to me it says more about you than whatever you're trying to say about Karen, because you knew she had a problem all of these years and you didn't say or do anything, or you didn't try to have an intervention, or you didn't do or say anything about it. I mean, you said your little smart shit here and there, but now y'all have so much to say about her being drunk. Oh, they told me she was here drinking all night, or she comes here every day and get drunk. Why are y'all kicking her back in now? Like, I didn't respect that at all from them. Hold up,
I didn't mind
before.
it because fuck Karen. Karen
Yeah,
like has no morals about her, so fuck her. Like anything goes with her as far as I'm concerned.
yeah. I mean, I'm not defending Karen, and it's not really about Karen. It's about Wendy more so because, like I said, Karen was right about you. You're mad at Karen, and I don't like when me and you could be friends, Trent, and you could tell me all your business, right? Like all the little stuff you do. Suppose you told me you had 10 affairs with 10 different people at the gym and all kinds of stuff.
Oh
I would
my
know all your business.
god, let me set that record straight. I do
No,
not have affairs
I'm
with
just
people at the
saying.
gym.
You could tell me the deepest, darkest, seediest fucking secrets. And if I had a falling out with you, or if I got mad at you, I would not go to your enemy and tell them all of your business. That's just, real bitches don't do that. Like, and I don't respect bitches who do that at all. That's corny to me. Like, that's
Yeah,
I
and
just
she was like also really excited to tell what TJ said about her too. Like, what the fuck are you throwing Stacey under the bus for? That was uncalled for, and it just kind of was tacky too.
it was. And and especially you, Wendy, opinionated. You've been saying all season about how he's more interested in a trainer than you. And I don't like when people do shit like that. Like, you are like going out on a limb, just like how Garcelle was like, yeah, Garcelle, Dorit, I don't believe Dorit was robbed. I don't believe, just putting that out over the airwaves, like you don't believe that's like a hell of a fucking hell of a accusation to make, especially when you don't care and prove to be any That's a hell of an accusation to make. So all season you've been saying that TJ, you're basically saying he's gay, number one, which isn't cool. Like, what if he was gay? What if you're out in this man or whatever? But you're making fun of the fact that he's gay, which is not funny, because what's wrong with being gay? But anyway, if you're insinuating that he's gay, that he's more interested in the trainer, this is someone who is being duplicitous, someone who has poor character, someone who is deceiving Stacy, and whatever inferences you can make from that. So for you to turn around because this duplicitous man said that she's been paying me and take his word as the Bible was strange to me. Because like I said, all season y'all been saying how he ain't shit or whatever and to get far away from him, but now all of a sudden it's okay to listen to what he has to say. Hold on, I'm looking at these ingredients and these things, but yeah.
To piggyback what you were saying about how the core group needs to be back, that's like what I was saying about them making Phaedra leave, because honestly, Phaedra helped though. Like, Phaedra was an integral part of Atlanta because every season she had a beef. Like, she had a beef with Nene for talking to her sister. She had a beef with Kenya for her husband when hunch on her, and then she had a beef with Candy. Like, it was always her beefing, and it was like a really strong, intense beef that was like much CTV. So when it like reached its peak for them to dismantle the core like that, only to get somebody like Fallon on there whose husband got stolen and then not bring her back after her husband got stolen. How much sense does that make? Like, y'all just keep like losing the key players.
Right. Hold on, I'm just trying to see what's in these I don't know which ones I need. Maybe I'll just take 1 and 1. I feel like I need an allergy pill and a nasal decongestant. So I'm gonna take 1 and 1. 1 NyQuil, 1 Dayquil. I'm gonna take 1 NyQuil and 1 Dayquil. Because I need a decongestant and an allergy pill. But yeah,
You don't have like a
Michelle
Flonase?
says, hold on, I didn't even see all this. Michelle, good morning, what's wrong? They've been told her she was a drunk. Michelle, right. Karen proved to be an enemy of Wendy. I don't know. I feel like Wendy proved to be an enemy of Karen. Like, she's kicking her whole back in. All Karen said was, be careful of that bitch. And she was right. Look what she's doing to Stacy. Stacy sacrificed her relationship with Karen to be Team Wendy. And look how Wendy paid her back, is all I'm saying. Wendy is a friend to no one. She's supposed to be friends with Giselle, but every chance she gets, she's making snide remarks. And like Gabor said, if Giselle was to say something back, y'all would be crying colorism.
If Giselle films with Robin, they're gonna cry colorism. Because it's ridiculous that Jacqueline can have as much airtime as a fucking peach holder, but Robin couldn't even return to like film a scene as a friend of. They refused to let Giselle be.
They got really pissed off with Robin.
They what?
They got really pissed off with Robin behind that paywall stuff because, like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but
they weren't that pissed off. They gave her a job on Traders.
They got
just
pissed
wanted
off
to separate her and Giselle. They weren't that pissed off. They gave her a job on Traders. She still worked for Bravo. They just didn't want her, and they just were desperate to break her and Giselle up because they're like, we can't have 2 tan people together.
I really think that she was being like secretive, and for you to withhold something from the show and then go on your Patreon and charge people for the information, a kind of a conflict of interest.
I love how they called it a paywall and she only charged $3 for the membership.
Still, that's awesome charge. There's no problem with Robin. There's
Oh,
$3,
because that really
bro.
was hot. That was the hot information that summer too. That was kind of sad. $3,
You could have got
and
at
you
least
splitting it with
10.
Giselle.
That's
Don't forget
DDF.
she split it with Giselle too.
So $1.50 each minus the fees and stuff they charge you.
And they only got like 50 subscribers too. Like that's why I didn't get why they was so mad. Like she didn't make no money.
That's why Robin went broke. Cause she's not a thinker.
She's not. She's not a financial person.
$3, that's something like I would charge if I was starting a Patreon. Bitch, you could probably get 30. Joe Budden and them charge $20 or $25 to watch them play basketball. And people paid it. And they loved it. I wonder if she's still
Robin
selling
Reese
those
and I
pants.
did see. Somebody wrote in on the last. I watched their podcast. Somebody wrote in was like, Robin, I got my mom one of your hats and she loves it. So I guess she's still selling them, and she has customers.
Yeah, you missed 3 hours. I didn't come on till like 3 o'clock. I was doing washing my hair and stuff and making shorts, videos, trying to get monetized. What else was on the docket? We said we're not excited about Atlanta because the girls are just regular, underwhelming, fake important.
Yeah, underwhelming. Some perfect adjectives.
Thank you, DGF. What else? I don't think anybody's watching Grosse Point. It's not really that. It's kind of slow. Grosse Point Society. I think White Lotus comes on tonight. That's just slow too.
I wanted to watch it because I like the girl Naomi King.
Who's Naomi King?
From How to Get Away with Murder.
The black girl?
Yeah.
Michaela. That's what I call her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all still giving her the How to Get Away with Murder name. I only know her name is Naomi King because my great grandmother's name is Naomi King. So I was like, oh, crazy.
Yeah, that's why. Well, Grosse Point Society is basically, so it opens and they have this garden club. And they introduce Michaela. She's married. That's not her name on the show. I forget what her name is on the show. But they introduce Michaela. She has a husband who ignores the shit out of her. He's like fine. El Michelle said y'all might be related. Her last name is King.
Maybe not though. I always tell people I'm not related to anybody with the name King.
SC Kings. I don't know what that means. But so her husband, he's like running on a treadmill. Like she comes in, she's in like sexy lingerie, something like Victoria would have one. And she walks in the room and he's just running on his Peloton and he just doesn't even give a shit. So she just goes away. And then they have another character, a white girl. She's a teacher, but she's really an artist or writer. Her boyfriend's an artist. And your name is King, cousin. I'm going to watch the first episode of Grosse Point Society since GP is the big money suburb just east. Oh, okay. Oh, so that's a real place. So you have Michaela. So you got the white girl that's a teacher. She has a boyfriend, but she's really close to this other guy in their garden group. Other white guy. He is recently divorced. He has 2 children and a wife who left him for a rich lawyer. And their deal was that he supported her through law school, and as soon as she became a lawyer, she got a better lawyer husband, basically. So like they're feuding like over silly shit, like with the kids, like picking up the kids for school. And like there's this one scene where they're having career day, and the stepdad, the rich dad, wants to do the career day because he's a rich dad, but he's like a tax law attorney or something like that. So when he goes to the school, the kids are like really underwhelmed, and he knows how to fix like old cars. He was so she was supposed to help him. Once she got her law degree, she was supposed to help him pursue his passion, which is fixing cars. But I think he wanted to have a shop or a store or I don't know, something like that, but profitable. So he was outside and he pulled up in one of his old cars, and all the kids were like, "Oh my God, that's so cool! Your dad's so cool!" And after that, the guy makes a phone call to somebody. He's going to try to get custody of the kids because he was like kind of embarrassed because the kids are like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what is tax law? Like, we don't care about this." So, but like I said, he's close to the teacher, the white teacher girl, and she has a boyfriend, and his parents are rich. Now, his parents, they are like starving artists. And the parents want, and he's like Asian. Like, yeah, he's Asian. He might be mixed, but I think the majority of him is Asian. So his parents they were like, "Oh, one of our rental properties is about to be vacant. You guys should just move there. Just please, just go take it." Like they don't want any money or anything. And they're like, "No." The girl, she's like telling the husband, like, "No, like we moved there. We're gonna be close to them. We're gonna have to like go to dinner with them. We're gonna have to like, not be artists, like just not, the parents just want them to have like better lives, and they just like not like she like writes these stories she's trying to get her work like submitted to like the New Yorker or the New York Times, and they keep declining her or whatever. And I forget what he does. I think he makes signs, like he draws signs for like for companies. So they're like, their parents aren't impressed and they want them to like level up. So then they have this new girl coming into the garden club, and her shit is court ordered. So she comes in, and it was kind of like remember when Garcelle first came on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, like her opening scene, like the big, "Oh wow, Garcelle Beauvais is coming to Beverly Hills," and they had this like her opening scene, and she was supposed to be so fab, and with all these this, that, and third, and it just fell completely flat. It reminded me of that because this girl was like the opposite. So they like zoom in, they started to feed. She has on Louboutin, she has her Chanel bag, she has her fashions on. She's a stink attitude. Like, what is this? Like, she's just making little comments about like all the hard work they put into this garden. And Michaela, she said something like, "Next time, maybe you should wear your old Louboutin." She was like, "These are the old ones." And she's like kicking stuff with her heels on. And, come to find out, like she was in a DUI. Like she, like ran her car up a fucking fire hydrant. But she had like, everyone has like a twist. So her little twist is like she's close with the cop. At first, you don't know. So she's close with the police officer. Like she didn't really get punished how she was supposed to. She just has to do this community service shit. And then like there's another scene where I forget exactly how it happened, but this little boy comes in. Oh, so this lady, she's talking to this little boy, and this like lady comes up. I thought she was like Mexican at first, and she might be, but she comes up, she's like, "Don't you talk to him. That was our agreement. You leave him alone," or whatever. And she was just like looking confused or whatever. And the cop comes up, he's like, "Yeah, it might be best for him just to like leave him alone." So you're like, well, what? There's a lot of that. Well, what's going on? What's going on in the show? Come to find out, that's her son, because she was telling the boy that I think he's like a troublemaker too. I think he was in trouble. She was telling him that she had a baby and she had to give it up for adoption, but she didn't say like, "I'm your mom." So, and then they keep flashing back to this body. Well, they keep flashing back to this grave they dug in their garden that at first you don't know who it is or whatever. And you still technically don't know who it is. But as it goes on, there's only 2 episodes so far. So as it's going on, they keep flashing back, and they're all standing around. And the rich girl, she's like freaking out, and they're trying to calm her down. And they're like, "We're all in this together. Just relax." And so they're like, they pan over to his car, like a Cadillac. They're like, "What should we do with that?" And the one of the guys, he's like, "You gotta burn it," but they forget that the phone is in there. In some kind of way, the rich girl gets the phone. So let me rewind a little bit. So Michaela, remember I said her husband was ignoring her. So you see her like kissing, like making out with some dude, and he gives her a bracelet. So she's cheating on her husband with this guy, this white guy, and he gives her a bracelet. So when they have a meeting, like they have these garden meetings, and they're doing this like fundraiser. It looks campy from the advertisement. Have you seen Why Women Kill on Paramount? No, I haven't seen that. I haven't even heard of that. 3 seasons are fire. So Michaela sees this bracelet, the same bracelet that she has on the rich girl. And she's like, "Where'd you get the bracelet?" And she was like, "A friend of mine gave it to me." And she was like, "Who?" And she was like, "Why?" And she was like, "I just want to know." And she was like, "Actually, him." And there's a bus going past, and there's a billboard of a local real estate agent. The local real estate agent. So they're both fucking the real estate agent. But Michaela goes back to her garden people, her friends in the garden party, because the new rich girl, she's not really their friend yet. And she's telling them, that he's messing with her. And they're like, and she was like, "But he was supposed to leave his wife for me, and we were supposed to run off together." Mind you, she has her own husband. I don't know if she has any kids or not, but so they convince her to confront him about her. So when they go to confront him, one of the guys, the poor guy, he was like, "Just wait a minute." The poor dad, he was like, "Just wait a minute." And then they see like 4 women come. They're like on a stakeout. They see him, like 4 women come in and like, I guess fuck him. Like they go in the house, like as he's showing houses, like the women come in and then they leave. So like obviously he is everybody's man. Like Shireen, Apollo's wife, said about Shaq. So that kind of breaks Michaela's heart even more. Wait, what y'all talking about? 2 Grosse Pointe Shores residents are among the richest people in America. Oh, wow. Oh, you said it's in Detroit? I must have missed season 3. It was a good watch. What was Women That Kill? Why Women Kill on Paramount? Is that like a documentary or a real, like a scripted series?
It's a series. It's a scripted series. It's like it's incredible. Like
Really?
it's so amazing. I can't even
I'm gonna put
stress
that
how
on
good
my
it
list.
is. Like it's so fucking good. The second season is better than the first, but the first one's good as fuck.
I'm gonna put it on my list. Hold up. TV shows. Why Women Kill. Did anybody hear anything about The Substance?
Substance. What's a
I
show?
just had, yeah. I just had The Substance. It's about sex workers. It's
Oh
more
no.
to it. I think it might have won some awards. I'm not sure. It's something called There Will Be Blood and The Brutalist. These are all from the Joe Button podcast. But Demi Moore, that's the Substance. let's see. Maybe it was on 2 seasons. I'll watch BA few seasons of Wild Make Go too, since it's highly recommended. So I'll watch Demi Moore. Honora is about sex workers. So what is this substance about? So yeah, Gross Point is just like kind of this back and forth between Substance is about being an Asian woman. Okay. Is that the one with Demi Moore? Nora is about sex workers. Substance is on Prime. I do want to see a Nora too. Substance is about chasing youth. Okay. Okay. And, all right. So yeah, Gross Point, it just keeps going. Like you just keep finding out more and more about the characters, and it keeps cutting back to the body. So then, the night they bury the body and burn the car, somebody gets the phone. He has a cell phone. Something starts. It was a hard twist. Oh shit! Really? So I might. You said that's on Prime, the substance. I might go to sleep to that.
Oh, you like horror stuff?
No, I just like.
That's what.
Wait, no, like real horror movies. No, I don't watch like demonic possessions, and I don't like all that shit. But like
Demonic possession
something
should
like
be corny as fuck.
it is. They don't make movies like they used to. Something like it.
They really don't. It was actually good. The clown one.
Yeah, yeah. I like that kind of horror movie. But
Oh
like
yeah, that
all
was
this new
actually.
shit they got out now, they can keep. Like I even like Saw when it first
Oh yeah,
started.
so when it first came, I didn't watch all 19 sequels, but yeah, I liked it. They was like, "Fuck, we gonna get all y'all money. We just gonna keep making the same fucking movie."
Yeah, like they all. Wait, I'm too scared to watch it because scanners scare me. I never heard of scanners. Wait, what platform is Substance? I thought they said Substance. Was it on Prime or I don't know.
Because I have Prime,
I'm,
but my Paramount Plus free trial ran out, and no, I'm not gonna give them another email address.
I didn't even see one for free trial.
Yeah, that's how I watch from.
I'm gonna get it though. I keep hearing a lot of people say stuff about Paramount. Paramount owns everything.
Oh,
Like
see,
think
I didn't
about
see
how
that
many
much on
movies.
there. That's why I didn't keep it. I know Gabor was saying there was a lot on Paramount, but or he said that the he still has the free password, I guess. But when I had the trial, I didn't really see anything on there worth keeping the subscription. I think the only thing I was
Maybe.
watching was from.
Mm. What was I gonna say here? The Gross Point. So the rich white girl, goes and tells the cop that they killed somebody because they were trying to stop her. Like she disappeared when they were burying the body, torching the car. She takes the boy's phone and she brings it to the cop. But the cop kind of like covers it up for her. So I don't know if he's the child's father or what. And I think they did kiss. So it's just a lot of twisting and turning, and like little bits and pieces here and there. But I guess they'll all come together eventually. I watched one episode of Paradise and I was over it. But everybody,
I
well, not
couldn't
everybody.
even get through the first episode. It was kind of boring to me. So I'm glad you said that. I felt like I was the only one who was bored by that show.
It was weird too because the
I
skeptic
didn't
in
even get
me
to the
wouldn't
weird
let
part.
me enjoy it.
Also, I don't have a premium Hulu account, so there was too many ads. So I'm not used to that. I told you I don't have cable, so I'm not used to ads and commercials and stuff.
Right. I feel like you should get all these services for free if you pay for Comcast.
What do you mean? What services? Paramount and all the apps.
Paramount, Netflix, even shit. Peacock used to be free. Now they want $14.99 to watch Peacock. It's literally
Peacock
not
was free
shit
at one point.
on Xfinity, yeah, because it's owned by NBC, and Xfinity owns NBC or vice versa. I watched 3 episodes of Paradise and Bell. I asked my girlfriend, I said, if you had to watch it all over, would you? And she said no. Now, what was good to me was The Handmaid's Tale. What are y'all talking about? Right. Why am I paying and still see commercials? I watched 3 episodes. Paradise and Bell. My best friend hates it too, but I liked it. They love it
Yeah,
on the
that
Joe
should be the
Budden
rule.
podcast.
Like all these apps where you have to pay for the subscriptions, there shouldn't be any ads.
None at
Because
all. There really shouldn't
I
be.
pay for YouTube. I pay for YouTube, but I don't get any ads. So why
How
would I
much
pay
you
for
pay
Hulu?
for
Do I gotta
that?
watch ads? Hmm?
Do you have YouTube TV or you just pay for YouTube Premium?
YouTube Premium.
Isn't it like
But I get to listen to
$30?
YouTube music. No, it's like $11. It was
Oh,
$16, but then when I realized Verizon lets me add it to my phone bill for just $11, I got it through my phone bill, so now it's only $11.
yeah, because I think it's $30. I was
And
like,
then
I
I get
don't
to
want
watch
to watch
listen
anything
to
on
music
YouTube
without
like that.
commercials.
I had a free trial for YouTube Premium. It was nice not having any ads.
I've had YouTube Premium since 2019, so I don't even know what it's like to have YouTube ads. But so when you get monetized, every time I'm on your channel, you gonna automatically get a check from me. Because anybody's channel I watch, they get paid because I have the premium, even without me watching your ads.
So, if the people don't watch your ads, you don't get paid?
Unless they have premium. Like I don't have to watch your ads and you'll still get paid. But if people have an ad blocker, you won't get paid.
So if you click off when it says you can skip 3, 2, 1, they don't get paid.
No, I think they still
What
get
do
paid.
they
I mean,
do?
like if they have like a third party ad blocker, then you won't get paid. But if you watch like the first 5 seconds, you may get a penny instead of a nickel.
Oof. I don't know. My best friend hates it too, but I liked it. I watched an episode of Real Paradise. I already sent you stories. I get free Hulu with T-Mobile. Ooh, nice. I get Apple TV for quote unquote free, but it seems like Apple TV is like a culmination of all of the services that you pay for. Like it'll be like, oh, Housewives is available. I already have Housewives. I have Xfinity. Or it'll be like, they'll just tell me like send a notification that says these episodes are available, but I already know that because I have, I have Hulu. I know, like I already watched it. So I don't know. I know they have their own series and stuff. So I don't know if it's free just because of an iPhone, but I feel like I don't pay for Apple TV.
Oh wow!
Um,
And you can watch Housewives for free?
I don't know.
'Cause I pay every time I watch a Housewives episode. None of my
Really?
platforms have it for free.
Do you
None
have
of
an
my
iPhone?
services. No.
Oh, because there's an app. It's only on iPhone. Let me see if it's in the Android store. You can watch literally anything that's in the movies, anything that's on TV. I love YouTube is very aggressive. I get free Apple TV. Maybe I get it free. Let me see if it's called electricity.
Everybody say Daredevil is good. Mm. Is it better than the Penguin? Because that shit was good. Oh yeah, of course it is. And Sophia made Penguin. She was more important than any other character to me.
Yeah, I don't see it in the Play Store. Are they old episodes? Daredevil Born Again is excellent. Is that a series? Is Daredevil a series or a movie?
Yeah, it's a series. It's on Netflix. It's a series. Wait, so it's like intertwined with Luke Cage and Black Lightning and all them?
Oh, who they are. That NyQuil's already working. Is it seen that? I have that any movie or TV. No, it's called Electricity. Hold on, I'll show you. The Penguin was everything. Oh man.
Definitely
What you
kill
call
poor little
it?
Victor.
HBO does not miss. Okay.
Victor deserved better. He should. Well, actually, he didn't. He decided to choose the Penguin over his old lady. So you get what you get.
Let me have an ad there.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
Do I have an echo? Do I sound weird? Because this is my first time using a headset.
Not that we
No.
notice.
Okay, cool. Okay, now what was that question
Wait,
about? Okay,
before you
Daredevil.
real quick, before you start, this is the electricity app, and right now it has Raven Kanan, Daredevil, Beauty in Black. I don't know if y'all can see.
I can't. What's the name of the app?
It's called electricity. Somebody, Trent, can you put your phone on mute for a minute? It's called Electricity, but it's only on iPhone. It has Sisters, School Spirit, The Monkey Baddies. But it has access to Netflix, Disney, Prime, Apple Plus, or Apple TV, AMC, BET, Paramount, Hulu, Max, Showtime. Like there's all this. Just everything is on here, movies and shows, but it's only on iPhone, and you could just stream it if you have a smart TV. You can just stream it through what is it called, Apple Play, or whatever it's called, the screen mirroring. So
Right.
if you have an iPhone, it's called Electricity.
I'm an Android.
Same here. Wait, does my phone have feedback or something?
It sounded like, I don't know. It sounded like it was at a construction site or something.
What the fuck?
If it's caused by my phone, I could turn off my headset.
No,
But
it's
it's
not
going
your. I don't
away.
hear anything.
His was doing that before you came up. But go ahead. What were you about to say about Daredevil?
Oh, somebody had asked if Daredevil was tied to Netflix. Is there all of the Netflix Marvel items have moved over to the Disney Channel? So they're putting Disney money into Daredevil now. The special effects and everything are amazing, fight scenes and whatnot, and it is same actors who starred in the Netflix Daredevil. So it rolled over the storylines and everything. A little time has passed, but it's consistent. It's also still consistent with the other Marvel series, in which what's the bald headed guy's name? I'm drawing a blank. Drawing a blank. Fisk, the big bald headed guy. I can't hear. Hello, class.
Oh, I don't know who you're
Anybody?
talking about.
We're talking about Daredevil, the big guy on Daredevil, the bald headed
Oh, I
guy.
didn't watch. I didn't watch Netflix Daredevil. I was gonna
You
ask you
didn't-
that next. Do I have to watch that to keep to in order
Oh
to
well, no,
watch
you don't
this
need
one?
to. No, you don't need to watch that to get up to speed. I just thought that's why I'm giving you extra information. I was nerding out, so I'm still on the hill by myself as a nerd in the chat. Okay, carry on.
How much of a nerd are you? Are you gonna watch the Harry Potter reboot?
Uh, I don't know if I want it spoiled. I didn't even know there was gonna be a reboot.
Netflix is doing a Harry Potter series.
Okay, I didn't hear about that.
Really?
Right, I seriously thought about buying a wine for my niece, not for myself. And I really tried to get her to buy it with all of my might.
Oh, they're up in arms about the casting. They're doing a diverse cast. Like Snape is
Oh,
casted by a black actor.
oh yeah, because that's how it was written in the book, right?
No, everybody's white in the book, and they
Characters.
think that that's like they need to blacken it up. But people are like, it should be true to the book. Like, why are y'all trying to add niggas in there when that's just not what the book is?
Oh well, that's gonna be really messy on them X. They're gonna get
Yeah,
their
like,
lives.
oh yeah, they already are. That's why I'm surprised you didn't know about the reboot. Like, they are. Oh my god, the grifters are having a field day with this.
I don't really
They're
mess
like
around with X too much.
the woke mafia and all this other stuff. But I do think like making
hmm
the cast, forcefully diverse is just too much and
hmm
unnecessary.
I think I read that Hermione was I may not be pronouncing her name correctly, was really written as a black character. Her description or biracial, person of color.
No, when J.K. got in trouble for not having any black characters, she said, "Well, I wrote that Hermione has kinky hair, so she could have been black. I never said she was white." And they're like, "Bitch, please, that is not good enough." The whole book, even if she is black, that's only one person in the whole school.
hmm And then JK has been so problematic with me lately. Just,
Why? Because she's anti-trannies.
just, yeah, I think that's so mean.
I like that she's like stands on her shit. Like, everybody ain't gonna like everybody.
100%.
I'm about to go back inside and lay down.
I think it's Richie. It's Frozen.
Oh, is she? Yeah, she is frozen. I can't see her.
No, I was
Okay.
here. I was looking at the this MedHut app to see if it was the same. It's similar. It has a lot of shows and stuff on it. I didn't see any movies. Come
Did y'all
on.
peep how Meta is trying to make Instagram's DMs Messenger?
What you
They've been
mean?
doing that today. Like if you click to share something today, in my DMs, for example, if I want to send you a video, it will say we can't do that right now. Then when you clicked it, instead of it saying, whatever it would say, direct message or whatever it was for Instagram, it said messenger. And if you click it, it will go over to the app store because I don't have messenger on my phone. So it's trying to force
Oh.
you into using Messenger as a DM service on Instagram.
I don't like this aggressive, like forcing people to download apps.
Yeah, I noticed that like it suggests stuff now, like on Instagram. Like if they'll post about something, like say if they post, they asked me something that I want to know more about Snoop Dogg. It was something I don't know what it was pertaining to, but it asked me. Like Twitter does that now too. Like you see, I don't know if y'all on there, but like it'll give you where it used to be trending topics. It'll give you like a synopsis, an AI synopsis of. It'll be like, oh, there's a Sutton versus Dorit, class versus whatever they're arguing about, and they'll just show all the tweets regarding just that, based off of I guess what you like and participate in.
It doesn't
Like
give you it doesn't give you a concise list, so you can go anymore when you go in and just like search.
Well, you can search. You can just search the hashtag if you want to see all of them. But if you just go by what I wish I was on my computer.
When I used to just click the magnifying lens on
Mm-hmm.
X, it would show me trending topics for myself and then across the nation, right next to each other. Now it's just a mess.
Mm-hmm. It just
Which
has all these things that it thinks you like. It's basically for you. It like what they think that you would be interested in, and I guess you had to go to the real trending topics, which aren't
man, I
really
could
the
never find
trending
it.
topics. It's like right next to the For You tab.
Okay. It does not. The algorithm has absolutely no idea who I am. It's mostly making presumptions
Right.
because I think it thinks that I'm black, and it's
Oh,
sending
it does the
me.
same thing to me. It shows
Hmm
me how the
Yeah,
black
I'll be like,
content.
how the hell do they know already?
If you like anything black related, then it'll just start showing you all this black shit. Like, oh my god, it's so crazy.
And then I'll deliberately go and look for some Beatles stuff, just anything super white to throw it off.
Yeah. They said that TikTok is heavily censored now. They said
Oh,
people from
TikTok is
other
back up.
countries.
TikTok is back up. I thought it was like canceled or something like that.
It came
No,
back
it's
up
back
like 3 hours
up.
after it shut it down, or 30 minutes or something. Came right back up.
Oh
I
wow.
was reading somebody, they were saying they worked in like the IT, and they said like when stuff shuts down for like a few hours, it's usually like a whole system reboot. So that was probably like to change the thing, like how like we're not seeing like the real news that's going on like around the world, and because like other countries are telling the people like what they're seeing versus what we're seeing.
Hmm
So we're not. Our stuff is being filtered now. So that's probably when they did it with the fake shutdown.
When did you wash your hair, Richie? When did you do that rinse? Today?
Mm-hmm. All of the
Okay,
stuff
because
I did yesterday.
it had a little sheen when you walked through the light.
What you mean?
That's the hot
Shine.
oil
You could see
treatment.
reflection.
Like when I blow dried it?
When you just walked through the room, some light hit your hair and it had a sheen on it.
Oh, maybe I should do another short with my hair like this because I haven't even. I just blow dried it. I didn't put any. Let me see.
Yeah, it looks pretty. You need to show that so people can see the stages, your viewers.
Okay. Because I haven't even put any heat on. I just blow dried it.
Because people will be like, yeah, but what texture is her hair?
Right.
What's her curl pattern?
This is my adopted cat. He's running away.
Hey, kitty.
I feed her. Look at her. Hi. She
What's
won't
her
let me
name?
come near her. I don't know. What should I name her? Let's give
She
her a
may have
name.
been. Name her
She's
after your YouTube channel.
Name her Arabella.
That's sweet.
Arabella. Arabella.
That's so cute.
Arabella.
I like how
Are
you
She
you
don't
may
realize
have.
that's Stacey's daughter.
She may be
married?
skittish because she was hurt by humans. You know, been mistreated.
Yeah. But she used to like run when I would come to the door. But now
Hmm.
she comes to the door and waits for her breakfast.
She's gonna come to you
Because
one day. You're
another
gonna
cat
be.
would come. They was fighting the other day.
Hmm.
Arabella. Arabella. Hi. Look, she's scared. Hey, Arabella. See, she running. Arabella, come eat your breakfast. Trent, the name of the
I can't
cat,
believe
Arabella.
you really naming this cat after Stacey's daughter.
Yes, her name is Arabella. Arabella.
That.
I think like with TJ, everything always leads back to Wendy, right? I think that like I think it was silly like to believe him because do y'all remember when they were sitting she said Michelle said she doesn't like the name. That's why she ran away. Well, we could think of something else. I was gonna say Mia, but no. I don't want her to be a skank. Remember when
You should
TJ
name
was
her
like,
Gabor because she's an alley cat.
"Ooh,
Right.
I should." But I think she's a girl because I think she was pregnant.
She can be Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Zsa Zsa. We gotta give her a ghetto Zsa Zsa. Zhanasia. But
El
yeah,
Michelle, I'm just seeing your comments in the chat.
she don't like the name. You about to make me call in to defend Wendy. Come on, bring it. Cause remember when let me wash my hands. When TJ was like, how far are you with the divorce? He went wanting to go to the zoo and shit every day with her. Well, not every day, but for date. And then all of a sudden he was like, well, how far is your divorce? And I want to come to your house. And she was like, Arabella's there. No. And he was like being like real pushy with her. And Stacey had a couple of tells on her, like her face. Like she has a few, I could tell she wasn't feeling him at that point. So why couldn't they have really broken up? Like TJ seems like an attention whore. Like even
Hmm.
when I don't know if it was TMZ that caught up with him, and he was like, it's gonna be groundbreaking when I share the tea or whatever." Like he just wants a moment. Like, and if Stacey, I feel like she was very. That's what I'm saying. Stacey, she has like I'm not gonna call her duplicitous, but she is maybe duplicitous is a good word because when her best friend came, the black gay guy, I love him. He was like, "Girl, what is all of this? This new like basically like all this Miss America shit you got going on, like this new attitude." And the picture he showed of them in the club zipping it and zooing it in Chicago painted a very different picture. Like Stacey was up to some things or whatever. So I think that she bought TJ on the show just so we wouldn't be all up in her business, like how everybody's all up in Ashley and Michael's business. Like to keep Trent, you said her husband was the chairman of Audi.
Yeah, he's something like that.
So like, remember when Ashley had told the girls about her prenup and they was all in her business and putting it on blast and shit, and basically like she had to do a posting up after that. I feel like she brought TJ on there to keep the girls out her real business, and he was treating her like a dog, talking to her like a dog, and like her friend said, if she was going to pay for somebody, why wouldn't it be somebody better, or at least somebody who acted like he liked her, or she could, if she was going to pay, she could have got her money's worth for real, like Why would somebody pay for TJ to treat them like that? But I think he was brought on as a distraction. And number two, if she did pay him, some of the husbands, you have to keep in mind that he's a struggling actor. Like he's not a real actor. And like maybe she paid for his flights, even though did she say she didn't pay for his flights? Because she was choosing her words very carefully. If you pay attention,
She really was. I definitely noticed that.
she was choosing her words carefully. Hey, Shelves. So maybe
Because
she
she
paid
probably has
for his
her husband
flight.
paying him directly. Her husband probably pays him directly, so she can be telling the truth. I never, because she said, Andy, I've never paid for a man for anything. She didn't say he didn't
See?
get paid.
If we go back and watch it and pay attention to what she's saying, it was funny to me, and I watched the Bravos. I'll try to post I'll post like I posted the friend zone. I'll post that too. And they even caught on to
Her wordplay.
yeah. So I think it is interesting. I think she needs another season. Mia may or may not be out. You know, the statement was fake supposedly, but knowing Mia, it might be real. Maybe she's trying to get ahead of getting fired. Who knows?
I thought about that. Like she's trying to, say that I left them, they didn't dismiss me type thing.
That's totally up her alley.
I think duplicitous is a good word for Stacy because she's from Detroit, but I don't think she really wanted to reveal that she was from Detroit. I saw an interview with her on our local Fox News channel, and she said she was from Detroit, but or like it's Metro Detroit. Like people always say, like they're from Detroit, and they might be from Grand Rapids. You know what I'm saying? Which is a 2-hour drive away. So
Mhm.
her the way that she speaks, is not a Detroit accent. She sounds like she's from the suburbs, and or she's really got a fake, standard American, standard American English accent. And then I searched to see, well, where did she go to high school? Like marathoning, Married to Medicine. And Andy asked them on I just finished season one, got into season two. Andy asked him during the season one reunion, like, this is your porn, how to make your, corn rather name, use your, pet and your street name. So she said she grew up on Northline. If she grew up on Northland, she may have gone to Henry Ford High School. That's kind of in
Wait,
her
I'm sorry.
area.
What do you mean? You watched Married to Medicine and you heard Stacey talk about her area. She's been on Married to Medicine?
No. I'm just saying, like, Toya's from Detroit. She's not secretive about
Oh, you
being
said
from
Toya.
Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you look up Stacy, it says, "Oh, I'm from the Midwest." Who's saying that? If you're from Detroit, I'm from Detroit. I'm from Michigan.
Right.
She doesn't really claim Detroit outright. Like she's trying to be like, I'm better than Detroit. So I'm sure it irked her soul that they was clapping it up 313 at the reunion because she's denying, she's really not claiming Detroit.
Well, she's married to a whole German man, and that's like she's proud of that. Like I'm sorry,
Mhm.
and that's what I feel. I feel like she tries to not make herself. I won't say not make herself seem black, but unblacken herself. That's not a word,
It's
but
100%, 100%.
yeah, like kind of smooth out the rough edges for a white man who might not know what a Detroit black woman might bring to them. This is what I think or feel.
In
But
her
yeah.
in her bio or profiles, it immediately goes to like from Midwest to I've been to Italy and this and that, like traveling Europe, taking her, just different things like that. I was like, girl, but how? It's just so you just can it when you see it and you read it. You know that she on some
Other,
de-blackening.
yeah, she's on some other. I like Stacy. Stacy is cool, but I do agree that she lied to us. Most of this time she acted. I don't feel like that Miss Prim and Proper is always her 100% all of the time. I feel like she went to school for journalism. She knows how to be a public speaker, a public figure, and all that comes with it of not seeming too too rigid, not seeming too edgy. She does all of that. That dancing when they were in by the pool in North Carolina, like that was a telltale sign to me. Like, girl, what is this dance? Like, you can't tell me that you dance like this for real. And I
You
feel
think
like
she was faking it?
yes, I think that, or she was putting more on it than what it is. Because I think is you can tell the girl has rhythm, but girl, what are you doing with this shoulder move? Like, what is what is that? Like, she's literally got the dancers from all her good white friends, and that's what she brought to us. Like, I don't, and just to defend Wendy, I feel like Wendy a lot of the times talks about what the audience talks about, whether it's because she's in the comments or what have you. I agree with her. I mean, I'm not mad at her when she called out TJ about like he was more interested in the trainer than he was with her, because that literally is what everybody was saying when we saw what we saw. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the first thing. I'm like, why is he all over the trainer and not all over the woman that he's interested in? So I do feel like whether he was a paid actor for her or not, he was a setup for her to come on the show, or he was set up for her to come on the show with him. I think someone said that the husband might have paid him. It's highly possible that this was a whole scheme for both of them. Like, I'm not going to be on the show, but you got this guy that you know, and you want to help him with his career. Yeah, let's go ahead and pay him a little bit of money to come on the show. My husband will pay you. It won't come out of my pocket, you know. But
right.
I'm not mad at Wendy for doing what I consider her job on the show, as far as being messy, making people bring out their own dirt, being real, because that's what we're here for. We want to know what the reality is of your life. And if you're coming to me lying to me about this man that's with you, like, yeah, somebody needs to call that out.
I didn't watch part 3 of the reunion because I just couldn't take it. I was like, let me put it on whatever was on 90 Day Fiance or the 7 Little Johnsons or something.
What, the Potomac reunion?
I will say with the Potomac reunion, they really could have cut it down into 2 episodes instead of 3, because the way they extended that whole TJ saga, I feel like they could have shortened that. The whole Karen of it all, I feel like we did that in the first episode of talking about Karen even more. I honestly, well, no. I was going to say, I wish they kind of picked up the cameras and like got everybody's opinion after Karen went to jail, but that probably would have been too much editing for them. But yeah, I'm actually kind of
can't resist kicking Karen's back in any chance she gets.
Well,
and
Karen did the same thing, though. I mean, I feel like Karen has done the same thing to Wendy.
What is
It's
she
just
doing?
like what Giselle said. Karen don't like you. I tried to tell you that all before, but you didn't want to listen to me because we didn't like each other. So Karen basically said that she wasn't of Potomac. That was the rumor, that she said she wasn't of Potomac. The whole
and that she's not to be trusted.
That she's not to be trusted. But in actuality, none of these hoes are to be trusted. Let's be real, because they all try to dig up each other's dirt to put it on the table on the
Said
show.
about Wendy.
What's the worst thing? I show up as your friend. I show up as your friend. I bring you to events. I bring you to the freaking White House. And then when I have your back, but when you get up on television, my name is not in your mouth. What? Like, so that shows me I'm not a friend. I'm just an acquaintance of yours. So I try to have your back.
Friend is a strong word.
Right, and that's how I feel about all these girls. They are acquaintances. Like, nobody on these shows are real friends.
Wendy is not anybody's friend. Look what she did to Stacey.
I feel like Wendy, I saw a little glimpse, her face cracked just a little bit about Karen. I think when she got home and everything was quiet and she washed her face, she cried a little bit. She got a little choked up.
I feel like Wendy is just trying to be on the winning team on Potomac. Like, even like this friendship she has with Giselle.
It's not a friendship.
On both of their,
I don't think that's a friendship. That's not a
It's
friendship. I
not.
feel like I don't think it's a friendship. Now I think they will tell you it's not a friendship because even in the third episode when Andy was just like, so this budding friendship, they was like, I don't know. They both were like, I don't know. But
Right.
to me, to be honest with you, watching them handle all of the girls, the two of them, I'm like, the two of y'all could be a dynamic duo.
Yeah.
Like like, and I really wish they would. I really wish they
But
would see that
Wendy keeps
and take
shading
hold.
Giselle. Wendy keeps
That's
shading
fine.
Giselle.
It's fine. My thing is Giselle grow up and
This is
take it and
fine.
shade her back.
You come to
Because
my
even
motherfucking
because
phone.
even
You
when Wendy
talking shit
was
about me?
right, but even when Wendy was in her bag or talking about it's about me, see what I did, Giselle was like, girl, it's not always about you. Like, I want that from them. I want that from them. Like, I can
I
shade
agree.
you and you can take it and then you will hit me on the chin with something else. Like
So let me
and
ask
I
you this.
do.
So you
Mm-hmm,
got Wendy and Giselle, right?
mm-hmm.
With a strategic alliance. I wouldn't say friendship.
That was the same thing with
So,
Karen and
but
Wendy too, though.
it
But go
could
ahead.
be, it could be. We're going to talk about Karen right now. It could be. Um, Damn, it made me forget what I was going to say. They have a strategic alliance right now, and they were getting the girls together at the reunion, and it wasn't like obnoxious how it is like when Robin is, doing that with Giselle. Like Robin is just like, I don't know, she's obnoxious.
Yes.
More than Wendy, like more so than Wendy. Um, that was fun to see them vibing at the reunion together and being playful. Now, if Wendy could stop shading her, that'd be good. But what if Candace comes back? I would be interested to see how Wendy starts acting if Candace comes back, because that was supposed to be her good girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now she's friends with Giselle. So would she
Mm-hmm.
stop being friends with Giselle, or would she
No.
say fuck Candace? But did I have this right that she didn't call Candace or see Candace baby yet? And Candace hated Mia, and Candace was at the club or wherever with Mia and what's Mia's front name?
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline and
She was at the
Jossie.
club with a baby. This is when she was pregnant.
No. This was like really recent. Like after the reunion, they were pictured together. It was Candace, Jacqueline. I
Right. I'm
think
saying
Jacqueline
Jacqueline.
pregnant.
Yeah,
Jacqueline
Jacqueline
probably was
pregnant.
pregnant.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about Candace. I
Okay.
don't know if they were at the club. They might have been at dinner. I don't know. But it was a picture of them four: Jossie, Candace, Jacqueline, and Mia. And she can't
Mm-hmm.
stand Mia.
So this is okay. So okay. First of all, why was Mia there? I feel like Mia has lost her job. That's beside the point. I feel okay. So as far as the Candace and Wendy thing, okay, let me just go back. I don't feel like any of these girls are real friends. Let's put it that way. Let me say that first. I don't think any of them are real friends. I think that some of them like others more than they like some of the others. I do agree that Wendy, because I feel like Wendy can be very condescending, very condescending. I will agree with Giselle on that aspect. But let's talk about the whole Candace, Wendy, and Giselle of it all. I think if Candace was to come back, I think Wendy will know how to navigate both of those two. One and two, I feel like Wendy will probably become the person to try to smooth things out between Wendy and Candace and Giselle. Like I feel like because there's no one left, well, other than Ashley, but I feel like there's no one left of that core group that were all there when everything happened. I feel like it's going to be Wendy and maybe even Ashley to try to smooth things over if they do bring Candace back.
Well, Candace can't stand Ashley.
Candace can't stand Ashley, but the thing is, and Candace has said it before, when the cameras are down, Ashley is a cool girl, but the minute the cameras go up, she becomes problematic for her, and I've seen it because even was it not the last not the last reunion, but the reunion before Candace left. Like her and Ashley had a war of words on that television screen, and then less than 24 hours later, we see them at a restaurant. And then they were on I remember them on a television show going back and forth, Kiki, and I'm like, what is happening? Just like, I'm like, what? Like, y'all can't stand each other on the TV show, but when we see y'all out in the real world, y'all seem cool AF. So that's why for me on this, specifically on Potomac, those girls do not like each other, but they know how to make a good television show sometimes when they all come together.
I feel
Is
like
in my opinion.
Karen and Giselle have a friendship, even though they're like frenemies.
Yeah.
I feel like Giselle likes Ashley, and that's it. And then when Robin was there, Robin.
Right. And I feel like that is because they are the core nucleus that have been there since the beginning of the show. Because I really feel like if after season 4 that show didn't come back, Karen and Giselle would probably be hello and passing. They wouldn't be calling checking in on each other. Same thing with Ashley. Like Ashley would be off in her own world. She wouldn't be communicating with these girls.
I believe that Karen and Giselle will still be friends. Ashley, I don't know. But
it seems like
Karen and Wendy, I feel like it was for Ashley and Wendy to be kicking Karen's back in with the drinking, and then to be the two in the press.
How are they kicking? I'm sorry. How are they kicking her back in when she was about the drinking?
I heard this man on the train said to me, Karen be coming here drunk all the time. Oh yeah, I heard she coming to Legal Seafood. She comes here every day and gets drunk. Like, why are y'all just saying this now? Because it's in the press now? Because it's a hot topic now? Like, why didn't y'all been say something? Why didn't y'all been do something? This is y'all friend.
What can you do? What can you do with a 60-year-old delusional drunk? Like, what can you do with a 60-year-old delusional drunk with her own kids, her own family, her own husband? They've addressed it. They've addressed it, and the flex.
But this
why am I going to have it? Why am I going to have an intervention when your family haven't had an intervention?
I hope she's okay. Oh, I was sobbing on the train when I heard she got sentenced. Ashley, please.
Ashley's a liar. Ashley's a whole liar. First of all, Ashley's a whole liar. I don't believe most of the things that Ashley says. But as far as intervening with Karen as it relates to her drinking, she doesn't even think she has a problem. She sat on that thing and told the producers, I don't have a drinking problem. But they're saying she's going to rehab to get help with her substance abuse. Like, girl,
y'all know that she's day drinking every day. Y'all been knew this. Y'all been knew all this stuff about Karen drinking, but now y'all want to talk about it when she's in trouble or she's in rehab. Wendy, you're questioning her motivation for going to rehab. Like Stacey said, I think the most important part is that she's there. But I'm saying all this to say that
where was she there? I'm sorry.
A friend to Karen. She's not. Karen was right about Wendy. Now that Karen is down, it's like, let me kick her, fuck her. I don't need her anymore. Nobody fucks with her. So it's fuck Karen for Wendy. So now he is, okay, well, my next best option is Giselle. It's like a chess game for her when it's like she's not friends with anybody. It's like, who is most popular? When Candace was there, Candace never even reciprocated any of Wendy's like friendship. Like, Candace will sit there and let Wendy get attacked and won't say a word. Like, wasn't she there when Mia threw the drink in her face?
Mm-hmm.
No, she wasn't there.
I thought she was there.
No, she wasn't there. She came later, and they all met up. It was Karen, it was Ashley, Karen, Wendy, and I think Candace showed up late because she had like a Grammy thing to go to. I remember she showed up late, and she was upset and crying that nobody did anything or nobody stood beside Wendy when that happened.
Did she ever make it in there? Did she ever make it to the dining
She made
area?
it to Miami. She made it to Miami, but she didn't make it to what's that man's name? Peter. Because that all happened at Peter's restaurant. She wasn't there that night at Peter's restaurant. She showed up the next day.
Like, they demanded that you know, you need to clear this up now, Stacy, blah, 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 blah. Did anybody make demand that you call Peter and clear anything up when they said you when you were sleeping with Peter?
Because nobody believed
No.
that shit.
You were
Nobody
married
believed
him.
that. Because
Who was
nobody believed
nobody?
it.
Wendy is a
Everybody.
lie. Like
Nobody believed it.
Wendy likes
sorry.
to align. Wendy likes to align herself with the power. She did that as soon as she stepped through the door with the Candace versus Monique situation. She didn't even take the time to assess what was happening, but she peeped quickly where the power / popularity was, and she just was team that.
Yeah.
But the difference with Potomac, I think, from the other Housewives show is that Giselle and Karen are kind of co-queen bees. I can't think of another reality show that has co-queen bees.
Mm-hmm.
Now Karen has taken herself out though now.
Mm-hmm.
And now Giselle is the queen bee standing alone. The cheese stands alone. And so Wendy is gonna stick with her. Unless somebody comes back and can just be boom, stand right there strong next to Giselle as a person in power. And I don't know if Candace has the strength to
Oh,
do
I
that.
don't think we have anybody that's there right now other than Wendy that has the strength to do that.
The strength to do what? Wendy
She
is
can't. She's not gonna be a queen bee because she been playing
Wendy can never be the
second
queen.
fiddle.
Wendy can never be the queen because she doesn't have a mind of her own. And I would go as far as to say Wendy is having an identity crisis because
Wendy has
when she
always had an
first,
identity crisis since she first came on the show.
right. So she can't be the queen because, first of all, nobody really likes her. Like, people flock to Giselle for whatever reason. People want to be under Giselle or in that, when Robin was there, in that clique or whatever. Wendy doesn't have that. She's very unlikable. You know, she
It
she she.
fashion's not gonna make you have charisma and stuff. You see how Giselle dresses, but she still has them flocking to her. She possesses some type of charisma, and you can't make it up. It's just people. Some people are just born with that.
Wendy is very abrasive. Even like how she was talking to Stacy. You need to clear this up now. I'm telling you, as your friend, if you don't call him right now, and then later you say you cleared it up, what did she say? Your credibility is dead, or
Well, she
nobody's gonna
right
believe you.
though. But my thing is, she was
But
right. To me, she was right in that situation.
who is Wendy to demand that this girl
She's
call
not
his name?
demanding. She's
If I
suggesting.
say
She's
that
basically
nigga is
telling.
fucking lying, if I say he's lying, why the fuck would I call him so he could lie some more and try to embarrass me some more? It's
So
clear
you
to
just
me
want to
he's
win. So
trying to
you just
embarrass
want
me.
Wendy just to sit there on mute, because literally you just
I
said you want her to
just
sit there on mute.
but you're
She's
not
giving
going to
old
demand
girl
to
advice.
me that I
She's
call
literally
this
giving old
nigga.
girl
I have
advice.
already cut him off. What is y'all even calling him for any fucking way? For real, I'm not calling him. And who the fuck is you to demand somebody call somebody?
And also, Wendy was not the only
Let's
one on that
call over
stage.
to the
Wendy was
village.
not the
Let's
only one
call.
on that
Let's
stage that
call
was saying, call
Evan's
that man.
lying
The
then
light
and see
brights
how
on the
he
other
gonna fuck with
side.
you.
The light brights on the other side was telling her to do the same thing. I'm not sure why we getting on Wendy about the fact that she told her to call, and she's actually giving her a
All
reason
the
why you
bitches.
need to call. The
All
other
the
chick just said,
bitches.
you need to call him, you need to call him, you need to call him. Wendy actually said, you need him to call him
All the
because
bitches.
this group is not going to
Everybody call
believe
the bitches.
anything you say. They already don't believe anything you say, so this man that we already like, we're siding with him. So we're
Oh,
telling you,
y'all
girl,
want to
if
believe
you want us
TJ?
to be
Get
on
the
your
fuck
side,
out of here.
you need to
No.
call this man.
Every
Now,
bitches
she
I
don't
have
have to
called
call the man, but if we
say
still
she
not going to
stood
believe
her
anything you
ground.
say, it's
Every last
okay.
one of you bitches need to mind your motherfucking business. I'm not
But she didn't
calling
say that.
fuck
She
that
didn't
nigga.
say that. She didn't say that. She didn't say that.
No,
She did not say
but
that.
she said it without saying it because she didn't call him. She didn't feel a need to, nor would I.
So she doesn't feel the need for us to believe her. She doesn't feel the need for us to believe or believe anything she
No,
says.
she don't have
Because
to
my thing
prove
is,
nothing to
a bitch
many
from
bitches,
Detroit would have called
especially
that
one that bitch
Negro
like
up.
Wendy.
A bitch from Detroit would have called him up on some, why the fuck my name is in your mouth and we not together? Like, I don't.
Why am I gonna call
And
somebody
then you come
who's
back
fucking
on.
lying? For
But my
y'all
thing is, you did
entertainment?
call him. My thing is, she
Let's
did call him.
call Eddie's
called him
mom
though.
and Eddie's family and find out why they really don't fuck with him because of you. Let's call them. Let's call over to the village. Let's call the other people in the motherfucking village that don't fuck with you. That said you're cursed. Let's call them.
But they actually came out and said that she's not
Let's
though.
call
But her people
them.
came out and said, but Wendy's people came out and
Why
said
you
that she's
getting Nneka
not.
out there? Why you getting Nneka out of there so fast? Let's call
That
Nneka.
wasn't on.
Put Nneka
That's
back on the
production.
show.
See, why are we
And let's
getting mad
talk
at Wendy on
about
shit
it.
production did though? Why are you mad at Wendy for shit production did? Production
No,
fired her because the
her shit, but she want to exploit everybody else shit and do it so aggressively. It's like it turns me off because when they do it to you, it's so taboo. We don't talk about this in Nigerian culture. But you ain't in Nigeria no more. Let's talk about it. Why Eddie whole family cut him off because he with you? Why is that?
did the producers talk to his siblings when they were there? Like his siblings was right there.
Look, at Shelb said, I would have been like, look, I'm not calling a damn thing. How ghetto would that be to be arguing with the man or the phone in front of them hoes? Exactly. He could have said anything when he got on that phone. And that's what he probably wanted. He
But
wanted
he
to be
did
at the
say anything
reunion.
when she wasn't on the line with him. That's my thing.
He was mad because he wasn't at the reunion. So he would have said anything to get up on there.
Yes, but she could have counted him at least. She could have talked to him at least. She could have said something. My thing is, but this is my thing. This is my thing. How? Okay.
No. He's
I
a
understand
clown.
that.
He's a motherfucking clown. Y'all been clowning him all fucking season. Now his word is gold over mine. Get the fuck out of here. Now I can see if you said they was doing that to her because she turned what did she do? Stacy called herself turning on Karen and telling Wendy what Karen said or whatever. I can see Wendy acting like that, or it seemed like to me Wendy was mad when she heard about the girl opening up a weed farm. What is it called? A dispensary. Like I don't know. Wendy, child, you can see why Eddie's family does not F with Wendy. She controls Eddie and has him looking like a fool. I don't know if he look like a fool, but I feel like it's a lot deeper of why they don't mess with Wendy. Think about this man.
I think it's I'm gonna tell you. It's her mama. It's Wendy's mama. I feel like they stopped fucking with Wendy.
Wendy and not her mom.
Oh my God. Okay,
The
so
vibe at the party was crazy with Eddie's family. Like the mom and the sister talking shit about them at the party. Like
yes, because the mom don't like. Okay. So if you read her book, there was an issue with, it was an issue with. Okay, the parents loved each other. The mom, his mom, they were friends. They were cool. There was an issue basically when they got married, when they got together, and then there became an issue with the parents. They didn't feel like Wendy was good enough for the son. They didn't like the mom. The mom came in like telling them what to do, so on and so forth. If you read the book, you can kind of see Wendy. I feel like Wendy don't even like her mama, but that's neither here nor there. But I really feel like it's the mother.
Hold on, my phone is. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, I'm saying I feel like it stems from the mother. From my understanding, they were from the same tribe or the same village or something like that, and the two mothers did not get along. From my understanding, they went from being friends, their kids getting married, to them not liking each other, and then that's when the parents forbade Eddie to marry marry Wendy.
My bad. My phone.
Okay, we got dead air.
I'm glad.
Now I will say I didn't read the full. I'm sorry.
Lexi Lane said, "I'm glad Stacy stood her ground and did not call TJ on camera. Wendy is mean spirited." She said he looked like a bitch calling TJ. I like Eddie, so I'm not going to disparage Eddie.
How you like a bitch calling TJ? He just called another dude. Is he like a bitch because he calling a gay man? I'm so confused. Like, how do you like a bitch just calling somebody he know?
I think her demanding and them demanding she called TJ was completely out of fucking pocket, because if I'm telling you he's lying, why would I call him and so he can lie some more? To
This
me,
is the one thing
clear that he wanted to be at the reunion. He was salty he wasn't at the reunion. That's probably why he said what he said, to get her. So they, we probably wanted her to call, and he probably would have said some more wild shit. While they, when she called, if she would have called him in front of them, ain't no telling what he would have said, and I wouldn't have called him either. Right now they watching him sell weed on TV. What his family, his village.
Man, it's legal and he making money off of it. I'm sure they trying to get in on it. Like weed is legal. I'm smoking a blunt right now. I don't know I don't know why that's an issue.
We don't know why. Wendy won't let us talk about it. The real reason
also,
why.
And then also, when him, her, and his family came together, his sisters looked like they missed them. So that's what I saw. I saw a sister crying. I don't know if she was crying because she was on TV. I don't know. But I feel like they looked like they missed them, to me personally. So I feel like that is a bigger issue than we probably understand, or maybe it's something so trivial that we were like, why, like y'all not talking because of that? And it's usually because of old people. It's usually when it's something stupid, it's usually because of old people. But yeah.
So he looked like, they all look like they missed each other. But
to me,
was it Wendy's sister and her mom that was talking shit about them at
I'm
the
not
dinner?
my sister or my mother. Yeah. That was It was the sister and the mother talking about them, or set to the side. But as a person who has family members who will talk shit about people who I'm supposed to be cool with, I just get up and walk away. That's them. That's not me. I have some very disrespectful people in my family.
Sisters, like, the fuck
But
you mean?
But that's on Eddie. That's on Eddie and Wendy to handle. That's on camera. She's not right in front of her mother right then and there. Like that's the thing that trips me out with people. Like his mother was talking about them. But that was in the moment. Like we haven't. Andy didn't ask what did Wendy say to her mother after they saw that on camera. Like I feel like people think what happens right then is literally like what happened on Sunday. Literally happened on the past Sunday that we just left. Like that's not the case. This is usually like 6 months to a year out that they're seeing this shit. So how is she supposed to know that her mother and her sister is in the corner talking shit about her in-laws?
I'm pretty sure they told her.
So you wanted her to call the camera and have them talk about the fact, because the thing is they don't talk. When they give us shit with Wendy and her parents and her mom, it's usually, Mom, I quit my job. Mom, I got a new job. Mom, I'm going to the White House. It's never like, let's talk about this family shit, because I can promise you she doesn't want to get into the muck with her mother when it comes to Eddie's family, because her mother's going to say some disrespectful shit, and her mother did, but she did not say that in front of her face. It's going to be a different story if she says some shit like that in Wendy's face, and then she's going to have to correct her mother in front of these cameras, and her mother's going to have a bigger issue.
But
she's going to have an issue with her mother.
TJ, but I'm
not talking about TJ and Stacey. Stacey is a fucking liar. Stacey is a liar. That's how Wendy dealt with the liar. I'm not talking about Stacey and TJ.
Is the liar. Wendy don't want
what did Wendy lie about? Give me 3 things that Wendy talk about.
And talk about what's really going on. She don't want her mom to talk about. So
what is she lying about? What is she lying about? What is she lying about?
The mom probably hates them because they cut Eddie off because they don't fuck with her or whatever.
I don't feel like I don't feel like she needs to even come to the screen with that. I feel like that's implied. That's implied. I'm sorry if my husband's
Well,
family
why
cut him
can't you
off
fuck
because he's
them
with me.
off?
Fuck those people. If my husband's
Why
family
can't
cut him
you
off.
them people? That's his family.
But if he's on fuck them people too, because he's not coming. The
Let
fact
me
that
say
my
this.
children, the fact
Let
that
me
my
say
children have
this.
never met
Right?
his cousins and their aunties
Y'all
because
do
of their
make
family
excuses
is fucked
for
up.
y'all face, and y'all face be on some bullshit. If any motherfucker, I don't care who it is, got something to say about my motherfucking sisters, and we go through periods where we speak and we don't speak what we used to when we was younger. If anybody can, I don't care who it is. If it was my husband's sister, bitch, it would be on and motherfucking pop. You don't talk about my sister like that, especially we trying to rebuild our relationship, and y'all sabotaging the shit like y'all do. You're some evil, mean fucking bitches. Like y'all sit up there talking about this man's family who's supposed to be your family. It's
What did the mother? What did
nasty.
they in that shot? What did they
That
say?
is nasty, and she get it
What
from her mother.
in that shot? What did the mother and the sister say?
It don't even fucking matter. The fact that
It
they just
does.
sitting up
It
there,
does. If it's
all
just,
camera, with this
I can't believe
beautiful
they showed
party
their face. If
talking
it's, I
shit
can't believe they
about
showed
this
their face.
man's
How is that
fucking
disrespectful?
family. Y'all should be over there trying to welcome them
They
and make them
did. She
feel
really
comfortable.
did.
But
That's on
they
Wendy.
sat
That's
there
on Wendy
like
and her
this the
husband.
whole fucking night. That's not cool. I would never treat nobody's family like that, especially not my husband's family. Why do you need to get over her fucking self?
But Wendy was literally right there with the family. I don't know. We must have saw two different shows. Wendy was over there with the family. It was her sister and her mother over there talking, still pissed off, still upset at how they might have felt their daughter was treated in that family. So you mean to tell me if your child was in a relationship with somebody else and you did not like the way they treated your daughter, you mean to tell me you're not gonna say shit about that family?
How was she treated?
I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. We just know that they were. We don't. Okay, wait, Richie. The first thing they did was they cut him out of their lives, and they have not seen their children. They have not seen their grown. They have not seen their preteen children yet. You mean to tell me your grandparents, when by the time you were 13, have never laid eyes on you, and you are on this fucking earth, you are on the East Coast, and you mean to tell me you haven't even seen your grandkids? But I'm supposed to be all cool, like, oh, they haven't seen my grandbabies yet, but God bless them. No, fuck them. Because they didn't like my daughter or because they didn't like me, that's their child. And the fact that they don't want to fuck with their own child, that's not on me. That's not on me. That's how I feel. My thing is, I don't have kids on this earth. But if I did, I'd be damned if I didn't like my child's spouse, if it's gonna keep me from being around my child. And that's on his parents. And if I want to talk shit on his parents for treating him like shit, I will. Now, if he wants to correct me for talking shit on his parents, he can. Like, don't talk about my parents. Like, they're still my parents. I understand they're treating me like this, but they're still my parents. I don't know if Eddie has said that to his mother-in-law. Who knows? But at that point, I'm talking shit on your parents because they treat you like shit, and I brought you into my world like you are my son.
And that's
Fuck
the
that.
bitch and Eddie. What you mean you talking shit about my parents? Bitch, you can get the fuck out. You and all your debt, because you don't ever you keep quitting your fucking university job. You got this dumbass talk show that I'm paying for. You can kick motherfucking rocks and take the motherfucking kids with you. Since it's fuck my family, bitches. Fuck you. You can get your nasty
Well,
motherfucking ass out of here.
Thank God Eddie has some substance and he's upstanding with his own family. Thank God he understands the whole concept of when you find a wife, you leave with your family. Because he has a family. He has a family of his own now.
Is that Wendy is all that he has, and she's going to make sure it stays like that. She don't want him to make up with his family. She doesn't. That
I disagree,
and
but
the
okay.
shit that you saying is completely out of pocket. I'm just letting you cook because I just want to hear like where you at with it. You talking about fuck his family and they treated all this and that. You can't even say how they treated her. They just cut him off, which tells me it's something way deeper than anything that we're talking about. And what the fact that we're not allowed to talk about it is what makes my ass itch, because Wendy is all up in everybody else's fucking business, but we can't talk about her. I'm starting to think that she does like it the way it is because she is all he has. He doesn't have anybody else. He doesn't have any other family. So he's going to have to do every and anything that Wendy wants. If he gets rid of Wendy, who else does he have? He's not in good standing with his family. What they tried to do, the mom and the sister was sitting at the table like ice grilling them or whatever the fuck they was doing. Like they wasn't making it comfortable for them to come back around. And it's clear that this family is in crisis or in need of some counseling or just some healing. And Wendy is a fucking bitch. She's a mean, nasty, aggressive bitch. We can talk about it. Let's talk. 100. She does seem like she wears the pants in a relationship. I can see how you came to that opinion. I mean, that just literally just dawned on me when Michelle said whatever when she said it's fuck his parents and just that and the third. And I said, well, that's the only family that Wendy is all that he has. So she got him right where she wants him, where all the money is going to hers, the business is going to her and her family. If his family start coming back around, you know they're gonna start asking for shit. You know he's going to be distracted. He's probably gonna want to go to Africa. He's probably gonna want them to come here. She don't want none of that. Please, she don't want that. Wendy probably thinks she's better than Eddie's family. I really don't know because again, we're not allowed to talk about it. Nah, you couldn't tell me F my family. I don't care if we're not speaking or not. It's still my mama. I don't care. That's why I say he has bitch energy. Yeah, Shams, I might have to give him that because but I don't know if Wendy is saying fuck his family to his face, but even just that display at the party, she just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Even from the minute, and it's not on.
But what did she do at the party? Like, what did she do at the party though?
Her family.
But she wasn't with her family. Like,
with Wendy.
We're going to disagree on this. Y'all have a good day. I love you all.
With Wendy, the first thing that she did you know how I feel about new people having strong opinions about current castmates. Because you just got here. I understand. Sometimes it gets too hot and people, everybody ain't built for debating. When Wendy cussed Ashley out for bringing her baby on the trip, that is when I did not like Wendy. And the stuff she was saying to Ashley, you will address me as Dr. People like you have to address me as Dr. Wendy, and all the shit she was talking to Ashley simply because she brought her baby on a trip. If it was anybody for you to be mad at, it should have been Monique. Monique is the one that told you that you couldn't bring your baby and let Ashley bring hers. And, not for nothing, that was your third baby. It wasn't your first baby, but still. But she completely took that out on Ashley. That's where my disdain for Wendy first started. And then I was actually here for when she read Giselle down. When she was like, you bringing that man around your daughters, what kind of example are you? You are Giselle Lax. You just lack. And when she read, I was actually here for it because Giselle was like out of pocket. She was out of control at the time, trying to spread the rumors or bringing it to the show or whatever have you. Whatever she was doing at the time, she needed that little spanking or whatever. But it seems like to me that Wendy did all of that to just be mean girls with Giselle. Like, she wanted to be next to Giselle just so she could be a fucking mean girl. Because that's all she's doing now.
I really enjoyed your back and forth about Wendy. It was eye opening, both perspectives, because I never really cared for Wendy that much, so I never paid that much attention to how she moved since she first started on the show.
And Karen
you should timestamp that.
I can't. So that was around like 5 hours. Remember when Karen was doing the whole snake drum, when she was slithering in the room, when she was walking down like that? Karen Ben called Wendy a snake to her face. Giselle said, "I've been telling you, she doesn't like you." So this whole thing where Wendy's like, "She is not my friend," and then you commence to kicking her back. And again, I'll say it again. I don't know who was here and who wasn't here. I can't stand somebody who, if Trent was up here, I said it to Trent. If you and I are friends and I know all of your business and I get mad at you, then I start telling everybody your business, that's not cool. That's not a real bitch to me. That's some slimy snake shit. And that's what when I say Karen was right about you, about Wendy, that's what I'm talking about. Let me check the comments. The connotation, yeah. You can't even hint. Wait, don't leave. I'm here. I had to get off. It's about to get Lewd in my house.
Wow.
Oh, loud. Who bought a baby? Ashley bought the baby. On Wendy's first introduction to Potomac, was it Monique? Monique had a party at her not a beach house, her vacation home. And it was supposed to, I guess it was like no kids allowed, but Ashley still bought her baby. She had just had her baby. I guess it was her first baby. And she called Monique and asked, could she bring her baby? And she told her, yeah. And Wendy flipped the fuck out when she seen Ashley walk through the door with the baby. And then they started arguing. I don't remember verbatim what happened, but she was saying things like, people like you or your kind will address me as Dr. Osefo. Like, she was just talking down to Ashley and cussing her out. And I just thought that, first of all, ew, who the fuck are you with this leopard fucking Nike cat suit you got on? And then why aren't you mad at Monique? Because that's who says she could bring her baby. Like, what? Ashley didn't say anything to Wendy about the baby. Like, I mean, Ashley didn't have anything to do with her.
She brought somebody to take care of her baby too, so that she would be fully present.
Yeah, because wasn't Michael tripping? Wasn't Michael saying he wasn't going to watch the baby? I don't know why she had to bring the baby, but whatever. My thing is Wendy is cringe, corny at times. Just stop and be yourself. Right. I don't completely hate Wendy, but she does a lot of things that I don't like. Yes, that's why I never cared. Babygate. Right, Shelbs. What baby? I missed something. Wendy doesn't have a real friendship with anyone. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's just loyal to who she thinks is most popular at the moment. That's what Karen meant by self-serving. Like, be careful of her. And Stacey is a prime example. Now, we have to be able to, I know some of these people are y'all faves, and you have to be able to separate the art from the artist sometimes and call your faves on their bullshit, because these fan bases empower these people to keep acting like this, and it's not cute. But Wendy doesn't really have a real friend on this cast, because I keep forgetting my point. Stacey told her what Karen said. She burnt her friendship with Karen to have an honest moment with Wendy. What does Wendy do at the reunion? Just blow her away with this TJ shit. With this, she made a big announcement of the just made a whole segment of it. But I guess thank God for that, because if they didn't do that, what would we be talking about since Mia left? But for her to demand that she should call her and to say, if you don't call him right now and you come back later and say that you called him and you straightened everything out, I'm telling you now that's going to, whatever she said, like that whole speech that she prepared. But my thing is like, Wendy, who are you that somebody has to prove something to? I already said he was lying, period, and the fucking story. I don't have to prove anything to any of you bitches sitting up here. Number one, TJ is mad because he's not at the reunion. Everybody even said they never even heard that voice from him before. He was salty because he couldn't fucking be there. Now all of a sudden she owes him 2 payments. 2 payments from what? Where are your receipts? Where are your cash apps? Where are the text messages saying this? Even when TMZ or whoever approached him, he's like, oh, wait till I drop this bomb. It's going to be explosive, or whatever he said. Like, he just wants to still be on the show. He's probably never been as popular in his acting career, ever. He wants to be on the show. But the moment he pressed Stacey about coming over her house, and she was like, I can't have him in my house. That's where Arabella is. Like, it just was a little cringe. I knew right then and there she was done with him. She had just had Cam. Yes, she did. Miss 4 Degrees. I think the first mistake we make watching these shows is thinking these women are friends. They are not. This is the Hunger Games. It's really not, though. Like, certain people are friends. Karen and Giselle, even though they might not seem like they are, they are. Giselle cried when she heard that Karen finally took her ass to rehab, or what they thought was rehab. I think certain people have real friendships on this cast. I believe Candace and Robin were really close friends, but they fell out, and I believe that's why Candace would never really go up for Wendy against them, because her allegiance really lies with them, not Wendy. But you could have asked her to bring her too if you wanted to. That's what I'm saying, Caribbean Gal. Why didn't you think to ask Monique, can you bring your baby? You still breastfeeding or whatever? Why take that out on Ashley? TJ is a clown, and I wouldn't have called him either. It's no telling what he would have got up there and said. And then y'all would have took that. Y'all taking this little bit of information, him saying, I'm missing 2 payments. What are the 2 payments for? Like, it should be a flat rate. If I was, okay, so let's say we're paying people, right? I don't need to pay you in installments. Like, it's probably a flat rate. And let's say she did pay. Maybe she was paying for his flights, his meals, his transportation, whatever, because the men don't get paid. He's a struggling actor. He doesn't have it like that. Maybe that's why I said Stacey was choosing her words very carefully. And I actually want to go back and look at what she was saying. I'll put it on the on my Discord. But she was choosing her words very carefully. Like, I would never pay another man. Well, maybe another man paid. I don't know. Like, she was choosing her words like really carefully, and she really wasn't answering the shit straight up. But I don't know. I think going forward, so we have, if you leave the cast how it is, so we got Mia, Jacqueline, even though I think Jacqueline is Mia's biggest op. We have Wendy and Giselle. There's no Karen. Who else is left? So we got Ashley, Are Ashley and Wendy cool? I don't know. Who else is left? Kay's riding with Giselle. Not a single receipt from TJ. Yeah, and it's been literally a whole week since the reunion. He has not produced one receipt. Stacy need to call me. She should have said maybe he's talking about the DJ gig at the dog show, the last episode of the season. Yeah. Send me it back to the poll. Yes, please.
TJ seems so draining just as a person. Just like he just sucks y'all the energy out, the life out of the room. And I cannot name the cast members on this show other than who you already named. Just the core four.
That's all that's really left. And there was a thing going around Twitter. It was like a statement from Mia saying she was leaving the show. So I thought we had lost Mia for a second. So we really they need to pause filming if that's true. But let's say Mia comes back. Like, what is Mia's storyline going to be now? Like, oh my God, like what is this going to be with Mia moving forward? Mia looks so bad, and they unearthed her Say Yes to the Dress episode. Yeah, I saw that. She was like orange. Yeah, she has a say Yes to the Dress episode. I wonder
I
if
want to see that.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, yeah, she's like a whole different color, and she's being a little bridezilla. That's a good one. Shows Mia looks so bad. Mia probably coming back. Mia using all her coupons. And the reason for not posing would have been because he made the dog shit in the show. How much more low can she get? Mia. Next season is unraveling Mia's lies. I thought we already unraveled them. They called that girl a bad mother and everything. She left the reunion and not a single solitary soul gave a F. I don't want her back. Next season it's her and G made up. Girl, bye. I don't want her back. Next season is her and G made up. Girl, bye. Yeah. But then ink will just pop back up out of nowhere. I think it was like really disgusting for Mia to be like, she had what is it called? In vitro, but she could have been pregnant by ink. First of all, that means you're sleeping with this man unprotected while you're undergoing in vitro fertilization. You are cheating on your husband while having in vitro fertilization. Like, do you hear yourself, Mia? I don't even think that's true. I think she just said that to say it could have been the daddy. But like, do you hear yourself? Mia can get a lot lower, child. She could be pregnant next season. Oh my God. Then she really could stay. She don't know who the dad is. Ink looks like a cicada. That's Nancy. She called herself a hoe. Yes. Like, I forgot she said she did in vitro. I was like, does she realize what she's saying? It's not the flex she thinks it is. Right. And she could have wasted all that money and procedure to be a hoe. That's what I'm saying. And you knew that, and I'm so glad that all the girls clocked it. Who was the main one that was like, they have to do a blood test? Wasn't that Ashley? Because Ashley went through in vitro, right? Nope, I remember her saying that, shaking my head, just dumb. I forgot about it.
And they unearthed that she actually lives in Atlanta.
Yup, that too. Because they were like, where do the kids actually go to school, Mia, when they go to school? She was like, Atlanta, but they're in private homeschool. A what?
She may have played all the way out in Potomac. If Bravo wants her, they can pick her up on some other
I don't think
Atlanta base.
that's like one of the cardinal sins walking out of a reunion. We haven't seen Nene since she slammed that computer. Like she
It's
just
almost
gotta
better to
go
not have come at all.
back. But they want to talk about Karen, and I'm not taking up for Karen. I'm just saying, like, kicking somebody while they're down. I'm not here for it. Don't dance on the woman's grave. Goddamn. Because it's crazy to me that Ashley and Wendy, the two loudest ones about Karen being a drunk, but then they're the ones in the media talking about they was crying and they're so upset and they're praying for her. Are you? I don't want everybody praying over me. Not everybody. Like,
It's sad to me because Karen looks sickly, especially when they were in Panama.
yes, she
She
doesn't
didn't
look.
look well. She didn't look healthy.
No.
So clearly, there's something going on.
Right. The first time you heard what? Caribbean cow, private homeschool. Mia's gross. Andy is not like that at all. Nope. He does not. But yeah, I don't know. I think that Wendy needs to stay on this path with Giselle and keep it. Don't like trade her in for something better that comes along. Because that's what she does. And I felt like Andy made a mockery of her segment. He wanted no parts of her acknowledgement towards him about the name Grand Dame. And when she thanked him, oh yeah, he wasn't feeling that. He was like, I didn't give her that name. Giselle, didn't you give her that name? She probably stopped taking her medicine because she wanted the liquor. What what did she say? Depression medicine. When somebody says anxiety medicine, they're usually talking about Xanax for volume, which is really dangerous to mix with
Clonopin.
alcohol. Yeah. She shouldn't be mixed. That's probably why she was so tore up. Let's keep running.
I'm ready for New Jersey and Miami. I want New Jersey back.
I thought they
I love New
canceled Jersey.
Jersey.
Did they say they fired everybody except for Teresa, Melissa, and who else? I thought they said Marge is out. Like all those new girls are out.
I haven't seen any reporting on it.
I thought I saw that. It was just Teresa, Melissa,
I love
and
Marge.
I haven't watched since the girl, what's her name? The one that's supposed to be richer than everybody.
Jackie
Yeah.
walked out with her saggy pants.
I stopped watching like her first that whole season. I just lost interest.
Oh,
It's
well, you
like
need to watch
everybody
that.
that comes in there, they all gotta come for Teresa, and it's like, and then Melissa as her sister-in-law, she just be conspiring with the ops. I don't like it. I just stopped watching.
And see, I see Teresa doing a lot of conspiring against her brother. And I believe that the problem is not really with Melissa. Teresa got a problem with Joe. It's family. That's family dysfunction.
I know from
Melissa is
before.
the tool that she uses to hurt her brother.
I know from before. I think that at a certain point she was just like F him. I think it was that her, like, for her wedding. That's when for her wedding.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they have always been going back and forth for a while. But I
Mm-hmm.
think her wedding might have been like the final straw. So now it's kind of like fuck him.
Right. Well, of course she said, fuck him because Dave gave up on her. He's, from my perspective, he's been fighting
Mhm.
and literally begging her to love him, begging her to stop, stop messing with his wife. Like they've been married 20 years, got grown kids, but she's been a stripper on a pole. All of these little petty things that don't even really matter. But Teresa was relentless. With Kim G, I did a rewatch on with my no, I had Peacock, but then I got free Peacock because I have Xfinity. But I paid
Okay.
extra to not see commercials because that rewatch was so good, and it's just
How much is
very
your Xfinity?
uh, girl, we got every channel. I'm embarrassed.
Ours is like 400.
Okay, we right there in that zone.
It's ridiculous.
It's
That's a
crazy. It
whole
don't make
car
no sense.
payment. No. But before all the apps came out, like Xfinity Stream, the mobile app, the mobile version of Xfinity, it was
Hmm.
everything. But all the like Paramount is Hulu, they came and like snatched everything out of their library, and that was kind of trash. But they had the best online. They had the best like library, everything.
But we also have a 95-year-old in the house, and she's not giving up her Xfinity and her all her sports for anything. But the killer is she watches the hell out of YouTube. She'd be like, YouTube, make it make sense.
I was saying my dad, since my mom died, I moved back in the house so he wouldn't be alone, me and my daughter. But he
Hmm.
doesn't. He has a girlfriend that he pretty much stays up there, but he'll come to the house like to do the bills and stuff, and make sure
Right,
everything's all
right.
right. But I said, Dad, we can get YouTube cable. It's only like $80-something plus whatever you want to add. He's like, I don't want to do all that scrolling. He doesn't, he's like, I don't want to keep scrolling. I'm like, talk to her because my sister has it. But he
Hmm.
wants Infinity. I was like, it'll be cheaper. He said, I don't give her. He doesn't want to learn a whole new thing.
Hmm.
Yes, Lexi Lane. I really hope Karen gets help for real. I was of I was part of the Give Karen Some Grace team before I knew that she had 4 DUIs. And then seeing her on the reunion not admit that she has a problem, even if you even if you think you don't have a problem, what do they say? When your life becomes unmanageable, Karen, you driving this car up a tree will be considered an unmanageable life. Like this is your 4th time getting caught drunk driving. You don't even have a license. For you to get up there and say you don't have a problem tells me how far gone she is. And even if you don't mean it, you say it to get out of trouble. Like, hello, we're not dealing with somebody who has a full deck anymore. Like, she can't admit the shit to herself, and she can't even pretend like, just say it and go to rehab so you don't have to go to jail. You didn't take, if what Giselle said was true, you could have did house arrest for 6 months and been done with it.
She's
Like
no
for you
longer
to try to
functioning.
take,
She's no longer functioning, like you said, making good decisions.
like what are you thinking of? As my grandma would say, that shit pickled her brain. Jail is probably the only thing saving Karen's life right now. Because I feel like, where we're at with it. Because had she went to rehab and came home, she would just start drinking again. She has to sit in that jail for a year, or even if it's 6 months, and sit and be with herself and deal with her demons. And actually, she can't have the pills. Pills, who knows what kind of pills she's really on? You got painkillers like Percocets and Vicodins and Oxycontins and stuff. Painkillers, they kill pain. They also kill the pain like in your heart. Like they just make you numb. If she's taking
Right.
Xanax, that's the anxiety. That how they say like when you drink, it takes away your inhibitions. And I remember saying somebody used to tell me, you need inhibitions. You need those things that tell you, like your senses to tell you, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, or maybe I shouldn't be doing that, or making you second guess your decisions. So she won't have her pills to take her mind off of stuff. She won't have her liquor to be, whatever. She won't have any substances that she can abuse. She have to sit and deal with herself because I feel like she's at the stage, and this is from personal experience with my mother, where you are out of control, and not only are you going to kill somebody else, but okay, you can't drive anymore. You're going to kill yourself. You are drinking to a point where you are a danger to yourself, and the only thing that might work is jail.
Or she'll be drinking and her inhibitions will be she'll be so uninhibited that she will start using other substances. Oh,
Well,
I'll hit that
hopefully,
crack pipe. Oh, I'll take that needle. You know what I'm saying? That happens.
yeah. That happens a lot. Like people who can't get their regular shit, that's how they get on dope. And somebody gives them some other shit, and they, next thing you know, you're a meth head. I don't know, but hopefully, I hope this. I don't. I don't wish jail on anybody except for child herders and like people like that. I don't wish jail on anybody, but I think that this might be the only thing to help her.
And Karen was smart too. She made that marketing. She marketed herself. That Ladame was on QVC, HSN, or something. Had her perfume and on Bloomingdale's. So, and
And
now
it's
where you don't
all
see any
good.
marketing about it anymore. Like you could just tell things
You
just kind of came to a halt.
destroyed that, especially with this DUI. But that goes to show you, like you could have really like played up or made something out of this grand dame stuff, and you got to get right first, Karen. You got to get right. You have to get right if you can. I think she's in dangerous territory. Hey, Lisa Mack. Jackie is embarrassing. Hold on, let me take this call. You got the floor, DGF.
Oh my goodness, guys! I'm an amateur, never really good at this, but I got the floor, so I'm going to my comment section, see what's going on. Uh, okay, Caribbean Gal 28. But Ray would have been enabling her, shaking my head, poor Uncle Ben. Do you think that she could be miserable with Ray? Could that be the source of her drinking? Like she's feeling vivacious and young, but is she stuck with Ray? Because she could divorce him if they really don't want to be together. And if they have an open marriage or an arrangement, just be honest about that. That's what I think. Karen is too prideful. She'll never admit it ever. Or she's prideful, but I had a friend who was a drinker, and I felt like her alcoholism stemmed from being in control of her life. Like she was always like, nobody's ever going to tell her what to do, how to live her life, uh, what she was going to do for a living, how much food she was going to eat, nor how much liquor she was going to drink. But one thing she never did, she stayed home when she got into her cups. She did not get behind the wheel of a car. So, you know, like Richie said, she's going to have to, just sit in it and help herself out. Somebody else click the link and join me.
I'm back.
Okay.
Somebody else come up here. They wish they were bad. I wanted to read this one. Q was right. The marriage and medicine bitch is jealous of Phaedra. Did you hear what Booth Mouth said when she walked in on the last scene? Did you see what she was wearing? The wig, the color is given. I've been said that. I don't know what she said out her mouth. You can remind me. But I said earlier on the live with Trent, I said a lot of the girls, mainly Heavenly and Simone, been trying to dress sexier since Phaedra been around, especially Heavenly, like with the wig, different color wig. She's going lighter and lighter with the blonde wigs. It's like orangey now. But that and the kind of clothes she's wearing now, it's giving like she's trying to be Phaedra.
I don't think
But
they're
then,
that jealous of Phaedra though. I think they were mad that Phaedra was getting away with highway robbery, not really showing any aspects of her life, you know. That
mm,
video you posted the other day, it was so on point. Somebody named Destin was in it. Dustin or Destin.
wait, what'd you say? Dustin was in what?
You posted a video, a
Oh yeah,
snippet.
yeah, the friend zone.
Yeah, they to me was so concise.
Mm-hmm. They are.
Hmm
What part did you like that Dustin said?
I like that they pointed out how Phaedra was a hypocrite, and then
Mm-hmm.
it could have been Erica, De Niro, them two in a combination. Somebody that pointed out every mean girl thing Phaedra did and how duplicitous she was and how she moved. Phaedra was not in your face. She's the type of person, revenge is a dish best served cold. So, you know, I think that too they were talking about a little about how why are they bringing up how Phaedra moved when she was on a Real Housewives of Atlanta back in the day? And that's because Phaedra does have new fans out here who may not be aware of how things went down on Real Housewives of Atlanta. And
Mm-hmm.
so they kind of need to know, like, don't just come in here and take her word for it that like we are the only mean girls when she could teach a graduate level course in Mean Girl.
Karen is too prideful. She'll never admit. Hold on. Lisa Mack.
She'll never admit her alcoholism.
Good morning.
Good
Good morning.
morning.
Good
It's,
morning. I think I fell asleep waiting on you to go live last night, but I see you here. What you do?
I'm sorry.
I was waiting on her to go live too, but then when I was getting ready to put my head on the pillow, I was like, "What?"
I was like, should I go? Because it was so late by the time I got out the shower, and I was trying to make those shorts because it said I need to make a certain amount to get monetized. So I
Yeah.
said, let me make a couple of videos, and then it just took a lot longer.
Yeah, I went through and liked and watched all your shorts. I absolutely love your hair, Richie.
Oh, thank you.
Love how you take care of it, the effort that you put into it. I love it.
Yes,
Thank you.
it's relaxing to watch.
Right.
Thank you.
ASMR, ASMR, hashtag
Really?
ASMR.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do some more then. But that vinegar rinse, it works really good. Like, cause we like a lot of the products, like especially those natural hair products, all those gels and curling custards and all that crap. It's really like waxy buildup, and then it make your hair like limp. And then they have your shampoos without sulfates anymore, and it'll just like give like a buildup on your hair. And when you go to straighten it, it's just not all the way clean. So that vinegar rinse is good. It just cleanse your hair of everything. I know a lot of people who do like dreads and stuff. They wear dreads. They do that sometimes too. it'll just take everything. You know, people use vinegar to clean, so.
And then
But
your
apple cider
appliances,
vinegar,
your hair tools will get dirty and stinky and crappy because your hair, you just like, I just wash my hair, why just do my curlers, my flat irons or whatever, stink
yeah.
because the crap is still on there.
And then apple cider vinegar is good for your scalp too. For even, I think that, you know, I could be, you know, doing too much, but like sometimes I'll put my hair in a bun while it's wet and it'll stay in a bun, and I'll take it out the next day and it'll still be wet, and then it'll start itching. So that could be like a fungus or something, but the apple cider vinegar like will kill all that stuff. Cause I don't know, something, my scalp is like extra dandruffy lately. But yeah, the apple cider vinegar is good. Then I do the hot oil treatment. Did y'all know that they don't make Queen Helene products anymore?
I did not.
So if you find some, even like the cholesterol hair stuff, if you find it, just get it. Even those little tubes, those hot oil treatment tubes, the jojoba oil ones, just get all of them. I bought like 10 of them. No, we had 10. I bought all the ones that they had.
You need to keep the ingredients there, see if you can um, duplicate it
Yeah,
like a cosmetic chemist.
I wish I could. Stop it to think of. Shelf said yes because to finally go to jail at 60 plus shows she wouldn't have stopped until an intervention. Thank God it's just jail time. Not the pipe, because you said crack. Wait a minute. Oh, well, Lisa fell down. Oh, child. But that's the truth. Someone said she should brand a non-alcoholic beverage. I don't know.
What it do? My phone started tripping.
A lot of people, they, I don't know, it just drops.
You see,
Yeah.
Shelf said it could be mildew, but you dry your hair, so your scalp wouldn't set a mildew to cause the itchiness, would it?
When I
Is that what you mean,
when I
Shelf?
wear it natural, sometimes I'll just slick some gel on it and put it in a ponytail and keep it pushing.
Hmm.
And it might be mildew. It might be like mildew. It's something because my scalp literally just feel like itching.
Do you use any hair color?
No, not anymore.
Okay, because hair color can leach into the hair strands and get to the into the follicles, certain brands,
Uh-huh.
and irritate the follicles.
Yup, Shop said vinegar is the only thing that rinses her hair out completely. Mildew, yeah. I love the hot oil treatment too. I can only find them. Yep, at the beauty supply stores.
Now, how did you find out about Queen Helene
I've
going out of
always
business?
Oh well, they told me they don't make the products anymore because I asked because there's like 3 beauty stores on one street around here, and I went to each one of them and none of them had them. And one of the girls said they don't make them anymore, but the one store they had like 10 of them left, so I just got all of them. I don't think they make the products. Period. Let me look it up.
I could smell it. It's in my memory. Like as soon as you said Queen Helene and cholesterol, I just could smell it.
I know hair products. Let's see. Yep, cholesterol. Mm, what's his name? Let's see. Who owns Queen Helene?
That's like Palmer's going out of business.
Let me see if it's just the hot oil or is it the company? QueenHelene.com. It leads you to an Amazon page. And then They just only have an Amazon storefront.
So the storefront is actually Queen Helene. It's not like a counterfeit.
I went to queenhelene.com or whatever it is, and it takes
Mhm.
me. Oh, I remember this cocoa butter lotion. Remember this?
Mhm. Yep. Yes. Always running fast.
Are you fell off
Liquidy.
again, Lisa?
Hmm.
Lisa fell off again. Wasn't she just up here, Lisa Mack?
Yeah. Mhm.
I don't know. My Wi-Fi isn't on. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me see. Well, they might. I don't see that. Maybe they just don't make the hot oil treatments anymore because they still have the products like that kind, like the cholesterol.
So that would be some lifesaver lotion. You run out of your Jergens or whatever. It's always
Oh,
some Queen Helene in the bottom of the cabinet back in the day.
now I see a three pack of hot oil treatment is $22 on Amazon for those
Didn't
little
they used to
tubes.
be? Did they used to be
They
like
were
99¢?
$1.79.
Okay.
So they must not make them anymore if they cost that much.
Mhm.
It says this is currently unavailable. This is what I had. The hot oil
But
treatment.
if you can click the packaging and flip it over and hit a screenshot of what's in it.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't. They got some facial scrubs now, but not a lot of hair products. They got that one cholesterol thing, and the hot oil treatment is $23 for a 3 pack. So I'm gonna start going in these beauty stores and buying those up because I love them.
Lisa Mack said her Wi-Fi is down because she just moved. She doesn't have until Tuesday.
Uh, let me see. Look it up this way. Wait, let me go back to the internet.
And I haven't thought about Queen
QueenHelene.com.
Helene in years, but I'm in a panic now. Lord, what will do?
Now at Sally Beauty, they have the cholesterol hot oil treatment for $4.39.
And who was Queen Helene? I wonder if that was one of those a black brand established years ago.
It probably, let's see, do some research. It's a
Now that's a YouTube video, a little short video you can make about Queen Helene. What
yeah, if I
history
can
of Queen
find out.
Helene?
Let me see. I just saw who owns Queen Helene. Who owns Queen Helene? Haynes Celestial Group. Let's see what else they own. Oh, they bought Queen Helene. Oh, that's why they have those masks and stuff. The new people today announced this. I don't know what today was. Para Laboratories Inc., including the Queen Helene bath therapy and foot therapy brands. Who is the founder? Founder is Rich Estrin. So how did we become a trusted brand for over 75 years? Founder Edward Estrin moved to New York, where he began a beauty supply house salesman, wanted to expand the knowledge of ingredients use. Professional, let's see, Afro.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Estrin changed his degree. He has a degree in chemistry. He uses his new degree to become a partner in Parrot Laboratories, a small New York cosmetics. But that's who bought Queen Moon. At Parrot Laboratories, Mr. Estrin was inspired to create a line.
What year did they buy it?
Let's see. This is old. It doesn't have a date on it.
Read it out loud to us a little bit, a little something, so we won't have dead air.
All right. So it says how did we become a trusted brand for over 70 years? Founder Richard Estrin moved to New York, where he began as a beauty supply house salesman, wanting to expand his knowledge of the ingredients used in the professional beauty industry. Mr. Estrin obtained a degree in chemistry. He used his new degree to become a partner in Parrot Laboratories, a small New York City cosmetics laboratory. At Parrot
Mm-hmm.
Laboratories, Mr. Estrin was inspired to create a line of hair and skincare products using the best ingredients, and Queen Helene brand was born. After successfully launching a beauty salon, Mr. Estrin brought the Queen Helene brand to the beauty supply stores. To prepare for the retail market launch, Richard Estrin and his son Alan Estrin moved the entire operations to Hampstead, New York. With modern equipment and a larger facility, the Estrins were able to meet the growing demand for Queen Helene products. As the brand became a well-known name in the drugstores and supermarkets, Queen Helene now produces over 100 different products for the face, body, feet, hair, and scalp. Some of these products have been consistently used since the early 1930s. We are committed to producing only the finest products available that can be used with confidence by your entire family.
So it's damn near 100-year-old company.
Yeah, I'm mad at that. Let me see.
They're still manufacturing in New York and not China too.
I don't know when this was
The tariff
written.
is gonna make the prices go up. If, are they still doing that with China? China.
China.
You got to make a short video about that, Richie, with the bottle holding up your bottles of Quail lotion.
I'm trying to find out when this was written. It doesn't have a date on it. All right, let me go back.
And it's what you would see it disappearing from the shelves because all the Rite Aids and CVS's are going out of business. That might be impacting their sales, their bottom line, if it's their distributors, outlets, or whatever. Did you all talk about Beverly Hills before I joined the chat, Richie?
No.
Lisa Mack wants to know, what did I miss? Y'all talk about Married to Medicine, Beverly Hills.
Looking around, looking around. I have wanted
We,
to learn how to
they,
do my hair the whole life. Well, I'll show you, Shelves. Let's see. Let me catch up on these chats. I'm so inconsistent. What did I miss? Hey, yeah, I remember pure water. Wi-Fi is down to Tuesday. Maybe that's why I just moved these shows. We
I'm
didn't talk
marathoning Married to
about.
Medicine.
We were talking about Atlanta. We were talking about Potomac a little bit.
They had
We
a
just
really
got.
good debate about Potomac, Richie and El Michelle
Michelle. It got a little heated.
in a
But
good way.
no, yeah. And I just don't. I I feel like Wendy is mean, and that's pretty much it. And I feel like that they were basically like I was saying, like, who is she to demand um that Stacy out call TJ on the phone when she already said he was lying. So why should she have to call him again or call him in front of y'all? Or he just gonna say some more stupid shit. To me, it's clear that he's mad because he can't be at the reunion. And Michelle was like, well, they was all saying it. And I said, well, that applies to all of them. Like, fuck all of them. Nobody got to prove nothing to y'all. Who are y'all? What else
Don't
were we
forget about
saying?
the ISO. Your point about they don't have to explain that.
Yeah, and if I was Stacy, I would have said when she was insisting that she gave her little speech, if you don't call him now, then we're never going to believe anything you say or whatever she said. I said, well, let's call Eddie's family and find out why they don't speak to him because of you. Like, what is it about you that caused his whole family to not speak to him? Because when Ashley brought it up, you bit her head off. When they tried to have NECA speak about it, you shut that down. You said that was taboo to talk about in your culture, and therefore you're not going to talk about it here because it's disrespectful. Like, and then we got into, how disrespectful it was for Wendy's family to be treating Eddie's family like not welcome them. His mom and his sister was like kind of talking shit about him at the oh that I'm looking at this cat outside. She definitely was pregnant. Because her stomach ain't even protruding like it was before. I wonder what happened to her kittens. Hold on, I got a stray cat in my backyard. And I
She might
don't
be running
know.
back to feed her kitties and check on her kittens.
I don't know if that's her. Yeah, that's her. You need more food? Let me show you her. You need more food? We named her Arabella. Hey, Arabella.
Or she rolling in the
You don't like that
sunshine.
name? She
I
don't
like
like that name. You don't like Arabella? What you want me to call you? Arabella? Stacy? Why are you looking at me like that?
zoom in on her.
I'm gonna call you Mia. You need some more food?
She's
I
Jaja
can.
Gabor. She's Gabor. She's a
Oh,
alley
she's an
cat.
alley cat. Okay, Jaja. Let me get her some more food. You think she could bring food back to the cats like that?
Well, I don't know. She would need some
I got
maybe milk.
all you have to do is like feed them, like milk them, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you crying about, Jaja? You don't look like a Jaja to me though. You look like an alley cat though. Garcelle.
Jaja had a lord. That would be hilarious too. But her last name was
Garcelle.
still have to be Gabor.
What about Garcelle?
I like
No.
Garcelle.
Garcelle.
Jaja had
Garcelle.
sisters named Magda and Eva.
She gives me Magda. Here. Don't be
The
telling your boyfriend to come get the food either.
the Gabor sisters had a mama just like Chris Kardashian and Big Kathy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was, three sisters and a mama's name was Jolie Gabor, and she made sure her daughters dated movie stars, captains of industry, rich men. Conrad Hilton was married to two Gabor sisters and Elizabeth Taylor. No, Nikki,
She said
his
she
son was
doesn't
married to
have
Elizabeth
that
Taylor.
Arabella. I don't know why his family don't fuck
Uh-uh.
with him no more. I
You see
want to
the
know why too. Lisa Mack. Yes, call his auntie right now. Yeah. Wendy got on my damn list. I'm sure I missed a good banter. Yes, you did, child.
it started
Because
around 4:45, 4 hours and 45 minutes, maybe
yeah, like
4 hours and
around
30
4
minutes.
minutes, 45 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 hours, 45 minutes. Because I feel like some people get a little carried away with their fandom. Like, I get that's your fave, but your fave can be wrong. And a lot of times I feel like people make excuses for their faves. I don't know why my eyes keep watering like this.
It's the
Why
weather changing.
yeah. People make excuses for their faves. And every time like you prove a point, they move the goalpost. And it's something else. Like when I said for Wendy to get up there and demand that she call TJ, well, they was demanding too. I understand they was demanding, and it's really fuck all of them. However, Wendy was the one that said, if you don't call him now, and then if you come back to this group and say you like, she was like talking to her like she was the principal or something. Like, I do not have to call this man for video, and I'm not. And I'm glad she stood her ground. And next thing you know, TJ's on TMZ the next day, or whoever caught him. I doubt it was TMZ, but he would love nothing more to be on TMZ. This is the most attention TJ ever got in his damn life. And then I said, I honestly, in that moment we were talking, I said, I honestly don't think Wendy wants Eddie to make up with his family because Michelle said something like, what did she say? I forget what she said, but I was like, Wendy is the only. Oh, she was like, if she was basically like, fuck Eddie's family for real, because they've been treating Wendy bad. I said, how? What specifically did they do to treat her bad? She was like, I don't really know, but they've been treating her some type of way all these years, or not speaking to him because of her. So it's like, fuck their family. And I was like, like, you would not be able to talk about my sisters, my mother, my father, nobody like that. Like, you could take your ass and them kids with you. But I said that, to me, it was sad to see Eddie's family there, just sitting there alone, and they just look sad, and they need healing, and, not that energy that you're giving them. And that's when I said she probably doesn't even want them to make up, because if you look at it, Wendy is all Eddie has. That's why Eddie's such a good husband.
Some people like a toxic relationship like that.
Let's see how much you switch up. Wait, what'd you say, Ms. D? What'd you say?
Girl, I done forgot what I said. Carry on.
I said,
Oh, some
Wendy,
people like a toxic relationship like that where the spouse only has them and they will purposely make them alienate their family in some kind of way. I think Michelle also said that Wendy's mother could be the source of the problem. That they
yeah.
didn't want families questioning her too much, or she would say something else to make the problem even worse. I might be wrong.
She was saying a lot of stuff, but she kept moving. What was frustrating to me is she kept moving like the goalpost a little bit. Like when we would be on talking about one thing, she would change it to what about Giselle? Or what about this? Or what about that? And they do that a lot. Like when you got somebody dead to rights, they want to switch the topic. And no, I'm gonna keep. It's looking like I'm picking on Wendy, but I'm keeping the topic on what we were talking about. And if we really look at Wendy and Eddie's relationship, he's a perfect husband because he has nobody else. His family doesn't speak to him because of whatever happened with Wendy, whatever the thing is. And like I said, it was shut down when Ashley tried to bring it up. She shut it down when NECA tried to bring it up. But she's in everybody else's goddamn business, but we can't know anything about her business. And that was pretty much, with Eddie, I said, if you think about it, if he makes up with his family, they're going to start wanting to come around. They probably he's probably going to want to help them do things or help get them some jobs or move them to America or who knows? Like, they want to connect with their brother, their son, their cousin, whatever. And she probably doesn't want that. I gave her some
fun. It was a fun debate.
What you gave her, so Richie? I gave her fancy feast. I bought her all this stuff. I give her a soft can of food in the morning, and usually she come back around the afternoon, and I give her like the hard food. But I think she be telling her friends to come because all of a sudden it's like 2 other cats, and it's a possum that comes at nighttime. So I stopped feeding her at night. But there's another cat that comes around. And one day I saw a whole nother cat. So I stopped leaving her out so much food. Because I don't know if they following her or she told them or one of them is her boyfriend. I don't know. But
they'll come and bully her out of her food.
Oh, she was fighting one of them yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I had the broom. I was like, get out. I heard all this. Backyard. I said, damn. Yeah, I believe she does want Eddie off to herself. You laughing at me with this cat. This random ass cat in my backyard. I'm glad
My
she didn't
friend
have
who was a dog person, a couple of cats came around. She started feeding them. Next thing you know, she got a big giant, like she got a wolf, like she got to feed a wolf bag of cat food. She went and bought a little house and hay, and I promise you, I got a picture of about 14 cats lounging on her front porch.
There's my neighbor. She lives in West Philly. Yes, and the fucking possum. I like to die when I seen it. Oh my god, and he looks so like just dirty and ratty looking. But my neighbor up her way, there's this man. He feeds the cats, and I swear to y'all, it's like between 10 and 20 cats, and they all follow this man wherever he goes. When he goes to the store, they follow him to the store. They sit on his porch. They wait for him to come out with the food. If he just walked to the car, they follow him. Like, it's something like you would see animals following Jesus or something. Like, they just follow this man around. Like, it's really a sight to see.
You should get that short. Make a little short.
I gotta go up there and see. Maybe when it gets a little warmer.
I bet you he don't have a rat around there or a mouse creeping around.
I don't think he lets them in the house because they stray cats.
No. They won't come around the house.
Oh, even if they outside, they won't come.
They got to get to them. They got to get through the front door.
Well,
if they catch one, the little kid, they'll bring it in. Leave it on your front porch. Leave it at your side door. Like, we've been hunting, and they'll let you know, like, we're doing our job.
That's what my house cat, my real cat, she just disappeared.
Oh, you got a house cat?
Huh?
Or she disappeared?
Yeah, she just disappeared one day.
What was her name?
Huh?
What was her name?
I named her Queenie after Halle Berry in that movie Queen. She just disappeared, but my dad was so attached to the cat. She had 3. Listen, if anybody is young enough to still go to college, be a veterinarian, okay? Because my dad paid $6,000 to have his cat operated on because she had pancreatitis. She was about to die. And he was so upset. The bill came and I was like, you know, they got payment plans, they got cat insurance. He just paid the shit. So
Mm-hmm.
that was the first time. And it came back. And the vet told him that food he was feeding her was like feeding somebody Doritos, like as food. The meow mix.
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
he started feeding her better food, but she still got pancreatitis again, and they did the surgery again. But when they did it, they had to put a feeding tube in her neck, and we had to like push the food through the thing slowly and put the medicine in with it. Oh my god! And make sure the tube was clean. But the second time they did it, they didn't put the tube in the right way, and it was pressing up against her eye, and she kept trying to rip it out.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad was like, "Let her leave it in." I was like, "No, she wants it out." He was leaving it in. So I think the third time she was getting sick, and I guess she said, "Fuck that, y'all ain't put me back in that damn hospital. I'm out of here." And she just left.
Okay.
And I heard people say like when cats are ready to like die, they'll just leave.
Right.
Because even like the first time when she was sick, she just would like curl up in the corner somewhere in the house, like she just wanted to just die.
But she was loved. She had a good life.
Yeah, I got her from the what do you call it? Not the pound, but the SPCA,
Mhm.
ASPCA. When my
Mhm.
mom died, because my mom, she was like a hoarder, and there was so many mice in here, and he did not want this cat, but I got one anyway because there was too many mice in here.
Mhm.
And while we cleaned the house out, and he fell in love with her.
Mhm.
He was so upset when she disappeared, and I used to be out in the street looking for her. I had posted a picture up on the Facebook groups, and then people were telling me that you should go and at nighttime where there's not a lot of noise, go and shake her bag of food because they had this stuff called sensational. I don't know what's in this stuff, but when you would shake the bag, the cat would come from anywhere. Cats from all around. I would shake that bag, and cats would just start coming out of everywhere. But and then I brought another cat in here, and he was like, "Get the hell out of that cat! Get out of here! That's not my cat." So I had to bring her back to where I got her from. So
Mhm.
now he's attached to this cat in the backyard.
We have raccoons around here, and and all I want to do like pull in the driveway in peace, and it's a possum back there. Like, oh my god, just chilling. And one night I opened the front door, and it was about four raccoons at the end of the driveway. I mean, a walkway, standing there like the Temptations. Like they just stood there.
Oh my god!
I shut the door. Like I can't. But my neighbor across the street, he had a pow pow, and occasionally we'd be like, he was like, I'm trying to get those raccoons in the backyard. But they say
They
when the
was trying to run
environment and your
down on you. They was trying to run down on you.
no, they just stood there like they just froze. I cold busted them up or something.
Damn, I got raccoons. I don't know if they still up there living on my deck on the third floor.
They'll get in the house.
I had put a
They don't
trap
like
up there.
they don't like the smell of some kind of urine, or is that squirrels? Because they have thumbs. I saw a raccoon jump from my neighbor's den, from the her roof of her den. They grabbed a tree branch and swung like Tarzan onto the fence, and then just walked across the fence the rest of the way, like they got swung down to the top of the fence and walked toward the next block, the yard behind hers. I just couldn't believe it, and it was the same troop of them, four or five of them.
Mm.
And I was like, this is just unbelievable. And I'm standing there like a dummy, frozen with my phone in my hand, like I could have had some footage.
Well, we keep messing with their habitat, so they in our neighborhood
Hmm.
now.
Well, they say when the city and areas get clean too, um, they come. Wildlife returns. Hi, Candy Loves TV.
Candy, you back? Oh, yeah, I'm still at it. I told you I felt like an all nighter. I've been up here all night. I ain't get to straighten my hair. I'll probably do that later or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I don't feel like doing it now. You know that's gonna be another all nighter.
I don't even know what time I clicked on.
I didn't come on until I didn't know it was daylight savings times either.
Hmm. So I know
You came in like the morning. I didn't come on until like 2, maybe 3. It says 6
okay.
hours.
And it said you had been on for 3 hours when I clicked on. And I was
Yeah.
like, 3 hours? I was watching the hell out of season 1 of
Oh,
Married
that
to Medicine.
guy, Gigi came back. He was in for a while. Remember that white boy that was talking to us about the politics and stuff?
Gigi?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what was he talking about?
Trump was up there.
Hmm.
Some kind of way we got talking about interracial dating because we was talking about Dr. Umar for a couple minutes. And he brought up an interesting thing because I asked him how do they feel about interracial dating. He didn't really say how he felt about it, but he said that there's a power dynamic at play with both. Because I said, so Trent flipped it back on me. He was like, well, how do you feel about it? He was like, I think I know how you feel. I was like, I don't think you know how I feel because Lexi said, I fell asleep when that guy was on. You just have to ask him thought-provoking questions. He has some good answers. So I said, I don't typically care about what people do. Like, I don't have a problem with interracial dating. What I do have a problem with is when black men get with white women. Like, for instance, the last black man that was killed by his white girlfriend. The family was asking us for help and called a police station. I don't know if they got to the GoFundMe part. And I had made a comment on Twitter like, black women stand down because it's only a matter of time before they go through his tweets and see that he has all these anti-black comments. Lo and behold, the same day it came out, one of his tweets was, I would fuck a dog before I fuck a black bitch. And all kinds of stuff like that. So that's my problem with interracial dating. And then I saw another thing where this black guy, he was like doing, I think he was streaming actually, and his girlfriend was white, and she was messing with him. And she said they were playing around. She's like, I'm gonna call the cops on you. And he was like, you over here messing with me. And she was like, well, who do you think they're gonna believe? And he just kind of like shut up and just made a look on his face. And but my thing is like, y'all sign up for these relationships with these women and y'all know what time it is with them. I don't know why y'all think that. And I'm not saying it's about all white women. It's just the ones that I am talking about. Y'all sign up for this shit, and then when it's time for the funeral, y'all want us to call and march and raise money. And no, like, we keep warning y'all about that shit, and y'all keep, doing it. So don't come crying to us about the shit, especially if you don't even like black women. So Gigi said that there's a power dynamic with white women who choose black men to be with. He said that basically like how we just said, like she's going to call the cops, like she wills that power over him, and he thinks like he's somewhat subservient to her because for whatever reasons. But then he said like a lot of his white friends who have black women as girlfriends use like they like lord over them, like they call them like monkeys or
What?
yeah, like he said that they like Trent said like slave play, but like kind of treat them like they do like race play and like the black woman feel. He said like the black woman feel not all, but like he was just talking about people he knows. Like the black woman feels like kind of subservient or less than the black man. I mean the white man, or is trying to fit into his world. And I never even thought about that dynamic, but I have seen some wild shit. Uh, not a lot, where the white guy is like calling the girl a bed wench or just
Mm-hmm.
acting like she should just be happy to be with him because he's white and she's black.
Playing
So
reindeer games.
hmm
Mm-mm.
my boyfriend is white, never had the issue. So I said, yeah. I said, I don't know too much about that, but I'm actually here for the black girlies who get with the white boys who worship them and treat them how they should be treated, because black men as a whole, they act like they don't like black women or they don't stick up for us or protect us. And then it was Trent. He was like, oh, not all black women. They don't, I mean, not all white guys. Whatever. They have a whole thing called the black wife effect. So it's not everybody. It doesn't apply to everybody. But I love it when I follow this girl on Instagram. Her name is Rachel something. And she's always talking about like dating broke white men. Don't date broke white men. And she got like herself a white she's funny though. Like she wears bad wigs on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like but she makes a lot of jokes, but she has a nice they just got engaged too. Her name is Rachel something. She's black, like she's African.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what we're
I
talking about.
wait a minute. Is she like always like a little tight close up on her face?
No. That's my clock. Well, my dad's clock. It goes off every hour. No, her name is Rachel. Hold up. Let me find it.
I was counting the rings on the clock. Like, is this gonna be 10? Because it's been so long since I heard a proper clock. I like it.
Let's see. Rachel. Rich Flicks.
You have to dance. Shake it to the max because we want to shake it to the max. Okay, it's nothing to shake here. First, do it like this, and then you
That's
go
her. Her
to.
voice sounds familiar. I think that's her.
Yeah, let me find one of her funny videos. Oh, they got married?
You were holding your breath.
But wait, she has some funny
You have to
videos.
dance. Shake.
Oh, she looks so pretty. I didn't know she got married. I'm trying to find one of her old videos about. Oh, jeez. All new. What is this?
On the bottom, page. On the bottom, page. You were good. I'm waiting on the bottom for you to be. So where were we? On the bottom. Hi, I'm Star. And Ray, I'm Delulu. And I'm Delulu's best friend. Today we're going to talk about men. Red flags, green flags, turn-offs, turn-ons. Oh, okay. He has female best friends. It's okay? Red flag? Really? Yes. Why? Most men want to be smashing their female best friends though. Red flag. A man that calls women gold diggers. Ooh, red flag. Complete red flags. A man that gossips. Aye. Thanos. Ew. But a man that talks about his achievements and talks all the time and he's wealthy. Talk. Mixed feelings. Talk. You're a green flag. Continue talking. Talk me to sleep. Wealthy man. Ooh! Green flag! Talking of speaking when he says, you know what I'm saying?
Like, she has some really funny videos.
Mm-hmm.
Like with her wig all cocked to the side. But these, I guess she just got.
Candy is commenting on your clock going off, chiming.
Really? Oh, while on the live. We'll do it again in an hour. She finally got her rich white man job. This is all new because these wedding dress. I ain't gonna be able to find our old videos. It's taking too long. No, to load.
I'm about to turn it in, Richie.
Yeah, I think she might have took those videos down. This is all wedding stuff.
Was the girl on the right? Was it the girl on the right's channel?
Yeah, her name is Rach Flicks. I'll link it. She would have some funny videos about dating white men. But this looks like all. This is 2019. Oh. She be going on, taking her on trips and stuff, and she living the soft life, as they say. I think she took all that stuff down. Maybe she changed her brand now that she's married.
No, I got to get back in there on my Discord because I forgot I had Discord. I forgot all about the Discord. I lost the plot line.
So what are you doing on Discord?
You said you're gonna post something on Discord for us to see.
What was it? I was talking about a podcast. What was that? What were we talking about?
It was not the podcast with Dustin because you posted that on your YouTube.
I think it was Bravos. But what were we talking about? We were talking about? I forget exactly what I said I was going to post. Were we talking about men?
Did you write it down? It was like on. Did you have a pen and a pad?
No. But because what did we talk about? We only talked about Potomac and Married to Medicine. They don't watch Married to Medicine.
You didn't talk too much about Married to Medicine when I was on, I don't think.
No, I mean, what else
No, you
is
know
really
what? It
good?
was you're gonna I think it was that was it a link or something for the app that you're using to watch on your Apple? Was it
Oh yeah,
something
you
to
can
do with
watch
that?
it. Yeah, I can link that. I can link that here.
Okay.
I
Was it that?
think it was.
Because kind of when I jumped in, we were talking. You guys were talking about TV shows, Paradise, Gross Point Society, Daredevil. Trent talked about. I think it was Trent talked about Harry Potter reboot on Netflix.
This
You
is
talked
the.
about Peacock and the how much we had to pay for commercials. YouTube Premium.
That's the.
It's
That's
nothing.
the
It's nothing triggering.
Apple one, and then the other one is on here. What is this?
It could be something you already have on your Discord.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
I was
When you
trying to
said,
copy
"Can you
the
hear
link
me?"
to
But the
this.
now, Apple just created an app so that Android people could use the could watch Apple TV on Android phones like 2 or 3 weeks ago. It just dropped. Loot is hilarious with Maya Rudolph on Apple TV.
Luke, he said.
Loot, Loot.
Yeah. I hope that's the right one. So what else do we talk about? What else y'all want to talk about?
I'm about to go to sleep. I'm about to drop off the live.
I'm trying to. I think I might get off here by 11 because I know as soon as I eat, I'm gonna pass out.
And I guess technically I feel like it's a 9/11, but I feel my brain is getting sleepy. I'm about to be up 24 hours.
Well, get you some rest because if nobody else comes up here, I'm gonna get off too.
Who's still in the chat? Lisa, Matt,
I don't know, but I'm
Lexi
gonna get off here
Land,
too. Lexi Lane, she dated
Candy.
an African guy. I feel like people probably just now waking up, about to get off. I'll
hmm
probably come up later or tomorrow.
I could have watched about 4 or 5 more episodes of Married to Medicine. I'm on season 2.
Oh, I need to watch that over. Wasn't it much better back then? Do you like Mariah?
Cannot stand Mariah. She is a master manipulator,
Thank you.
deflector, a
Thank
deflector.
you.
She manipulated the hell out of Quad. played
Mm-hmm.
Shaquad's ego and everything. But now season 2, Dr. Heavenly is joining in. But what is hilarious, I always go back to watch that fight. And Toya's like, nah, bitch. Nah, bitch. I love it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble. Here comes motherfucking trouble. Here comes trouble.
In the nick of time.
Mariah is so mean.
Mariah Huck.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, she's a mean. She was a mean girl for sure. If Phaedra would have said, "I don't want to be around these mean girls with her on there," I would have been like, "Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about."
There she go. She got it
Mariah
in
is
for Phaedra.
mental. I mean, not Maria. Mariah is mental. And her real name is Lakeisha. Or
No.
something like that.
Yeah, she has a mean streak like a Lakeisha I used to know.
Yeah, Lakeisha or LaQuisha. Hold on, y'all.
Did you switch from Ozempic to Mounjaro? Because I'm hearing Mounjaro is a superior product. Are you trying both?
Who?
I don't know. You already talked about her.
Y'all talk. I gotta take this from my mother-in-law. Just give me 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. She didn't I joined a live about when it was 3 hours in. So if they talked about it, if that's in the description, I didn't even see the description. If they talked about it, it was before I got on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what's in the description. I was just coming on. I was like, well, what's happening in these YouTube streets? And I see Richie B's thing was on live. And then it says 6 hours. I was
In
like, oh my God.
30 minutes. Yep.
Goodness, I
They
love that.
had a very good dynamic back and forth
Uh-huh.
about not married to medicine, Wendy's problematic behavior and demands on married to medicine, using her culture as of taboos and her culture as a like a shield to shield her from talking about real life things.
Okay, what we
With
talking about?
Oh, I was asking.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Title is
Okay.
Ozempic. And so what was your experience? Did you try both?
Well, I originally had a script for Ozempic, and then my insurance wouldn't pay for it, so they gave me Trulicity. So Trulicity was working, but when my doctor did my blood work, he said my pancreas levels were up. So he switched me to Mounjaro. Now with Trulicity, it completely took my appetite away, and I wasn't hungry, but there was some like constipation, which I was able to take. What was I taking? I was taking what is it called? Senecot, and that made it better. And it actually took like I love chicken wings and cheese fries from the Chinese store. I love Chinese chicken wings. Cheese fries, cheese steaks. They're all like walking distance within my house too. But it literally like took that taste. I didn't even want Chick-fil-A. I didn't want any junk. Like it just took my taste for all of that stuff away. But the constipation started bothering me, and then my doctor said the thing with my pancreas, so I stopped taking it, and my appetite came back like real crazy. Now with the Mounjaro, it didn't take my taste for that stuff away. Like when I was on Trulicity, I would try to eat like some chicken wings. I could probably eat like one or a half of one. It just turned my stomach, the grease. But the Mounjaro, it took my appetite away to the point where I wouldn't even want to eat. My stomach would growl or my lips would get really dry, and I'll be like, oh, I need to go eat something. But it didn't take away that fast food thing away. Like I was still able to eat junk on Monjourno, but the constipation was so bad. I was like so miserable. Like even during the Eagles parade, I was just like so mad just for like being constipated to actually having to go to the bathroom and not being able to go is like one of the worst feelings in the world to me, to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I haven't taken another shot since.
You just backed up with all that stuff in there, and it just it weighs on you for real, for real.
And it's like a mind fuck because it's like I'm eating food and it's not coming out, which means it's sitting inside of me. And that's really like bothers me. But I will say with the Monjourno, even that one shot I took, and that was like a month ago, my appetite hasn't come back crazy at all. Like I haven't been eating a lot at all.
But the constipation is less on Monjourno or the same?
No, it was more. It was like intense.
Oh my
like
God.
I even took the Trulicity. I mean, I took the Senecot, which is a stool softener and a laxative, but it's like natural. And I would go, but like in little spurts. So it would be like all day, like this urge to go, and you can't go, or just a little bit. I just go a little bit, but I still feel like I have to go, but only a little bit is coming out. So I would just be like tethered to the fucking bathroom all day. It was just like miserable. So I don't know. I don't know if they have a lower dose. I'm gonna have to really change my diet. I'm gonna try it one more time, where I'm just gonna be eating salads and fruit and vegetables, and see if that makes it better.
That binding thing happened in my stomach on the Ozempic. It was miserable. Oh my God. It just wasn't worth it after being on it for like 3 months. I wanted to feel good. I just didn't feel good. I was
right.
You know, and you know that saying, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. But when you're on Ozempic, it's just you want to feel good and you're finally losing weight. But for me, the malaise just way more than I could handle. Yeah, and I didn't get to Monjourno, but that is my next stop because from what I hear, it's supposed to be superior and less stomach issues. But it's very important that you eat the right diet with it.
See, with me, it was the Super Bowl time, so I'm eating stromboli, cheesesteak, just all the wrong stuff.
Right.
So that's why I said I've been giving it another shot.
I think you should, because from the Monjourno specifically, if you can get the food right, then the stomach issues should dissipate almost completely.
That's what I'm gonna. I was going to take it today, but I had soul food last night, and I'm about to finish it for breakfast. But
weird. Or no,
maybe. But it's a lot of greens, so I mean, it's just chicken, greens, mac, and yams, but still.
But you get a lot of fiber with the green, so that should just push it out of you.
That's what you would think.
And then maybe get some oatmeal or something.
My friend was telling me that, but from what I understand, it like literally paralyzes your stomach, so it makes you feel full, or like, because so when I stopped taking the Trulicity, I would eat dinner, and like 2 hours later, I would be laying in bed and my stomach would just start growling, like, and I know I can't be hungry because I just ate, but when you're on it, you don't have that hungry feeling because, like I said, this is not. I haven't looked it up or anything. It's not scientific. This is just my guess that it paralyzes your stomach and your digestive tract to keep you full, and that's why you don't. I probably didn't feel that, like my stomach growling and stuff, and So that's probably what the constipation is. It's just the shit is just paralyzed, literally. Like it just can't. It won't come out.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, you could always do like, old fashioned enemas or whatever, but we shouldn't have, maybe, well, yeah, you're just going to have to try to get that shit out of there. Real, for real, for real.
literally, right?
But for Journo, that whole not wanting to eat for the last month, I hear that is one of the things. Like, they were like, oh yeah, when you do get your Majerno, be really careful. You could even like split your doses and make your things last longer because the effects of the shots last longer than like Ozempic, right? And so you're about how you haven't really had an appetite after one shot, for such a long time. That's what I'm hearing is a benefit on my.
Yeah, I'm telling you, my appetite has not come back like it did with the Trulicity, and I really don't have the appetite like how I normally do. Like I only eat when I'm hungry, or I can only eat really like 2 times a day.
Yeah.
Before I would just be eating, especially when I was doing Uber. Oh my God, I would just eat every time I passed somewhere that I saw that I liked. I would just eat. Like I just popped a bag of popcorn. Usually I would eat the whole thing. I didn't even eat half of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah. So I did hear somebody say, I think it was Naomi. She said the Mounjaro is the good one.
Yeah. And that's what Dr. Heavenly and them say too. Mounjaro is a superior product. That's what she thinks.
Superior to Ozempic, because I thought Ozempic was the best.
Because Ozempic has GLP-1, but the Mounjaro has GLP-1 and a GP something. It has a double component. How it's doctors say anything, because so my mom went to go get Ozempic, right? Because usually fat runs in a family, right? So mom went to go get Ozempic from her doctor, and she's in her 70s, and they were like, "Oh, we don't want to give it to you, but you need it." So then she went to the spa with me, and we both got it, right? But then her doctor, and she was telling her doctor that she was taking it rather, and they were like, "Well, you can try it, but honestly, the reason we didn't give it to you, lady, is because Ozempic makes you lose muscle mass, and when you're over a certain age, the importance of your muscle mass can be compromised so heavily that it outweighed the need for the prescription for her particularly. And the muscle, your heart is a muscle, so it doesn't choose what muscle to deplete. So her doctor's concern as a senior was that whole thing about wanted to deplete her heart muscle specifically. So my mom, she only tried it for 2 months, and then the doctor told her that, and she's like, "Oh, let me leave my heart alone," But
Which one was that impacts the muscles?
Ozempic, and you've seen the face, and have you heard about Ozempic face? Like, yeah,
I hear about it, but I don't know what it is.
well, you just look it like really gaunt and almost crackish about the face, just like Bellator, and yeah, like okay, yeah, you just look very, very gaunt, and they call it Ozempic face or Ozempic lip, where you can see like I don't know, like the outline of your teeth on your upper lip. It's really weird. But
wow.
I had that as a report for the Mounjaro specifically as far as muscle depletion, and it could be because of the additional GP inhibitor. It's not just one, so it's a twofold attack on fat instead of just one. So hopefully, I really think that you'll do great with Mounjaro once you get it tweaked right, and get that leftover poop.
We should do a series, maybe once a week or bi week or every 2 weeks, like a check in. Because what are you taking?
I'm getting
or you're finished with it.
My Mounjaro's on order.
Okay, so when you take it, we should both the first time I did it, I documented it, but my video, I have to edit the copyrighted material in it because I played a housewives thing on YouTube. But I could just start it all over since I haven't even been taking it consistently. But we can talk about that. But I wanted to say I had gave one of my friends, she wanted to try the Trulicity, so I gave her one of the boxes, and she said she lost about 10 pounds already in just a month.
Yeah.
Well, it might have been longer because I only gave her one box. I don't know if she spread it out or what.
Right.
Yeah, that was around Christmas. No, it was a little after Christmas.
Is he doing intermittent fasting along with taking that?
Maybe who, me or the person?
The person.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask her all that.
Intermittent
Now,
fasting.
But I told her
whatever.
to make sure she gets some blood work done to make sure her pancreas, because the doctor said that the Mounjaro doesn't have the effects on the pancreas that the Trulicity and Ozempic have. It's better on your pancreas.
Now, whatever Dr. Heavenly is using, it's not affecting her face at all. Her jawline. She doesn't have like jowling or
She does not have
her jawline is tight. Her neck is not saggy and stuff. So it's not hitting her too hard.
Well, she could probably also afford whatever kind of maintenance that comes along with, loose skin. Because when you get old, it should just be
We know she
loose.
before she gets fillers, but that wouldn't
She
help.
gets fillers.
Yeah, that wouldn't
Oh,
help.
she don't look like she gets fillers.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah, what did she say? She goes to Dr. Jada and gets her little stuff, but it's really looking good on her though. I never noticed her Ozempic face, and she's been on it for a while, and I didn't never really notice the phase of her looking anything but great,
So, but she got a sharp jawline.
She does. She does.
And I know you can get Botox in those bands on your throat. When those bands come up when you age to kind of relax those. But I was like looking at her ears real good to try to see if she had a little facelift or something. Because when you are a certain age and you lose weight, you have some jolly. But if you got really good bone structure, your skin is like tight, like Quad's skull looks like an African mask. Back when she had all that, when her hairline was way back, those weeds, you could tell she's got a very strong head. Like she might not ever show jowls.
I remember when Mariah said that. She said something about her pillowcases. She was trying to signal like she didn't have any edges. She called her a roach. Mariah is just mean. We want to talk about mean. Now that's a mean girl.
Well, that's when season 2. I was so shocked because they were horrible. They were awful at that season 1 reunion, and I just watched. I'm about to start episode 3 of season 2, and Mariah and Quad have not really engaged with each other. They're just being like avoiding each other in social settings, And the Chappelle, the designer, Mariah's trying to blame it on him that their relationship fell apart. But it's all of, she actually did the Quad what she did to everybody else during the reunion and during the whole first season. When Quad became popular, she didn't like it.
Like she wanted to be over Quad. Like she only invited Quad on to make herself look better. And she
Girl, but that rainbow eyeshadow, that makeup, the hairstyles, everybody was a hot mess. And Sweet Tea's current reunion dress looks like a season 1 reunion dress without the cape.
Yeah.
I gotta go back and look.
She really thought, and her hair did look like Dr. Heavenly's in the Bridgerton thing. I'm like, it looked just like it.
So wait, was she trying to be smart to Dr. Heavenly by quoting Bridgerton? I didn't understand what she was doing.
The final party is this Bridgerton party, and everybody Charlotte, right? So the hair that Dr. Heavenly wore was a big old afro with like braids in the front. And then the hair that Stacey wore to the Union was a big old afro with Bantu knots in the front. It's very similar. And that's the same day that she looked great in the dress that Quad wore. And I'm like, why would you have taken off those braids? She looked great all that whole press run day. She went to the Page Six place. She went to Watch What Happens Live. And she looked so freaking,
That's
right?
the best she's ever looked.
Her look. So why would you take that off and put this freaking curly wig on and green dress? I'm like, what happened?
Was she trying to be smart to Heavenly? Because you said that's what Heavenly had on.
No, it's the same hair.
It'd be high key.
Oh.
I'm thinking she may have called herself being youthful in a short dress rather than a gown. Like, I'm gonna be young and I'm gonna wear a short dress, but no, now you look like season 1 Beverly Hills. They had on cocktail dresses, little short dresses. I think Lisa Rinna's dress looked like a office dress.
Do you think Sweet Tea, I don't know if it's her or her stylist, like, are they looking at, is she trying to be funny or is her stylist trying to be funny? Like, even when the dress she wore on Watch What Happens Live, that's Quad's, damn it, that's Quad's dress that she had on at the reunion.
Right.
Not at the reunion, in the confessionals. And now you're saying like she's wearing a hairstyle that Dr. Heavenly had. Like, you think she's trying to be funny and say, "Oh, I can do it better"? Because she did look good. I'll give her that. She did look good on Watch What Happens Live.
She really did. I was like, "Ooh, she might have found her new groove," and then she went to that wig. Oh well. She tried. But maybe you're right. Maybe her stylist is acting like she can wear it better, right? So she wears Quad's dress better. She wears Dr. Hair's hair better. I don't know if it was better because it didn't go with the dress.
She wears braids nicely. She could take a cue from Monique. Potomac's Monique used to wear pretty braided styles.
Right.
Elevated braids. But I think she thinks that she's outdoing the older women. I can do it better than her because I'm younger. Oh, I can wear a short dress because I'm younger.
Because, a lot of people said she looked better than Quad when she wore that dress. When she had Portia's wig on.
Yeah.
She looked nice. So maybe she thought she could do it again.
Right. Mm-hmm. A lot of people said, I don't know, body is so different than it's better the dress because that's the best she ever looked. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, but Quad looked spectacular in the dress, and Quad looks spectacular all the time. So
Quad didn't even try though. That's the killer. That was like, it wasn't even a try hard look when Quad had that dress off.
She's like an effortless fashionista. Whereas we see the struggle with Sweet Tea. You know what? We see it. Trying to find her foot, and it must be kind of hard to be like an old man's lady. And we wants her to act older. When they were on the trip, and he said, "I needed you to be the matronly elderly, and you're not." Remember, he was saying that he needed her to be different, and so I feel like she tries to dress that way with him, but inside she's hyphy.
I bet Kristen Siriano could make a pretty dress for her.
Oh yeah, he likes big bone girls. He did Lizzo's dress at Vogue. Did you see that?
Was that the kind of mesh black dress that she was on Vanity?
Oh
was
my
it
God!
Vanity?
Yes.
Variety or Vanity Fair?
She looks so good. Now I don't think she hasn't said nothing about a shot though, you guys. She was on a vegetarian workout kick, and she went Tutor, remember? Well, she was already like MIA and just hunkered down. Now I have no idea how she weighs, but she looks extra good. She's still a night guy too.
Well, I saw her in one of her videos using a lymphatic drainage tool.
That too. We have to press our bodies so hard though. Mine be tender when I try to do it. I'm like, damn, it hurts. They be like aggressive, but I guess that's how you get that shit out.
Well, they say tender. That's a sign of lymphedema or a possibility of having lymphedema if the fat is hurt. If the fat hurts,
Oh, see,
this
yeah.
is tender. Not
Yeah.
that you're hurting your muscles or legit hurting yourself with that tool, but if you just touch or just press and it's tender.
I need to.
Look, me right here, right now, squeezing my thigh. The tenderness.
Like when I touch it with my hand, it's not tender, but I have used one of those tools before and I did not like the way it felt.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
But she
mean?
was going to town on her Instagram with that. I was like, little child, somebody else can do it. I need somebody else to do it for me. I can do it myself.
And then I've seen on Instagram, like a real lymphatic drain, somebody will poke a hole in you too and like
What?
stuff out. Yeah. Like they'll not only do all that work on you with those things and push and push and push, but then they'll poke a little hole on you and drain it out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but I bet it's really necessary. I've never had a lymphatic drain and I'm in my 50s. I bet I would feel like a new woman if I did that.
You sound like a kid.
Oh,
You have a
awesome.
youthful voice.
Thank you. I don't want to grow up. I am a Toys R Us kid. I keep telling my DNA strands, we just had a birthday in January, and I was like, we're 10 years younger.
I reflect back when we used to watch the like Leave It to Beaver reruns as kids. I was like, Mrs. Cleaver probably was only like 32 or something, and we thought she was 56 because she
Yes.
had on some pearls.
And I used to want to cook like her. I used to be like, okay, I could do my heels, have my dress on, and just, I was like, now that's housewifing. You get to wear this nice outfit all day.
Girl, Lucy and Ethel had on their house clothes.
They did a lot. That's classic. I love Lucy. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
They
my.
had on the house dresses and aprons and even head dust scarves when they dust to keep their hair clean.
That was oh my goodness.
That's what I'm talking about. When I got grown, I was like, I'm gonna get some Daniel Green. Like my mother used to wear Daniel Green house shoes.
Yes. These aren't Daniel Greens, but I definitely have my house shoes.
Mm-hmm. And my nieces and my sister, we all grew up together. And so when they all turned 40, we're all very close in age. I got them all matching house coats with butterflies on the pockets and snaps. I was like, Merry Christmas.
And they wear it, huh? There's
Hell
nothing like
yeah.
a house
Heck
coat
yeah.
or house
It was
shoe.
hilarious.
Yes. That is awesome. Yeah, I was just getting my day started. I haven't even got my Cafe Bustelo yet before these tariffs come in. But he's not messing with, well, Cafe Bustelo's from Cuba, right? So I don't know if he's messing with Cuba.
I had a jar around here somewhere.
Of Cafe Bustelo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the best, isn't it? Oh my God.
I like the Lavazza and just to give me that punch. But I've been drinking a lot of tea. But I like to get my tea from it's that it's called, what is it? Baylor and Taylor, something, not Baker and
Yeah.
but we're not supposed to be, well, TJ Maxx and Marshalls and Home Goods. I don't want them to take my money over to the Nazis.
Right. I'm so glad
So
shopper. Don't be a
I gotta.
mind capitalist. Be a conscious shopper. Right
Mm-hmm.
out started yesterday. Well, no, the 7th through the 14th is an Amazon blackout, particularly. And there was a whole list of Amazon adjacent stores that we should not be supporting because you saw Jeff at the inauguration, right? So
Mm-hmm.
those and Elon Musk were both at the inauguration. So they're targeting their businesses as well. Because actually,
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, the theory is that Jeff wants to get Elon's robots to man the warehouses because humans are complaining too much about needing a union.
And that's why they're pushing. They don't want to have automated cars, automated driving, because they don't want to pay truck drivers or
Mm-hmm.
Uber drivers. Oh, get out of here.
Well, you still need that human component because they have self-driving cars all over the Bay Area. That's where I am in California. And
Okay.
people have time to vandalize them. And they be going the wrong way. We got lots of one-way streets in San Francisco. Those shits be going the wrong way. And they do all kind of weird things, like they're possessed all the time. And so I think that we shouldn't take the whole human component out. I mean, I want a Jetson car just like everybody else, but I also want to still be in some form of control. Like I'm not just giving it all over to the Terminator.
I think it's very weird how they. It just seems like they just flipped the switch and just sent AI out there, like it's been sitting and waiting, and they just flipped the lever, and here it is, doing
Yeah.
everything so quickly, like there was no learning curve.
Mhm.
It's very user friendly.
Well, that's
So,
because I have been being developed with, right under our noses. Like
hmm
the Java, like even our technology that we use for offices and stuff, we've been feeding AI information about how to interact with us. You know what I mean?
hmm
Yeah.
and I
So,
think it's also no coincidence that so many cities around the United States underwent gentrification. All the major black cities, they really flipped the populations because they knew this was coming. They knew they were going to eventually succeed because they pay attention to just like the people in the insurance industry.
yeah, I'm in
Is
it.
it the actuary tables and whatnot?
The
How they predict things because they know human behavior.
right. Yeah, the actuaries don't lie.
hmm
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So the pop we and they we've been telling people they're we knew when the gas prices go up, the jobs are going to go back to the center of the cities. They'll build transportation, mass transit systems will improve. Then the according to American idea, this criminal enterprise known as the United States of America will have the less desirable people out in the suburbs. The populations will switch from how they've been for the last since the 50s, since World War II ended, and things flipped in the 70s. So the 70s has been 50 years ago already. Dang. Um, yeah, we thought it was a advertisement, and it was that the suburbs was like where paupers live. You know, the poor people, the undesirables. But now that flipped. But now it's about to flip back again to accommodate energy and jobs, and it's just so mean.
Well, and then they're having the 15-minute cities. Have you heard about those?
Nope.
So when the fire out here in California, they said that, they were clearing it for the 15-minute cities. Because how is it that the same places that got affected by fire also have this?
I can't hear you because I hear some noisiness.
Oh, no worries. I hear it too.
You want to talk on the phone, listen to the radio, and drive at the same time.
I was hosting a live stream, but
You still here,
my
Richie?
look,
Richie B.
Oh my God.
Richie,
Does
where
she take her live drop?
I don't know. She's still. I can't. Does the chat still?
I can't chat.
Lexi, are we still on?
huh?
Is that Richie? She
Can
just
y'all see
posted.
me?
No, we can't see you. You said your phone's down. She put a
Y'all
message in that
can't
said,
see me?
"Yeah, the line. We can't see you, but the line is still active." Oh no, I can see your face now.
Can y'all hear me?
I can. Yes, I can hear you. I can see you.
I don't know why I can't switch back to, let me see, layout.
I see you. Her comment. My phone
There.
smashed.
Look, this is the phone I was on. Done.
Oh wow, what
What happened?
happened?
It just fell. It doesn't have a case. It's a cheap phone.
Oh my
I
God.
I have insurance. I'll just get another one.
Sorry that happened. Oh my
I
God.
know. I'm so glad it's not this phone that I'm on right now.
Yeah, that's a. Ooh.
This
I'll
would be like,
have a case on this right here, and
It sounded like you were moving fast.
I'm on a bike.
Oh well, yeah, that'll do it.
I didn't know y'all could still hear me.
yeah, we were talking. We could hear you. You were talking to some guy. You were like,
I
"Yeah,
heard you.
live."
I heard you say I was hosting. I was hosting a live, and then I was like, wait a minute, where is she? She,
Okay,
it's still going.
that's good.
Hmm.
Because first it was saying I needed to go back to my computer.
Oh, Lexi
hmm
Lenny.
Lexi Lane. Well, it was
Lane.
Lane. Hey, Wizard. Sweet Tea got her pink slips. I don't think she getting a pink slip.
I think she will.
I think she brings a lot of drama, and that's all they want.
I feel like her and G, the backlash is heavy this time, you guys.
For
They
G?
out. Bravo didn't listen after Quad said she was abused by that man. They still entertained him for a very long time. And
hmm
sexist, but if a man is hit, bitch. And a woman should be able to hit a man and he just walk away. That's where I'm from. On the planet I live. Just take your balls and go someplace else. Right?
Right.
And so they let him slide and protect his ass because they haven't let the rest of the cast talk about what we saw them talk about in season 6. Dr. Heavenly can't even bring it up without getting in trouble. And you see Dr. Heavenly says a lot of stuff that
What happened in season 6?
in season 6 is the season Quad left Dr. T
hmm
and said that he hit her, said that he dragged her across the floor, that he would do all of those abusive things to her. He said it during that whole season. She was saying all the abusive things he did. And then in their one-on-one specifically, it was 6 minutes of you did this, this, and this. And his only answer, he didn't say, no, I didn't. He said, we both did things to each other.
And that's victim blaming, low key.
It is. Hi, key.
High key. The same way that he's being with Sweet Tea right now, that it's her fault. She didn't listen. It's your fault. You stopped talking when I told you. And it's Quad's fault because she wouldn't shut the fuck up. Everything is everybody else's fault. So if they don't do something this time, then they're going to be like Carlos King, creating a very hostile work environment, not protecting the people that they work with. And I think that he needs to go. And especially calling the police for fake, being a fucking Karen. Well, he might get a spinoff for that on Bravo. But
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
right. I think that based off of the abuse and him calling the police for no reason when the eighth housewife has everything he did, I think they're getting him off. And they better, better. He needs counseling. I don't want to see her.
He's the counselor. He's the counselor.
If he's a narcissist, narcissism is hard to treat, and a lot of narcissists go into psychiatry psychology,
Because
just to be able to better be manipulators.
Mhm.
And if can you imagine how he antagonizes his wives behind closed doors? The way that how expertly he directly knew how to go right in and pinpoint how to antagonize King until he
Yeah.
charged at him.
Right.
That was done with finesse.
And even the way Sweet Tea was chasing him around the house, but chasing him to console him, like baby him, like, oh
Yeah.
Gregory, you don't mean that, or now
Mm.
Gregory, she was talking to him like he was a child, like she did something wrong, like.
Exactly. And I don't
As much as I can't stand her, I'll tell the truth. He has her
We just want
trained
her to be.
already.
We just want her to be smarter.
Yeah. And if
And
she
that's what I think Dustin meant when he said she's just dumb. But he's a comedian too at the same time. But he wasn't saying it like, oh, she's so stupid. Like she just doesn't even really. She just really is oblivious to what's really going on.
did you guys hear the things that was like some people are saying that he challenged or something?
Some people saying what?
She might be challenged.
I don't think she's mentally challenged. I think she's in over her head. She doesn't. I don't think she even knows she's being abused. I think that she thinks that she has a handle on it. She can handle Gregory.
Yeah.
She just
Yeah.
has to coddle him or placate him. I don't think she realizes what she's gotten herself into.
Can we
If she
say
grew up in a
also?
household that toxic behavior and that type of loveless or power dynamic was going on between her parents, lots of cussing each other out and stuff like that, it might feel like home to her. It might feel comfortable to her.
Right.
She wouldn't flee because it felt normal.
Because if you look at how she blew up on her sister, that's what had turned me off from her initially. One of the things it was like she was arguing with her sister, like how fast it just went. Like my sister, she says I'm radioactive, and it was kind of giving that like she just like
Hmm.
went crazy out of like nowhere. Like you see how like they were having to calm her down at the beach. I make jokes or whatever, but that's not normal. So like you might be right. She might did grow up like in those kinds of environments.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's a sign right there that if the siblings don't get along just for weird reasons.
That was interesting at the bridal shower how her and her sister went from World War III, and then her sister calmed her down in the bathroom to her turning all of that ire on Heavenly. It was
Right.
like very interesting now that you bring it up. You're right. She was arguing with her sister and then turned it to somebody else immediately. And that's kind of what she did at the beach too. Like she just gets mad and then is she's mad over here, running around, popping out. Poor thing.
When people say, "Oh, you can't, we don't have the skills, we don't know, you can't diagnose people." No, we can't, but we can point out traits all
Yes.
day long.
We
And
gotta,
right is right and wrong is wrong. And the
Hmm.
doctors to see what's going on.
and I don't like the way Dr. fucking Eugene is simping for him. I think the only reason Dr. Eugene might be mad is because he called the police. But he really wants to have Dr. G around and
Yeah,
be
because
part of it.
listen, when they had this whole thing with Quad, right? And she's so happy that they chose her. But if you paying attention, Sweet Tea was Toya's first choice. She went to Sweet Tea and said, "Do you want to be in this group? Do you want us to? Do you want me to fight for you?" And
Because
Sweet Tea was just
right.
like, "That's my business," or giving her the cold shoulder or whatever. So she was like, "F it then. Well, we just go with Quad." because with the restraining order, they can't. Both of y'all can't. Well, if we have to choose, and if you acting like this, then we'll just take Quad then.
Yeah, you're right. That's how it happened.
And
But
I, I
they
think
want
Dr. Eugene
drama.
is kind of nosy too. Like he gonna keep those doors of communications open, so he can the
yeah,
channels of communication open, so he can get some tea, so he can know what's going on.
yeah. I don't know. Which
Cecil
part?
seems like he likes to get the scoop too, like to be in.
And what else I was saying about production, they just want drama. Like they could have showed us the scene where King was genuinely speaking about Dr. G and like understanding that he had feelings. That deleted scene,
Mm-hmm.
when they were like,
Only
"Oh, King's not a bad guy." They didn't show us that. They would have us believe that they were trying to kill each other, and not one of those girls apparently told, or guys told G that was the sentiment. Like he wasn't. I'll keep saying it, and I'll fight whoever I have to fight. Um, King did not come to G with the intent to fight. It was the intent. He came. The intentions mean something. He came to say, "Listen, what happened last night, or whatever have you. That's that. I'm not on no bullshit with you." What he didn't come with the intention to fight him. Now, when he
right.
starts talking shit about Quad, that's when it starts to turn. And when he starts doing it all, like you said, that
Oh my God,
manipulation
real
stuff.
quick. You're right because he was flailing his arms in King's face. Did you feel like that was an invasion of personal space and that he was inviting the ass whooping with all that arm flailing in his face like that?
I
Listen,
think
if
he
he
was
would have ran
getting
at me like
attention.
that,
That
he would have got
he was
cold cocked.
That's what
his
I'm saying.
arm, all that arm stuff was to get attention, like making himself look bigger, like to the people watching, like far away. He was trying to get attention, drawing on himself, like he was pounding his chest, like I'm being a big man now,
I think it
like
was
I ain't
also
scared.
to force because real men they have personal space. 3 feet is everybody else's, but definitely arms distance. And had one of G's arms went in the front, he would have hit King. And I feel like that was part of why King chased him a little bit was because of that little invasion in space. Like it like instigates a primal reaction almost.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And he knew that
Mhm.
psychiatrist, so he was doing mind fuckery and poor sweet tea. She's out of her league.
She is.
Oh, and his client broke his nose. So
Say
when
what now?
when remember, so when they got back from the weekend and her doctor lied to tell their son, he was explaining why he was abusing her. And he said it was because he had a bad day at work and quit his job. Remember? Do you guys remember that live?
Wait, say it
Dr.
again.
G?
Yes.
Oh, I don't watch Sweet Tea's lives at all.
Oh,
I can't.
or they
Yeah,
had
me neither.
on the couples trip. Allegedly, Dr. G had just got fired or quit one of his jobs, and he said in the live that it was because patient rights, and he didn't agree with the facility on how patients should be treated, and he wanted one way of treatment, and they did something else. And it was against the freaking patients, and that he didn't want to get down like that anymore. So he made a decision to leave, and so that was why he was tripping that weekend and already on the edge. Well, Sweet Tea had another interview with Contessa just this,
Not Contessa.
and that came up again. As it turned out, when they came back and were at the dining room table in the kitchen, and he was like, "Oh, take me," and he walked away and went upstairs, and she chased after him. She was grabbing his leg under the table, want him to bring up that he had got his nose broke by the patient. He had a fractured nose.
He provoked that patient.
Mm-hmm.
Too, friend. I was like, I wonder, was his arms in the patient's face, or was he gaslighting the patient, or like yelling in his ear? Like, what was he doing to the patient that he was close enough to get his nose broke?
That's a damn shame.
People
And
like that know how to use their tone of voice and how to be disrespectful and probably looking at the person the wrong way.
So he had a fractured nose and then was still talking all that shit to King. Wanted his ass whooped.
Maybe that's why he was running.
Yeah, because he didn't want it broke. That's sad. But she thought that story was going to get like more sympathy for him or something. I'm like, so he had a broke nose and then started more shit and abused you on camera, lady?
Girl.
Quad was very good at faking she was happy in season 1 because the first scene for our first exposure to Dr. Gregory was that he had sent out an email to tell because they had that argument and she left and he was trying to manipulate her to stay. When she left, he sent out he email blasted that the wedding was canceled to try to humiliate her.
Right.
So and that's emotional and mental abuse.
Mental abuse, physical abuse. There's a number of abuses. And
but people forget about like why is she with him? She don't love him. I believe he bombed her. He bombed Sweet Tea too.
Oh yeah.
To get people with you, Quad is a high value source of narcissistic supply. Sweet Tea ain't gonna give it to him like Quad did. He got on a TV show with her so much, but girls, it's a blessing she never gave him a baby.
Gosh, can you imagine how mad her womb would have been at her?
Well, look at the lengths he went to get back at her. Like to marry some girl off the internet. They had like a sham wedding. All I remember is the wrinkled curtains they put up for her wedding.
Girl.
To marry this girl on the show in front of Quad. Talking about having babies. He didn't account for Sweet Tea not being able to have no damn babies. But
do you think she knew she couldn't have babies?
I believe she knew that.
I believe she knew.
She's what? Almost 40?
She's 33 at least.
She knew she had fibroids. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
we're all women. We all go to the doctor. Even if you have heavy periods, they give you an ultrasound. They can see what's going on. Like
she's been on. They got to know why your iron is low. They figure it out, and she had insurance because she was military.
Military, exactly.
Trent said, as if G really wanted babies.
That was just going to get him more control over Quad.
You think so? Because yeah. So, do you think he wants babies with T, or do you think he's gonna get rid of her?
To the point, because she did also mention that it's just him and his brother right now. The patriarchs and matriarchs of his family are gone, and he doesn't have any lineage. So yeah, he definitely is to the place now, I think, where he legitimately wants offspring.
Do you think that he will get rid of her if she can't have one?
He gave her 2 years for a reason.
I thought he gave her 1 year.
I thought he gave her 2 when they sat down.
See, we vibe on certain things larger, but certain other things we just be going like at it. Like
I love it. I love find common ground. But I also love our banter, girl. You are
me too. I love to fight. I don't, a lot of people don't. Or they think I might be serious. I'm really not serious.
What's fine?
I like listening to it.
Oh, Aquarius. Oh yeah, you can fight all day. Speaking of mind games. Oh my God. All day. All day.
Do y'all remember in that first Bridget Jones movie when when the men started fighting, they had that first fight, and her friend, he went in the restaurant and he was like, fight, like calling everybody to come out. That's how it was when you started. You and El Michelle started going at it. I was like, fight. But you know, I'm a boomer and I didn't know how to go into the chat to type in fight without booting myself out of stream.
There should
You
be
gotta see, you gotta go back and listen to it larger. It's
at the
about at the
bottom.
4:45 mark.
Okay.
At the bottom, there should be something that says, what does it say? More?
It says chat. And in the chat, you should be able to do chat, comments, or recording.
But sometimes it's under more.
What's in more? Let's see. More has.
See, I can't look at it
more
in a
has
regular mode.
recording, settings, and cancel.
Yeah, but it gives me an option to join the chat. But whenever I click, and it could be because of my phone, when I click
Okay.
join the chat, it boots me out of StreamYard.
Right, right. Yeah, if we were on our laptops, it wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Right. But you be
Trent
making.
King is back.
Are those menthol? Are those menthol?
I love to fight. It's hilarious. Shut up, Yaya. I just do. Not even like, not really fight, but I will, but just debate. And like, you would think, like, if you would hear some of the debates I have with my cousins and stuff, you would really think that we are really fighting to the death about something. Like, and I think that's part of the culture here in Philly too. Like, people just will fight to the death about nothing. Like, I see these two guys arguing about the difference between a job and a career, and they was like, really,
oh my God,
you
really?
don't get, you saw that?
No, I haven't, but that had to be interesting. I could.
It was so funny, but that's like so normal here.
Yeah.
Can you read your comments, Richie?
In the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't. What does it say?
Well, I see Yaya says
Lex.
which one you want me to highlight?
Lexi Ling said T admitted to putting hands on Dr. G. I saw the clip on Diva's channel.
Oh. So they be in there rumbling, because she does give me like fighter.
And kicker.
Like, you ain't gonna hit me, nigga. You know.
Said, Heavenly Father, explain why this live is still going.
What's the longest one? Didn't you go 11 hours, Richie, one time?
12, but
12.
I think 10 is the limit on StreamYard or YouTube.
He said, Heavenly Father.
New Yorkers are the same. We argue about anything and be happy as hell. Yeah, it's just a spirited debate. That's all.
Speaking of New York, are the Hamptons still on fire?
The Hamptons are on fire?
Yeah, oh my God. Last night, the Hamptons were on fire. They had declared a state of emergency.
Oh my God.
Because the Hamptons were on fire. That's by Long Island, right?
I wonder if Bethany and Andy, they got homes out there in Ramona.
Yeah, and the fire had jumped the highway, and it was really bad. It looked crazy.
Damn.
But there had only been 2 structures burned last night. The house hadn't burned yet. It was like 2 commercial structures.
They're getting hit on all fronts, like rich people in their houses. Like, I'm pretty sure Andy has an LA apartment somewhere, probably a Hamptons place.
Yeah, and Bethany and Luann live there, right?
I know they
Who
have
else is
places
out
there,
there?
like Dorinda.
Dorinda's in the Berkshires.
Manor?
Oh.
Is that in the Hamptons, Bluestone Manor?
I don't know.
It's in Berkshire. It's in the Berkshires.
Oh, yeah, and that's where Ramona didn't want to go. She had bad memories from the Berkshires.
Gary Island is in the Hamptons. The model Kelly Ben Simone got big property out there with horses and everything.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I really miss Roni, the original Roni.
People should be able to raise enough hell for them to bring them back.
Sweet and Sour went over to Diva's channel and admitted that she hits her husband. That sounds like some more cover up for his ass so that he doesn't get in a lot of trouble. So that when he says we do things to each other again. And the mugshot that freaking Quad has, from what I understand, well, one of the mugshots she has more than one, is because they got into a tussle and he pressed charges on her The way that
come on.
Yeah, the way that he did with King. He antagonizes, provokes, and instigates. And then when the authorities are called, he pressed charges on her, from what I understand. And she,
Bitch.
they both have mugshots.
What a fucking bitch. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Like, really, dude?
He need to have his bell rung really
Really
seriously.
solidly. A nice solid bell ringing. Yes. And you're in
He really
Philadelphia.
does.
You're in Philadelphia, home of the bells. So
Yes. They would clean his motherfucking clock good here. Somebody brother get a hold of him. It's a rat.
Now, do you think Sweet T's daddy or mom should have stepped to Dr. G after witnessing that? Or should they only try to fight Dr. Heavenly?
Wait, say the second part again.
Should her mom and dad have stepped to Dr. G after seeing her get treated like that? Or should they only try to fight Dr. Heavenly?
I don't agree with parents jumping in their kids' fights.
Mm-hmm.
Even like what LeBron James did to Bronny.
Oh,
I don't think Bronny liked that. He probably didn't like. If he's like any other kid or teenage, well, he's not. Is he a teenager?
He's in his 20s or something, right?
But they'll probably still be like, you let your daddy fight your battles.
Exactly. So that's going to be the next thing he's going to have to fight against.
It's emasculating.
And LeVar Ball got his fucking foot cut off. Did you see that?
What?
The dad?
Yeah, the dad had to get his foot amputated, guys.
What, from like
diabetic or something?
I don't. They didn't say what happened, but it was like 2 weeks ago. He was leaving with no foot.
Oh, I hate hearing that.
Oh, is it gout, Daddy? Husband said he thought he heard gout, but I didn't know they cut your whole shit off because
They
of gout.
cut your feet off of gout?
I don't think he's right. I don't think husband is right. I love you, husband, but I don't know if that's the right answer.
No, I love you, husband. No, you can get your shit cut off from gout.
You can? I had no idea.
Yeah, let me look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, look it up. LeVar Ball's foot gone.
Not foot gone.
I'm just...
Okay, because I was up early and I was gonna go on my channel and do a live called "What WTF in Politics," you know, and because Doge fucked with my mom. She has her Social Security, and usually her check would get on the second Wednesday of the month, and that's when all her bill pays are for and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know how old people do. That's just paid already, right? And she just got a notice that said from now on, because of Doge, she won't get her stuff till the third week of the month.
What?
Yes.
What are they doing?
So now we have to make sure that she has enough in there. And, you know, the bill due days are the bill due days. I mean, that's the fucking day it's due, you know?
Did they say why? So they changing the whole first of the month system?
Yes, girl, they changed it.
They're trying to make people lose their property.
They're inflicting undue financial stress because why are you changing the date? Especially
when are the Democrats going to step up? When are they going to start fighting this shit? When is enough?
Hakeem Jeffries tried to raise a little hell, but it wasn't hard enough. It was Tabitha Speaks Politics posted, shared it, but they need to be going hard, and I'm not even gonna say disrespectful, but they need to be going hard.
Oh my God, you guys didn't understand it yet? The Democrats are in on the shits. The Democrats helped get Trump in office. The Democrats did this to us.
Those 10 Democrats.
They did it.
Are fake Democrats.
Yep, they're fake. It's a duopoly. There's two booty cheeks and the same ass on the stripper pole of America, and they want our cash. They're making it clap, and we're the only ones getting butt splattered. It's not okay.
I assumed that with Elon going through the budgets and looking at where the money's going, you know, anybody can set up an LLC and a nonprofit organization and get a government contract. So at first, I thought that's why a lot of them were being quiet, because you got somebody like Nancy Pelosi who's made millions and millions of dollars since she's been in office, and even Marjorie Taylor Greene has become a millionaire since she's been in office. So I thought like maybe that was being uncovered, but there seems to be something else, and like they didn't want to be put on blast. So like it's kind of like I dare you to say something. I'm gonna tell everybody, you're behind this $50 million for condoms going to Gaza, India. Something
Yeah.
like that. But I did see something the other day where some Democrats, maybe the 10 you're talking about, they voted against something that was good for us.
I know that they let that freaking budget slip through that does cut Medicare.
And 10 Democrats voted for it.
I believe so, because it's happening. Oh, and then on the 14th of this month, if they can't come to a full understanding of the budget, the whole government's going to shut down anyway. And the only people that are going to get paid is Elon. And yeah.
Wait, say it again. What's happening?
On the 14th of March, if the budget is decided on, then the government needs to shut down on the 15th. And they would furlough the rest of the government employees that didn't take the DRS, the deferred resignation, no, the DRP, deferred resignation program, where you can quit now and get paid through September. Yeah, it's all kind of.
Do you think that they were honestly going to get paid though?
Yeah, well, they're supposed to. If they that's the other thing. Like I have a friend that signed it and I'm like, but how do you know? I mean, they could tell you they're going to pay it and then not pay it. Like
But they have to have a particular type of authorization to do that, and Doge doesn't have it to mess around and make promises like that. I can't remember. It might have been on Keith Boykin's channel.
But Trump is notorious for not paying his damn bills.
Exactly, and that's
Look what he
another
did to
thing they
Atlantic
pointed out with
City.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, I
That's
mean,
how he operates.
exactly.
He
And these
almost destroyed Atlantic City. Seriously.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the other countries have whole parades with Americans as the floats, and it's all about Trump and our democracy, and they make such jokes out of it. And yeah, they had the Statue of Liberty doggy style in front of Trump. It was really crazy.
Wow. Just wow.
But yeah, so Doge is fucking with grandmas. And by proxy, I don't know. So she's on just regular SSA because she's old, right? But Social Security also does SSDI, which for the disabled Americans, like if you were deaf, if you had a childhood handicap, then you might get paid SSDI. If you have a mental issue, you get SSDI. If you have a handicap, you get SSDI, right? And a lot of those people's monies are getting affected too because they get paid the same way Social Security gets paid, the first Wednesday, second Wednesday, third Wednesday, right? And so he's messing with the poorest of the poors because those all fixed income brackets, right? And one little thing can tailspin you into oblivion when you're living paycheck to paycheck on a fixed income. So this is by design that they're doing this. And it's really unfortunate that you're right. The Democrats aren't going to be doing anything. They are in on the shits. Poor Maxine Waters. She can say all she wants that this isn't this and this isn't that, but she's not getting shit done. Nobody is stopping anything. And when they had the chance to do something, when the Democrats had control, they could have codified some shit. They could have made one of those in perpetuity laws the way the Republicans do. They could have done something to cover because this writing was on the wall that a red wave was
Yes,
coming.
absolutely.
Nothing. Even after they attacked Roe v. Wade, they did nothing to codify or to set up safety nets for their constituents because they don't give a fuck.
I'm starting to see that. Not even just believe it, just see it. Like, What are y'all doing? Y'all holding up signs? Really? That's your solution?
And then they're trying to get Black people caught up too. So part of everything, all these EOs that he's been doing, executive orders that he signs, are, you can't talk back, you can't protest, you can't this, you can't, unless you were a January 6th terrorist, you cannot peacefully protest for anything. So they're trying to get Black people specifically to get out in the streets. If you notice, we've been sitting a lot of shit out since George Floyd. We've been sitting our happy Black asses at home since George Floyd. And so we're not marching for Ukrainians. Nope, not doing it. We're not marching for immigrants. Nope, not doing it. We're sitting our asses at home. So what are they doing? They're trying to fuck with us. So now we got apartheid baby, K-hole man, Elon Musk, saying that, oh, we need to pardon Derek Chauvin. Luckily, he has state charges. So even if he does get pardoned on a federal level, he won't be out of state jail. You know what I'm saying? The mere fact that they want to pardon this fool is to get our panties in a bunch, right? And then they were like, they hit it, they do the alley-oop on us, and they're like, oh, and by the way, after we pardon, we're getting rid of Black Lives Matter Boulevard. Get rid of that shit. My Black life still matters, motherfucker. Right? So, get rid of it. I'm still not coming out the house to protest nothing, my friend.
But the fact that they're trying to make, that he said that basically he would deploy the National Guard if people started protesting, and he's having students, even though they're immigrants, deported for protesting for Gaza on campus, the immigrant students. He already started that. I forget it was school. That is our First Amendment right.
Exactly.
Like, it's a constitutional right we have to assemble peacefully.
Exactly.
So what are you even talking about?
Well,
he probably can't recite the first 15 amendments. He probably doesn't even know them.
Right. I feel like also what he's doing is
we had to learn that by heart when we were in school.
It's so crazy. I feel like the Republicans do this thing where they say a lie loud enough, long enough, and finally people just start doing that shit. It's not the truth, but because it's being accepted and done, it becomes something that people do, but it's not the truth. So he's breaking the law with every EO he signed. It goes against the constitutional right, or it goes against an already in place law. And is left and right. I feel like he wants people to sue him, because then he already has federal judges throughout the United States set up in his pocket from old Mitch McConnell, who will do his bidding once things are kicked to before a court. You see what I'm saying? And then all these things we're complaining about that are breaking the law, they'll just change the law, because now we challenged his challenging of the law in front of the court that he has stacked. Anyway, it works out in my head better than when I say it, but
you said it fine.
It's just, damn.
It's the people that don't think fat meat is greasy, though.
And
we knew fat meat is greasy because we know what racism is.
But I do want to say this to piggyback off of something you said about us not protesting, like we're not taking the bait. I've been saying since the beginning, like I told Black women to sit that one out when the white girl killed the Black guy. They have control over 3 years. So I feel like for the first time, they're not, for the time being, well, when I was saying it, they weren't thinking about our Black asses. And remember when like the Hispanics got mad at us for not protesting for them, even though, it's not reciprocated, but whatever. We need to sit this out as long as we can, because unfortunately, fortunate for us is Black people are, this is not, what am I trying to say? This is not new territory for us. We are used to not getting shit. We're used to not having shit. We're used to being treated unfairly. we're used to them doing whatever they want to. It's the other people who are being treated like niggas, basically, that can't take it. This is not new territory for us. All these people that voted for him, they have to sit in what they did. Like, I saw a farmer crying. He said he lost $350,000, and this was like a month ago, since Trump has been in office. You have the white women getting fired from their DEI jobs. Black people are so up in arms about DEI, but not realizing that these systems that were put in place to help us, we're not receiving the benefits from it anyway. So
Exactly.
calm down, and just wait and see.
Not our monkey, not our circus.
I mean, of course, we're going to be affected by some things, but like I said, this ain't new to us. We ain't new to this. We true to this. We know how to make $1 out of 15 cents. We know how to shop and stretch $1. We know how to survive.
Right. We know how to drink Kool-Aid with no sugar.
Well, I don't know all that, but
Biden did a lot of federal judges, but Mitch McConnell did far more and for far longer. Yes, Mitch McConnell has it on stack, and he's finally ready to go hang his skin suit up. So his work here is done. Oh my God. Speaking of skin suits, Gene Hackman. How did he get found in his house with his wife? Now they're saying that he died a week after his wife, and he was just walking around the house with a dead body in there because he had dementia and then fell.
She had some type of virus she caught from the rodents that must have gotten to the house. So, maybe the dogs brought the virus in, and she had the virus called Hamza virus, which is something that is in the Southwest.
Wow.
That's what killed her.
Mm-hmm. Right. And they're saying that
it might have killed the dog too. I don't know.
They're saying that he died a week later.
Mm-hmm. Probably was trying to wake her up and everything else. And then they said his stomach was empty and he died of malnutrition.
Oh my gosh.
He started death. And when people have dementia, they forget to eat anyway.
Right. Did you guys hear dementia could be diabetes type 3?
Nope.
You didn't hear that? Or is it Alzheimer's is diabetes? Something about our memory loss. They're now saying
Alzheimer's and dementia are kind of the same thing, but yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Fucking high fructose corn syrup.
Nothing tastes the same.
I was talking to my doctor, who is a neurosurgeon. I see him once a month. I told him, he said he would come on my channel because we always talk politics when I go to see him, and he was saying I was asking him about some things, and he was saying like he wanted to have a meeting with RFK about, because I was asking him about my mammogram and about the calcium, and he was like, it will be much easier and efficient for women to have, like, I don't know, I can't remember if he said ultrasounds or MRIs instead of mammograms. He said basically like he wanted to talk to him about that kind of shit. But then we got on to measles because I asked him, I said, I'm having a hard time remembering stuff. I don't know if it was because of like from head trauma, from my accidents, or like from what they're calling long COVID. And he said like, he was telling me that there's a test they can do for that. And he was explaining stuff. And then he said like the measles outbreak can actually cause dementia. He said that having measles, people think it's just like chicken pox or it's not that serious. People who aren't getting vaccines for measles, he said that there's something on our brain. Of course, I don't know what it is. There's some kind of receptors on our brain that I guess processes spinal fluid or whatever. And when you have measles, I think it like maybe I could have this completely wrong, but the gist of it is it affects them some kind of way. I don't know if it dries them up. I don't even know if they're called receptors. There's a really long name for them. And he said that when you get older, and when you have the spinal fluid, it doesn't get processed in your brain, and it doesn't get in there, or it swells, and it just makes you have dementia or Alzheimer's disease. So people not getting their measles vaccines, you think that you're saving yourself from something, but you're actually causing like grave danger to yourself. And like there's so much misinformation out here about basic shit. That's what made me invite him. I said, you should come on my channel and start your own channel and just talk about this kind of stuff, because people need to know. And there's just so much. And we were even talking about how today the kids, they don't know anything. They don't even know how to spell. Like they can't read clocks. I was taught the King's English. Like I couldn't write and speak properly. It was taught the right way. And kids don't know the difference. Not even just kids, just people. Period. They don't know the difference between to and TOO and there, THEIR and THEYRE. Like it's just the level. Oh my God! It's just people just don't know basic stuff anymore. It is scary, really.
Yeah,
100%.
I feel like
You should already have your measles vaccine, Lexi. You should have got. We probably all got it as children from our parents. The measles, mumps, and rubella.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing that my kids are allergic to, you guys. So my kids ended up having an adverse reaction to their MMR thingamabob, and they got exempt because they had a reaction. And so they don't have to and they don't have another one to give them that doesn't react. So they don't
So
have,
it's up to the other people to protect them, to keep them safe.
right, because they can't have the shot.
Oh, yeah, you're a teacher. God bless you. These parents, man. I don't know.
Well, and that's kind of what. So get rid of the Department of Education because they're not teaching nothing anyway. Let the parents do it if they can. But I don't know.
They won't let teachers teach because they pressure them so much to teach to a standardized test, which was going on strong under that Bush administration. That's when they made that move.
Mm-hmm.
And also to get rid of unions, because unions could push back against that, their curriculum.
Right.
My sister will play. Uh, she teaches the preschoolers, kindergarten preschoolers, super young kids. They still take naps. And she'll play classical music for them, Motown, everything. She exposes them to the arts. It's not part of the curriculum. But an older teacher, she's been doing it for like almost 30 years, over 30 years, 30 years. But an older teacher who did what the heck she wanted to do, she worked with the teacher, who taught her ways. Like when they said don't teach kids phonics, she was like, teach them phonics. Hello.
I still hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that your sister a teacher because we need more Black teachers. Because I'm kind of feeling like a lot of the teachers that are in the class have been there under false pretenses, and part of why our children were getting higher diagnoses or like being like special ed and stuff was because they're biased and all. So I think Black teachers, Black doctors, Black professionals, it's really important to have our kids be us in spaces where like the because I don't think it was our.
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I don't think it was one of our teachers that was like, oh, let's put in LGBTQIA with Black history. Like, I don't think that was one of our teachers. Like, I don't know who decided to like make LGBTQIA and Black like synonymous. Like that was a design also to make us more of the against normal traditional relationship, and to attach it to us specifically when we're what they were the minority. So how can we be the majority of that swath of society,
It's
right?
also to cause conflict between the two groups.
Right, exactly. And they got us infighting real well, especially LGBTQIA men in our culture are always saying something adverse to us about Black women, you know? And I'm just like, oh, their plan is working. Divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
Divide and conquer.
Like I'm really gonna pay attention to when I'm watching content on YouTube. I get a lot of commercials during, like before Black content creators um channel can even get it going good. They start these commercials, like at least give us a chance to be and come invested. Like, so I'm gonna start paying attention if this happens with all channels or just certain demographics.
Be a commercial too. Like I noticed my lead-ins are car accident things, right? Like I'm like, and I don't get a Hello Fresh commercial on my shit. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
But let me read some of
Mm-hmm.
these comments. Shell says, what Yaya said, who tells people to not teach children phonics? Phonics is the whole reason why we can read. Shelbs says,
You went out. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think it's her internet. I thought it was mine, but I'm not in control. Darn, it sounded like she was gonna say something funny. Let's see. Hey, Milo. Yeah, I don't want your paws on my bed right now. Let's see. Comments. My nephews were not taught phonics. Yep. And that's the easiest way to get taught to read is hooked on phonics. Duh. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
Sound it out. Sound it out. And now they have them instead doing this damn Common Core math. Who in the chat has heard about this damn Common Core math?
Mm-hmm.
Can't even. They told my kid he did it wrong because he put the 2 over the 2 to add it. They were
I
like,
can hear you, Richie.
okay.
they were like, we need it in the algorithm format. We only add side by side now.
My phone messes up. When I'm on this phone, if it rings, it messes the live up. That's why I used to use my other phone. But I wanted to read this real quick because I was arguing with a parent the other day. What can we do, as parents to make things easier for y'all? Because teachers at my son's school are fed up. And I feel them. So there was this post about there was a teacher, an older man, white man. Well, he wasn't that old. Older than the students, like sending the students dick pics and stuff like that. He got in trouble. So I said, my comment was basically like, they are literally allowing anyone to come in to teach these kids because A, the pay is shit, and B, because y'all kids are out of control. So of course I was like, if you can send your children to Catholic school or private school. So of course a few people like, oh, they molest kids in Catholic school and this, that, and third. No, they do not. If you want to be technical, the altar boys were getting.
Your audio was out.
We can't hear you, Richie. Richie.
No sound.
Richie. She can't hear us either. Richie. Damn, she's going in too.
No sound. No sound.
He has not even.
You got to look at the chat.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Hello?
I'm here. I'm here.
Hi. We still can't hear you.
Can you hear us? Blink twice if you can hear us. I think she's frozen.
Blink twice. That's what Sweet Tea needs to do. If she really wants the women to help her, blink twice, bitch. Like, she's all, oh, they alienated me. Really need them. There's Richie. You get cut out as soon as you said 3 words.
I was saying that I was arguing with somebody. I don't know if you heard me say there was a teacher who was caught, like, I don't know if he was actually sleeping with the student, but he was like sending dick pics, and I think he was, and they were like sleeping in the car, sleeping together in the car and stuff. And I said to the parents, I made the comment, I was like, they're literally letting anybody come in and teach the kids because A, the pay is shit, and B, y'all kids are out of control. And I said, if you can, send your kids to a Catholic school or a private school. Invest in their future. Like, so one of the girls was like, oh, they molest kids in Catholic schools and blah, 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 blah. I said, if you want to be technical, it's the altar boys who are getting molested in church. Catholic school is exactly a school. It's not, well, it's not even nuns anymore. It's just like older white women or whatever. Like, it's not how you look, how you see it on TV. Furthermore, the point is to take your wig money alone and invest in your child's future. Like, put them in a better position where who your children grow up with makes a big difference in their life, and you don't need to be experiencing these creepy ass people off the street. Just, shout out to the real teachers who are real teachers, but there's such a teacher shortage and crisis that they're letting anyone come in and teach the children. You don't even have, my girlfriend got a job with the school district, but she used to work at a women and children's shelter. But she didn't go to school for education. I think she did get her degree, but they give her enough time to get her certification for certain things, but they're just letting anybody come in because they're understaffed. But these parents, they're just like, I said, you too busy sucking dick and wanting to be on OnlyFans, and you got all this wigs and all this designer stuff. You could literally be spending that on private school or just your child's education, period. These parents, this society alone is just out of control.
Charter schools are really letting people just in to come in. They get them in as substitutes who really are not qualified or have had no training.
It's really sad what's going on.
And that's just like a baby, just really being babysitters.
Yeah, and they're like young enough
Is it that I don't even like school? I don't really even like the idea of school. I think we do it. If we had something where our kids could go and harness their talents and learn how to live off the earth, learn how to do their finances. I don't know. Like, the current curriculum doesn't get anybody prepared to do anything except for sit at a desk or go out and be a capitalist. I feel like we need to be more entrepreneurial, more talent driven, more school of the arts type thing, Montessori type thing, where people have a chance to like really develop their person instead of develop them into a worker bee.
We had those things and they pulled them out of schools claiming that there was a school shortage. This is a notorious documentary still floating around on YouTube about the Detroit public schools, and that we had a deficit. The Detroiters never failed to pass a millage. We had a surplus of funds, and then we had a Republican governor get in office and lied, and used a bunch of propaganda in order to wrestle control of the Detroit public school system away from the city to the state so that they could take our money, claim that we were underfunded, and then they shut schools down. When you close down schools, you break community ties between the graduates in the schools. So a lot of people like, oh, I went to Cass Tech, I went to Renaissance, I went to Redford. I want my children to go to the same high school. Generations of people will, their children would go to their high school was like an alma mater, just like a college.
Mhm.
You close that down, you start closing the schools down in a majority black city. The parents are going to leave and take their children to schools in the suburbs or put them in private schools. So then you have empty houses that people could come in and buy up the housing stock. They run people out, and then gentrification can take place on pennies on a dollar
That's
for land. Also, you get rid of the union. The Detroit Public Teachers Union was so strong, and the auto union. This city on its own would turn its racist state blue during a presidential election on a regular basis. But you break up that voting block when people start moving out to the suburbs and to other states. Then Michigan is and then it's always being called up as a swing state.
right. And
But we had plenty of money. Our school system had plenty of money. Do you remember about maybe the two election cycles ago? They were so hell bent on vilifying teachers. Like they acted like the teachers were the antichrist. Teachers are awful. Teachers this, teachers that, and then people start repeating the propaganda that they hear. And now this is what has happened. Now, and our children are left weak. My sister also said that the parents roll up and had the windows rolled up, bringing the kids to school, and it's smelling like weed because they can't drive from home to drop the kids off before lighting up a joint or whatever it is they're doing.
Mm.
So then the kids, of course, are getting contact highs or whatever. People are stupid. And now this new kids are in school are the children born during or right after the pandemic,
Mm.
and they're having struggles.
well, I kind of also feel like I'm very hands-on as a parent. I homeschool my kids. So and they're both doing excellent. The But I also do it because when they were in school, even though we were one of those that moved to a better district out of the city,
Mhm.
and the better districts were full of racist white ladies. And
Mhm.
so when I went up to the school, when my son was in what grade was that, 6th or 7th grade, right before the demic, I go up to the God said,
Did I say that?
God said, go to the school, bitch. And so I was like, okay, God. And I go to the school.
Mhm.
And I get to the school and there's a police car in front of the school. And I was like, oh. And then I park and then I go in and then I see the police officer like go in this room. I got there like right the same time kind of. And then I get there and I'm like, oh, I'm here to see my son. And when they walked to the room where the cop had went, I went fucking off. And I busted in the back and I was like, but well, why didn't you have to go to his class to get him? Why is he already in here? Why wasn't I notified? Like I
Oh
literally
my God.
on a freaking whim. God said go, like he told Melody Holt. And I jumped up and I went and had no idea that this was happening. And I get there and the police were questioning my son without calling me. And when I raised hell about it, right before they banned me from the campus, they told me that they had a right to do it that way because when our kids go to school, the law makes the parent their legal guardian, and they don't have to call me for nothing because that they were with a legal guardian.
And I was like, what the fuck? Where is that in their student handbook? And ma'am, it's not explicitly in there, but that's the law. That's the understanding. And so I proceeded to get banned from campus because I went off. That's just not fucking right. You don't
As you should.
And then I was like, and if you're letting this happen as a guardian and you thought this was a safe thing to do without their blood parents there, if he can't come to camp, if I can't come to campus, then I don't feel like he's safe at campus. So I politely took my kid out of school for the last 2 weeks of the year, which was the amount of time I was banned from campus. They wanted their hands on them so bad. They didn't want me to be around for the last 2 weeks of school so they could do whatever they wanted to do. And we politely just showed up on the last day and got his little thing and left because I was like, no. And the next year I went to homeschooling.
I know that's right.
Because
now they say if you know how to do homeschooling and whatnot, they may have to have people who know how to do this to help other parents. If
yeah,
it hits the fan, get everything together so you all can support each other.
that's what I was thinking. Like, because I have a lot of other parents that would love to do that for their kids because they're also Black in these schools where they get targeted, they get treated different and all kind of stuff. And it makes the kids act out.
Yes.
They know they're getting treated differently. And then you wonder why you have this like freaking attitude from these kids. It's because you're treating them like they should give you attitude, you know? And so it's very much a cycle. And I was hoping like maybe one day in the future to get a group of us together where we could either alternate days or like have a homeschool session here on Thursday, your next week Thursday. You know what I mean? Something like that, where we are supporting each other because these schools, I'm telling you, they're not for us or by us.
None of this.
Now, when I enrolled in high school, I got off track. They had, as far as Voltech classes where you could graduate from high school as a cosmetologist. You could go, get your license, but you would have all the classes: a carpenter, a mechanic, and other classes that I have forgotten. When I enrolled in the ninth grade, there were 7 full jewelry making classes. Jewelry making, art classes, fashion and design. You were on your way with your career.
Yeah, remember and auto shop and woodworking
training.
Yeah. Some schools, depending on the district, you would even have like an HVAC teacher trying to do electronic stuff, depending on the district.
I remember I had a homeroom in the woodworking
I used to love
class.
the smell of the wood shop. Oh, I used to love the smell of the wood shop.
They had home economics in middle school. They teach you how to cook, sew your buttons back on, put hems and your darts in your clothes so they could fit better.
Yep.
Look at the comment I highlighted.
You got some great comments.
It says my district literally told teachers not to give Black students disciplinary actions because it's going to set them up for failure.
Get them involved in that pipeline to prison.
Mm-hmm.
Set them up for failure to not be in jail where they want them. Discipline is a requirement for children. Consistency and discipline usually help rear a good child.
They actually said don't discipline the Black children. Like out loud.
Yeah, they had to say it out loud, Richie, because they got rid of telepathy as a class.
Did you see where I think Yaya commented that the kids come in hive smoking weed with the parent
Yeah.
and taking pills, and that they had to learn how to
Use Narcan.
yeah. That's a lot. It's a lot. on the teachers.
It is. Like, geez. Kids getting high. That's crazy. Because that's all they do is rap. Because they hear it in the rap songs. Kanye West tried to tell us about who was in charge of basically what's getting played on the airways.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they got their hands in everything.
They're
They
the
make money
gatekeepers.
hand over fist over it. That's all they care about.
You're talking about the Jays?
Gatekeepers.
Yeah, the Jays, the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all they hear in these songs is like kill, 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 kill.
And they smooth infiltrated Motown and all the other black record labels that were doing wholesome music for our community. And they infiltrated those with Bitch Better Have Our Money and put them out of business.
Mm. Lord have mercy.
It's a lot. We're under a spiritual attack, but that's what you were saying, Rich. We're built for this. We're not new to this. We're already so when we can shore up and like have spaces to like, tap in a good conversation like this and like regroup, I think that is really important for us to like share these conversations and talk about it because we don't really get a lot of space to like meet up about things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And oh, hi, Squirrel. He's fat. He's fat. He needs Ozempic.
You are so wide awake. I forgot you on the East Coast. What is it like 6? I mean, West Coast. What is it? 8 o'clock in the morning.
It's about to be 9. I only been on here since 7. Yeah. But
I've been up 22 hours.
You have? Do you have insomnia? Are you okay?
No, I don't have insomnia. I'm just a night owl. I'm one of Baby's kids.
She was about to get off when you came on.
Oh, and I ruined it.
And then then she started having technical difficulties.
Yeah.
So I hang in there while she gets it together.
Broke my phone.
So the hantavirus is from rodents?
Yes.
Yeah, they were saying something like 42% of the people that get it die.
What?
And the Hansa virus.
I never even heard of that.
Me either. It's carried by rodents in the desert. And they apparently got into their mansion. Why don't they have cleaners? Somebody coming in to clean for them.
Hey, Amy Jane. Good morning. Or good
But his wife was young enough. She was young. She was only 63. She probably was doing good till she got sick.
Right. And that's what know that was been going on.
Does he have children?
Yep.
Yeah.
And grandkids.
Nobody called Pop out for 2 weeks?
Right.
They lived a pretty isolated life in the desert.
They get them new wives, child, and they isolate from their family and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But white people different anyway. Like I would never put my dad in a home. I don't care what's going on. I don't care if he was trying to run away every 5 minutes.
And we know how to pile up in a house and live together when push comes to shove.
Yes, we do. And we be having the times of our lives doing it.
What are you doing, my love? You're so nosy.
Yes, we do. Like I said, we ain't new to this. We true to this.
So we just have to keep getting information and be ready to support each other. And hopefully they won't shut down, just like they shut down TikTok, they won't be shutting down YouTube and these other channels.
I don't think they're going to shut them down, but if Canada shuts off the power, they'll be off.
Say what now?
Because of the tariffs that 45 is trying to implement on Canada. You know, Canada or Canada's war, that there was some war on, and they had to like say you can't be so evil because Canadians can go so hardcore, and and so Trump is threatening these tariffs, right? And
Mm-hmm.
the Canadian guy said that if he does anything else, talks one more day about doing a tariff, that he'll cut the power off to the United States. As it turns out, certain states in America get their power from Canada, and he's
Mm-hmm.
New York,
in the dark.
one of them.
You will be sitting in the dark if you keep letting him run amok.
My friend went over to Windsor. They have a little Italy over in Windsor, and she went over to and had dinner. I was like, "Girl, did you have any problems? You know, I'm in Detroit. Any problems crossing the border?" And she said, "No. Like if I left the house right now with no traffic, I could be in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, in 15 minutes from Northwest Detroit. If I burned up the freeway doing about 80, which is what we do here in Detroit." I'm just waiting. And she said the duty free, the liquor was still okay. They always stop at the duty free, you know, see what they have on sale. So things are gonna be really different. But Canadians are not. Canadians will come over here to get gas, go shopping and stuff. But they've already stopped doing that.
Yeah,
Sticking
because
together.
they stick together. They're like, fuck America.
Mm-hmm.
It said that they control. I saw a map. It was like New York and like 3 other states up there that they were supplying power to. But Trump said that we don't need them for power. We don't need them for lumber. We got our own power. We got our own shit. We don't need them. But you just keep cutting all the jobs. So like, who's going to set up the power? Who's going to reroute the power? Trump, you fired everybody.
Down the forest. He just allocated, like he said, enough forest the size of California in the United States can get chopped down.
Old growth.
He was like those. He was like, did he call them stupid? Those stupid, like basically those stupid. What do you call them? Like conservative? Because what's the people that protect the trees?
Conservationists.
Yeah, the Forest Conservation Act.
Yeah. Those stupid ass people are keeping us from fucking cutting down these goddamn trees. We got our own lumber. We got the best lumber. We got the best trees. Those stupid environmentalists. Let's fucking touch the
keep the air, trying to keep the ozone from getting a hold of. That's the
And
same.
they are their own climates. It impacts so much.
He's so stupid. He has a real problem with science. Remember on his way out, he was like, drink bleach.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, can you put bleach? Can bleach kill it? Can you just put it on it in lungs?
Inject bleach or drink it? Some scientist.
I don't go to.
What I do agree with is I've seen a lot of people in California say that if they would do, I don't know if it's technically called deforestation there, they would have like a lot less fires. He said that because of the environmentalists, that's why a lot of that brush and those trees and shit is not getting cleaned up, because
he fired all the rangers.
No, this is before him. That's what causes a lot of the forest fires to spread so quickly. It's because the brush isn't cleaned up and the old trees aren't getting chopped down. So,
yeah, we don't chop trees out here in California. We let them fall. But it's also because the ozone, it all has to do with the environment. When I was growing up out here in California, there would be dew on the ground in the morning. There would be dense fog. There would be all types of things to keep the freaking stuff lush and wet and fire free. And then over the years, we stopped having morning fog. We stopped having that dense, like freaking condensation to keep the trees wet. And then we had extreme heat and less rain. And that all has to do with the cycle of the weather that's getting fucked up from the ozone. And he's an idiot. He's a freaking idiot. We grieve because of trees. If you chop them down, what's going to happen?
Hopefully, we only have 4 years of this. Hopefully, we'll have less if, Congress does what they're supposed to do.
We need that's what come for everybody on Congress's job. They represent us closer to the president, right? So we need to we the people need to impeach and recall every senator and congressman who has allowed this to happen. We need to start a grassroots movement for the people who aren't on board with what's happening. Get these people that are his strawmen out of the office because they're doing his bidding. All their checks are clearing while all of our checks are bouncing. We need to get them out of there and put in different people that'll represent our interests and follow the law and the Constitution until we properly amend that shit. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, and I would start anybody whose balls touch the water, you're out of here. And anybody and any woman who I'm sorry, but women got to go too. If you're like over 60, I'm feeling like you can't play anymore because you're already paid. And even the Marjorie Taylor Greens, or maybe it needs to be, if you already made $1 million within your position, then you're obviously tainted. You need to kick rocks.
I saw that insider trading.
Yeah.
DGS said she booted herself out.
That's crazy.
I wanted to say something. I forgot what I was getting ready to say.
What were you just eating?
My soul food I was talking about. I had my yams, macaroni and cheese, the greens, and the chicken.
Nice.
I had one grilled chicken wing and one fried chicken wing.
That sounds good. Good macaroni is so good. Oh my gosh.
It really is.
You booted yourself out? Oh, darn. Well, this was an excellent conversation.
Yeah.
Are you going to be on much longer?
No. We got Atlanta tonight. Are you watching?
Yeah, you know what made me, at first I wasn't, because I've been boycotting since they did what they did to Nene. I have not watched, they haven't gotten a proper view off my ass, because I feel like Black people need to stick together, not stab each other in the backs for production deals for restaurants that end up closing, Candy. Right?
Never was a fan.
Shamia made me a believer. The other previous trailers that had dropped, I wasn't really getting any meat. The music video, and now the 6 minutes of Shamia's introduction on her house with no address because she is the street in her 2-elevator house. I'm finding out I have an appreciation for her because she's so humble. She's been playing second fiddle to Portia's daft ass for a decade. And you were sitting on all this fabulosity for a decade. Let Portia play center bomb bitch, and you had all of this going on? Really? That is a humble bitch, because she had 2 elevators and a Rolls Royce and a husband that loves her, and she was always willing to be just Portia's. So I'm ready for it. It's what I've been wanting for back to the opulence, a lifestyle, a solid family unit, so it appears.
Look at the comment highlighted.
Let me see. Nene was one of the Black people that was not sticking with people. Oh, so you're saying that Nene behind everybody else's back and secured herself? Are you daft? So how did Nene was one of the Black people that wasn't sticking with people? Oh no. Is that apparent in Charlie Brown talk? Womp, 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 womp. How so? Put it in the comments. I would love to. We can go on until the break of dawn about this.
Listen, larger stands for melody. Larger is a millimeter.
I was
cannot stand Phaedra.
I was never a millimeter.
I can't tell.
Yeah. like who I like, but I'm team Larja at all times. I was never a millimeter, but I did not like the Scots.
You didn't like this? You said the Scots?
Yeah, the Scots particularly.
You hate Phaedra.
Hate is a strong word. I think Phaedra is a lot, and Phaedra is a liar, and she gets high on lies and fraudulent type existence to the detriment of other bona fide excellent Black women.
How is that at the detriment to other people?
So with
and now don't even talk about Candy. Not leave Candy out of it.
How she's leaving Married to Medicine is
How is she leaving Married to Medicine? Let's
leaving.
have it. Come on with it, because I'm tired of you, Larger. I'm tired of you with this.
Okay, so she's leaving Married to Medicine, a liar.
How?
And because she knew that Apollo was coming, and she decided to bring his friend when.
Wait, before you go, your phone keeps going in and out. I don't know if you're in a bad spot or not.
I'm on my phone too, and it's a little actually hot in my hand. I'll try to come in on my computer. And you stay on. I'll be right back. Okay. I promise.
Okay, we'll wait for you because I want to hear this. Y'all, Larger, y'all gotta have the comments ready. She hates Fate. Well, she said hate is a strong word, but she be giving Phaedra the business. She be calling her all kinds of liars and stuff. And my thing is, what Phaedra did on Atlanta doesn't have anything to do with Married to Medicine. So she blames Phaedra for everything on Married to Medicine. Hold on. Let's see. Let me read these comments. Yeah. Unpopular opinion. Once Candy started making so much money off of Sex Dungeon, I stopped being mad at Phaedra. Thank you, Yaya. I'm piggyback off that in a second. I don't understand why Nene gets so much grace for dealing with Greg's illness during that time. They were as mean as Kyle was to LVP when her brother passed. Not daft at all, sis. First thing you say is, are you? That's my opinion. Don't pay her no mind, Miss Mystical. Shamia was a good friend of Portia. Portia missed the girl wedding over some BS, and she still held her down. Portia is I feel like Portia been hating on her and wanted her life the whole time. We did not even know Shamia had all of this going on. If you think about what Portia did, marrying Simon, kicking Fallon to the curb and try to marry Simon and get the big house and the cars and this and that and that. And what really kills me about Portia and this little press tour she's going on now, did you really think that stealing that lady's husband, regardless of what they had going on in their marriage, did you really honestly think stealing that lady's husband was going to end? That was going to end, like you were just going to have like happily ever after with that? Did she really think that he wouldn't do the same shit to her? He's doing her worse. Let's see if they try to take Shamia down. They probably will. I think that makes her even more dope. Yes. Nene was one of the Black people that was not sticking with the people. Nene was out as soon as she got that Ryan Murphy check. Nothing was ever the same. Okay? Nothing was ever the same. I am a strong advocate of get the team back together, like the original not the original first season, but Nene, Kim, Sheree, Kenya, Phaedra, Portia, I don't know who else, but start there. I don't know if Marlo could be a friend of every now and then. I don't know. Who else was a good housewife? Whoever. But the original gang needs to come back together. I'm not here for these new girls. I'm not. I don't care because they're not. You know, Shamia, she, has it going on for what I see. But the rest of the girls, like that one girl that was going up against Kenya, Britt, she used to be one of Rick Ross's concubines. So whatever, and an escort apparently. So whatever she has going on, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see OnlyFans. I don't know if she has OnlyFans or what, but I don't want to see Insta models. There's nothing aspirational about half the cast. Seriously, including Portia. Let's see. Now, Candy. Hold up. Let me read these two comments because I'm going to get back to Candy. Phaedra really didn't show up for work on Married to Medicine. Her job was done. Portia is a very jealous, very, very jealous woman. I like Shami at this point. Kim can stay going. I mind everyone that gets disrespectful with me. Fuck her. Chicks say stick together, then ask if I. What does daft mean? I don't even know what daft means. I only know Daft Punk. I like Kim Z. She always gets those girls together. They all have elevated from that. But when I say invite Kim back, I'm saying, oh, Daft means dumb. Well, what did you say? Oh, Nene is the only one not looking out. What did you say? But Nene did turn her back on everybody when she got with Ryan Murphy. Now, Candy, let me get the Candy real quick. Where is it? Once Candy started making so much money off of Sex, the Dungeon. This is my thing with Candy and Phaedra, right? All Phaedra said was, Portia, be careful. Hold on. I just did something. Hold on, y'all. All right, here we go. All she said was, Portia, be careful around Candy. Now, if you take out the salaciousness of the words and grape, all she was saying was, you might end up in some shit. You might end up in some shit that you might regret. You have Tiny and T.I., who, were they indicted or they was just sued? Was it criminal or civil case? I don't know. But they were accused of, I read the complaints. When you came in their house, you had to take ecstasy. If you didn't want to take it, you had to leave, which is fine. I don't want to get high and I don't want to have a group orgy. I'm leaving. But the girls who went in, they say they were abused sexually. One of them said that T.I. put his toe up her. I remember another girl, she was an Army vet, said she had to go to the hospital because I think her throat swelled up, was damn near about to close because she was that long of a time that her shit almost closed up. What else? There's so many other disgusting things like that. Tiny was smacking bitches because they looked at T.I. Oh, you want to fuck my husband? What? They had all of that going on. Now, how many times now this is Candy's bandmate, very close, call each other sisters, grew up together in Escape. Candy, I'm going to keep going back to this moment. Remember when she had a play, and invited all of the, about slavery, and invited all of the cast to come down? You remember, what's AATT? Remember when she invited the cast to come down and watch the play, but she gave the women vibrating panties and wanted somebody else's husband to control them while watching a play about slavery? Remember when she got mad at Nene because Nene didn't want to put a dildo up her ass? Remember that? She said, "You were a stripper. Like, what's the problem?" Remember even just the discourse between her and Portia, and when she said, "Well, you said you wanted to eat my pussy till I came." So they were clearly headed down that road. Todd thankfully cut the shit off because he was scared that Portia might go back and run her mouth. He said this isn't a good idea. If it was up to Candy, they would have took it there. And guess what people do when they have orgies? They usually get high. So was Phaedra lying? No. All she was saying was, girl, watch out. Which is a valid fucking lookout. Like, watch out. Don't get caught up in that shit. You know? Don't. You wake up and your pussy be sore and you don't know why. Because, you know, you just, Candy will stick a 4-foot dildo up there. Like, you know, like, just be careful. What's so wrong about that? I wish Larger was here. Yes, Nene did stand on business. She said, "I don't want a dildo up my ass, Candy. Goddamn." She had her this shit be all sore, wake up, can't walk, can't sit down. Uh-oh. It's about to be a rumble.
Rumble in the jungle. Okay, so where was I? I had to my computer needed to get rebooted so that we could actually talk about this because
we're talking about how you want to blame Phaedra for everything when married to Mendelssohn. But let me preface what you're about to say, because you're about to keep cutting me off and not let me talk. So let me just say this. I just said it. I'm going to just repeat the Cliff Notes version of what I said. Don't, just let me get it out and then you go. So
I'm on mute.
Okay. All I said was what Phaedra said about Candy to Portia was not, I believe, was not wrong, because she was warning Portia to get involved with Candy, because you already have Tiny and T.I. that have allegations of orgies fueled by ecstasy. I told them, I read the not the reports, the complaints, where you had to come into their house, and if you came in, you had to take ecstasy. If you didn't want to take ecstasy, there's the door, bye. But the girls who did decide that they wanted to have group sex and, get a little high, they said they were abused. There was one girl who said that T.I. stuck his toe up her pussy. There was another girl who said that she was sucking dick for so long that her throat closed up. Now, usually you have pure ecstasy and then you have ecstasy that's cut with meth. And that meth, they call it Tina, especially in certain communities, and they can go all night long and they just are numb to it. So it's no telling what they were actually really taking. They probably thought they were taking pure ecstasy. I think ecstasy is supposed to only last a few hours, not days. But I'm almost finished. You already have that. Her and Tiny called themselves sisters. They're in a group. They grew up in a group together, and now they have reconvened later in life in a group. Then you have Candy, who invited everybody. I'm just thinking of the stuff that sticks out to me. There's more stuff that I'm leaving out. But she invited everyone to New York to a play that she wrote about slavery, and she wanted all of the women there to wear vibrating panties with someone else's husband controlling the thing. And the women were uncomfortable with it, and she got mad at them for that. Then you have, I remember something with her and Nene where she said Nene didn't want the dildo up her ass, as she said. And Candy said, well, you a stripper. Like, you were a stripper. Like, you're acting like, like, what's the big deal? Like, you were a fucking stripper. Like, get over it. Like, why are you acting like that? So, so there's a theme going here with Candy with, like, this explicit, lewd, and lascivious behavior with, under the guise of, I'm going to sell sex toys. But everything that Candy does is sex, 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 sex. And then we have these conversations, fights between her and Portia, where she says, well, you said you wouldn't eat my pussy till I came. And that's why I want your rotten ass pussy, short and stout. And then so what they let slip was Todd is the one who actually broke that up. Todd is the one who didn't let that happen because he probably knew Portia would go run in her mouth or whatever have you. But if it was left up to Candy, they would have went through with it. And when people have group sex, they tend to get high. Now, Phaedra, to me, in my eyes, is a good friend for saying, Portia, you might not want to get wrapped up into that. I see you out at the club with Candy. You telling me little stories here and there. Girl, I've heard some things, and don't do that. You were married. Was she married at the time? I don't know. But don't get caught up with that girl. That does not make Phaedra a demon to me. That was looking out for Portia. Portia acted like at the reunion, whatever she acted like, but I don't think that was so far-fetched, and I don't think she was wrong. And I'm going to shut up now.
Well, I love you, Richie. And that was an excellent synopsis of why Phaedra's not a liar. Now let me tell you why Phaedra is a liar. So even the Candy stuff aside, I'll give you that completely. That was a great friend. I'm just looking out for your hoo-ha that I know is community hoo-ha anyway, but you might want to keep your hoo-ha from over there at the dungeon because people be coming out with freaking athlete's foot in their hoo-ha. So I'm going to help you. I'm saving you. As an esquire, I'm giving you this knowledge because I know you're not the sharpest knife in the drawer. You don't even know how many days are in a year, Portia. I'm trying to help you out, girl. So we'll let that one slide. That was a PSA. On Married to Medicine, Phaedra's brought nothing, left nothing, nothing lost, nothing gained, smirks fabulous wigs.
So why y'all so mad then?
Huh?
So why y'all so mad?
Because she didn't add anything to what was already excellent, and then goes around gaslighting herself and others into thinking that she revived something that she didn't add anything to. If you didn't add anything to it, that means you weren't even doing a compression, bitch. That means you weren't giving us mouth to mouth nothing because you didn't add nothing. So you didn't revive nothing. Therefore, have several seats over there and at least STFU instead of take credit where no credit is due. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to come over here where everybody is equal on degrees. Everybody is equal on land. Everybody's portfolio is equal or surpasses Phaedra Parks. And it's only from saving lives and birthing life. Okay. They literally do surgeries while the surgery she does is on how to tear down other bitches. That's the surgery that Phaedra does. So she came over to Married to Medicine. Quad lets her come over and play, introduces her to the group. After the coffin scene, she turned her back on Quad. Before season 11 aired, between season 10 and season 11, Phaedra took her rather voluptuous ass to HR with the rest of the ladies. Everybody but Heavenly was in on the shits. And went and tried to get Quad, the same woman, same black woman who brought her on the show. She tried to get her taken off. And they were like, oh, well, we're not going to film with Quad, right? So then Dr. Heavenly gets wind of it because Dr. Jackie was like, oh, I don't know if my friend Dr. Heavenly don't like that. So she goes and tells Dr. Heavenly. Dr. Heavenly goes to HR and she's like, the hell they won't. I'll film with Quad if you need somebody to film with Quad. We love each other anyway, right? I don't know what that little feedback is. I'm sorry. Let me try to turn this down. Does that help? Where is it? There. Is that helping the feedback part? Did that
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think I
was looking up the while you were talking. I was looking up the ratings before and after Phaedra. So
what are the ratings?
If it looks like I'm frozen, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. So and I feel like if the eyes were there because of Phaedra, it was in the hopes that we were going to get something Phaedra-esque. And we did not. She delivered nothing consistently for 2 years.
What is Phaedra-esque?
The hopes that we would have got something Phaedra-esque, like her fabulous reads, like you're saying, we're going to get over on, somebody said we were going to get them on Real Housewives of Atlanta, because that's where she belongs, is like I was talking to Toddy, vision about this earlier. And that's who said that she needs to be over with one-liners and fashion and light, fun, seemingly stuff, because on Married to Medicine, she doesn't feel like that's what's given. Anyway, but Phaedra does belong over there, back to square one, where fakeness is okay, where not adding anything is okay, where only stirring the pot is okay. That's existing in Real Housewives of Atlanta. On Married to Medicine, she attacked Quad. She attacked Dr. Jackie. She attacked Dr. Heavenly, all because.
Whoa! What do you mean? What do you mean attack? What do you mean attack?
She tried to get Quad fired. That's an attack. She literally was trying.
How did she try to get Quad fired? I thought that
she
was
went
Heavenly.
to HR. Oh my God! She went to HR and told them that her and these ladies here would not be filming with Quad, and everybody.
Excuse me. Can I interrupt?
Yes.
Can I interrupt to vent really quick? This is off topic. I have to vent. Should I sue these motherfucking Cubans?
The Cubans?
I came here to get an oil change, and as I pulled into the lot, both of my front tires popped. I'm pretty sure there's something like on their fucking lot that popped my goddamn tires, and now I have to pay them for new tires too. I'm here so fucking pissed off. I want to cuss everybody here out, but I have to be cool because I need my fucking car.
You need to. Do they have? Is it like a regular shop or is it like a garage?
It's a regular. I don't know. It's like it's a building off a garage. Oh no! It's like an independent thing. Like my car has a warranty, but I took it to the fucking dealership. I know. That's what I'm thinking, because that's impossible for both of them to pop.
So listen, what you need to do is say, listen, I came in here, my tires are popped, and now you guys are supposed to fix my tires? I don't think so. You can threaten to call ICE. Do you have AAA? Because I do. I could get you a tow.
Oh, I do got AAA. You're fucking right. Oh my God, you're right. Because I have a warranty, but I took it to the fucking dealership and they had my car for a goddamn week and forgot to even look at it. They forgot they had it. I'm like, you bitches. So I was going to come here and pay for a fucking oil change that I get for free, and now I ended up having extra fucking shit to deal with, and I'm so fucking angry. You just don't understand. Because it just doesn't make any kind of sense.
And take pictures. Is it like, okay, so is it a garage or is it a reputable business? Like, would they have a better business bureau page? Or would they care about that?
No, I don't even think they have a title. They just have on the side of the building oil change, alignments, and tires.
Well, tell them that your friend was here the other day and the same thing happened to them. And you are popping my tires on purpose. And you're going to call ICE if they don't fix your fucking tires.
Yeah, because none of them speak English, so I know they ain't got no fucking papers.
So I'm calling. You want to put me on speaker? I'll say it.
¿Conoce la palabra? You know how to say it in Spanish?
No, they don't speak. Say ICE. Say tires. You tires. ICE. Fix.
I'm about to, because he's asking. He's like, you want me to patch it up or give you new tires? I'm like, whatever the fuck you do, you need to eat it for free. That's what I really want to say, but I walked away.
You need to say it. If you don't have AAA, I do, and will they get me a tow in another state? I don't think so. Damn.
No, I got AAA. I think you're right. Yeah, I think I need to leave.
You can get a free tow to somewhere else. Don't let them do it.
This is starting off on a bad foot.
You need to just say ICE. 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 Put me on speakerphone. Let them hear me say it. Call ICE. They
Oh my
do that shit
god,
on purpose. Go look at the
they
ground.
do.
Where did you drive over?
Their driveway is gravel and it's a bunch of stuff mixed in, so I can't tell what's in it.
DGF say, yo boy, Lamar Ice. What they gonna
Here's
do?
what you say. Here's what you say. Wait a minute.
Arregla mis llantas o llamaré a ICE.
Did you hear that?
No, no, ya conozco la palabra que decir. Yo hablo español. I speak fluent Spanish.
Arregla mis llantas
That's
o
why.
llamaré a ICE.
Say,
Arregla mis llantas o llamaré a ICE.
say, my friend was
Arregla mis
here.
llantas o llamaré a ICE.
Say, this happened to my friend. You guys are breaking people's tires on purpose. If you don't fix
Especially
them,
black
I will
people.
be calling ICE.
Arreglas mis llantos o la mera a la ice. Fix my tires or I'm calling ICE.
Oh, that was you, Larsa? Your pronunciation is really good.
Oh, right on.
Wait, did you actually speak Spanish, or you're just
No,
like
I
giving
just
it a shot?
googled it and then repeated what she said. I'm a mimic.
Oh,
I can mimic
you
people.
really are. That was fucking like spot on. Okay, let me walk back across the street to these fucking people because oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Like, I can't even express to y'all fucking pissed off I am. Alright, and then I'll come back to you.
Say and take pictures and stuff like you're doing an investigation. Say
Yeah,
you're
make a
reporting
statement,
them
right?
and everything. And say I'm gonna call the police and ICE.
You should actually, if you
You
make a
should call
report
the
to the
police.
and put it in the report that it happened before,
Trent,
then when you
on some
sue
real
them, then
shit,
that'll
call the
be.
police. Because this is a scam that they're doing.
But then again, you are black, so I'm not sure.
So what?
I'm black, they're white, you know, like you said earlier, who's having I take
You
regardless of
said
who's
they was
American or not.
Cuban. And they don't speak English, right? Or they acting like they don't.
They still white, so
Ask them to recite the preamble to the Constitution. That's how you can tell if they're citizens or not.
hold on, let me get off with y'all because I don't want to be
We
laughing
the
when I approach them.
people.
I need them to know that I mean business. I'm gonna call y'all back.
Call us right back. I hate people that scam us.
That's horrible. And there's no other entrance into the thing, and then they happen to fix freaking tires.
You have to know the preamble to the Constitution to get your passport. You have to know the preamble to get your passport.
Your citizenship, right? Because
yeah, your citizen. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
They probably get so much money off that scam right there.
And they happen to sell tires too?
Yeah.
Oh, see. That is a scam.
It is.
A freaking scam. Both front tires at the same freaking time. And it's not a coincidence. Like other cars has happened that also for real.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure he's not the only one. If popped both of his tires, that means there's something they put something in the ground.
Yeah. That's dangerous. People got places
it's happened
to go.
on your property.
Time is money. Yeah, sue the freaking car lot after he finds the evidence of it.
I would actually call the police.
Me too.
And ask
I
them
would,
to
but then again, I'd be scared sometimes to pop up.
I'm not. I would ask the police to look and see what is going on.
This is crazy.
I wish I had his phone number. He needs to call the police.
Yeah, call him.
To make a report.
Definitely.
And that will get them scared enough to stop playing with him.
And everybody else in the community, don't come to our communities and do that shit. People work hard for their money.
If they were at Pep Boys and that shit happened, Pep Boys would be responsible.
They work hard for their money, so you better treat them right. He makes me not even want to bother with Phaedra anymore, but I could continue.
Well, I mean, what you're saying is some bullshit. It doesn't have anything to do with Phaedra did increase the ratings of Married to Medicine. She did.
No, she
Whether
didn't.
she let you down or not, I
Because
do. I just looked it
also
up.
Sweet and Sour was on.
They
And I
had
think
half
if
a million
anything,
views.
Sweet and Sour
They
and
had
the
half a million
contentiousness of
views
that
the past 4
actually
weeks.
increased it.
They had half a million views with the fight on the beach. Before that, I'll get the exact number, but it'll take me, my screen will freeze. She did
Yeah, don't.
increase the ratings. No, before what you
No,
said, you
that's not
called
the
her a
only thing that
liar.
drove the ratings. That's not it. That's not it. It's also the sweet tea quad factor. So it can't be all Phaedra's doing when she's not doing anything.
What do you mean she's not doing anything? She brought Quad back into the group. Remember, she jumped out the casket.
But she's not doing anything. She okay, so she wheeled in a casket. What so that's one thing out of 15 episodes. What else did she do?
She brought Quad back into the group. Quad had been ostracized from the group. She brokered peace between Quad and the group. What do you mean? That is monumental.
No, because she
Yes.
actually cut Quad high and dry after she popped out of the thing. So she only Quad
No,
got
from
Quad
my
back in the group.
recollection, when Quad didn't want to play nice, she's basically said, I've done all I can do to help you, Quad. I brought you this far. I can only do
So
this so
isn't
much.
that interesting that the person that brought her onto the show needed to be brought back to something? That's weird that you can.
How can Quad bring her on a show that is not her show? What do you mean Quad brought her back onto the
Quad was who put her to the show. She even said it. Quad brought, that's why I'm saying. So when she turned around and immediately not only cut ties with Quad, but then between seasons takes it a step further to try to get Quad fired. Why not just let Quad's actions get her fired? Why go to fucking HR as a lawyer, as a black woman, as a anything, to go to HR on this other black woman who's over here getting her check? And also, Phaedra
Go to
doesn't even
HR
have it
and
on
say
him.
what? What did she go to HR and say?
She's went to. I keep saying the same freaking thing. She said that they weren't gonna film with her, and then Heavenly caught wind.
Why?
Because she was trying to get Quad off the show.
No. What is the reason why she went to HR and said we're not filming with Quad because of?
Oh, I don't know though. I don't know the why. All I know is that it happened. All I know is that it happened, and that it's been confirmed that it happened.
By who?
By Quad, by Dr. Heavenly, by Dr. Jackie. It's been confirmed that it happened.
I never heard that.
Well, I just said it 20 times, and that was 21. So
I mean, and they didn't tell you why she
said that they went to HR.
So when you say they, who is
not
they?
going film with her.
Who is they? All the girls?
Everybody but Heavenly was in on the shits.
So
and then even Dr. Jackie was in the call, to the point where Dr. Jackie, after the call, went to Heavenly and told Dr. Heavenly this call that just happened, where they said they're not filming with Quad. She went then to the same people that the meeting just had and was like, I'll film with Quad, no problem. We need Quad. Quad is part of Married to Medicine, what is going on. So that's why her and Quad were so tight this season. And her and Quad were tight last season until the freaking Napa trip, where she felt used by Quad and called her out for it, and then moved on like a grown person. But for Phaedra to lead a charge
I have a question.
in the environment, I feel is really effed up.
So when did the part about Dr. G and his wife come into play? When did they plot that?
Which
against
part of
Quad?
that?
Like, so apparently there was this plot by all of them to bring Dr. G back on the show. At first they were saying, I guess, to replace Quad because they were done with Quad, but then after they made up with Quad, they said it was to help Quad. So
It
who's
was
doing
more,
was that?
I feel like it was more of a production move overall. It had never been done in reality TV history, and now it's been done several times on this platform anyway. Because if you really think about it, Stevie J, Jocelyn, and Mimi was kind of the same situation, you know. And so
A lie don't care who tell it. Because I heard Heavenly out her own mouth say that they plotted that shit against Quad. They did that. The girls on the show. Heavenly, who else was friends? Who was really close friends? Was it Eugene? Tay Candy.
even Dr. Jackie had helped Sweet Tea get on the show. They did. And that's the other thing. I'm glad that Quad is getting a renaissance right now and support as a Black woman, because the treatment, I did a whole thing on it the other day, an hour on the treatment of Quad. It's been really fucked up. And by all of the women against her. And I've been wondering why they had not supported her, knowing what she was going through. And then berated her after season 6. They've been on her heels, attacking her because she left an abuser who we obviously see is a fucking abuser. If he's in year 2 with Sweet and Sour doing the things we see him do on camera and 8 other men around, imagine what they're going through at home, right?
Hold on. We went to HR representing the group, and Heavenly does what her two-faced ass is used to doing by hiding her hands. So
how did she hide
according
her
to
hands?
Larger, she said Heavenly didn't go to HR.
It was Phaedra went to HR. Who's not hearing me? Phaedra went to HR.
And apparently allegedly said we're not filming with
It's
Quad, but they
confirmed by
didn't
3
say
people.
why. But they didn't say why.
You can play. There's an interview that Quad just did with Parade Magazine where she talks about what happened. There's also an interview where freaking Dr. Jackie was on page 6 and she confirms what happened. So
Heavenly did not know about what?
Heavenly did not know about the meeting that they were having to get Quad off the show until Dr. Jackie told her. And then Dr. Heavenly went to HR and was like, I'll film with Quad. So that's when she did. But this two-faced ass shit about hiding her hands, I'm not sure what that is.
So when does we're going to invite Sweet Tea and Gregory back on the show happen? Before or after this meeting?
BravoCon. So remember, actually, we were doing a red line theory the other day, and we think that it might have been ultimately Simone who's been working this in the reach around from the very beginning. Because if we go back since season 6, Simone's been caught saying things. She's been very anti-Quad. She's the one that started the Quad sleeps with contractors rumors to get her resort built. She started that shit, and Cecil told us so in his interview with Carlos King. But Simone has been saying things like, oh, his beautiful young new wife. Oh, and she's been having them over to their house on a regular basis, simultaneously being mad that Quad don't want to come kick it. But I know you're entertaining my ex-abuser and you want me to come kick it too? Yeah, you're fake. So that's why.
The vitriol that you have towards Phaedra,
I just have a lot of
to me like it's misplaced, because it seems like the cast came against Quad, and even
but it's not only
Quad was
Quad.
back on the show,
it's not only Quad.
When Jackie gave her that half-assed apology and said, I just apologize just to apologize, Quad child. Whatever you think I should be sorry for, I'm sorry for. And even this last episode, Toya went to Sweet Tea first and said, do you want us to fight for you? Do you want up to be in the group?
You're right. She totally did go to Sweet Tea and
so
was
Quad was actually the second choice.
You're right. Toya and Dr. G are also Dr. Eugene are also Dr. Girl sympathizers. They love Dr. Girl. They can't get enough of Dr. Girl. Oh, we need to keep having him in the group. Let me go listen to his rap. Let me try to talk some sense into him so you guys can want to be around his abusing ass some more. That's Dr. Eugene. Yeah, they didn't talk about Quad's feelings, and glad they finally admitted it. Me too. It was a beautiful, that's why I love freaking Married to Medicine. That was a beautiful moment. They really been putting her through some shit. And even if it came off as a second, it was really like a first action, in as much as it's the first time that they've all seen her and want to stand behind her and like really understand she wasn't putting 85 on it just because she's dramatic. She was really going through all of what she was saying, and they had been acting like and treating her like it really wasn't that bad. She benefited too by being with Dr. G. She benefited too because she got to sit in the Mini Cooper when his golf clubs weren't there and everything, because don't make me, Quad. So yeah, so there's a lot of different things going on, but I feel like also Phaedra might have been the person to tell Dr. G that simple, almost assault was some bullshit, because she also wanted Dr. Heavenly assaulted for saying your mama in an argument after Contessa had just talked about Dr. Heavenly's kids. So you talk about my kids, your mama's on the table, dead or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but no, Dr. Heavenly's always wrong. That's what the people say. But Phaedra's the wrongest. She went after Dr. Jackie also by bringing
How
up
does she go after Dr. Jackie?
Because bringing up last year's stuff about how she was just trying to clear her good name from last year's mess. She didn't need to say that. But as an educated, smart, plotted...
Wait, repeat it. I didn't hear you. She didn't need to say what?
She didn't need to say anything about Dr. Jackie's fiasco last year with the YouTube tape and everybody...
Why not?
She didn't need to, but she said
paid $40,000 to help her fix it.
And she only brought it up to deflect. She only brought it up to deflect.
Even after the trip where they invited her abusive ex and his mistress on the trip to try to embarrass her, she still gave that heifer $40,000.
And why was the amount different than the check that she showed?
Who gives a fuck?
She was bragging about it.
Wrote the
I'm like,
check.
that's weird. That's weird.
She still wrote the goddamn check. Even after these bitches played in her face.
That's weird.
Just like
She's
they
a
played in
liar.
Quad's
She's a
face.
liar on the
And what
liar.
I don't understand about Quad is, bitch, you sit up here trashing Phaedra and acting like Phaedra did something so bad to you when these bitches did the same goddamn thing to you last year. They invited your motherfucking ex and his wife on the show as cast members and got married with them wrinkle ass curtains with this. I'm not even going on CT with this slew-footed ass bitch to play in your goddamn face, and they invited you. They did the same fucking thing they doing to Phaedra, and you sitting up there caping for them and going on this hate campaign towards Phaedra, who's done nothing but be fucking gracious to you miserable ass fucking witches. Enough is enough.
That was fantastic. I love you. Oh my gosh. Okay.
No, like straight up, like my mouth dropped to the floor when she still wrote her that fucking check.
That is hilarious.
I wouldn't have gave her nothing. She still made your charity look like it did something, even though the fuck it didn't. Everything that you did get was because of Phaedra Parks, Esquire. She's just as educated, if not more, because she also has a mortuary license or whatever she got with Mr. Willie. What's his name? Willy Wonka's, whatever his name is.
Wonka, yeah.
So they can't play in her face like they play in Sweet Tea and Toya's faces. I don't understand all the vitriol you have towards Phaedra when the real culprits are the cast members. They're the ones
Right.
playing everybody's faces. And the only reason why they making nice with Quad is they can't make nice with Phaedra because Phaedra gave them her ass to kiss, as she should have.
Right. I get it. Fine.
I don't understand it
No,
any
I
other
get
way.
it. I
What
get
she
it.
lied
I
about
get
on
it.
Housewives is inconsequential. Like, what does her lying about her due date or whatever happened
Yeah,
between
but it's
Candy and
just
her
okay.
and
But
Portia
it's like,
have to
why
do
is the
with
line
Married to
always
Medicine?
moving? The people ask for when did she lie, and then you give 10 fucking things she lied about,
I mean, when
and
did she
people are
lie
like,
on
oh,
Married
but
to
other than
Medicine?
that, other
On
than those
Married to
35
Medicine,
things.
when did she lie on Married to Medicine?
Oh my God. So she lied and said she was dating a doctor to get on. She wasn't. They never saw him, not once, not one time. Not one time.
Would you
And
bring
then
your real man
she
around
was
these
a Reiki
heifers?
specialist and never did Reiki again. And then she brought up this whole thing with Apollo, though that's lies on lies on lies, and was in a position to try to further assassinate Dr. Heavenly's character with these lies, specifically targeted to make Dr. Heavenly look like some type of mean girl. And she immediately ran to a narrative of mean girl after she knew old boy was coming. She literally said on the call, Apollo don't do nothing without me knowing, girl. I know everything he does, girl. I know everything he does. We saw her on a FaceTime fucking call say what she said, and people are still like, oh, but Dr. Heavenly. It's like, okay, the same vitriol you feel like I have, y'all have, and the same Delulu you think I have, y'all have worse, because it was on a FaceTime fucking call, and the 8th housewife played her back, say, oh yeah, girl, he don't do nothing without me knowing what he do, and oh yeah, he don't fart unless I smell it, and everything he does, I know. I know how many beads of sweat come down his balls, even though he's married to somebody else. He checks in with me about everything, girl. Yeah, bring it. Let it be a surprise, girl. That's what she did. That's what she did. And we saw it, and people are still like, oh, Dr. Heavenly's so mean. Oh, but Dr. Heavenly. But we saw it. But we saw it. That's my point. She's a fucking liar. She's a fucking liar. She fucking knew nobody's mean but her. And then for her to say that, he acts a certain way when I have his friends around who I told him I wasn't coming with, but we knew he was coming, and I knew he was coming, so I brought Sheik, who used to bone Shireen's sister and was at their house for Thanksgiving, and the kids call him Uncle Sheik. Even freaking Toya said it. This is weird. So they call you Uncle Sheik? She said it after she thought the guy was gay. She's like, yeah, a lot of things went down at the beach. A lot of things went down at the beach.
And he knows Apollo. And what does that mean? They are not together. What's the problem?
No, that doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter. But she did it with the intention. It's about intentions. Nobody gives a fuck. But she knew Apollo would, and she knew Apollo was coming. Therefore, she was trying to instigate some shit and then puts it off on them like they set her up. But what she really tried to do was set a follow-up, and it failed because I think that Sheik called them and was like, oh.
Instigate? Who is instigating? Heavenly is the instigator. Toya, Simone, and Jackie are the agitators. They sat there and tried to question that boy about where, who, what, when, all this, that, and the third. Do you really think that somebody will bring their real fucking man on the show and subject them to this bullshit? Of course, she gonna bring a little play thing. Y'all wanna play in my motherfucking face? Apollo, you wanna play in my motherfucking face? I'ma play in yours, but I'ma do it fucking better. And y'all mad. And you bitches can't take it. Y'all wanted Phaedra to come there alone and be the only woman without a man on the trip, okay? Which is effed completely up. But Phaedra is 2 steps ahead of you. She had her man hidden in another room.
It doesn't
Nobody
seem
knew
like
he was
she's 2
there.
steps
And
ahead
when he
of
came
anybody
out, all
flying
their
on
mouths was
personal
on the
jets.
floor.
And I also feel like, even in the midst of all of this, because she was in the plot of a setup and she was going to leave on this whole mean girl thing, and she wanted out of the contract, under a contract. And this is still something that's weird. So
No,
you're right. I
Apollo
do
is
have
not
a
a
lot of it,
doctor.
but it's Bravo and the network that's allowing this whole thing to play out like this and springboard her over to Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's very interesting because the shoot she did when she announced that she was going for
larger.
Yeah, I did, Dina the Explorer. I did. and you know what else? I'm a hashtag boopy. And I'm a Heavenly's Angel. So now what? We all got our whats. I'm not a millimeter, but I'm a boopy.
But what you saying is you trying to make all of these things.
I'm not making anything. You can rewind the tape clearly.
You're trying to make this case against Phaedra that's just falling flat, especially when you say instigate. She didn't invite Apollo on the trip. What is the point of inviting Apollo on the trip if not to instigate?
Already know, girl. I already
It's rhetorical,
know.
the question.
She
I'm not
said,
asking you.
so now
to
we know it's
answer it.
rhetorical
I'm
with the term
saying
Esquire. Now we know
the
what's
only
rhetorical.
reason to invite Apollo on the trip is to motherfucking instigate. There's no other reason to bring him and his wife on this trip. Let's not even talk about you keep skirting over what's good for the goose quad should be good for the gander. Phaedra, if Quad's abuser, if Greg is Quad's abuser and tormentor, why isn't Apollo Phaedra's abuser and tormentor? And he has his mistress with him.
Was Phaedra abused? I didn't even know. Quad
We
told us he
all
was
saw him
abused.
chase her around that garage with
Was that
drill.
a chase? Hey, I bet he used to chase her for that cat too. Maybe he thought he was about to get some. I don't know.
So you're victim blaming?
Am I? Is there a victim? Has she ever said that she was abused?
Phaedra isn't worthy of.
She's never said it. She's never purported to be a victim of abuse. She has said that old girl is the one that stepped in when she didn't, just like she told us when her friend Candy brought her on Real Housewives of Atlanta, and Shireen was like, "Oh, well, she wasn't there, so I stepped in." And yeah,
He's her abuser. Larger. Stop it.
No, I'm not gonna stop it. I'm not gonna stop it. I'm not. She didn't even say it. That's not even one of the bones she's trying to pick.
You can't really believe all of this.
That's not even something she's trying to pick.
You are much more evolved than this.
She didn't even say anything except he could come. Why is it my fault for listening with my ears to what she said? Her mouth said this shit. She said, "Oh, girl, I already know. He doesn't do nothing without me knowing." Yeah, girl. Yeah. She said it.
What, in regards to him coming on a trip?
Yes.
She said Apollo is coming on the trip. She didn't say anything about Shireen. And from the moment Shireen got there, she had smoke with Phaedra. She was shit talking Phaedra.
So how is that Dr. Heavenly's fault? That's what I'm saying. How is that too Dr. Heavenly's fault? So what does Dr. Heavenly have to do with that?
She invited the both of them. This is supposed to be Phaedra's group of friends.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
She wasn't acting really friendly with them. She wouldn't even. She wouldn't even open. She wouldn't even open up to the ladies and felt.
I bet you $40,000 she was being friendly to them.
She only did that to save face so she could say in her
She
final
don't have to
confessional.
save face with these
She only
bitches.
did that to save face in her final confessional so
She
she could
don't
be
need
like,
to get up
oh,
40.
I write
She did
checks
that.
and I can cash
She
them.
did
A month
that to
later,
stunt.
after
She
a bunch
did
of
that to
bullshit.
stunt on them bitches. That's why she did it.
Well, she's the one she needed to stunt after she promised
She didn't need to
$100,000.
do
She
shit.
needed to flex all the fucking muscles she could.
Guess
Flex
what?
on, bitch.
It worked because them bitches is mad and you're mad. Okay, so it worked.
I'm not mad.
Yes,
She's
you are.
she's politely off the best show, and she can go back and pity pat with the other girls over on Real Housewives of Atlanta. She can go, and I'm gonna go watch it because
I don't know what y'all want to talk about now. Y'all, are they going to start bullying?
We've been talking about over
They've
there.
already started
Excellence.
bullying Sweet
A
Tea,
lot
as
of
they'll
things have
say.
been happening on
So
Real
have fun with your
Married to
mean
Medicine.
girl crew.
And
You
that's
your
the
weak
other
ass
thing.
crew.
And that's the other thing. The freaking Married to Medicine Core 5 have been steady on reality television for 10 years, for a whole decade. Our girl Phaedra was only on Real Housewives of Atlanta for 7 solid, and now she's having like this renaissance period. And so her consistency as a veteran on reality TV is even challenged in this group of excellence. And that's why her only friend was Sweet and Sour and Contessa, because those two she had everything over. But even though Contessa could be attorney general, she really could. So she's super duper smart. But the only people she has anything over in that regard is freaking Sweet and Sour and Contessa. So I feel like that was part of why she helped them in the alliance and thought she was doing their bidding in thinning out the Core 5 in her attack on Dr. Jackie, on Dr. Heavenly, and on Quad. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Let's talk about the husband. The Core 5 needed Phaedra to save them.
They didn't need saving.
I beg to differ.
They didn't need saving. I feel like so
before
okay,
Phaedra
so how did
came
she
on,
save them? By letting
Phaedra
Quad
came
jump
on,
out of the casket, you're saying? So it's the one thing we said that she did season 1 was she let Quad jump out of a casket. And other than that, we can't say anything that Quad did. We talked about it earlier. There's nothing
before
else.
Phaedra came on, they were kicking Quad off of the island because she didn't share enough for their liking. So without Phaedra, Quad would have been gone. They would have brought Gregory and Sweet Tea back without Quad. And what was that going to do? Even before that, the show wasn't, it was losing its, what do I want to say? It was losing its touch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to bring Phaedra back in. Hold on, my phone is about to die.
You're being dramatic. How about that? How about anybody that's still bringing up what Dr. Jackie said in that YouTube video? How about anybody that's still bringing that up and overlooking her 30 plus years of excellence and bona fide work and commitment to the community by bringing melanated life in a healthy way and taking care of their mothers? Whoever's still bringing that up, how about you're being dramatic? How about that?
Hold on 1 second.
You want to keep bringing stuff up like that. But when I bring up bona fide points, solid points, that bitch said she knew. She said she already knew, girl. Dr. Heavenly said, oh, I was thinking about inviting Apollo and his wife on the couples trip. And she said, I already knew, girl. I already knew. But you guys want to sit here on whatever. And then she said, oh, but he would never bring Shireen. He would never bring Shireen. He wouldn't do that, girl. So she thought. So then The night before, Dr. Heavenly is like, you still coming? Are you bringing Shireen? And he said, no, I'm leaving her at home. I'll be there. And then the next day, Dr. Heavenly said on her Patreon and a couple other places now that she gets a call from production while they're on the boat dock waiting to go. It's talking about Apollo just got there with Shireen. We need you, Dr. Heavenly, to call Apollo and say, are y'all coming? And that was the first time that Dr. Heavenly had found out that Shireen was going to be there. So
I highly doubt that.
Okay, doubt what you want, or believe liars, or don't believe nothing. Okay, do what you want. It's your life. We only get one fucking life. YOLO, bitch. Like whatever you want. You know, I'm just saying that when she says that she knows, and people want to overlook that, and then immediately jump to a fabricated narrative lie, tailor-made to help her exit a contract and segue onto another show where her nemesis, who while not there, has already proclaimed she only came for 5 episodes. Again. So we already have this bringing nothing thing. You're not really changing shit, but go ahead, girl. Go ahead. We give it to you. You back. Anyway.
The core 5 needed Phaedra to save them. The same group of excellence where OBGYNs are saying Black pregnant women are being dramatic.
Yeah, she's being
The core
dramatic.
5 doesn't give any entertainment except for your Heavenly. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
She definitely stunted on them with the pre-planned check that backfired and the waiting PJ, private jet. She only said Apollo. Are you reinforcing negative stereotypes about Black women? After all that we go through, we deserve better.
No, but it sounds like you're having a lot of fun adding to words that I never said, but you must feel.
You're saying that Phaedra wasn't abused when Phaedra has...
I said that she never said. But I was very clear. I was very clear in what I said. I said that she never said or professed that she was abused the way that Quad has said and professed that I was very, very clear. I didn't say I didn't believe shit. I didn't say it didn't happen. I said she's never said that.
You said, was she?
Yeah, because she's never said it.
She has implied it. She has inferred it.
She's never said it.
She didn't come out and say,
I didn't say
I have been abused.
I didn't say that. I said she never said it.
With the words that come out of her mouth. She's never said, I've been abused, but she has implied it. I honestly think Jackie was attempting to be funny with that statement, but it didn't land.
Thank you, Dina. Ooh,
she said, surprise me,
comes up for
didn't
air.
mention the wife. Thank you, Dina. I doubt it too. Larger, I love your commitment to this. It is amazing. Your commitment that you're still standing on this weeks later. Oh,
yeah, the show ain't even over yet. I'm standing on
Heavy,
until the very end. Till the end of
Heavy
it.
had no business inviting Apollo anyway. How dreadful. She was on a trip with Daddy, but wanted to really want to see Phaedra's abuser.
Oh, so sorry. Everybody's feelings hurt so bad.
Anybody feelings hurt? It's like you on some bullshit, Larger. Like you're trying to blame Phaedra.
You're on bullshit.
You are trying to blame Phaedra.
Said her abuser could come.
Blame Phaedra.
She said her abuser could come.
And
She said her abuser could come.
Is
she said she already.
Phaedra, they were trying to play in Phaedra's face and it backfired. And now they look and feel stupid. And in their quest to try to clean it up, they're trying to put it all on Phaedra. And what's the craziest part of all of this to me is Quad defending this bullshit when they did the exact same thing and worse to her last fucking season by inviting Gregory and his wife to be on the cast, not just come on a trip, be on the cast, get married on the show, talk about having a baby on the show. They thought she didn't have a man. They thought that they would kill her. They wanted to kill her off. Like, and Quad is defending this bullshit. That's the craziest part to me. How is it Phaedra's fault? And she still paid that bitch $40,000 after they left from that trip. After she called the mean girl, she still paid the $40,000. How can you dare out your mouth say that Phaedra was the instigator or she's playing in Apollo's face?
Am I in? Am I tapping in now?
Yes.
Okay. So she's doing it because.
Read the comment.
Which one?
The one that's
always
up.
listening to women until you don't. It's always
listen to women until you don't like them. It's always believe women until you don't like the bitch. Yes.
You know what? And that could very well be. But all I know is on that tip, again, Phaedra, unlike Quad, has never professed, claimed, or said directly that she's an abused woman. I said that. You said she implied it. You said I saw
she's a
lawyer.
If she can't prove it, that would be called slander.
As much as I saw Dr. G do, I haven't seen him do as much as I've seen Dr. G do, but that's okay. That's okay. All I'm saying is it's not Heavenly's fault when a bitch answers the phone on FaceTime and there's an 8th housewife and she says, I already know, girl. I know everything. I already knew. Yeah, girl. Let it be a surprise, child. Yeah, girl. And she did it. She said yes. So for all you wackadoos that think that it was any other words that came out of her mouth. And first you tell me how smart this bitch is. You tell me how rich this bitch is. And now you're trying to backtrack and tell me that she was so dumb she didn't know what the fuck she was saying on a FaceTime call with the 8th housewife to play the shit back? Really?
What? Am I in the Twilight Zone? What the fuck are you even talking about? We all saw her on the FaceTime. Who said that she didn't know he was coming?
That's what everybody's. Why did she invite her? You're not invited when you said I could come. She practically invited that fool.
Say it again. Who said that Phaedra didn't know he was coming?
Isn't that the whole argument? Is that she was set up?
Yes, but that part is not a part of the argument. She's not saying she didn't know he was coming.
They're saying that Heavenly shouldn't have addressed. You guys are saying no. These cats are saying Heavenly shouldn't have invited her abuser. You're saying that Heavenly
coming. She didn't know Shireen was coming. Number one. Number two, they tried to play in her face and got mad because she bought Shaq on the trip. That's what they're mad about.
I don't think that they're mad. They were like, ooh, she brought somebody.
No.
And immediately Dr. Heavenly was like, whoa, shit, this is about to go down because she knows Apollo's coming. So she brought this little boy to play in Apollo's face. It was clear. So it's not Heavenly getting blamed for inviting an abuser when the bitch said, bring the abuser.
She said, surprise me, actually.
No,
and
like,
Dina said Phaedra has no reason.
I'm going to look it up.
Phaedra has no reason to make Apollo jealous. She's not married to him. She was playing in the core 5's faces. Exactly.
She was playing in Apollo's face.
For what?
Because she said that he gets a certain way when he's around other men. So why would you want to bring his friend in front of his face on a camera on a couple's trip that he thought you were going to be out alone and you knew he was going to be out alone unless you're trying to play some shit up?
For the same reason why you would bring that bitch you was fucking when I was fucking pregnant.
Well, yeah, that was, he did that. I don't know why he did that. I can't answer for that. All I know is what I hear on the Patreon.
And it's the second motherfucking show of mine that this bitch can pop up on. Bitch, you bad built bitch. You cannot be on this show just by the way you look alone. You can't sit with me, ho.
Well, and even that, nobody heard Phaedra say anything. It was said on the Patreon that she's a mumble rapper. Phaedra's a mumble reader. She's a mumble reader. You know how you can't understand shit they say in mumble raps? Well, as it turns out, Phaedra does all of her freaking reads under her breath like this, and you can hardly hear what she said. And the only reason we even hear the comment, my name ain't Feifei, you big bat bitch, is because they turned it up in the playback. But the reason nobody reacts and nobody goes,
oh Lord,
like that is because nobody heard that shit.
Behind the scenes,
The behind the scenes matters. Behind the scenes matters. It's all for context.
Is that Queenie? Queenie, is that you?
No, you know what? I feel like I feel like a known liar has you guys paying for her lies. That's what I feel. Heavenly got
Hold
y'all.
on, y'all. I think it's my long lost cat.
Her lies. I feel like no. I feel like the only liars are the liars, the known liars. I want somebody put it in the chat. What has Heavenly lied about? I mean, aside from her whole marriage is perfect thing, that's just an affirmation. Anybody who knows anything about the power of affirmations knows that you speak in the affirmative over and you speak life into things that you care about. And so to proclaim that you have a perfect marriage when everybody knows that marriages take work, and she's even talked about the work that it takes as a relationship expert, so put in something that Heavenly lied about in the chat. Do that. I already gave you some things that you guys don't want to hear about. Phaedra lied about. It's just like, give me a list. I give you 28 things and you say, fuck it. So put it in the chat what Heavenly has lied about. Hey, cousin, what's good? Look, I'm in a live, cousin. Yeah, I just argued it down. Me and Richie B is in a freaking chat. And we was like going tat for tat. I love her. She's an Aquarius. So it's like arguing with Erica. We still love each other, but it's a good argument. How you feeling, cousin?
I'm okay. Call me back when you're done.
Okay, I talked to the high colonic place and we got
y'all. This is not making no sense to me. I know it's not making no sense to y'all. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
And that's the way I feel too. I feel like it's just like baffling. I'm gobsmacked at the amount of daftness I feel that people are rendering for a woman who said, let him come, I already know. And now they're trying to pretend like.
Oh, so Mystical said, here's a lie, that she didn't mean what she said about men, bitch men, soft men.
If she said she didn't mean it, she didn't mean it. And you can't prove otherwise.
Heavenly has lied about Damon being the best man. Now,
is that a lie?
They said
that's
Damon.
What I'm saying.
They said Damon.
What pertains to that are affirmations. I feel like they're speaking life into, instead of walk around like Contessa did for 3 seasons and bitch and moan about Scott and then wonder why everybody has feelings and thoughts. Then she's not saying those things. So continue.
They said Damon has Similac in the cabinets. Now, I didn't see it, but that's what they keep saying.
There is Similac involved, Enfamil, Similac. He's lactose intolerant. Continue.
They have almond milk and oat milk. I've never seen.
We need him to drink specific things for him to be.
I've never seen a grown-up drink formula ever.
That's interesting.
It's pretty convenient.
It's very convenient, and that it would be so ready on handy in the bedroom, like before he goes to bed, like he likes some Similac or something. I don't know. Hey, it could be a thing.
That seems pretty weird to me. But, what do I know? Phaedra is not to blame for anything that happened on Married to Medicine. I really think that you guys are mad that she actually left because y'all need her. What's the point in listing her lies when you're just going to reiterate her lies back to us?
List a lie.
Listen, you're mad because Phaedra left and y'all are not going to have her.
I promise to Jesus,
to play with anymore.
I am pleased to see how season 12 comes together without the nonsense. So far in the episode that we'll be getting tonight, it's looking like we're back to love and kumbaya and a good kiki without any awkwardness. And we're going to see tonight the power of not having Phaedra there. It's going to be a great episode. It's going to be full of excellence and reconnection. And so you guys,
because last week's episode was such a, it was such a great episode. There was so much to talk about.
Yeah, it was a great episode. I thought it was nice.
It was just Dr. G's song. It was amazing. Chef's kiss.
Like the whole Bridgerton
Quad bending the knee once again, playing second fiddle. Begging for the group's affection. Oh, I love to see that.
Great. However you perceive it, I'm telling you, YOLO. Whatever you need, YOLO. Whatever I need, it's YOLO.
It's pretty fucking awesome,
It's fucking awesome. You're right. Fucking awesome. Oh my God. I love it. It's fucking awesome.
It was just so much excitement. The most exciting thing about last week's episode was Toya frying bacon in that fucking dress. Let's be real.
Oh, that dress was everything. Everything. Freaking talk about nude colors on brown skin, but it has to be the right nude. It can't be the nude that Dr. freaking Simone has on her
whatever. Who will they plot on next? Sweet Tea. They're not going to be able to do that because Sweet Tea has amassed the following. And the public is not here for them picking on Sweet Tea at all.
I don't think Dr. G is going to let Sweet Tea come back. I don't think. Yeah. Him and his broke nose. Him and his not being over old hoes. Yeah, he not coming back. At least I hope so. Look,
so we get to watch. So now we have Quad, Jackie, Simone, and what's the new girl's name?
So if it goes back and forth, it's a yes. If it goes side to side, it's no. Will Sweet Tea and Dr. G come back to Married to Medicine? It's kind of doing a maybe. See how it's going in a circle? That means they're not decided yet. You see that? So
what does the circle mean?
A circle is more like maybe, not sure. It's kind of doing like a diagonal, not necessarily exactly side to side.
Can I ask it a question?
Yeah. So Richie's going to ask you a question. Answer her.
Does Larja really believe the shit that is coming out of her mouth? You're shaking it. Your hand is moving.
I'm not. Look, my hand is right here. It was yes.
No. But you know what?
But let me ask it about you.
That's the scary part.
Me. Now you're talking to me.
That's the fucking scary part, that you do believe this shit.
Look, now it's talking to me. Does Richie really believe the shit coming out of her mouth? It's giving me a yes.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. YOLO. It's our world, girl. It's our freaking world. It was so fun playing with you. Oh my gosh, this is the
Guys, my voice
like,
done
oh my
went the
God,
hell
we're
out
practically on the
again.
schoolyard. We're on a playground right now, just having a great time. Did you see Miss Mary Mack all
People
dressed in
can
black
fight
with silver
and not
buttons
really fight, you know?
up and down her back?
People get so like scared to fight.
Did you rock to the treetop all night long, huffing and puffing and singing that song? Did you? Can you?
Heavenly is the perpetrator here.
Of course, whatever it has to be. Whatever
As
you
much
need,
as-
darling.
Listen, I love Heavenly down. I love her. I love Heavenly, but she is wrong. The part that I don't like, I can take that she did all the shit that she did, but I cannot take the gaslighting of Phaedra. Like Phaedra didn't do anything to them. So what? She didn't share. She wanted them, they wanted her to open up more and be vulnerable with them. But look how they treated Quad. Even look how they gave Shaq the third degree when he was on the beach, when he told them to mind their business. If I was Phaedra, I wouldn't bring my real man or share any of my real business on this show. I just wouldn't. Not with them.
I get it. I get it. I totally get it. If that is the reasoning behind why she didn't do shit for 2 years except for open a casket, then great.
You talking about Atlanta or Married to Medicine?
If we're doing Married to Medicine, which is no crystal ball required, it's a 10. If we're doing Real Housewives of Atlanta, how am I supposed to know what the Titanic's supposed to do?
Well, I think that the Titanic was doomed before Phaedra came. So we're not
Now
gonna put
that
Phaedra.
she might be resuscitating that shit, because I don't think that freaking Dr. Portia was going to be able to do it on her own, or even Portia and Cynthia necessarily. I think it did need a Phaedra infusion, but I also feel like for Real Housewives of Atlanta, nothing good is going to happen until they do right by Nene Leakes.
So this
Until they do right by Nene Leakes, nothing good is going to happen on the Titanic.
There's a comment that I don't quite fully understand. It says the way these so-called bosses are so male-identified and centers is what bothers me most about the whole Phaedra Apollo situation. So what does that mean? Like they
kind of like how they believe Dr. G instead of Quad. You're saying like they didn't have a problem with Apollo.
Okay, they didn't.
Is that what it
They
is?
don't. Okay, so they're inviting like these abusive men on.
There's 15 episodes of Married to Medicine and then a 3-part reunion. I think tonight is 14. So that means next week will be the finale, and then we'll go into the reunion. What did you think of the reunion look?
They always like hit or miss. I wasn't too impressed with anybody. A lot of people don't like Sweet Tea's outfit. I just think they all look stupid, honestly. Actually, Heavenly looks good. I think Toya's dress was nice.
I feel like it was so much like last year, though. The pink bouquet dress, remember, that was last year was the floral scene. This year was Bridgerton. And Toya's dress last year, I posted on my community the dress last year with this year, and all it does is have a train this year, kind of. And
so the theme for everybody was Bridgerton?
It was supposed to be Bridgerton, and they all missed. I'm like, Bridgerton where?
And that's what T wore for Bridgerton?
Yes.
No. None of them actually did.
Yeah, everybody missed except for Mimi. I feel like Mimi's could have been at the top of the stairs, maybe at a masquerade type ball. It was like just enough elegance, just enough refined. It wouldn't have been see-through back in the day. So I felt like that was a new kind of spin on the look. But that's why Jackie has that freaking, doesn't Jackie's thing look like a sweatsuit? She has a freaking sweat cape behind her. And then, unfortunately, I love Dr. Jackie, you know I do, but her little bralette was dented in. It's like it wasn't full.
I think that she's trying to make herself look bigger than what she actually is. She's really small and it's not even cute.
She's sample size. She can wear a sample size, you guys.
She looks sick to me.
She doesn't want any BMI. She has 0 BMI. She might have negative BMI.
It's like she's literally skin and bones.
Literally. But she looked great in her bikini. She looked good in her bikini. They all need an empire waist, or they should have done something with their hair to evoke Bridgerton. Yeah, something. Like the collar on Dr. Heavenly's dress alone was not Bridgerton-y, especially with the hair down. Like if she would have had her hair up, it would have probably translated better. But the train, that was the thing with the trains and the capes. I feel like they were trying to translate it that way. I'm not sure what Dr. Simone was doing.
What does she
That
have?
was nothing on Bridgerton.
Oh.
It looked like she took the sleeve off of this arm and they twisted it and put it diagonal and put it all over here. That's what it looked like.
Where do you stand on Dorit versus Sutton?
Okay, of course. We would get ready for round 2.
3.
Okay, I'm Sutton.
I'm Team Sutton too.
Oh, great. Okay, yay. We don't have to argue this time. We can just talk shit about poor Rito.
Everybody is like, oh, Sutton took it too far, blah, 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 blah. And how did she take it too far? She said it perfectly on the after show. She said, Dorit, she walks around in all of this designer clothes, jewelry, car, she pretends she's this, this just child. What does she call herself? A student of the world?
Yeah.
And your house is in foreclosure. You owe people hundreds of thousands of dollars. You owe the IRS money. You are not paying your bills. You are not that girl. And I'll be damned if a bitch who owes the IRS, whose husband left them to fend for herself, but you couldn't even pick the right motherfucking husband, which you probably stole from his first wife because he did this before. He left
No way.
Kids. Yes, he has another family he had before Dorit.
Was she the side chick in that case?
I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if she was. But I'll be damned if I'm gonna let a bitch like that talk shit about me. Period.
Right. Mm-mm.
I mean, yeah.
I feel like it's been all of these seasons of Sutton kind of wincing every time Dorito. I love Porrito though. I need to remember when Porrito would come in the room and just start with Sutton for no damn reason.
Thank you.
Since season 1, when she told her that bitch, let the mouse go. Let the fucking mouse go. She told her season 1, and it's been 4 more seasons of her pity patting with this mouse called Dorit. And I love the same way that I love Porrito's standing up to Kyle. I'm loving Sutton standing up to Porrito. I love it. I love a backbone. Talking to the person that needs to hear it. Don't go around everybody else and say everything. No. Tell her at the table in front of even all these freaking random people. Who are the other people? At Jennifer Tilly's caviar caftan party where she like called this woman poor in front of like, I bet those were some fans too. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then again, they were hanging out with fucking Jennifer Tilly. I mean, is there fans?
I mean, she embarrassed Dorit in front of like the money team. You got Kathy, Faye Resnick, Jennifer. I don't even know the other girls that were at the table, but if they're Jennifer Tilly's friends, I'm pretty sure they don't owe the IRS anything. Like, she embarrassed her on a whole nother level. So let me see.
Yeah.
Lexi Lane is Team Sutton. Dina is Team Sutton. Candy Simone had a wad of tissue
on her shoulder. Yes.
Dorit had it coming. Yep. Dorit got Sutton up off her. Yes, she did. They all been parading their wallets around since day one. Erica on the PJs. Yes. So what's the problem now? Wizard, Dorit Hive, stand up. Where are y'all? Where's the Dorit Hive?
Yeah, and for Faye Resnick to say something that I totally agree with, I like that she was like, well, she's just saying da 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 da, and she said it perfectly. And the way everybody was like, it was a unanimous.
And I feel like Dorit was like a coward running away. She ran away from the table. She was at the bar, and she like remember all the shit she was talking at her house? Like, where was all of that energy, Dorit? She's like, oh, if I go there with her, I'm gonna rip her to shreds. What are you gonna say about her? Like, what are you gonna say?
Yeah.
Something was ready for your ass.
Should I talk about the husbands? She was giving Meredith
talk about the husbands.
No.
At least
She was
my
giving Meredith
husband
Mark
ain't
energy.
leave me high and motherfucking dry. And I think that we don't give enough. I think that picking the right husband is really underrated, and it doesn't get enough credit from me because picking a bad husband is easy. Picking somebody who swept you up off your feet or whatever, or maybe PK scammed her or whatever, but she picked the wrong fucking guy, the wrong husband, because she's worried about the wrong shit.
Right.
Sutton, on the other hand, did not. So y'all can talk about, well, Sutton, how did you get your money? He didn't have the money when they got together. They got it while they were together. So
And for Kyle freaking Richards, whose husband got his freaking real estate empire because he stole her sister's clients to the point where Kathy didn't even talk to her for a decade to be talking some bullshit right now. Okay, Kyle.
Dina said Dorit and Kyle are acting like they didn't put their names on other people's designs. Thank you.
White label.
Shahid, what is it? Kyle by Shahida. Dorit with her wedding gown. She probably didn't even sell one.
Right? Or those bikinis. Like, she's acting like bikini wear is more fashion than...
Oh, I forgot about Beverly Beach.
Yeah.
What about the lady that was chasing Sutton around the pool on vacation, talking about, you owe us $150,000 or $250,000?
Somebody did that to Sutton?
No, to Dorit. They were all on vacation somewhere, and this lady was chasing, they didn't air it on the show, but somebody got footage of it. It's online. And she was like chasing Dorit around, and I don't know if it was $150,000 or $250,000. She was like, where's the $150,000? You got money to be in I don't know, Tahiti or wherever they were. And she was, and you can't pay back the $150,000. And remember, Camille Grammer said that they owed a friend of hers hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, because you don't have to pay. You don't have to pay taxes on loans or something like that, on the interest loans, on the interest, something like that. But that's what rich people do. They just borrow from other rich people and live off that shit.
Well, he wasn't paying that shit back.
Yeah. And that's what Sutton's problem is with her. And Sutton, being from actual money, knows all the people she owes probably and has been sitting across from her for the last 5 seasons getting chewed out by a fucking fake ass bitch. And it's like, okay, bitch, I'm gonna have to get you just completely off my back, poor Rito. Poor Rito, my wallet. Yeah, that. The thing that counts at this table in this town.
Trent's back.
In your
Larger
life.
Trent's back. Trent's back.
Oh, what happened?
What happened? Trent? I don't know. Did he come in? Hey. Oh, maybe he'll come back.
Yes. He was telling the people he was going to call the ICE.
He should at the very least call the police and report. I would report that. Because that's a scam.
Arregla mis llantas o llamaré a ICE.
Wait, he's coming back up. Yeah, his thing keeps dropping.
Arregla mis llantas o llamaré a ICE.
No, because the police need to come out and look. He needs to make a report because I want the police to look and see if they have some type of contraption down there.
Dorito
Okay,
is not likable.
I'm back.
Okay.
I don't have good news.
What happened?
I folded.
What happened?
They were like inspecting the tires, and they were like, we couldn't have done anything to your tires because there's cuts on your tires, and there's 2 cuts, but they're on the side of your tire. They're not on the bottom. So they're like, I don't know how that could have happened. And they showed me the cuts. Like there's cuts, like poking. There's holes poked on the side of each of my tires. Like somebody walked up the side and poked it.
Oh my gosh, you were targeted.
No, I just pulled into their driveway and the tires went flat. So I don't know how they figured that out or what.
How far did you drive from point A to point B?
Like 10 miles. And that was perfectly fine.
So you're saying upon entry, did you hear a pop or did you feel a da-da-da-da-da?
As soon as I got, my car the notification started sparking alerts like, hey, something's wrong with your tires. And then I started driving extremely slow, and then I felt the da-da-da-da, 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 and it showed the screen. It went from 10% to 2 to 0, like you're riding on the rim. But I think they know they're guilty because they offered to give me free tires, but they said they wouldn't give me new tires. I had to get free used tires.
Oh, the retreads. That'll get you through a season.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, I did. I took it. I folded it because I'm like, hey, if I tow it somewhere else, I have to wait. And time, like Clark just said, time is money. So, I have no tires. Now I have some tires. And I don't.
Because it happened on their property. Your alerts didn't go off, so you got on their property. And if you want to make a police report, I would still have the police come out there and just make a report because maybe they might have gotten other complaints like that. You never know.
I recorded the whole conversation and them showing me like the cuts too. Cause I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how does this happen?
Did it seem like in your video they knew exactly where to look?
Yes. They didn't take them a long time because normally when I go to get new tires, they inflate the tires and they put water on it to see where the air is going to leak out of. Exactly. But they went exactly to the leak.
Oh, so maybe there is some kind of pop-up.
There's definitely something going on. Like that confirmed it. The fact that they didn't have to do any investigation, they were like, "Oh, well, it's on the outside of your tire." Like, oh, they're like, "Let me show you." Bitch, how the fuck can you show me? I just stepped out of the car. How do you?
Make a police report, Trent, because I'm sure that's not the first time they did that.
A police report and
that if they really thought that you got that somewhere else, they wouldn't be offering you free tires.
Exactly. Exactly, but
yeah, not offering you free fucking tires. I would still make a police report. Just let them know that you're not fucking playing with them, and to have it on record for when they do it again.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going back there, but yeah.
No, but they will do that to somebody else.
You know what's crazy? You're gonna laugh when I say this, but as I was leaving, I saw a guy pull in, and I know him from the gym. I only know him because he works out at the gym. Okay.
Okay. I ain't say
But
nothing.
like, if I run into him at the gym later and he says something happened to his tire, I'm gonna have my video, and then we're both gonna go to the police.
Yes.
Now that I actually know somebody who also, patronizes them. But he's Cuban too, so I don't know if he's gonna be like wanting to be protective and not want them to report it or what. But just in case, he has a
Well, he
witness.
might tell you what's up with the scam, like what's really going on too.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But that's the update. I got back into a corner. I had no tires, and they offered me 2 tires, 2 refurbished or whatever.
All right, Dina said, Trent, do you know him from the airport?
Oh my God, you know. Okay, like I said, I just recognized the cat. Oh my God.
Wizard said, leave a nasty Google review.
Oh, I should have checked the Google reviews.
Yes, you should. Were your tires under warranty?
No, because I took my car to the dealership to get new tires, brand new tires, and to get an oil change. And they had my car for a week, so I stormed in there and I was all pissy and I just snatched my car and I took it to a place to get used tires. But that was a month ago and they were perfectly fine, like they had really good set and everything. So no, I didn't get a warranty though. I just got some discount tires from some other immigrants in a different part of town.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I love reading the good old Yelp. Yelp them. Yelp them so bad they have to contact Yelp and be like, can you please take that down?
I mean, I don't want to exaggerate. I just kind of want to write a review telling the true story. Like, I seriously ended up on 2 flats, not 1, but 2, of one entering their driveway.
If somebody put the holes, slashed your tires, they would have went flat way before that. You would have got the alerts before that.
Yeah, because like I had good tires, and then my car just fell to the ground. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's crazy. Well, you missed a really good Married to Medicine argument.
How did I miss it? My earphones were in. I was listening to y'all the whole time.
We're crazy, huh?
I mean, that's what we like. That's why we're all here.
That was awesome.
And of course, Dina was making it spicy in the chat too, asking if Apollo has a CNA degree. Why is he on TV? Bravo was obsessed with giving this man like airtime.
Okay, so in that regard, I will admit that Bravo does provide a nice, moist petri dish for abusers, for male abusers specifically. We have Vanderpump Rules, Jax, followed up with physical, and other emotional. And then we have freaking James Kennedy on his 3rd nose smush. And then we have freaking Dr. G being protected over here on Where We Are. We had freaking Joe Giudice, who was very emotionally and verbally on one towards Teresa a lot. And he was giving us off space until he got deported. So they do love a petri dish full of that, in my opinion. And Apollo could be included in that from what you guys are describing.
Hey, Corey.
Morning.
I didn't know that Jax had
Afternoon.
a reputation because they gave him they put him on Traders. And now that I'm saying that, I wouldn't be surprised if they offered Apollo a role on Traders.
Oh yeah, they get a $200 day per diem on there until somebody wins. So you get paid $200 a day, and you get to stay there. And yeah,
that's it.
Right.
$200 a day. That ain't no money.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably just the per diem because when I auditioned to be on America's Next Top Model and they had the guys on there, and they gave us a per diem and they gave us a weekly rate also. They gave us a salary from the CW network, and a per diem was not included in that. It still was no money. It still was like less than 1,500 a week, but
Cute. Well, at least they
yeah, it was,
paid more than that.
I mean, they discussed that with me, and then they didn't cash me, by the way, so I didn't get any of the money. But they were explaining to me what the payment would be.
Is per diem to eat with?
It's to buy soap and toilet paper and food.
Okay.
Yeah, but they provide food, so I'm not sure what the per diem would have been, what they would have needed at the castle. Oh, and then did you guys know on Damn Traders that they have the Traders UK, right? And I was so into this Traders that I was like, ooh, I was jonesing for some more. I was like, ooh, let me see what the UK has to offer. It's the same castle and the same challenges with people from the UK. I'm like, that's weak. That is so weak. They needed to go get an English castle and have some, at least an English castle and have the same freaking trade. But they have the exact same challenges.
You think they're flying them to the United States to film in the same house?
No, but they did all fly to the Scotland thing, right? I'm just
Oh,
saying
it's in
that.
Scotland? Okay.
Yeah. So the castle that they're in, when you go to Traders, you do get flown out to Scotland, and that is a bona fide castle with the grounds and everything. But I was thinking for the UK, there's lots of castles in the UK, right? Like in London, England. It seems like,
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, there's
Oh, yeah,
queens
you're
and
right.
shit. There's
It's
queens
not that
and
they
shit.
could use them because they are people's castles.
No, no. A lot of in Europe, there's a lot of castles that are like used
I
for
know
like
that, but I'm
purposes.
talking about in the UK. They
No,
belong
in
to
the
the
UK.
they belong to Charles III or
But he
some other
uses them for
kind
like commercial
of
real estate sometimes.
nobles. Maybe they might use
Yeah,
them,
it
but
seems like, I'm just saying they could have pulled for another castle at least if you're going to do the same
yeah,
challenge.
but the Gothic castles are more in Scotland than there are in the UK.
Didn't Phaedra do traders US and UK?
No, she only did US and got an Emmy for it because that's her character.
She got an Emmy for doing traders. They just give
Yeah.
Emmys for any kind of show.
Yes. She got an Emmy for Traders. She sure did.
So that's what Giselle was talking about because she was on Recently Shady saying she's waiting on her Emmy for the Housewives of Potomac, and I was like,
Yeah.
Housewives can't get Emmys, but they can.
For some reason, I don't know. Well, that's just Favor. That's Favor. Shout out to Favor. Because
I just didn't think that Bravo shows were even eligible for Emmys because that's kind of almost low-key trash.
Hello.
Yeah, Andy, he's providing coke for everybody in the industry, so that's what the favor come from. I'm
I
assuming.
don't think
somewhere
any
from.
Bravo show has won an Emmy for anything.
But the fact that they're
Not
even eligible
even.
blows me away.
Well, I mean, if RuPaul can win Emmy on Emmy on Emmy, Bravo can win something.
That's true. That's true.
How many
I
times
guess.
have RuPaul swept the Emmys until
And
now?
what is that category though?
I think it's best reality competition show.
Okay, competition. Really? So over Survivor?
Oh well,
Over Survivor?
Yes.
Oh.
that's a really big show. I've never watched a single episode of it, but I can.
RuPaul has won like 8 or 9 Emmys.
No freaking way.
Yeah.
It seems
I can see
so
that.
interesting because I've never really got into it. I've only seen I don't know how long it's been on. I loved RuPaul before this Drag Race thing, and then Drag Race came on, and I kind of never watched it, never. And
I've been dialed in since season 1.
But I see the clips, and I don't mind watching the clips, but I've never sat down
I'm
and
that
watched an
old.
actual episode.
Right.
Yeah, I'm that old to
And I
have seen
love
it in
RuPaul.
season 1.
And I
With
love drag.
RuPaul, I thought RuPaul was a woman. I was
Wait,
like, oh
what?
my gosh, I'm
You
a
can't be
tall.
old, Andy. There's no way
When I
you're
was
old
when
enough.
I was young, I thought RuPaul was a woman. I'm sorry.
I know one thing. I always knew he was a he, but whenever people would always use an insult that you look like RuPaul, I was like, that's not an insult. I mean, he's a man, but he's a bad bitch at the same time.
No,
That's just not.
I thought Rue was a tall woman. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm tall. I'm taller than all the guys in in my age group." And they always call me an Amazon, which is not really.
How tall are you?
For about 5'8", 5'9".
Did you play basketball
Yeah,
Were
and
you a
volleyball and
forward?
modeling? You better use that.
I did. I
Oh my!
modeled in high school, and I was a small forward in high school.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So you used it. You used it properly. I can't stand a person who's tall for no reason.
You're tall for no reason, people. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And I was just like, and I was a track star, so it's just like I thought, I was like, oh, she's glamorous just like my mommy and my aunties, but they were all short, and I didn't have a lot of tall people in my family besides the men, and I was just like, wow, I can be tall and glamorous and pretty too.
Yeah, he did inspire a lot of women. Probably more women than men.
And I always
He
looked
set
up
a lot of trends.
to Linda Carter too as
Ooh, I love
Wonder
Linda
Woman.
Carter. Love Linda Carter.
She was tall and gorgeous.
Yeah, she was a baddie.
Tall, gorgeous Latina.
Yeah, she's a woman of
Linda
color.
Carter. She's from
She's Mexican.
Latin.
She's Mexican.
I don't make her a woman of color, but okay.
Well, they call
I'm a
them people of
gatekeeper. I'm
color.
sorry.
She's Mexican, so you can't take away her heritage.
You mean
You
her
can
nationality?
you can gatekeep all you want, but you can't take that away from her.
Watch me. Oh, Linda Carter. Oh, I never
Okay,
knew she was from
so it's
Mexico.
just, she is,
Raquel Welch is Mexican as well.
huh.
Did you know that Debbie Allen and Felicia Rashad are from Mexico?
They're not
And
Mexicans.
Lupita Nyong'o?
Yeah,
She was born in Mexican, so she's a technical Mexican.
technical Mexicans.
What do you think Linda Carter is? An indigenous Mexican?
Her folks are Mexican. Can't take that from her.
Huh.
So them Spaniards
Well,
come
I
somewhere.
always
That's
thought
what.
she was beautiful, and I
Yeah.
often to this day will do a motion that simulates warding off bullshit by putting my arms like that, deflecting some shit. I won't have mirror bracelet on, but I'll do that motion.
I know that's right.
Yes. She had those freaking deflector bracelets. Pew 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 pew.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta give it up though. The DC movie Wonder Woman, it exceeded my expectations. I think
I wish they would have had another Wonder Woman.
You mean like a series?
No, I wish they would have had another
Instead
person
of
play
Gal
Wonder
Gadot.
Woman.
Yeah, instead of
Oh,
Gal.
you didn't care for her? Oh.
No, I didn't. I still don't.
Yeah.
Still don't.
Yikes. I thought she did good. I like the
No,
first
I
movie. I didn't care
didn't.
for the second one.
She can't act. If she could act, it'd be something different. She had the physical part down. Being though she
Who
was
would you
short.
cast? If you could pick, who would you cast?
Yeah, that's the question.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's a hard cast to do.
I would pick someone who has both physical and acting. I think that's what messed it up. I think that what messed 1984 up was her not being able to act.
Ooh, you know who could be a great Wonder Woman? The
Who?
one with the sword in Walking Dead.
Denai Guerrera?
Yeah, and wasn't she something in Wakanda too? Is that the lady from Wakanda too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, her. She could be a great Wonder Woman because she has action and she can act.
She could be Nubia, yeah.
Yep.
I was just about to like you just like I don't know read my mind or something. I was gonna say how would you
Oh,
feel if
that's
it
one
was
of
a
my
black Wonder Woman?
superpowers, Trent. Don't worry about it.
Like as
Yeah,
it was
she
at the
could
tip of
be
my
a great
tongue, you
Nubia.
answered
Yeah, I
differently.
forgot. Yeah, I forgot about Nubia. just about.
She's like, yeah, she's excellent. She kind of, at low key, helped make the Wakanda movies.
Mm, I would
Oh,
beg
she
to.
definitely.
I would beg to differ. I believe it was. I believe it was.
Michael Jordan.
Chad.
Michael.
No, Chad. Um. Oh God, I'm drawing a blank right now. Chadwick Boseman.
Angela Bassett.
Angela Bassett. Thank you. I think, and Winston Duke that really made that movie, along with Denai and I think Lupita's character. They could have expounded more her character.
She kind of
Well,
was
I'll
just
And
just
their
there.
say he's freaking
relationship
mad that
together.
they opened the gates and let the trouble in and brought the whole world to their freaking doorstep and then opened the thing and then he still disappeared everybody. And I was so upset by that. And it
Mm.
shows how globalization is an issue for Black communities. There, I said it.
I'm so nitpicky. I was most irritated by the fact that his backstory was that he was never colonized by the Spanish, but he had a Spanish name and a Spanish accent. And then also the Wakandans, they had like an Anglo-African accent, but they were never colonized either. I'm
They
like,
had a Xhosa accent or a South African accent.
right, like the Anglo colonies in Africa. They sounded like those people with like the Africans who been colonized. It was like contradicting to what the whole basis of their origin was. But I'm like,
Right.
I
And I
just
love
really
the
hated to
fact
see
that they
everybody fully.
used real indigenous Mexicans to play indigenous Mexicans.
Right, no Linda Carters. You walk right into that, but yeah. But you
I
know
didn't
what's
walk
crazy?
into
There's a
anything. I can be proud of the fact that that woman was a woman of color and was a major lead of a TV show, just like I can be proud of the fact that Diane Carroll was the lead of a major lead and a black woman of a major new network TV show, and I'm named after her son in that movie, in that TV show. I can be proud of that as well.
you know
So
what's this is kind of
you're
off
talking
topic.
to someone who is indigenous, black and white. I don't care as long as
You
people
know,
of color get their due.
this is kind of off topic, but my aunt, she's Mexican. She's a black Mexican, and
Who?
she did her. I have an aunt who's a black Mexican.
Hmm.
Um, my uncle, when he was a teenager, he ran away from home and went to Mexico, and he's been married 3 times, and all 3 of his wives are black. So that's proof. No matter what country we go to, we find each other. Because black people are definitely a minority there. But she did her DNA, the ancestry thing,
Hmm.
and it showed that she knew her dad was indigenous and she knew her mom was black. So it wasn't surprising that her top 2 largest ethnic groups were West African. She was 35%, and indigenous Mexican. She was 30%. But
Wow.
she had Persian and Arab DNA,
Hmm.
and her whole family's Mexican. So I was
Well,
like, we were like
you
trying to
know
figure out if they're
Lebanese? Did
Persian
you know that
and
the
Mexican.
Lebanese were in Mexico as well?
I didn't know that. They were saying that like the Spanish
Hmm.
was like the Spanish church was doing inquisitions in the Middle East, and they were like exiling people to Mexico, and people didn't know because if you see a Persian in a sombrero, you just see Mexican. If you see an Arab in a sombrero,
Catholicism used to be banned in Mexico.
Wow.
but there's a lot of people there that are actually like from North Africa and the Middle East, and they don't
Hmm.
even know until they get the DNA. You just think that everybody's either Spanish or indigenous.
And you have people
But
like Mauricio who whose peoples escaped Turkey and in Germany and went down there to live to get rid to hide from the Gestapo.
it's crazy. Mexico has so much like hidden
Hmm.
history that even I'm not surprised. I don't know a lot of their history, but a lot of my Mexican friends and family have no idea of any of
Hmm.
this stuff. They're like they don't teach history in
Mauricio is not
Mexico.
actually Mexican. They're Turkish and something else. Turkish and
But a
German.
lot of people have actually fled to Mexico for asylum, like from other countries, and like they people there don't even know this stuff. Like I even
Even
learned
the
like even
even the Atsis.
the what?
The Atsis.
What's that?
Can't really say it on YouTube.
Is it like
Even the
Osu?
who?
Oh, the Asi. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
The
Hitler and them
Atsis.
people.
Mm. Even the
I'm taking a
Atsis were in
weekend now.
Mexico.
are you talking about the Jays?
Hmm. The Atsis, not the Jays, but the Atsis
Oh,
escaped to Mexico and Argentina and a whole bunch of other places.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
heard somewhere that when the Jays went to Mexico, that's where the flour tortilla came from because they only use they only use corn tortillas, but because the like the Jewish like flatbread, a part of their culture, it
Yeah.
like kind of they kind of like mingled cultures, and it ended up with what we now know as the flour tortilla.
Amazing. Amazing.
Hmm.
Crazy how cultures just be like blending and nobody ever knows about it after the fact.
Hmm.
Well, did
We
you
went all
hear?
on a tangent.
Were you here, Trent and Tori? You weren't here for Sutton or Porito.
In this case, I'm gonna take the racist adjacent Sutton.
She's endearing
That's
to
what
me
I'm
too as
gonna
well. I don't
say.
know why. I always have a soft spot
Because
for Sutton.
yeah, Porito gets on my nerves.
So very much so.
And I'm so glad Sutton said my wallet bigger than yours. And I
Yeah.
want Bose to shut her mouth because right now she don't know the real Porito. I just want her to shut her mouth. Yeah, that was a low blow, but she needed to go lower than that.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Implying that I'm a freaking alcoholic on a national platform repeatedly after you apologize supposedly is not cool. And I feel like that's more harmful than calling you what you are, which is poor. Like, don't call me a freaking alcoholic unless I hit a tree. No, I'm sorry, too soon. But
No,
No,
not
not at
for
all.
me. Not
We
for
can drag
me.
her for infinity as far as I'm concerned.
well, I did a whole live on that the other day because I'm like,
I
I
need to
feel
go watch
like
it.
there's been an over persecution of Karen, and all she did was hit a tree. Yeah, she could have almost maybe would have, but she didn't. Whereas we have Erica Jane also on this platform, who, while her case is active and there are actual documentaries, there are 2 documentaries out
Mm-hmm.
proving her part in it, proving she benefited directly from what Tom is going through. She's not divorced from him because you can't testify what you're not divorced from. And
Mm-hmm.
so she hasn't had to answer. She feels like she's been put through the ringer because they asked her what's in a newspaper. Okay. And they
Mm-hmm.
didn't ask her anything else. And over here, we have Karen, who they knew was in active litigation as a Black woman. What was she supposed to implicate herself for the people? Make it easier
Right.
for them, regardless of if there was body cam footage. They didn't read her rights. Usually, you have to have had some rights read to you at some point within the transaction of you having me do what you said I did. And so I can understand why her lawyers may have thought they had a chance in getting that thrown out because it was
Mhm.
blurry on the way that it became obtained. Like, even the search and seizure, even if you do smell alcohol, I guess that might give them permission to find a beer can in the car. I don't know.
But
But
also the car exploding, that was, that was outside of the scope of their investigation. I mean, anybody could have witnessed that and used
right.
that as a part of the case against her too.
That's true. That's true. But I don't think that it was right for her cast to continuously, for all 15 episodes, demand of her that she take accountability in the form of, I did that, I'm guilty, for their satisfaction and our entertainment. Because let them do their job. The burden of proof is on them. Yeah, I hit a tree, the thing exploded, my husband came, whatever. You still have to prove that I did this, and I'm not going to fucking help you. And
Right. You have to prove I was even driving.
Right. And for us to be giving Erica Jane a pass while there's burn victims who can't get their skin grafted because they're out of money. And there's orphans who are living in freaking squalor because the 33 million that was supposed to come through as part of the class action,
Mm-hmm.
they haven't got their money yet. And
That
she's
part.
talking about giving back freaking $1 million earrings, talking about these are mine. These are
They were
mine.
hers.
Why
They
are
were
you
hers.
asking me questions what the LA Times says?
They
You're
were
so
her earrings.
evil. And
They
everybody
were
gave
her
her a
earrings.
fucking pass.
They were her earrings.
Oh
They
my
were, but
gosh.
she had no right to them.
She said Tom bought them for her before he got their money.
Yeah, did she know he did a switcheroo with them earrings though? They not the original earrings.
Exactly.
He
They were her
switcherooed them and got her a lesser valued pair of earrings.
Yeah, there's a lot of
So they
shady
weren't
stuff.
the $1 million earrings?
They weren't the 15 or $17 million earrings she thought she had. They were only worth 8 million.
Only. I
Only.
mean,
Only.
they still her earrings.
Mm.
No.
They were
Not if
bought
he
with
bought them.
ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, if he bought them with
Says y'all.
stolen money,
He's been stealing money for decades. So
says the
Did
he's
she
court
have
that
to get
just
the
found
earrings
him
back?
guilty.
yeah, she gave him back.
Did she have to give them back?
Yes,
Yes.
she was court ordered.
Right.
To pay for restitution, or is that part of like their asset?
Restitution.
Like that was the money, or it was
I
like,
believe it
was
was
it technically
restitution.
from the money, or was it like she had to like sell all her shit to help pay back, or Tom had to give back all his shit to help pay back the
So
money?
it
He
says
had to pay.
AI.
They both had to pay actually. I
AI
think what's still on the decks is the 25 million in her company.
Right. She had an American Express card over the last 10 years of usage
Mm-hmm.
that she personally charged 25 million and the card said Girardi Keys on it. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what was funding her Erica Jane persona when she came
Mm-hmm.
on the set of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and said, "Oh, it takes $15,000 a month to look this good." Remember she said that?
Mm-hmm.
That was paid with the same American Express card, and that card said Girardi Keys.
Keys. Mm-hmm.
So she is complicit. She's guilty. As a matter of fact, AI says Erica Jane's diamond earrings, gifted to her by estranged husband Tom Girardi, were initially valued at a mere $750,000, but were later sold at a deeply discounted price of $250,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she was like, "These are mine." Remember?
Mm-hmm. And then they still haven't gotten the Cartier rings,
Right.
but they sold all of his Matisse paintings. They sold everything that was in that house.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people think Erica had Birkins and Kellys and stuff. She ain't never had none of them.
Yeah, we do know. If you notice, if you look back, she never walked in with bags. That's Kyle's did.
Mm-mm.
Kyle had a Birkin and a Birkin.
She had Gucci and Louis Vuitton and all of that, but she ain't never had not one Birkin, not one Kelly. She rather had the jewelry, which is still missing. People, we don't know where her jewelry is. We still don't know
Right.
Good.
where the rest of her jewelry are.
That's my
That jewelry is
motherfucking
gone.
jewelry. Y'all bitches not getting my jewelry.
Did y'all see? This is off topic. Did y'all see the guy who robbed the jewelry store and
Which
he
one?
had like $800 million worth of diamonds that he swallowed?
Oh yeah.
Well, no, I did not see
Yeah.
this.
I saw that.
Wait a
Poor
minute.
guy.
Did he die?
You're like, we don't know. It just happened, but it had to like cut open his intestines on the way out, right?
Yeah, not until after we got the freaking X-ray and they had the circle around the diamonds in his intestine.
Like I would try to puke them out, but I feel like you could probably scratch up your esophagus too. But I
Yeah,
don't know. Like,
hopefully they were in a balloon like Maria full of grace, but who knows?
Not Maria
what
full
was
of
he
grace.
hoping to do? Like, what was the after like he got accosted? Why would he swallow them after the fact? Like you're already arrested.
Oh, so he don't have to give him to nobody but him. He'll be right in jail. Maybe he'll have time to remove a brick and patch it back up, and he'll be able to get rearrested later and break in and get his jewels back. I don't know.
Oh my God. Dina, what how does your mind get like this? What the fuck?
What if they did not Miranda her? That would have been the first thing that got her off. No, look in the freaking paperwork, you guys. Google the shit. She was not read her Miranda rights. I'm gonna ask Google right now. Was she? Because I believe that was part of why she didn't feel like she was under arrest.
Yeah,
Was
she wasn't
Karen
read her Miranda
Kruger
rights yet.
read her Miranda rights? She did not need to be read her Miranda rights. So she wasn't read them. But they're saying the judge ruled that she was not in custody at the time of the roadside investigation, meaning she did not need to be read her Miranda rights and her statements were admissible.
That's some
No
bullshit. She wasn't
Miranda
custody
rights
because they
required
specifically told
because
her.
she was not in custody during the investigation. The
They
statements became
specifically told her
admissible.
on tape she was in custody. They said you can't go anywhere. You are being detained.
Exactly, right? So Karen's lawyers argued on her behalf. That's another reason why I would have been like, my lawyers told me to do this. It's not her, she's not taking accountability. Her lawyers told her that they were arguing that her statement should be suppressed because she was not read her Miranda rights. But the judge denied the motion, you guys. The case proceeded to trial, and the jury then found her guilty on multiple charges because everything became admissible because they did not read this Black woman her Miranda rights after being heard on tape saying, you can't go nowhere, so I'm detained. During an investigation where you're collecting evidence without Mirandizing me, my husband had already told you, oh, don't ask her nothing. I don't think she should say anything. And they continued to engage her, even though they said she had head trauma or her nose was bleeding or something. All of it should have been thrown out. And according to these white people's laws, all of this shit should have been thrown out. But it wasn't.
They aren't laws unless it's protecting them.
Right, exactly.
But at the same time, I mean, if it's true that she was offered house arrest, that's kind of like Karen. Because one thing about house arrest, I don't know if you know anybody who's on it, you can leave your home for work. And the kind of her specific employment is leaving the house. So it wouldn't even have been real house arrest, you know, like you're allowed to go with your cast because you're at work. So she, you know, really wouldn't have been on house arrest as long as she was on the show. So I think she could have just probably done that for that sake, especially since she pled out the other 3 times that she had been arrested. Why not, you know, plead this time as well, regardless of your lawyer making you think that he's a big shot and that, you know, whatever.
Karen wouldn't have took a deal, period. Because that would be like her coming out of her delusional world of her being the grand dame and admitting that she's done something so common.
Yeah, Karen is completely delusional. Like when her delusion, like she should have been disillusioned when the officer was like, "Who are you? If you're not known in your own city, ma'am, you're not a celebrity. If your hometown doesn't recognize you, you're not a celebrity."
The fact
Well,
that
Siri does, but not Potomac.
the fact that
Surrey's not a
Karen,
town. Surrey's a street.
the fact what bothers me the most about Karen, and I'll say it again, that I was wanted to, give her some grace, people, because my mom was an alcoholic. She died from that shit or whatever. But the part that's bothering me about Karen is that even if you don't think you have a problem, bitch, say you have a problem so you don't have to go to jail.
That
Like,
part.
what are you thinking about?
Go to a real
Especially if the only
wellness place,
consequence is,
not a
especially if the
spa.
only consequence is as a house arrest. That's all I'm saying. The only consequence to you admitting to it is house arrest. Why not?
So you know what? On the house arrest thing, I'm looking, and the only place it was reported was from Giselle's mouth. So
No, it wasn't because at her sentencing, the prosecutor said it. The prosecutor mentioned that
That
we
she had a
offered
deal.
her house arrest, and
So that's
she arrogantly denied it.
oh, you see, okay.
That's when I got irritated. I was like, "Oh, Karen, come on now, house arrest."
Well, at least she was
Which you
able to
shouldn't
keep her
even have.
wig
When?
when they brought her in. She kept her wig.
Oh, they did.
Mm.
I always was
All
confused
that
about
shit
that because I
comes
have an
off
aunt.
once you get into booking.
Yeah, I had an aunt who got hers taken off when she went to booking, and I have a cousin who went to a different county. Her wig was on.
Y'all
I
want
don't
to
know
know
if
what
they just
happens when you
didn't
go
know
to
where the lace
jail?
front was, but
When you go into jail, first you gotta go to like the local jail or whatever, and then you go see the, which Karen did, and then if you don't get, well, usually you get bailed. If you don't get bailed out right away, you go up to a Philly is called State Road. So Karen's going to her county jail, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
and then once
wait,
you
no,
get
she's
in
going to
there,
prison, isn't she? Oh,
well, prison is like state prison. That's for like
I
hardened
think she's
criminals.
going to state. I think she's going to state prison because she got sentenced to more than 365 days. You can't get sentenced to more than a year in a county, can you?
I'm not sure. But what happens is when you go in, you got to sit and wait for them to make up like your, I guess, assign you to wherever you got to go. They make up your ID number and stuff. But then you have to strip down, you have to take everything off. Whatever hair you have in your hair has to come out. Even braids, you got to cut them. You got to take them out. All this shit comes off. Lashes, everything off.
I know.
Then you got to take a shower. And then after you finish your shower, you literally have to bend over and they have to look inside your ass and your vagina to make sure that you're not
Mm-hmm.
smuggling anything into the jail. And then after that, if you need to go see a nurse or the doctor, if you have a problem or, like Karen does, then you speak to them and then they'll sign you up for whatever you need, and then you have to just wait until then you have to go into quarantine. So, and you have to stay there for like Philly was like I think it was 7 or 14 days to make sure you don't infect the jail. Like say, because you got to get like tuberculosis shots and
Mm-hmm.
whatever else you need, so it's to not affect whatever you might have something crazy or whatever. So they keep you in quarantine for 14 days, and then you go into general population. I wonder if she's going to get like what is it called for like mass murderers or celebrities, like when you can only come out
Oh,
your
Protective.
cell.
protective
Yeah,
custody.
protective custody. So I
Oh,
don't
Richie,
know.
she's not a celebrity. We already established that.
So yeah, hopefully she's getting some treatment in there, probably the bare minimum. But maybe her lawyer maybe arrange for her to get, because alcohol withdrawal is, you could die from that. That's one of like, that might be the worst withdrawal to go through, the most dangerous. And she was on Xanax too. That you can have seizures from detoxing from Xanax. Um,
We don't know what all she's on because if she's willing to admit that she takes pills,
Well, when
she's gonna
somebody
downplay
says
what kind of pills she's
anxiety
on.
medicine, they mean like a benzo, which is a
Right.
Xanax or a
She said it was
Valium.
anxiety medicine
She
because it
first
was
she said
obvious she was on
depression,
pills.
and in court she said depression and anxiety medication. Then she said she upped it, which means she was taking more than she should have been taking. To me, they're saying Xanax. Like
No, to
she
me,
was
when she said she
blackout
upped it,
drunk.
that means she was mixing with perks. That's
Yeah,
why she was comparing.
but Xanax makes you black out. Perks will put you to sleep. Like Perks is like dope. You see how like dope fiends be like bent over and standing up and they don't fall.
And nodding and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. Like so, too many perks to do that to you, and that's dangerous because that'll slow down your respiratory system.
Yep. You
I hope
can't
she
just
wasn't
go off
taking
those
perks
type of
too,
medicines.
but she did say she went through withdrawal. So who actually really knows? I hope
That's
she.
the thing about Karen. After seeing her for 9 seasons and never hearing her tell the truth about anything, like even discussing this, we don't even know if we're discussing the right stuff because we're taking her word for it. It's like crazy. Do you
You
think that
know,
Ray's gonna keep the lease on that house?
probably not.
You think Kit Ray is what?
to maintain the lease and all the maintenance on that house, that edifice that he didn't even want.
Do they have a house in Florida? Why everybody keeps talking about him playing golf in Florida?
Yeah, the Florida and the Dominican Republic, and with Erica Lyles, Ray prayed for this.
Didn't her husband flee with Russell?
Her
Mm-hmm.
ex-husband, yeah.
And Ray still wants Erica Lyles.
I didn't even know
Because I
they
believe
weren't still married.
I didn't either.
I did not know
But
Erica Lyles and whatchamacallit was divorced. That is
I believe
crazy.
Giselle when she said that Ray stalked her.
Of course. Huh?
Okay, good. I'm glad we're in agreement that Giselle is credible, especially over Karen.
Giselle ain't credible. Giselle is not credible.
Over Karen.
Maybe.
Wait. Why is Giselle not credible? When has she been caught in a lie? And please don't
Jizzy
bring up that
lies
white man.
about Jizzy lies about a lot. She lied about her and Pastor Holy Whore. Oh, you know I got kicked off of IG for calling him Pastor Holy Whore.
No. Like
Yes.
instantly, or you think somebody reported it?
Instantly. For 3 days.
I got suspended on
I couldn't
YouTube for
make
calling
any
somebody a bitch.
on Instagram. I said something like it was around the first of the month. I said between the bombings or the terrorist attacks, the bombs and the planes falling out the sky, I'm scared to come outside. And they banned me from making comments for like 30 days.
Wow.
And then you be kind of seeing people with, less melanin just talking all reckless, and you never see them. You never see any gaps in their engagement. Like they're always on.
You guys talking IG?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know Sean King. Remember Sean King?
Mm-hmm.
They
Which
permabanned
one?
his ass for speaking out against what's happening over there where watermelon is. And he got permabanned from IG. And they are quick to like stop your content and put you on a little digital plantation. And too many of you are talking. I can post a video. I can repost a video that had 10,000 likes at the time I reposted it, and I end up with a community violation on Instagram. They playing.
What are y'all thoughts on Elon Musk and his own Nazi salutes and the fact that he doesn't care to do it in public?
Exactly.
He's been doing it his entire life.
Nazi. If you go on Kanye West's Twitter, he has a whole KKK suit up. I don't know if it's for sale or what. But if you want to look at his his Instagram real quick.
I've seen it. People used to say that he was a genius, and I didn't think that he was until right now. That is brilliant. This is the perfect time to sell that kind of merchandise. But he might actually be smarter than I thought he was.
He did a bona fide Sig Heil. If you Google Sig Heil, it will show you exactly what he did. That was not because he's autistic. It might have been because he was in a K-hole. And he might not even know he did it, but he wanted to, is the point. And he knew how very well. And he knew to do the way that old short mustache used to do too, where he would do it to the front, in the back, in the sides. He would do it all. He did it just like, he did it twice. But it was wrong because everybody that's done it since has gotten fired for doing that shit. They haven't got no autistic freaking, I was just giving you my heart excuse. No, it's a bona fide racist thing, according to the who's that was, but when certain people do it. And they don't want everybody running around doing it. But when an old boy did it, it was because he's autistic and he was just giving you his heart.
The autistic said that they don't want Kanye. My son said, we don't want Kanye, so let's not claim he's autistic, people.
What about Elon? What about the
Elon's
plantation
not
owner?
autistic. He's not autistic. Elon is
We know that,
just...
but that's equal.
Elon was born in apartheid South Africa. Yeah. Okay. And what Elon is doing now is what his grandfather tried to do during apartheid and was not successful. So him
Tell
and
them
You want to
no.
elaborate?
yeah, so him and what's the dude? Teal, right? They're both South Africans, right?
PayPal Mafia. No, Till is
Yes.
German. Till is German, but it's the
But
PayPal.
he also came from South Africa as well. His people moved to South Africa as well. Teal did too. If you check out the Occupy Democrats about the PayPal mafia, and then there's something else. It's called I'm trying to figure out what else I saw. I researched off of the back of that Occupy Democrats
I must say
post.
real quick that Richie B hosts a robust conversation, doesn't
She
she?
does
Please
always.
smash her heart and her like button and
That's
make sure
right.
you got your bell run because this is the shiz.
I'm so proud
Much
of
appreciated.
Richie.
Thank you,
I'm
Corey.
so
Thank
proud of
you.
you. I've been watching you in the bushes because you come on late at night and I got to get up at the crack of dawn.
Uh-huh.
So I can't really enjoy it like I wanna.
Right.
But I'm just so proud of you. I'm glad you stepped out when you stepped out.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you took Gabor's advice to
Yes.
step out there, girl.
Just do
Is
it.
somebody gonna do a wellness check on Callie?
Kelly who?
Callie.
Callie, no, it's been 11 hours and she's very tardy to the party.
Who?
Callie Nola, yeah,
Oh,
somebody
Kelly Nola. I haven't seen her in a long time. I ain't seen much of anybody in a long time, really, because of
somebody
my work hours. And you know, mom's on hospice now, Richie. Big mama's on hospice.
Yeah. I'm
bless
taking
her heart.
care of her.
Yeah,
Sorry.
she's hanging in there though.
Right on.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm taking care of her mom's.
Brendan takes care of her during the day. I'm so proud of him. And he gets nursing help in the morning. Um but he's doing well. He's doing well with it.
It's crazy you said that because I forget what we were talking about earlier, and I was saying like I would never put my dad in a home. Like we gonna thug this thing out right here when
Mhm.
the time comes. What were we talking about? White people? What were we talking about? I forget what
Well,
we
we're
talking.
always talking about white people.
We were talking about the PayPal Mafia.
Yeah, the PayPal mafia.
Never heard of them.
That's because you didn't look at the video I told you to look at.
What video?
Y'all nephew is slipping.
My defense, I've been working 12 hours a day, 7 days
Hmm.
a week.
Hmm. But yeah. But yeah, that and I'm trying to figure out the other video I saw right off the tip of my tongue. I might have to put it in the replay gang in the comments, y'all, later. I'm trying to think. Occupy Democrats talked about it, and there was one other one. I think. Oh, what's that guy Richard Reich or Reich? He's got white hair. He's always breaking it down. He's always got his foot on the neck of the orange dude. What is his name? Richard somebody. Um,
HQ?
no, Reich or Reich or Rack. It's R something. What is his name?
Richard?
I know his first name is Richard, but I can't think of his name. But he talked about the PayPal mafia as well.
Let me see his video.
Um, I'm on my phone. I don't have my computer up.
Well, tell me about it. What's the PayPal mafia?
And so Richard Teal. I mean T. I don't know if his first name is Richard, but Teal and
Wait, Corey.
yeah.
Before you do, so YouTube, when I do these long lives, they only put up 10 hours. Do you want me to end this and start it right back up so we can have this on, because it won't,
Okay.
it's
Oh
not gonna
wow.
record it. Yeah,
I didn't know you were on for 10 hours. Oh my gosh.
yeah. So I can end this now and just start it right back up.
Okay.
So we can still have this recorded because we lose well, I lose a lot of good footage because it stops and I didn't know in the past.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to end this and then start it right back up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Peace.
Okay.
Peace.
All right.
Do we? Okay.
I'm gonna just start it right back.